Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4 Ma Chapter 114. Whitebeard's Worries, System Settlement, 1/5. Morgans is a staunch advocate of Xia Yan. It's not just that Xia Yan's Hokage has made him a fortune. Although money does matter. But money can only make him respect each other at most, but not make him convinced. The main reason why Morgans was convinced by Xia Yan was that Xia Yan attacked the world government for him, and then brought him back to life. Die for the confidant. It can be said that Xia Yan is the person Morgans respects the most right now. He even thought that meeting Xia Yan was the happiest thing in his life. Therefore, although Fate Zero has not been tested by the market, Morgans still gave the highest specification treatment without hesitation. The first volume of 30 million copies of the first edition, special gift to send Hokage Uchiha Itachi's cultural shirt. A copy sells for 1,000 baileys. Cultural shirts are equivalent to giving away. Morgans doesn't care at all whether it can be sold out, and how much money he will lose if it sells out. Hokage's figurines, standing cards, cultural shirts, snacks and other peripherals have long been copyrighted by dealers around the world. For every item sold, they get a dividend. Hokage has at least tens of millions of fans willing to spend money, and merchants all over the world are making money for them. As for IM, the bond between her and Xia Yan is not that deep. But because of the things between men and women, her relationship with Xia Yan is closer than Xia Yan and Morgans. She accepts Morgans' challenge to teach the world-class media mogul a good lesson. Before the World Bulletin, it couldn't compare to the World Economic News, not because she was incapable, but because it was unnecessary. Otherwise, crush him in minutes. Didn't Morgans print 30 million copies? Then I will print 40 million copies. Didn't you send Uchiha Itachi's t-shirt at a loss? I also lost money to send cultural shirts and one more character card. Do you sell a copy of 1,000 berry? Then I'll sell 800 berry? The 5 elders were actually quite speechless about Im's actions. They even suspected that Lord Yimu had been brainwashed by Xia Yan. But for the world government, which has ruled the world for nearly 800 years, this amount of money is not even a drop in the bucket. Because they didn't object too much. So far, the Fate Zero manga is on sale. People all over the world are caught up in entanglement and love. Government circulars are also selling comic books? How to choose. The quality of the single volume books issued by the government circular is better, the delivery is more, and the price is cheaper. Who should I choose? Choose a fart. The 2 books add up to only 1,800 miles, which is equivalent to selling at a loss. I want them all. That's right, only kids make choices, we mature adults want all of them. Look at your poor hair samples, I will send 100 copies of both, take them back to my servants, everyone will also send a copy. Give me 20 government press releases. This is what our king requested. I heard that anyone who buys the World Economic News and does not buy the government press releases will be punished with whipping. People all over the world are buying comics like crazy. Some only buy the World Economic News, some only buy government press releases, and there are a large group of true fans who buy dozens of copies. Many people even fought on the spot because of different choices. For a time, countless people all over the world fell into chaos and madness because of Xia Yan's comics. Sacred Place Mary Joa. I am leaning lazily on the void throne. Xia Yan went back to Sabaody Archipelago and heard that she was going to go to New World for a while. Humph. I am snorted suddenly. Advertisement thinking that Xia Yan went to New World to marry Kaido's daughter, she couldn't help scolding Xia Yan in her heart. Just like Kaido, he still wants his daughter. That B*******D, Xia Yan, is too loud. But, thinking that he was able to beat Morgans today, Im's mood suddenly felt a lot better. Although the recent popularity and sales of the World Economic News are actually crushing the government's press release. But Im was not at all worried that he would fail. Because just an hour after the release of the first volume of Fate Zero comics, the Swordsman 5 Elders had already brought her the latest data. The sales volume of the first volume of Fate Zero, issued by the government circular, 17.2 million. The first volume of Fate Zero comics published by the World Economic News Agency, 11.5 million. 1. It crushed nearly 6 million sales in 1 hour. Big win. Thinking that Xia Yan valued Morgans so much before, in the end, Morgans was far less helpful to Xia Yan than himself. I am getting more and more complacent. Sure enough, I'm still more capable than that Birdman from Morgans. It's me who can bring more benefits to Xia Yan. Every time Xia Yan publishes a comic, strong people around the world will watch it for the first time. After all, most people are not fools, just once or twice. With so many wars between the Hokage crowd and Marine, who didn't know Xia Yan's manga characters would appear in reality? Therefore, in order to prevent myself from encountering Xia Yan's subordinates one day, I don't even know what the other party's abilities are. Reading Xia Yan's comics can be said to be a compulsory course for most of the strong people in the pirate world. As for whether these powerhouses originally existed in the pirate world, or were really resurrected by Xia Yan with the fruit power, it has no meaning. New World. Whitebeard Pirates. Daddy. Xia Yan's new comic is here. The first team captain, the Phoenix Marco, waved the cartoon in his hand, flying like Whitebeard. Kula Lala, is it finally here? Whitebeard, who had been anticipating this new comic since yesterday, laughed and took Marco's comic. He only glanced at it, and his eyes were attracted by the exquisite cover. It's completely different from the style of Hawkeye, but it's still very delicate. That kid Xia Yan is really talented in this regard. Before opening the text of the comic, Whitebeard first gave a positive evaluation. Hey, Daddy, read it. I heard what this comic is called, Fate, Zero. You can also directly translate the Holy Grail into war. Marco jumped on Whitebeard's broad shoulders and said eagerly, come on, Dad, see if there are any powerful characters in this new comic? Whitebeard's face condensed. He was actually a little worried. Xia Yan's strength and power are getting stronger and stronger. It is more likely that he has now been recruited to join forces with the world government and marine. This is not a good thing for their group of pirates. Therefore, as the saying goes, if you know yourself and your enemy, you will never be imperiled in 100 battles. From Xia Yan's comics, it is necessary to find out those powerful characters who may appear, understand their abilities, and find their weaknesses. That way, he wouldn't be as embarrassed by Uchiha Itachi as the original marine. So Whitebeard opened the comics. Emiya Kuritsugu, Heroic Spirit, Holy Grail War, Almighty Wishing Machine, Mother and Daughter of Irisville and Ilya. A bunch of novel settings and new characters come into view. But in Whitebeard's experience, these characters are not strong, and there is no need to care too much. Is this manga different from Hokage? Whitebeard was thinking that Xia Yan didn't plan to resurrect a powerful character this time. Several powerful characters appeared one after another. Suspected to be the protagonist, the King of Knights with a soft appearance but a strong man. The King of Conquerors who seems to be able to control thunder and lightning. For Flowers, Advertisement and Bluebeard, who abused and killed children by strange means. Seeing this character, Whitebeard immediately frowned. Lousy doesn't like this character, too cruel and disgusting. Hey, I don't like him either. I guess other readers are the same. The popularity of this character will definitely not be high. Dad, please turn the page. Marco smiled in agreement, urging Whitebeard to turn the page. Soon, the two of them breathed at the same time. The Golden King was bathed under the golden light curtain that filled the sky, and the void was full of sharp weapons. In combination with his arrogant words and the terrifying strength that instantly killed the assassin, everything showed his strength. How strong is this character? Marco asked solemnly. I don't know, Lousy can't see it. Whitebeard shook his head. Besides, Jiraiya didn't perform very well when he first came on the field, but looking at the fighting power he exploded afterward, it can be said that Marine was a pity. This, Dad, what you said makes sense. Marco's mouth twitched. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a line of small characters in the corner of the comic, and hurriedly reminded, Dad, look at these small characters. Hey, Whitebeard really didn't notice these details, and looked down subconsciously. Gilgamesh. The King of Heroes, the oldest king of mankind. Arrogant personality, is an extremely terrifying violent coon. Note. The King of Heroes has the prototypes of noble phantasms held by all heroes. Hiss, Whitebeard looked surprised. This setting is a bit powerful, although it hasn't been shown yet. Lousy can already imagine how strong this character is, and Gilgamesh is probably the strongest character in this comic. What about the other person? Marco reminded. There should be similar introductions for other characters, right? Whitebeard flipped forward, and sure enough, the page where Saber and King of Conqueror officially appeared also had their related introductions. This is Xia Yan worried that people in the pirate world do not have a sense of substitution, and specially added it. It has no practical effect, but it can enhance the character of the character. Betrayed by relatives and friends, the King of Knights who perished. A conqueror who has conquered several continents and wants to take the whole world under his feet. The first King of Heroes since the birth of mankind. These introductions sound like Hawkeye, and Whitebeard and others, based on these introductions, began to study several characters that have appeared one by one. All around the world. The performance of the other big pirates was similar, each holding a F.Z. comic and watching it carefully. Hawkeye Mahawk looked at Saber expectantly. This blonde female character with a sword should be the protagonist, and her strength is not weak, right? The red-haired Shanks is very interested in the King of Conqueror, and feels that the character of the other party should be very suitable for his own appetite. It's a pity that if they appeared on the sea, as Xia Yan's subordinates, they could only be their own enemies. Nine Snakes, Beasts, Redfield, Bullet everyone has a different reaction when they see Xia Yan's comics. Or expect, or fear, or love, or anger. All in all, most people are enjoying the new FYZ comic. Even the red-haired people who don't like Xia Yan very much have to admit that this is a very good comic work. As a result, the sales of comics ushered in the second round of explosion. KFZ was released in the third hour. The World Economic News Agency sold 17 million copies, and the government press release sold 26 million copies. The ninth hour of the release of FZ, the World Economic News Agency sold 25 million copies, and the government press release sold 37 million copies. FZ was released in the 14th hour. Open black lens bracket Ken. Xia Yan, who was eating at Sabaldi Archipelago, heard a system prompt. Open black lens bracket. The release of this manga is under settlement, close black lens bracket big. Chapter 115. FZ, World Lottery, the arrival of the oldest king, 2/5. Open black lens bracket ding. The release of this comic is under settlement. Gained 57 million new fans. Open black lens bracket acquired 7.6 million loyal fans. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The popular characters of the comic. Fate. 0. There are 12 characters with more than 1 million fans. The host will get the opportunity to draw the ability. Close black lens bracket. There is a character whose popularity exceeds 5 million, and the host will have the opportunity to summon the character. Complete the first stage goal. 30 million fans. Achieved. Open black lens bracket. The second stage goal is open. Close black lens bracket. The system prompts kept ringing in Xia Yan's ears. At the same time, a new system panel appeared in front of Xia Yan. Comic. Fate. 0. Fans. 57 million loyal followers. 7.6 million. Popular characters. Number of fans. Gilgamesh. 9.8 million. The first stage goal. Fans reach 463 to 30 million. Achieved. Phase 2 goals. 50 million fans. Achieved. 10 million loyal fans. 7.6 million. 10 million. Huh. Strange. Looking at the panel data, Xia Yan couldn't help but be stunned. The comics alone have sold 70 million copies of the exaggerated digital display. How come there are only 57 million more comic fans? Because many people did not buy it because they liked FYZ. The system immediately answered, and there are cases where one person buys dozens or even hundreds of copies. Xia Yan nodded thoughtfully, and then asked, what about the fans of the character? Why are there almost 60 million fans of the work, and only one character has more than 5 million fans? Because of performance, the system said. Most of the characters in the first volume of the comic just show their faces, and even if the audience is interested, they will not like it very much. Only Gilgamesh has the highlight of killing enemies in seconds, so it is easy to gain popularity. He was too busy, he had forgotten such a simple truth. Originally, he thought that with tens of millions of fans, it would be easy to get all the popular characters of FZ, but now it seems that he still needs to draw a few more scrolls. Still, a Gilgamesh? Enough. First draw, Xia Yan said lightly. Open black lens bracket. The firearm grandmaster extracted from Emiya Kuritsugu. Open black lens bracket. Draw healing magic from Irisville. Open black lens bracket from advertisement. Drawing the C-rank noble phantasm dragon gun from Gilgamesh. Draw the Wind King barrier from Saber. 12 consecutive beeps sounded. Xia Yan's mouth twitched slightly. I don't know if it was because of his bad luck or because he was sanctioned by the system. There are 12 characters in the lottery, several of which are heroic spirits. The best thing that was drawn was actually Saber's Wind King enchantment. The system is ineffective, however, there is still a lottery for the completion of the first stage goals. Thinking like this, Xia Yan turned her eyes to the system panel. Extract. Open black lens bracket. Only when, close black lens bracket. A large piece of roulette appeared in front of Xia Yan out of thin air. Xia Yan glanced at random. Sure enough, the rewards that appear on the roulette wheel are all in F, Z, and other things in the worldview of Xingyue have not appeared. Can only extract from serial comics? A look of disappointment flashed across Xia Yan's eyes. There are heroic spirits and true gods in the Xingyue worldview. If he can extract the power of those people, he can definitely be said to be a wave of riches. Open black lens bracket. The system prompt sounded again. Extracted the star of the deviation of heaven and earth. Xia Yan. The star of the world's departure from the world? Gilgamesh's stray sword that is said to be capable of severing even the world? Xia Yan's face was a little weird. Could it be that Gilga and Mish have a very good relationship? FZ was his first call, and he was the first to draw a good thing. Xia Yan thought about it. A strangely shaped sword appeared in his hand. In fact, it is wrong to call the deviated sword a sword. Because long before the concept of sword, the deviation sword already existed. Good. Swinging the deviant sword at random, a satisfied smile appeared on Xia Yan's face. People need to know how to be satisfied. Wind King barrier and deviant sword are also quite a good harvest. Boom. Someone knocked on the door outside. Xia Yan walked over to open the door and found it was Uchiha Itachi. Advertisement. Sorry, Master Xia Yan. Uchiha Itachi paled and lowered his head in shame. I want to ask if there is news from Sasuke? Well, there is. Xia Yan nodded and said, real? Uchiha Itachi's eyes lit up. Well, really, how could I possibly lie to you? Xia Yan put the deviant sword in front of Uchiha Itachi and said with a smile, the one I sent out to rescue your brother Sasuke is the owner of this sword. This sword? A look of confusion flashed across Uchiha Itachi's eyes. He didn't know Bai Lijian, and naturally he didn't know whether the person Xia Yan said was reliable. He wanted to ask more carefully, but he was afraid that Xia Yan would get angry. Ah, I know what you're thinking, wrong. Seeing the worry in Uchiha Itachi's eyes, Xia Yan chuckled playfully. If the golden glitter of Gilgamesh knew that he was so underestimated, I wonder if he would be angry because of it. So Xia Yan raised his hand and grabbed Uchiha Itachi's shoulder and said eagerly, come on, let me show you how powerful this sword is. An uninhabited island near the Sabaody archipelago. Xia Yan and Uchiha Itachi came to this neighborhood by walking on the sea with chakra. Xia Yan also wanted to use the opportunity to show Uchiha Itachi's abilities to test how powerful this stray sword is. 3 minutes later, Uchiha Itachi and Xia Yan emerged from the turbulent seabed and stood on the surface again. Sorry, Master Xia Yan. Looking at the deserted island, Uchiha Itachi bowed to Xia Yan in shame. I really shouldn't doubt you, the strong 3.3 you sent is enough to deal with the Big Mom pirates. Okay. Xia Yan's face was indifferent, but she was secretly smacking her tongue. This stray sword is so terrifyingly powerful. One blow will knock down an island, so the ancient weapon Fluten isn't necessarily better than this thing, right? Send Uchiha Itachi away. Xia Yan returned to her house and said in her heart, summon Gilgamesh. Open black lens bracket ding. Summoning success. Close black lens bracket with a burst of space surging. Gilgamesh, covered in golden light, appeared out of thin air on a pirate ship. The middle-aged man with the spider pattern on his forehead and holding the Fate Zero comic in his hand looked at Gilgamesh with dull eyes. Gilgamesh frowned slightly, and his handsome face showed obvious contempt and impatience. Who allowed you to look directly at the king with such a rude attitude? Miscellaneous. Chapter 116. Whitebeard's son. Heaven's Lock. God-tier declaration. 3/5. Gilgamesh. The big Uzumaki spider looked at the golden figure in shock, and his mind went blank. Comic characters come back to life. Yes, Fate Zero is a cartoon by Mo Yan, and it is only natural that the characters in it will appear. But, how did he meet him? Still the guy who was rated as Violent Kun by the author Xia Yan. Besides, why did Gilgamesh appear in the New World? As the son of Whitebeard, the big vortex spider immediately thought whether Xia Yan was going to take action on his father. It's very possible. I don't know how many pirates in New World want to challenge Whitebeard and take the name of the strongest in the world. Never mind. It's better to strike first. Grab this guy and talk about it. With fierce eyes, the first thing the big Uzumaki spider thought of was not how to survive, but how to defeat the enemy in front of him. Boom. Foot slammed. The big Uzumaki spider pulled out the long sword behind it and charged towards Gilgamesh's direction at high speed. Humph. Do you see this queen not kneeling or running away, but rushing up like a bull? What a boring man. Looking at the menacing man who rushed towards him, Gilgamesh laughed. He didn't dodge. There is also no defense or counterattack. Have you ever heard of lions defending themselves because of mouse attacks? If anything, it would have made a wave of headlines. Damn it, to underestimate Lousy? Watch Lousy hack you to death? Seeing such a contemptuous attitude of Gilgamesh, the great vortex spider instantly surged in anger, wrapping around Armament Hockey's head and slashing down fiercely. The air was blasted by the giant Uzumaki spider. However, the long knife stopped just 1 centimeter away from Gilgamesh. Okay. The big Uzumaki spider's eyes widened in astonishment, and the muscles in his arms burst out. The razor-sharp blade was a mere distance from Gilgamesh's skin. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't cut the knife down. 1 centimeter. But it is like Tianhua. On the side, the pirates of the big Uzumaki spider pirates were dumbfounded. Look at the captain's side. What is that? Chains? A golden chain appeared out of nowhere and bound the captain's body. Advertisement. Listening to the exclamations of his crew, the big Uzumaki spider noticed that his limbs had been locked by several golden chains at some point. This is. The big Uzumaki spider was so terrified that he tried to use the armament hockey to break free from the chains, but it still didn't work. Can't move. Is this a treasure? Unable to break free, the big Uzumaki spider suddenly exclaimed. He realized that this should be what the comics said, the noble phantasm of the heroic spirit. The Fate Zero manga has just started serialization, and Gilgamesh's noble phantasm has not been shown much at all. He never thought that the first time he saw the ability of a comic character, it was not in the comic, but in reality. Huh? You know, noble phantasm? Gilgamesh folded his arms around his chest and sneered. The chain of heaven. This is a chain that even the gods are bound and cannot break free. Your struggles are nothing but useless effort. Damn. The big Uzumaki spider roared angrily. Go on, kill him for me. After the words fell, the pirates of the great Uzumaki spider pirates finally came back to their senses. Superior. Kill him. Kill this guy and unchain the captain. Hundreds of pirates rushed towards Gilgamesh like crazy, a look that was not afraid of death. But Gilgamesh didn't even give them a look, furious bugs. With a light hum, a dense golden curtain of light appeared behind Gilgamesh. That's in the comics. The big Uzumaki spider's pupils shrank. You guys get out of the way. No, jump into the sea. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the big Uzumaki spider could finish shouting, D rank, C rank and even B rank noble phantasms shot out from the golden light curtain like a gust of wind and rain. This density is far less than even a heavy-fired machine gun. Boom. The noble phantasm shot on the deck with a deafening explosion. The terrifying airwaves and high temperature overwhelmingly rolling in all directions. Accompanied by a large shrill scream. Hundreds of pirates were either directly dismembered by the noble phantasm, or turned into powder in the explosion. The breeze blows. Apart from the big Uzumaki spider, there was not even a single living mouth left on the broken pirate ship. Ha ha. Advertisement. The big Uzumaki spider knelt on the ground covered in blood, gasping for breath. Although his physical quality is many times stronger than his subordinates, the terrifying random bombing just now seriously injured him. What? Gilgamesh finally faced the big Uzumaki spider once, and praised with a poisonous tongue. I was bound by the lock of the sky, and experienced the bombardment of the king's treasure, and you haven't died yet? It seems that this king has to admit that you are a bit of a worm. You. Damn. His subordinates died in an instant. The big Uzumaki spider was angry to ultimate, and his muscles swelled. But he still couldn't break free from the lock of heaven. Sudden. The big Uzumaki spider's pupils shrank. He saw Gilgamesh draw a strange spear out of the golden light behind him. What are you up to? The voice of the great Uzumaki was trembling. This is a god-tier declaration, the spear of the mortal god. Holding the spear in his hand, Gilgamesh chuckled lightly. In order to show respect for your life force, King Ben 463 will use this noble spear to take your life. Remember, this it's your honor to kill a gun. The words fall. Gilgamesh swung his arm forward sharply at the terrified roar of the big Uzumaki spider. Oh! Blood spurted. The heart of the big Uzumaki spider is easily pierced by the god-tier manifesto. Even if he uses armament hockey for defense, it's of no use. This is the prototype of C.U. Chalane's spear-piercing deaththorn in Fate, the god-tier manifesto. Boom. The lock of the sky dissipated, and the big Uzumaki spider knelt down on the broken pirate ship, staring straight ahead, unable to rest his eyes. Only then did Gilgamesh contact Xia Yan. Did you see it? Gilgamesh asked. Okay. Mo Yan nodded lightly with a calm look. He is Whitebeard's son. If you kill him, it is estimated that Whitebeard will send someone to hunt you down. Gilgamesh laughed. This king doesn't care about Whitebeard, but it's just miscellaneous. Tell me, what is my mission? Xia Yan told Gilgamesh about the Big Mom pirates and Sasuke. I don't understand what you are still doing for such a rubbish subordinate. If this king would have killed him with his own hands. Expressing his disgust towards Sasuke mercilessly, Gilgamesh said lightly, I understand the mission, and the Whitebeard pirates will also solve it easily. Chapter 117. Do you know Xia Yan? That's the son-in-law of our boss Kaido, 4/5. Gilgamesh summoned his own Vimana and flew at high speed in the air. Although he knew his mission, he didn't even know where he was now. You should be in the New World. Xia Yan's remote call reminded. The New World is all under the control of the 4 emperors, so you can find the location of the Big Mom pirates as long as you find an island and ask casually. Well, the king knows. Gilgamesh nodded, and the speed of Vimana under him was loaded to the limit. Dawn, a harsh sonic boom entered the ear, and the piercing tympanic membrane was painful. Okay. Gilgamesh looked at his hands in surprise. Is this king flesh and blood? Of course. Xia Yan chuckled and said, I summoned you directly, not by means of the Holy Grail. Huh, not bad. Gilgamesh laughed. This king has begun to like you. If you are a woman, maybe this king will take you as a princess. Xia Yan's face darkened, and she uttered foul language. At the same time, he whispered, I also hope that when you are summoned, you are a mother twinkle, much cuter than a man. What did you say? Gilgamesh didn't hear Xia Yan's muttering, but somehow felt that it shouldn't be a good word. Nothing. Xia Yan skillfully changed the subject. Have you seen the island below? I have seen it all. Remember to watch the road when you fly? Such a simple truth, I don't need you to remind me. Gilgamesh Tsunere snorted and controlled Vimana to fly down. Sardinia. This is a very ordinary island in New World, with civilians and pirates. Hey. Stopping a civilian on the side of the road, Gilgamesh threw a gold coin to the other party. Tell this king, where's the cake island of 4 emperors Big Mom? Huh? I don't know. The commoner immediately hid the gold coins in his arms, and then said, but there are many pirates in the tavern in the town. I believe you can easily find out the news when you go there. After speaking, without waiting for Gilgamesh to speak again, the commoner quickly ran away with the gold coins. Shout, running so fast, will this king be stingy to get the gold coins back? Gilgamesh hummed unhappily, and then walked towards the tavern in the town. Oops, the tavern door was pushed open from the outside. The pirates who were cheering and having a banquet looked at the door subconsciously, and they were all worried by Gilgamesh's golden armor. I'm going. What's up with this guy? He's dressed in gold. Thief ha ha ha. The last time Lousy saw a hapless B********* D who wore gold as his armor. Damn it. What's wrong with him? Don't talk about gold. Lousy grabbed his skin. Lord Kai also praised me for being very skilled. Ha ha ha. There are indeed many such idiots. They think gold can resist the fists and swords of the strong. Seeing the unfamiliar face of Gilgamesh, the pirates were stunned for a moment, and then they joked unscrupulously. For these pirates who burn and loot every day, this is a very normal thing. A bunch of miscellaneous men. Gilgamesh's face was a little ugly amid the noise of the pirates. He saw 7 or 8 mutilated corpses lying in a pool of blood on the ground. From the clothes, it can be seen that these corpses should be the owner of the tavern and his family. Gilgamesh, however, is not angry at the killing of civilians. He is the king, the violent coon. What's more, these dead civilians are not his subjects. The reason why he was angry was because these pirates dared to ram his noble king with blood. Advertisement, that's what it's all about, to die. You damn miscellaneous. This king will cut off your flesh and blood piece by piece. Gilgamesh rebuked loudly, and a large golden ripple suddenly appeared behind him. Huh? What is this? The drunken pirates looked at the golden light curtain that filled the sky and looked confused. They were completely unaware that the crisis was coming. Only one red-haired pirate who had seen Fate, Zero, shouted in horror. Gilgamesh. I'll just say how familiar this guy's golden armor is. Is he a character in Xia Yan's comics? Huh? What are you talking about? The drunken pirate captain raised his hand and patted the head of the shouting pirate, and laughed. What the hell is Gilgamesh? Lousy is still the beast's pirate's cadre with a reward of 200 million Bailey. Watch Lousy take off his golden armor, and then peel off his skin. When the words fell, the pirate captain turned to look at Gilgamesh. In his sight, there is a golden light that is shooting at extreme speed. Boom. A deafening explosion. The head of the pirate captain was directly blown open, and the brain and blood were sprayed all over the place. The originally noisy tavern was instantly silent. All the pirates looked at Gilgamesh in horror. Their captain, the zone-capable user with a bounty of 200 million Bailey, was just killed by someone? You. Do you know what you're doing? A pirate shouted angrily. Our captain is the cadre of the beast's pirates. If you kill him, it means to provoke our beast's pirates. Yes. Exactly. The rest of the pirates finally came back to their senses and echoed loudly. Does the famous cartoonist Mo Yan know? He is the son-in-law of our boss Kaido. Dare to provoke us beast's pirates. Be careful that you are the same as Marine by Mr. Xia Yan. Give it a good clean up, there is no place to die. The only red-haired pirate who has seen Fate, 0. Gilgamesh. I have been following Xia Yan here. Peeved. Xia Yan couldn't help laughing. This is the so-called fox fake tiger power. I really want to call Kaido and ask Kaido, how does it feel when his subordinates provoke my subordinates? It's a bunch of pitiful miscellaneous practitioners, it's now, but they don't even understand that they have provoked anyone. Gilgamesh looked at the group of pirates with pity, no longer interested in killing them. What do you mean? The pirates looked at Gilgamesh inexplicably, not understanding what the other party was saying. He is the hero king Gilgamesh, the red-haired pirate who shouted before shouted desperately. He is the character in Xia Yan's new work. Fate, 0. In your mouth, caricaturist. You take Xia Yan out to oppress him, but they are Xia Yan's subordinates what? All the pirates present were dumbfounded. A long time. A pirate said with a dry smile. Well, so this is a misunderstanding? We are pirates under the command of Lord Kaido. You are under Lord Xia Yan. We are a family. Boom. A C-rank noble phantasm shot out from the golden ripples behind Gilgamesh. There was not even a scream, and the talking pirate was blown into ashes. This king doesn't want to do anything to you anymore. It's too dirty and rubbish. You all feel disgusting when this king's noble phantasm touches you. Gilgamesh folded his arms and spoke contemptuously. Too good. Survived. Hearing Gilgamesh's words, the pirates immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But it didn't wait for them to be happy for 2 seconds. I heard Gilgamesh say in a playful tone, do you have a phone or cell phone here? If you have, call that Kaido and see what he will do with you. The pirates were silent for a moment, and their eyes widened in horror. Is it okay? Another gray-haired pirate stood up and said cautiously, and we are not qualified to contact Kaido boss directly, at most we can only contact one cadre. Boom. As soon as the gray-haired pirate finished speaking, another C-rank noble phantasm, Gilga, shot out from behind Mish, smashing him to pieces. Ah! Advertisement. The pirates screamed mournfully, looking at Gilgamesh as if they were looking at an evil spirit. Then called the officer. Disgusted glanced at the thrown noble phantasm, but did not recover it. Gilgamesh scolded coldly. Otherwise, this king will smash all of you into flesh. Well, no way. The pirates agreed in desperation, took out a phone bug and started dialing. Soon, the call was connected. Hey, a woman's voice came. What, if there is no proper reason, be careful I beat you. That, Ulti-sama. The pirates hesitated to say what happened here. What? As one of the 6 sons of Lincoln, Wooer was immediately annoyed. Are you idiots? You don't even pay attention to the new comics of caricaturist Xia Yan, but also provoke the characters in the comics? Idiots. You are as idiots as Kaido. Go to hell? After speaking, Urti hung up the phone directly. This. Pirates, you look at me, I look at you, and they all hate it. Ah, interesting. Gilgamesh chuckled playfully, raised his hand to get dirty, and took care of these guys himself. The phone bug in the hands of the pirates rang again. Connected. Lousy as Kaido. Kaido's dull voice came from across the phone bug. Who are you guys? We are Lightning Whitebear's subordinates, Kaido-sama. The pirates held their breaths and did not dare to breathe. They know that Kaido's decision will determine their fate. Whitebear? That stinky boy with a 200 million bounty? Kaido asked thoughtfully, where's your captain? 567. The pirate said cautiously, killed by Gilgamesh. Oh, is it dead? It's really bad luck. His subordinates were killed, but he was not angry. Kaido suddenly amplified his voice. Gilgamesh? Are you a subordinate of Xia Yan? What do you want Lousy to do? Have no idea. With his arms on his chest, Gilgamesh said lightly, this king only knows about these pirates, foxes and fake tigers, and they have brought out the names of you and Xia Yan. Humph. That's right. Kaido snorted coldly. That's easy, do it yourself, lose one hand, and then tear your mouth to pieces, you can get out, no problem? No problem. Gilgamesh's eyes lit up. Your name is Kaido? This king is interested in you. Lousy is also very interested in you. Kaido laughed. Take this phone number and contact me at any time. New World Lousy is still very good. Okay, this king will give you this face. Gilgamesh hung up the phone bug, and then scolded the group of pirates who were standing there dumbfounded. Don't do it yet. Do you want this king to help you? Shout, we got it. The pirates are full of regret and despair, but there is also the ecstasy of the rest of their lives in their eyes. Although it is too cruel to cut off one hand and then tear one's mouth, but being able to survive is better than anything else. What? Amidst the shrill screams, blood flew across the tavern. In the blink of an eye, all the hundreds of intact pirates lost a hand. The mouth is also like a slit girl, very bloody and terrifying. Cutting off one of his own hands and tearing his own mouth with his own hands, the pirates stared at Gilgamesh in horror, as if waiting for the coming of judgment. Nice clothes. Gilgamesh was very satisfied with the result that he didn't need to dirty his hands. Eating a cut will make you wiser, and this king believes that you will never use other people's names again in your life. Chapter 118. Kaido. Lin is so awesome. Unforgettable Kai, 5/5. Gilgamesh's mood was a lot worse when he met those trashy pirates. But he's still pretty reliable. After leaving the tavern, he called the phone bug again and asked Kaido for directions to Cake Island. What are you doing at Charlotte Linlin? Kaido asked strangely. This king is going to save people. After briefly talking about the mission given by Xia Yan, Gilgamesh said lightly. Maybe he will kill people, it all depends on whether the other party cooperates, and the mood of this king. Kaido. Big Mom pirates kidnapped Uchiha Itachi's younger brother Uchiha Sasuke? How dare those guys be so bold? You know, Kaido actually wants to get those magical abilities in Hokage to enhance his beast's pirates. But even so, he didn't dare to play the Hokage character's idea. In the end, it was through the marriage of the baby daughter and the relationship between Xia Yan and Xia Yan. How dare the Big Mom group? Didn't you see that world government and marine were both beaten on the ground by Xia Yan, without any face left? Isn't this just rushing to find a fight? Are you being picked up by someone now? Deserve it. Having seen the strength of Uchiha Itachi and others, Kaido does not think Gilgamesh is weak. Rather, since Xia Yan dared to send him alone to find the Big Mom pirates, he probably knew that with his strength, he was completely able to deal with it. Is there anyone in the world who understands the character's strength better than the comic book writer Xia Yan? Thinking of this, Kaido did not gloat over the misfortune and mourned for Charlotte Linlin in his heart. But, Kaido thought about it. My relationship with Charlotte Linlin is a bit special. The Big Mom pirates are half of the allies of the Beast's pirates. If they are really destroyed, it will not be a good thing for him. Thinking of this, Kaido hesitated, cough cough. Kaido coughed twice. Then what? Can Lousy talk to her first? Maybe she is willing to let him go. Sure. Gilgamesh said strangely. Anyway, the mission this king received was just to save people. If they could let them go directly, this king would save a lot of trouble by running so far. Hey, wait a minute. Kaido didn't hang up the phone bug that Gilda and Mish were talking to, but picked up another phone and dialed. Poro, on Cake Island, Katakuri brings the phone bug to Charlotte Linlin. Advertisement, hello. Linlin, Kaido shouted at the phone bug. Linlin, I ask you, did you catch Uchiha Sasuke? What? Charlotte Linlin shoved a large piece of cream cake into her mouth, and her face was full of impatience. Is it none of your business to catch someone? Of course it's not about Lousy, Kaido said speechlessly. It's Xia Yan's subordinate, King of Heroes Gilgamesh, who found Lousy and said that as long as you let Uchiha Sasuke go, you'll let it go. You, Linlin? Kaido looked at the phone bug that was hung up in his hand with a confused look, and two words slowly emerged in his mind. Awesome. Charlotte Linlin, that crazy woman is too unscrupulous. Lousy reminded her so. She still hung up Lousy's phone? For the sake of Sharingan, you don't even want to die? Gilgamesh sneered. This king already knows her attitude. It seems that it is better to go there as soon as possible and kill these guys. A group of miscellaneous people who are disobedient and cannot see themselves. Kaido coughed awkwardly. Where are you now? This king is in Sardinia. Gilgamesh says where he is. Good. Kaido said solemnly. Lousy will send Kai to pick you up, and he will lead the way and take you to Cake Island. Well, thank you so much. In the face of Kaido, a guy who is more temperamental, Gilgamesh has a good attitude. He even said, when we meet later, this king invites you to drink the wine of the gods, which completely aroused Kaido's interest. The wine of the gods. I don't know how delicious it will be. Hanging up the phone bug, Kaido smacked his tongue and said to himself, this hero king Gilgamesh's character is really good, so much closer than the cold guy Uchiha Itachi. Cake Island. Mother. Katakuri looked at Charlotte Linlin nervously. Although the strength of the hero king Gilgamesh is still unclear, since Xia Yan will send him to find us alone, I am afraid his strength is also very terrible, CBDD. Before he could finish speaking, Katakuri fanned Charlotte Linlin's palm to him when he saw it. Snapped. A crisp sound. Rao is Katakuri, the big pirate with a reward of more than 1 billion Baileys, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. Stop talking. It's annoying. Swallowing a few pieces of cake, Charlotte Linlin scolded impatiently. My old lady has made up her mind. If I put that Sasuke back at this time, will that old lady still need her face as a 4 emperors? But, Mom, is face more important than life? Advertisement? Katakuri was even more anxious when he heard the words. If you want the race in Hokage, we can marry Xia Yan, or take a step back, Marry which race you want, and marry that character. Isn't it better than holding Uchiha as Sasuke not going strong? Humph. Charlotte Linlin remains unmoved. She knew how powerful Xia Yan was, and she knew that the other party was not easy to mess with. But she has become famous on the sea decades ago, and she has never seen any strong winds and waves. How could she be easily frightened? Want her to be soft like Roger's B********* D adopted son? Don't even think about it, impossible in this lifetime. YF2F, Sardinia. The pirates who broke their hands and ripped their mouths simply bandaged them, then got on the boat and left here quickly. Soon after, a burning toothless pterosaur emerged from the sky. What? The toothless pterosaur fell in the direction of Gilgamesh. It's exactly the same as in the comics. Looking at Gilgamesh's appearance, he sighed in his heart. I just don't know how strong it is, and who is stronger or weaker than Uchiha Itachi. The first volume of the manga shows too little content, eh? In Yan's sight, golden lights suddenly appeared in all directions around him. Seeing this familiar golden lotus drop, I was shocked. The ability in the comics? Wait a minute, I'm not an enemy. Whizzing. The golden chains shot out of the company, easily grabbing Yan's limbs and wings, and tying him into a zongzi. Then a huge force came from the chain, and it was pulled down sharply. The smoke, which had lost the ability to fly, immediately chased towards the ground at high speed. Boom. A deafening explosion sounded, and the entire ground shook violently. Humph. Miscellaneous. Who allowed you to fly over this king's head? Not knowing that the toothless pterosaur in front of him was the one who came to meet him, Gilgamesh said with a stubborn face. Insect teeth should be like worms, just be honest on the ground, this king will not allow you to fly. In the smoke and dust, there is no love on his face. I have to say that this Gilgamesh is still very strong, and he can catch himself instantly. But is this guy sick? Before you hit people, don't you ask if they're enemies? And I'm a toothless pterosaur. It's not a worm. Chapter 119. The Whitebeard pirates take action. The treasure of the king that covers Cake Island. 6 more. Sorry, this king thought you were the enemy. Standing on the back of the toothless pterosaur with his arms crossed, Gilgamesh, the king, still looked arrogant even when he apologized. Well, it doesn't matter. Yan was not angry, but couldn't help but ask, King of Heroes, what move did you use on me just now? The Lock of the Sky. Not introducing his noble phantasm to others, Gilgamesh said with a little pride. It's a noble phantasm that can bind even gods, so it's easy to catch you. I was slightly startled. Is what you said true? Not a symbol or an adjective, but a god in stories and legends. Humph. This king will not brag. For questioning himself, Gilgamesh snorted coldly with dissatisfaction. It is better to say that because it is a god, it is easier to be bound by the Lock of the Sky. The Lock of the Sky is a veritable weapon against gods. Impressive. I feel that Gilgamesh is really not bragging, and Kai Hart is even more horrified. Heroic spirits are so terrifying, I can't tell from the first volume of the manga. Thinking that the Big Mom pirates had provoked such monsters, I couldn't help but mourn for them in my heart. Is it not an idiot to provoke Xia Yan? Just as Gilgamesh and flew towards the direction of Cake Island. The Whitebeard pirates finally received news that the great Uzumaki spider pirates were wiped out. Daddy. Marco flew to Whitebeard at high speed from the air, waving a sealed intelligence document in shock. Dad, Scarred was killed. What did you say? Whitebeard opened his eyes suddenly, his whole body burst out, and grabbed the object in Marco's hand. As the 4 emperors of the pirates, the Whitebeard pirates naturally have their own intelligence organization. Although far inferior to Marine, World Government and World Economic News, it is also one of the best in New World. Whitebeard took a closer look. The intelligence is very clear. The great Uzumaki spider pirates have been wiped out, not even a single survivor is left. Boom. Advertisement. The monstrous Hawkeye burst out of Whitebeard. In an instant, the clouds in the sky at a height of 10,000 meters were punched open by this Hawkeye. Not far away to send information, the pirate ship that is not far away is crumbling under this momentum, as if it will sink to the bottom of the sea at any time. This is the power of the strongest Whitebeard in the world. Watching the stalwart figure on the Moby DK, the pirate captain who came to send the information whispered in horror. With Dad here, the revenge of the big Uzumaki spider can't be avenged casually. Dad. Marco and others were naturally unaffected by Whitebeard Hawkeye, and asked eagerly, who killed the big Uzumaki spider? I must avenge him. Etc. Whitebeard reassured his sons in a deep voice, and then took out a photo from the intelligence file. Marco's eyes narrowed. In the photo, behind the Golden King is a golden lotus ripple in the sky. It looks very gorgeous, but also gives a strange sense of oppression. For Marco and others, this sense of oppression is even stronger. Because they have seen Fate, Zero, and know the true identity of this man. King of Heroes Gilgamesh, comic, Xia Yan's character. Marco whispered in disbelief. I don't even know his abilities. Has this guy appeared? Damn it. Dad. Let's go kill this guy. Joes roared angrily. Me and Marco, plus Foil and Namur. 4 people shot together. Even Marshal Marine can take it, let alone a mere King of Heroes. Okay. Whitebeard hesitated, then nodded. Then please, Marco, Joes. As the leader of the Whitebeard pirates, he can't run outside as recklessly as Kaido and the Redhead. Because he won't be idle to attack Kaido, but Kaido can fall from the sky at any time. If he's not there, Kaido attacks the territory he covers. The responsibility on Whitebeard made him unable to accept this loss. What's more, to deal with only one role, the four of Marco are completely enough. In Whitebeard's eyes, even if it is a famous ninja like Uchiha Itachi, if Marco and the others join forces, those opponents are not a problem. For flowers. Advertisement, arrive. The smoke soaring in the air reminded. The Big Mom pirates seem to be preparing for a tea party. Almost all of the dozens of children under their command are here, be careful. Humph. It's just a bunch of inconspicuous miscellaneous cultivators. Gilgamesh snorted coldly, summoned the flying noble phantasm Vimana, and flew down slowly. Do you need my help? Smoke asked aside. Unnecessary? Gilgamesh said coldly. Since the Big Mom pirates refused to release the hostages, this king has decided to give them the death penalty. You, the treasure of the king, is fully activated. In an instant, the entire sky was covered with golden ripples, and the area was so large that it even completely covered the Cake Island. What happened? What's this? Golden light enveloped Cake Island. At this time, the pirates who happened to be on the periphery of Cake Island, such as Pokemus, Baron Dandan, Charlotte Daifuku, Charlotte Owen, who offered hundreds of millions of Baileys, noticed the abnormality in the air for the first time. Under their astonished gaze, a sharp weapon with different shapes emerged from the golden lotus drops, exuding a sense of oppression. This is, Charlotte Owen's pupils shrank, and the golden light in front of her eyes corresponds to the scene in the comics. It's Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh from cartoonist Xia Yan's Fate Zero, he appeared. Charlotte Daifuku finally reacted and roared like crazy. Look for cover. Protect yourself with armament hockey. The voice fell. The overwhelming noble phantasm shot out from the golden lotus drops, with a despairing and depressing atmosphere, falling like a torrential rain. What is this? How could such a thing happen? Looking at the golden light that covered the sky and the raindrop-like noble phantasm, Baron Eggy's eyes flashed with hopeless horror. Damn it, caricaturist Xia Yan, this is completely different from the scale drawn in the comics. This is blatantly deceiving readers. Big. Chapter 120. Bombing Cake Island, one man kills the Emperor Group, 1/5. The wailing of the weak has no meaning. No matter how grieved and angry Baron Dandan was in his heart, he couldn't stop the large-scale bombardment of the king's treasure cleaning the surface. Boom. 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 A deafening explosion resounded through the sky. The entire Cake Island trembled violently under this terrifying impact. People like Katakuri and Charlotte Linlin, who were enjoying dessert, didn't even realize what was going on, and were already swept in by the explosion. Owen, Daifuku and others were even more powerless to resist, and were directly swallowed up by the impact of the noble phantasm explosion. In the blink of an eye, the Cake Island that seemed to be beautiful, peaceful at first has become a terrifying purgatory on Earth. There were broken walls and shrill screams everywhere, and not even a single bit of the ground was left intact. Chilling. This is too scary. In the air, Kai looked at the miserable Cake Island in shock, and the whole person shuddered involuntarily. This, 463, is Gilgamesh, the oldest king of mankind? Is this a random character in Xia Yan's comics? It is 10 times more terrifying than the strength shown in the comics. At this moment, I am very grateful that my boss Kaido has drawn Xia Yan together. He couldn't imagine how terrible the beast's pirates would be if they provoked Xia Yan. At this time, 2 embarrassed figures rushed out of the sea of fire below. Damn you, Gilgamesh, lousy will make you regret coming out of the comics. Big Mom's sons Owen and Daifuku, covered in wounds, charged at Gilgamesh with a roar. Humph. People in this world are really rough-skinned and thick-skinned. Seeing that he had shot so many noble phantasms, but he still hadn't been able to kill these guys, Gilgamesh was surprised, and felt extremely unhappy in his heart. He is a noble king. In Gilgamesh's eyes, his enemy should take the initiative to lead the death and be grateful to him. Under the astonished gazes of Owen and Daifuku, another dense noble phantasm emerged from behind Gilgamesh. Miscellaneous repairs should be the way they are. Looking down at the 2 Owens from above, Gilgamesh scolded in a cold tone. Without the permission of this king, how can you even jump to the same height as this king? You really cannot be forgiven. Whizzing. The noble phantasms like a torrential rain poured out again in unison. Advertisement, what? Owen and Daifuku roared and covered their bodies with armament hockey, trying to block the attack of these noble phantasms. Boom. Boom. The deafening explosion sounded continuously. Even after defending with armament hockey, the 2 still felt that their internal organs were smashed into internal bleeding by the successive shocks. And what makes them even more desperate is that, obviously, this round of noble phantasm bombardment has not ended yet, and in the golden lotus ripples behind Gilgamesh, another noble phantasm as dense as before appeared. How can this be? Being pierced by a long sword of noble phantasm, Owen endured the excruciating pain and roared in despair. How can you have so many noble phantasms? Can't you run out of noble phantasms? It was only then that they remembered Gilda's introduction to Mish in the Fate Zero comics. This Golden King possesses the prototype of all noble phantasms in the world. Wasn't that an exaggerated description? Boom! Owen wrapped around armament hockey's head and was pierced by the god-tier declaration. Any defense was useless in front of this weapon. Daifuku also exhausted the armament hockey under the repeated bombing of the noble phantasm, and was instantly swallowed up by the terrifying explosion and impact, and he died without a whole corpse. Grumpy. High in the air, he swallowed sharply. Daifuku and Owen are both pirates with a bounty of hundreds of millions of Baileys. Although he can defeat these guys, but it is absolutely impossible to kill them so easily. It's actually quite sad to say that Gilgamesh's initial attack target was not at all Owen and others. His first target was the entire Cake Island. Owen, Daifuku, Dandan Baron and other powerful pirates who offered hundreds of millions of bounties were just unlucky, and they happened to be in a densely covered area of noble phantasm, that's all. Cough cough. Damn it. Katakuri emerged from the rubble, looking at the burning broken walls around him in shock and confusion. What is this place? Squirt, this is Cake Island. Cake Island was destroyed. Observation Hawkeye sensed the breath of life that once existed but now completely disappeared, and Katakuri's eyes instantly turned blood red. Bray? Where are you all? Are you all right? Even knowing that most of the younger brothers and sisters are probably already in bad luck, Katakuri still called out the names of the younger brothers and sisters. Someone quickly responded to him. Katakuri, also with injuries on his body, the very embarrassed Smoothie also got out from under the ruins. Then there's Cracker and eldest son Perisparrow, rocking out of the Cookie Troopers. Advertisement, they are also good at observation Hawkeye, and also perceive the current strange situation. In the whole Cake Island, except for the four of them, there is only one mother's breath left. In other words, if you count Snag who died in the hands of Uchiha Itachi in the undersea prison war. The Big Mom Pirates. The group is gone, dozens of younger siblings, all dead? What the hell happened? The eldest son, Perisparrow, who offered a reward of up to 700 million Bailey, looked around the large ruins. His eyes were confused. How did Cake Island become like this? It's the enemy's attack. Katakuri clenched his teeth and shouted, "Look at the sky." Scargle and the others looked up subconsciously, and suddenly their breath stagnates. The dense golden lotus ripples almost covered the sky, exuding the nobility and majesty of a god. This is, Smoothie's pupils shrank suddenly, caricaturist Xia Yan's new comic, Fate, Zero, the ability of Gilgamesh, the character who just appeared. Because the manga was just released, she was particularly impressed by this ability. Perisparrow and Cracker finally recognized this ability, and they were both angry and shocked. They were furious that they didn't expect that Mo Yan would actually send someone to attack Cake Island, and even if they didn't agree with each other, they would expand their moves, causing a devastating blow to the Big Mom Pirates. The shock is that a new character who has not shown much of his abilities in the comics actually possesses such terrifying strength. It is shocking. Boom. Suddenly, the mountain shook, and Charlotte Linlin, who was completely blown up in pitch black, emerged from the ground. Ah! Hearing the words of Katakuri and the others, Charlotte Linlin roared heart-rending. Xia Yan. Gilgamesh. How dare you ruin my mother's decades of hard work? You are really guilty and deserve to die. Boom. Boom. The terrifying sound waves spread wildly in all directions with Charlotte Linlin as the center. 3.3 Just relying on the sound of the strange call, most of the Cake Island was shaking violently, and even a large-scale explosion occurred. Katakuri and Smoothie and others shivered under this appalling sound wave, their faces pale and their ears hanging. Even Gilgamesh, who was far in the air, frowned slightly, feeling the pain in his ears. Is this a physical defect? But this king really likes this kind of pain. Gently massaged his ears, Gilgamesh's eyes froze. Controlling Vimana to fly to a height of about 20 or 30 meters above the ground. This king is Gilgamesh. The king of heroes, the oldest king. You can also call me this king. Looking down at Charlotte Linlin, the 5 remaining members of the Big Mom Pirates, Gilgamesh said proudly. Release Uchiha Sasuke, then kneel down and beg for mercy. In this way, this king can forgive your sins and give you a relatively decent death. Chapter 121. The sword that cuts the world. She's extreme happiness, 2/5. Puff, hearing the words of Gilgamesh reaching ultimate, Kai in the distance spit out a mouthful of old blood, stunned. Big brother, you bombed their base camp into ruins, killed at least dozens of their sons and daughters, let them release the hostages, and then knelt down and surrendered? Even if you surrender, you are not letting others go, but giving you a decent way to die? Kai used to think that his boss Kaido was the most arrogant person in this sea. Now that he saw Gilgamesh, he realized that he was really a frog at the bottom of the well. Is this the real violent coon? Looking at Gilgamesh's back in awe, he took out a videophone bug from his arms. Boss Kaido is completely wrong. Gilgamesh, who is the only one in the world, is more difficult than Uchiha Itachi and others. The more entangled, the more you have to understand. The other side, Katakuri and the others were all shocked by Gilgamesh's extremely arrogant words. They have never seen such an arrogant person. Even Uchiha Itachi, who smashed Snug to death, was far less arrogant than this glittering guy in front of him. Charlotte Linlin was completely furious. Damn you. With the sun Prometheus and Thor Zeus appearing in the left and right hands respectively, Charlotte Linlin roared angrily. Fire in the sky. Thunder. My mother will beat you to scum. Boom. Boom. The dense flames and the violent thunder and lightning with the thickness of a bucket fell from the sky, and fell rapidly in the direction of Gilgamesh. Huh? Driving skyfire and thunder? Although the power is poor, but at least it looks like a 21 god, it's not bad. Gilgamesh had a contemptuous smile on the corner of his mouth, obviously complimenting, but it didn't make anyone happy at all. Then he saw him slowly raising his hand, and a golden lotus drop emerged from between his palms. Next second, The thunder and the fire from the sky all smashed into Gilgamesh's palm, completely swallowing him up. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded throughout the island. The entire Cake Island vibrated violently as if it had been shaken, and even the sea around the island set off huge waves. Even if they were separated by dozens or hundreds of meters, Katakuri and the others could clearly feel the terrifying impact, and even had to raise their hands to block the oncoming wind. "Do you died?" Cracker hid in the biscuit soldier again, and said gloatingly. If he avoided it, he would probably survive, but this idiot didn't dodge and directly attacked his mother, and the heroic king in Fate, Zero, is nothing special. Well. Katakuri didn't speak, just released his observation haki, trying to find Gilgamesh's breath. But the energy shock caused by the thunder and the fire in the sky was too exaggerated, and even his observation haki couldn't lock the center of the explosion. A long time, the terrifying shock finally subsided. No, he's still alive. Katakuri was the first to notice the breath of Gilgamesh, and exclaimed. And the breath is not disturbed at all, not even injured. What? How is this possible? The eldest son Perisparrow looked in disbelief. That was a merciless attack from my mother. Even using Thundercloud Zeus and Sun Prometheus, how could that guy have nothing at all? I don't know either, I was so nervous just now that I couldn't predict the future at all. Katakuri gritted his teeth and looked at Charlotte Linlin eagerly. Mom, something is wrong. You must be careful about this Gilgamesh, we have absolutely no idea of his strength. Advertisement, well, the old lady knows. Charlotte Linlin is not a fool, watching the center of the explosion vigilantly. I saw a golden figure slowly emerge from it, and it was Gilgamesh. Just like what Katakuri said, at this time, Gilgamer seemed to have never been attacked at all, not only was not injured at all, not even a single strand of hair was broken. Impossible, even if he was already mentally prepared because of Katakuri's words. Charlotte Linlin still widened her eyes in disbelief. Being attacked by Zeus and Prometheus at the same time, even with a very strong armament haki defense, it's impossible not to be injured at all. Humph. Even the most rubbish gods Flame and Thunder are not as powerful, do you still want to hurt this king? You fat woman is too arrogant? Gilgamesh snorted coldly, and showed Katakuri and the others the strange round shield in his left hand. This king has the prototypes of all the noble phantasms in the world, even those noble phantasms that should be possessed by the Shinigami spirit, this king is also the same. Possessed. The thunder and fire that will be controlled by mortals, can't even break a defensive noble phantasm that this king took out. The voice fell. Golden ripples bloomed again in Gilgamesh's right hand, and a golden key emerged from his hand. Charlotte Linlin subconsciously looked at the golden key in Gilgamesh's hand. What surprised her was that even though she only glanced at it, her heart was shaking violently. It was as if her body was instinctively afraid of this golden key. Damn! What kind of noble phantasm is that? Charlotte Linlin gritted her teeth and roared. Come on together. This guy must not be allowed to use this noble phantasm. Yes. Mom. Katakuri, Perisparrow, Cracker, and Smoothie agreed at the same time, and then they each used their means, rushing towards Gilgamesh in the air. Charlotte Linlin even pulled out a huge saber and started to charge up, trying to hit her strongest attack. Humph. A group of miscellaneous practitioners still want to stop this king? It's ridiculous. Gilgamesh snorted coldly, and dozens of chains of money immediately shot out from the golden ripples in the void. Click. Click. Katakuri and the others who rushed towards Gilgamesh were all trapped by the sky chain. Damn, what is this? Cracker and the others hurriedly struggled, but they were shocked to find that they couldn't break free from this strange golden chain. Only Katakuri turned his body into a sticky cake and successfully escaped the shackles of the heavenly chain. Success! Katakuri shouted in surprise, and the trident covered the sticky cake wrapped around armament haki and was about to throw it at Gilgamesh's head. But with several golden lights falling, boom! More than a dozen C-rank and B-rank noble phantasms slammed into Katakuri, making a deafening explosion. Gilgamesh not only interrupted Katakuri's attack, but also blasted him hundreds of meters away, temporarily leaving the battlefield. Click. You just need to kneel on the ground and watch this king's performance quietly, miscellaneous repairs. Gilgamesh's tone became more and more arrogant, and he gently twisted the golden key in his right hand. Advertisement. The dense blood-red lines appeared out of thin air in the sky, exuding a strange streamer. Under the shocked gaze of Cracker and others, these red lines seemed to be parsing something and immediately shrank back. Then, a strange-shaped sword appeared in Gilgamesh's hand. If Uchiha Itachi was at the scene, he would definitely recognize it. This is the weapon that Xia Yan showed him before. Damn it. What the hell is going on with that sword? Just looking at it makes my eyes hurt. Charlotte Linlin gritted her teeth, and at this time she finally charged up to ultimate. The air trembled violently. The great sword in Charlotte Linlin's hand aimed at Gilgamesh in the air and slammed into it, with a heart-piercing roar from her mouth. The gun of Elbaf, the mighty country. Boom. The whole Cake Island sank down, and the air was pierced by Charlotte Linlin's sword. This is the strongest swordsmanship of the giants, and it is the strongest attack that can instantly destroy a small island. Even Chi in the distance changed dramatically when he saw this moment, and he subconsciously moved a few hundred meters away, for fear of being stabbed by the aftermath of this sword. 463. But Mish, who was at the center of the sword's energy, Gilgar, didn't have the slightest idea of evading. Kneel down and worship. Miscellaneous. If you can see this king's noble phantasm with your own eyes, even if you die, it will be worth it. 3 layers of blood-red energy field erupted from the sword in Gilgamesh's hand, and Gilgamesh raised the noble phantasm in his hand. Kneel down and worship. See this world torn apart with your own eyes. Heaven and earth. Deviating star of development. At this moment, the whole world seemed to fall into complete silence. Under the jaw-dropping gaze of Charlotte Linlin and others. It was just the fault of the wind pressure compressed by the rotation of the sword in Gilgamesh's hand, which tore the originally fragmented Cake Island into pieces. Even the strongest sword of the so-called giants, the mighty country, was swallowed up in an instant. At this time, I finally remembered the screams, but it was no help. Charlotte Linlin, Katakuri and others, in extreme panic, were caught in the torrent of the wind pressure fault, unable to break free, and were completely submerged in the blink of an eye. And this is just the prelude to the deviated sword. Click. Click. The space around Gilgamesh shattered into pieces, revealing a dark and terrifying appearance. This bizarre scene is as if the world was transformed into a mirror, and it was smashed by someone with a heavy hammer. Terrible. The world is torn apart. Thousands of meters away, Yan Calamity Kai stared blankly above the Cake Island where the space was shattered, his eyes dull. Is this the heroic spirit of fate? Zero. Is this the oldest king, the king of heroes Gilgamesh? This is Xia Yan's comic. Looking at this terrifying scene that seems like the end of the world, Cheeseheart really admires Kaido to the extreme. Kaido-sama, how ingenious you were to make a monster like Xia Yan your son-in-law. Chapter 122. This is Cake Island. Where is the island? What about such a big island? 3/5. Call. Gilgamesh slowly lowered his arm and retracted the deviant sword to the deepest part of the king's treasure. Good. Looking at the space that was still crumbling in front of him, and the Cake Island that had disappeared, Gilgamesh was very satisfied with his performance. It just seems to have forgotten something. Did you forget to leave one alive? Gilgamesh squeezed his chin thoughtfully. I don't know if it's because he ran out of the just deviant sword, his whole person's spirit was extremely excited, and he couldn't think calmly. Cough cough. He suddenly flew to Gilgamesh's side and reminded, Uchiha Sasuke, did you forget the hostage you want to save? Deliver? Gilgamesh's mouth twitched. Then his face returned to normal in an instant, and he said solemnly, just kidding. This king is the supreme king, how could he forget such a thing? He embarrassedly smiled. Cake Island has disappeared, not even a single survivor is left. Do you think Uchiha Sasuke can survive the attack just now? Gilgamesh. What to do now? The blonde king regretted it for the first time. He didn't finish the first thing that Xia Yan gave him to do, and even killed the hostages with his own hands, which is too embarrassing, isn't it? What? If no one saw it, wouldn't it be dead without proof? Gilgamesh turned his head and looked at you with a bad look. In order to preserve the dignity of the king, you are honored. Wait a moment. Feeling Gilgamesh's malicious gaze, he raised his paws in cold sweat. Uchiha Sasuke is not necessarily dead. Don't be impulsive. Okay. Gilgamesh looked at him strangely. You mean? Except for red hair, the other pirate 4 emperors have many affiliated islands, and Big Mom is no exception. Yan Shensheng said, Big Mom's sphere of influence has a total of 34 islands, and each island usually has a candy minister to sit in. This time they don't know why they will gather together for a tea party, and they will be wiped out by you. Cough. The king understands. Gilgamesh nodded thoughtfully. In other words, is it possible that Uchiha Sasuke is locked up on other islands? To girlfriend. Anxiety breathed a sigh of relief, and finally flickered over. No matter whether Uchiha Sasuke was imprisoned on another island, or he was really smashed into scum by Gilgamesh, he must not be silenced anyway. He didn't know that Gilgamesh had already connected with Xia Yan in his heart. Sorry, this king may have screwed up. Gilgamesh's face was a little ugly, and he told Xia Yan all the things here. What? Advertisement Xia Yan, who is drawing the 7th volume of Hokage, is in love. He really didn't expect Gilgamesh to make a big move on Cake Island and directly destroy the Big Mom pirates. Say no? After all, he is also a famous pirate 4 emperors, is it really so easy to die? So Xia Yan confirmed with Gilgamesh again. The Big Mom pirates are indeed dead. Gilgamesh looked down at the collapsing space below. Unless they have any means to completely hide their figure and aura, then the king really can't find them. Cough. Xia Yan searched for Sasuke in her heart. Don't worry, I just sensed that the Sasuke people are still alive, but I don't know which island they are on. Go check it out, I guess you will find it soon. Okay, I'll finish this ASAP. Gilgamesh ended the inner conversation with Mo Yan. Uchiha Itachi. Humph, Gilgamesh snorted inwardly. He didn't care about Uchiha Itachi. Even if the other party really hates you because of this, so what? Could he be afraid? Of course not possible. The only thing Gilgamesh cares about is Xia Yan's attitude. And it is too embarrassing to fail the mission as a king, that's all. After the completion of the 7th volume of Hokage, the speed of drawing manga has improved a lot after the strength became stronger. Xia Yan put down the brush and moved her wrist, while turning off the Tail Beast code and Sage mode. He discovered that by turning on these 2 modes to draw comics, he could instantly transform into a tentacle madman. In fact, the goals of the 3 stages of Hokage have been completed, and Xia Yan does not need to continue to draw Hokage now. But he really wanted to summon characters like 4th Hokage and Uchiha Madara. So in the end he decided, Hokage, and F.Z., 1 volume each, take your time. Hello, Morgans? Xia Yan called Morgans. Yes, the content of Hokage, volume 7 is finished, you can send someone to pick it up. You don't have to come in person. Persuaded Morgans who must come in person to show respect. Xia Yan hangs up and calls I am again the same as to inform the other party that the 7th volume of Hokage will be released. I am agreed in one go, and assured that it would still be a release of the highest specification. After dealing with the comics, Xia Yan opened the system panel to see what the characters she summoned were doing. Tsunade is in the Holy Land Marijoya, telling I am some stories about the ninja world. Uchiha Itachi is eating sugar skewers for dessert. Orochimaru has successfully entered the new world through the world government, and is rushing to the location of the Beast's pirates. Advertisement earlier he said that he was interested in Beast's pirates, which was to become a ninjutsu teacher in the past. In fact, Xia Yan is also very curious whether the strong in the pirate world can learn ninjutsu. Beast's pirates, these rough-skinned guys, are undoubtedly the best wasteland students. At last, Jiraiya, Kakashi and Shiryu Rain are being hunted down by a group of ordinary women for peeping at the women's bathhouse. Okay, Shiryu of the Rain, how did he get along with Jiraiya and Kakashi, 2 old sluts? This style is not right. Xia Yan groaned inwardly, turned on sage mode, took out the pen and paper to continue rushing the draft. In this world, apart from fighting and some things about women, his biggest career is drawing comics. Hours later. New World. The 4 captains under Whitebeard, including Marco the Phoenix and Joes, took a small pirate ship and tracked Gilgamesh to the vicinity of Cake Island. How is this going? Looking at the darkness in the distance, as if the space was broken, Marco asked in astonishment. What happened here? What about Gilgamesh? Horse, Marco. The Murloc Namur trembled and crawled out from the bottom of the sea, his eyes full of fear. Then Muir? What's wrong? Marco looked at Muir in disbelief, feeling inexplicably uneasy. This is Cake Island. That Muir's body trembled violently, and said tremblingly. I just dived into the bottom of the sea to check, is the bottom of the sea good? There's a Mark 1 left before, there is no doubt that this is Cake Island. What did you say? Marco's eyes widened suddenly, and he looked at the empty sea in shock. You said this is Cake Island. What about? There is no island here like Ben. Hiss, Diamond Yoja and Foil Beasta all gasped, and a look of panic flashed in their eyes. If this is really Cake Island, what about the island? What about the Big Mom pirates? What about Charlotte Linlin, the 4 Emperors pirate with their dad? Joes and the others were inexplicably chilling, and there was a cold sweat behind them. Sudden. There was a wooden board floating on the originally empty sea, and there was a mirror on the wooden board, which attracted the attention of several people. That is. Marco's pupils shrank, and he saw a figure emerge from the mirror. Great. There are still people alive. For the time being, I had already believed that this was Cake Island, and Marco was pleasantly surprised. Go and save the man on the boat, and then ask what happened here. Chapter 123. Big Moms. Survivor. Hokage Volume 7 released, 4/5. The person who was rescued by Marco and others was a woman who looked like an old witch. She looked very embarrassed now, and she only breathed a sigh of relief. This is Charlotte Bray. Marco's pupils shrank, recognizing the identity of the person in front of him. He remembered that this was one of Charlotte Linlin's daughters. Wrong hiss. Diamond Yoja took another breath. Charlotte Linlin's daughter is here, so that means that Muir was right? Foil Beasta's eyes were solemn, and he stroked his mustache. Obviously, the Big Mom pirates have indeed been wiped out for unknown reasons. Rescue her, Marco said solemnly. Temporarily suspend the plan to track Gilgamesh and make a decision after this woman wakes up. In the blink of an eye, another few hours passed. The Big Mom pirate group was stationed in all countries, and 5 islands were attacked in a row, and a large number of pirates were brutally killed. It is said that the person who started the attack was a handsome young man in golden armor, and beside him was a flaming toothless pterosaur. Everyone thought the end of the world had come. Otherwise, how could the island of the Big Mom pirate control group, which has ruled this sea area for decades, be attacked so recklessly? Cake Island waters. Charlotte Bree slowly opened her eyes, a little confused. Was she rescued? 463 No. Mom and the survivors are still in the mirror. Bray was the first to check her mirror. As soon as she turned over, her eyes widened in astonishment. I saw 4 strangely shaped men standing at the head of his bed, staring at her solemnly. If Bree was an ignorant young girl, she should be screaming now. But Bree didn't, because she knew the figures in front of her. The Whitebeard Pirates' first team leader, Marco the Phoenix, and the third team leader, Diamond Yoja. And the other 2 rankings are low, but they are also famous in the sea, Beastas and Namur. It's not on the same level as yourself, the scum of the Big Mom pirates. Gollum. Advertisement Bray swallowed and said cautiously, Captain Marco, did you save me? Well, indeed it is. Marco smiled mildly, but there was a sense of determination and indulgence in his voice. We want to ask, is this Cake Island? Cake Island. Speaking of her home base, Charlotte Bray suddenly became extremely excited. It was destroyed. Cake Island was destroyed by that B*******D. That man is so scary. Can you understand what I mean? It's just the aftermath of his attack, destroying an island. The aftermath destroys an island? Calm down first, don't get excited. Marco was terrified in their hearts, and they even wondered if Bray was scared crazy. Huh. I'm fine, I'm just frightened. Bree's eyes flashed fiercely. Marco and others did not notice the slightest, but continued to ask, "Where's your mother, Charlotte Linlin?" "Died." There was a deep sadness in Bulay's eyes. The golden ripples cover the sky, the man's moves are too terrifying, and in the end, even the world was cut open by him, mother and brother Katakuri and the others. All died, only I survived by my ability before dying. Golden ripples that cut open the world. Marco looked at each other and could see the horror in each other's eyes. The golden ripples should be Gilgamesh's ability to kill assassins in seconds in the comics. But what about cutting the world apart? It's outside. Bree raised his finger to the window of the cabin, and shouted in horror. He took out a sword, and then the blood-red light spread across the sky, and he cut the world apart. Those black holes are the broken world, until now still haven't recovered. Marco subconsciously looked up at the dense black hole in the void and swallowed. Marco. Joe's whispered, "What should we do?" Their observation Hawkeye didn't sense that Charlotte Bree was lying, it should be true. What's more, it is a fact that Cake Island was destroyed once, which was confirmed by Namur himself. Notify Dad. Marco gritted his teeth and said, "Bray doesn't have to deceive us about this kind of thing. Gilgamesh may have powers that we can't understand, we must find Dad to decide." What? The more reckless Joes suddenly became furious. "You mean, the 4 captains of our Whitebeard pirates attacked together, but we didn't even see the enemy, so we should ask for help from the old man? If this news spreads out, are the Whitebeard pirates about to lose face? I can't take it." Marco was speechless, he knew Joes was right. Advertisement, although it may sound ridiculous, it is the truth. These Whitebeard's sons represent Whitebeard's face. If they lose face, it is equivalent to losing face of Father Whitebeard. This is absolutely not allowed by them. Well then, I'm a Murloc, it's very convenient to follow and escape, I'll continue to follow them. That Muir suddenly suggested. "You guys meet me in the back, if I need help hurry up and follow, if I tell you to hurry up, don't worry about me hurrying to run." How is this possible? Then Muir, you are crazy. Joes and Bystaden couldn't accept Namul's plan. Abandoning allies is not what the Whitebeard pirates should do. Okay. Then Muir's plan works, Marco suddenly agreed. What? Marco, are you crazy too? Joes and Vista looked at Marco in amazement, not understanding why he would agree to this crazy plan. Don't worry, I won't let Marco risk it alone. Under the gazes of the two of them, Marco relaxed and laughed. I can fly, and I am a phoenix with amazing vitality, so Namur and I will track them from the air and the bottom of the sea at the same time, and you two will be behind. Approach us, how? At the same time. Sabaody Archipelago. Just when Marco and the others determined the tracking plan. Xia Yan handed the 7th volume of Hokage Diem and Morgans, respectively. After one day. Gilgamesh has annihilated 15 of the 34 islands of the world under the command of Big Mom in a row, but still has not found the existence of Uchiha Sasuke. But soon, it is estimated that he will be able to find Sasuke in one day at most. And on the same day, Volume 7 of Hokage is released. Whitebeard, Redhead, Kaido, Marine executives, Shichibukai, and even Marco, who was tracking Gilgamesh, all bought a few copies as they were accustomed to. Reading Xia Yan's comics and getting familiar with the popular characters in it has almost become a compulsory course for them. It's ironic enough. Turning over the comics in Volume 7 of Hokage, Marco laughed at himself. We are chasing down Xia Yan's subordinates, but we have to spend money to buy Xia Yan's comics and give people money, even if it is only a little, it will still make people feel it's so frustrating. Chapter 124. The new character of Hokage is so weak. Sasuke is caught again, 5/5. Marco was in a very depressed mood at this time. Gilgamesh slaughtered the Great Uzumaki Spider Pirates, equal to the enemies of the Whitebeard Pirates. Gilgamesh is the subordinate of Xia Yan, which means that Xia Yan is the enemy of the Whitebeard Pirates. However, every time Xia Yan releases a comic, they have to buy it as soon as possible, and they are more fanatical than loyal fans. Alas. Who made that Xia Yan have the ability to make people all over the world send him money? Joe sighed and said, the person I admire the most is Xia Yan. I heard from the news that the Fate Zero Volume 1-inch comics he released before sold a full 70 million copies. If it is a 900 berry to calculate, that is a full 63 billion berry sales. 63,017. That Muir exclaimed. Hey, this is too exaggerated. Dad's bounty is only more than 5 billion berry, this guy can earn 10 Dad's bounty for just releasing a comic? No, 63 billion is sales, after deducting a lot of costs and newspapers, he can only get 1 to 0% at most. Foil Beasta calculated calmly on the side, and whispered. But even if you can only take 10%, Xia Yan can earn a full 6.3 billion from selling a comic, which is still a very exaggerated figure. 6.3 billion? That's more than Dad's reward, it's just a comic. That Muir's fish eyes were full of jealousy. Damn it, I envy him. Why does that guy make so much money? When he thought that Xia Yan also contributed a part of the money he earned, Molten lost the mood to read comics. I'm going to let the wind out, you guys have a look first. With irritable tone, Muir jumped directly into the sea. That guy Muir. Marco shook his head helplessly and opened the comic. Joes and Beasta also came over immediately, their eyes solemn. If they first became fans of Hokage, they simply loved the manga. Then with the appearance of the characters in Hokage, Xia Yan and others became more and more famous, and their love for comics disappeared completely. They put all their hearts into studying the characters in the comics. Now, the appearance of Gilgamesh, the hero king of Fate, Zero, has made Marco and others feel extremely heavy. There is nothing left of the slag that destroyed the entire Cake Island. Destroy the Big Mom pirates, splitting the world, causing a space fault that has not been restored so far. Just come out, heroic spirit, the strength is so terrifying. Even if they were confident in their dad Whitebeard, they couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. Can Papa really defeat a monster like Gilgamesh? Even take a step back? Even if Dad does defeat Gilgamesh, will there be more and stronger powerhouses in the future? I think for sure. Marco sighed. You watch Hokage. The protagonist Naruto's strength is getting stronger and stronger, and the characters who are obviously appearing are getting stronger and stronger, combined with what Xia Yan said before, Blast Star. What characters will appear in the later stage of Hokage has become very obvious. Advertisement. Hiss, Joes hurriedly patted Joes. Stop saying these scary words, and quickly see if there are any powerful characters in the new volume of Hokage. Good. Marco opened the comic and let out a cough in surprise. Naruto grew up, Marco exclaimed. A closer look reveals that the timeline has passed 2 years. Then the plot begins to develop. The Akatsuki organization, which revealed a little in the first part, finally showed some eyebrows and sent 2 people to enter Sunagakure. Gaara has also grown up, and seeing that he only knew that killing him would protect people, I was inexplicably moved. Seeing that Gaara was captured by the enemy for protecting the village, Marco couldn't help feeling emotional. Damn it. Xia Yan's drawing is so beautiful. Why did Xia Yan want to become their enemy? It seems that these 2 characters are likely to be new in the sea? Beasta suddenly interjected. Yes, it can throw bombs. It looks a bit similar to the Golden Lion's fighting style. It should be a very difficult opponent. As for the other one, I can't see anything powerful at the moment. Go on. Turn the page, Joes urged. Don't rush. Marco continued to turn the page, looking down. The subsequent plot is that Naruto, Kakashi and others support Sunagakure and pursue Akatsuki. In this episode, Shao organization finally came to a close-up of the suspected whole appearance. Although he couldn't see his face clearly, at least Marco and the others knew how many people there were in the Shao organization. Many. Joes looked fortunate. But fortunately, judging from the strength of that Deidara, it is estimated that not everyone in the Akatsuki organization is as terrible as Uchiha Itachi. At least in the short term, there is no need to worry too much. Well, you're right. Marco continued to turn the page. The plot after that has nothing to say, it is very simple and very exciting. Naruto and Kakashi go after Deidara, and Kakashi shows his Mangekyo Sharingan for the first time in the manga. Unfortunately, this trick is not a secret in the intelligence network of the top powerhouses in the pirate world. Therefore, Marco and others are not surprised. Advertisement. The battle between little Sakura and Chiyo's mother-in-law is quite satisfactory. Sasori's ability to manipulate puppets was quite novel in the eyes of Marco and others, and the madness of the other party making himself into a puppet also surprised them. Ask for flowers. But only to this extent. It is completely incomparable to the impact that Uchiha Itachi brought to the original. Seeing that Sasori was defeated, Gaara resurrected, and the manga volume ended, Marco couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that our previous guess was not wrong. Marco said brightly. Revealing is not strong. Deidara, whose arm was twisted by Kakashi with Mangekyo Sharingan Kamui, is not particularly strong. These 2 new characters are completely incomparable with the top powerhouses like Jiraiya and Uchiha Itachi. That's right. Diamond Yoja and Foil Beasta also happily echoed. Xia Yan may have characters who can explode in the future, but that will be a long time later. At least now Xia Yan and Hokage, not totally invincible. In an instant, the confidence that Marco and the others had been frightened by Gilgamesh seemed to have completely recovered. In fact, it's not just a few of them who have this illusion. High Marines, 7 warlords of the sea, and even the 5 elders of world government. It's all because of the fact that there are no new characters in the new Hokage volume and a little bit of contempt for Xia Yan and Hokage. They even feel that Hokage has reached its limit, and there will be no more powerful players. However, the World Economic News, which was expedited on the same day, slapped the faces of all those who despised Xia Yan and Hokage. On the front page headline, the Golden King stands proudly on the flying boat. Behind it is the golden lotus rippling that covers the sky, and in front is the space and Cake Island shattered by his noble phantasm. The title of Pirates 4 Emperors, the Big Mom pirates were wiped out, and Cake Island was completely erased from the map, made the whole world fall into a crazy shock. No one expected that the new volume of Hokage did not have any very powerful characters. On the contrary, it was Fate, Zero, that had just started serialization, and it was Wang Zhuang as soon as it appeared. The hero king Gilgamesh shook the world for the first time when he showed his power in the world. This king doesn't care about such boring things. The golden lotus behind him shot a golden spear, piercing the head of the pirate in front of him. Gilgamesh sneered and said, "This king has been restless, and finally found the news of Uchiha Sasuke. These bastards actually said that he was taken away. Damn it. This king must find the B******** D and cut him into pieces. No, I'll take care of it myself, Xia Yan said to Gilgamesh in her heart. Of course, I will bring the character of Hokage, to let the guy see the power of Hokage. After all, he is also an old acquaintance. To be honest, I really didn't expect him to take action on my subordinates. It should be a surprise, or disappointed. Big. Chapter 125. The arrival of new characters, the number of fans is strengthened. 1/5. It was Bullet who took Uchiha Sasuke from Big Mom. Douglas Bullet. Xia Yan's original friends, inmates, comrades in arms and fans in this pirate world. Even now, Xia Yan can directly locate the opponent's location through the system's ability to locate. Bullet is even a big fan of Hokage and Fate, Zero. Why him? Xia Yan felt a little depressed. Obviously they were good friends who fought together. Why did Bullet kill him like this? Open black lens bracket ding. This manga release is under settlement. A system prompt sounded suddenly in Xia Yan's ear. The settlement after the release of the Hokage Volume 7 manga has come. Diverting his attention from Bullet, Xia Yan quickly looked at his system panel. Fans and loyal fans have risen a lot, but because the 3-stage goals have been completed, these two data have been 463, has no meaning. What really matters is the number of fans for each character. Among them, Gaara's popularity exceeded 10 million. Deidara's popularity exceeded 10 million. The popularity exceeded 8 million. Haruno Sakura's popularity exceeded 5 million because of the highlight of the 7th volume. The harvest is not bad. Xia Yan nodded with satisfaction. First draw. Draw through Deidara. C0 explode. Open black lens bracket draw through Sasori. How to make a puppet. Well, these two lucky draw chances are wasted again. Naturally, if he has nothing to do, he will not create puppets, and any strong person in the world of pirates is not afraid of that kind of thing. Self-destruction is a skill only used by idiots. If he fights with others, he can completely rely on his infinite vitality to open the 8-gate death gate without injury. Unless he is stupid, he will choose to blow himself up. Forget it. Anyway, I didn't expect to draw any powerful abilities from these characters. Xia Yan whispered, summon characters. Just summon Deidara and Gaara. In fact, Gaara has reached 5 million popularity very early, but Xia Yan has not been summoned. Now that Gaara has grown up and can control the tail beast, there is still a bit of a future. Advertisement open black lens bracket ding. Summoning completed. Close black lens bracket as the system beeps. Gaara and Deidara appear out of nowhere on a sea. The two were summoned together and naturally came together. Where is this? The corner of Xia Yan's mouth twitched. What he hated most was that the summoner descended on the sea, as far as the eye could see, and it was impossible to determine the location at all. Gaara. Deidara looked sideways at the teammates beside him, and laughed mockingly. I didn't expect the uncle who killed you to become teammates with you. This world is really wonderful, Humph. Gaara didn't have the slightest affection for Deidara, so she snorted and asked in her heart, Lord Xia Yan, what is our mission? Not yet. Xia Yan said in her heart. The most urgent task for you is to find a small island nearby and determine which sea area you are in, so that I can issue a mission to you. Good. Gaara nodded, then looked at Deidara. Hey. What? Deidara looked at Gaara in disbelief. You actually take the initiative to take care of Uncle Ben, hey. Humph. I don't want to pay attention to these scumbags of your Shao organization. Gaara snorted coldly. But aren't you able to fly? Now we need your ability? Call? Deidara pouted in dissatisfaction. My uncle's ability is not used to do this kind of thing, Come on. Deidara. Xia Yan suddenly said, don't drag Gaara back. Deidara. Okay, my lord knows it. Deidara showed dissatisfaction, but would not disobey Xia Yan's orders. Seeing that he made a seal directly, he immediately summoned a giant white clay dragon that was 20 or 30 meters in size. What? Deidara looked at the clay dragon he made in surprise. Is the ability of the uncle getting stronger? Yes. Gaara tried to perform a sand shinobi technique, and was also surprised. My ninjutsu power has also become stronger. It's like being strengthened by someone. Lord Xia Yan. Did you help us strengthen it? Deidara asked curiously in the bottom of her heart. Xia Yan. Advertisement you ask me, how'd I know? He summoned so many characters, and it was the first time he heard that the characters would be strengthened. Of course, it's also possible that other people don't feel the need to say it, or simply don't find it. Xia Yan recalled and found that it seemed to be the case. The most obvious ones should be Jiraiya and Uchiha Itachi, both of whom performed much better in the world of pirates than in the world of Hokage. Is it because they hid their power in the world of Hokage? Wrong. Jiraiya. Mo Yan asked in his heart, do you feel that your strength has become stronger after the two of you crossed? It does feel that way, but I always thought it was because Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil strength became stronger. Uchiha Itachi said hesitantly. Jiraiya also responded quickly, saying that he clearly felt that after turning on Sage mode, he was much better than in the Hokage world. How is this going? Xia Yan asked the system in her heart, could it be that the summoned characters will be automatically upgraded? No, it's not, the system quickly replied. 500 fans can summon a character, and then when the character fans reach 10 million, 30 million, 50 million, and 100 million, they will get a basic enhancement. Xia Yan's mouth twitched. You never told me about this before. Because host didn't ask, the system said. What's more, the strengthening is automatic, even if you don't say it, it won't affect anything. $7 pay. Xia Yan was a little speechless about this unreliable system, and turned to Deidara in her heart. Yes, I helped you strengthen it. According to the system, what Deidara and Gaara experienced should be the first strengthening of 10 million fans. Other characters who have also experienced this wave of reinforcement include Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi, and others. In the evening, there is Uchiha Sasuke, his popularity is also tens of millions, and it should be strengthened. And the character closest to level 30 million is Uchiha Itachi. Now he has 233,300 fans in One Piece world. That's great, Master Xia Yan, you are really amazing, eh? Hearing that Xia Yan had strengthened himself and the others, Deidara suddenly laughed excitedly. Come on, Gaara. I can't wait to blast people and try the effect. Bombing people. I don't know which sea area the two of Deidara landed on. If it's New World, they can follow along to fight Bullet. Gently talking to herself, Xia Yan put the manuscript into the Kamui space, and then ordered in her heart, Itachi, Jiraiya, Kakashi, come to me. After speaking, he took out another phone from the Kamui space and called Naval Headquarters directly. Help me connect with Marshal Sora. Oh, the Marshal is dead. Sorry, I forgot. It seems that I killed it myself, sorry. Then connect me to the new Marshal, remember, Zephyr? Chapter 126. Marine's future is up to you, Sakazuki, C2. Dragon, 2/5. P.S. Filu was blown up just now, and it was not updated. Hello? I'm acting Marshal Zephyr. The phone worm was quickly connected again, and a full-fledged voice sounded immediately. Ah, Zephyr. Thinking of the former Marine Admiral who betrayed Marine in the original book and is now Marshal Marine, Xia Yan couldn't help feeling the magic of fate. What's wrong? Zephyr asked solemnly. Mr. Xia Yan, or Mr. Chief Division of the entire army, do you have anything to do with me? Why are you still the acting Marshal? Xia Yan answered irrelevantly and was a little curious. It's just that there are a lot of things in Marine that haven't been sorted out yet. Zephyr rode lightly. Not surprisingly, I will be officially promoted to the post of Marshal soon, and then Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji will be promoted to Admiral together. Oh, Xia Yan's eyes lit up. In other words, the three of Kizaru, Aokiji, Akainu are now Vice Admiral, so I can move them at will? He then remembered that one of Xia Yan's duties as the Chief Division of the entire army was to directly mobilize Marines below the Admiral level. I really want to give myself a slap. Inwardly scolding himself for this rude mouth, Zephyr forced a smile on his face. Kizaru is out on a mission, Aokiji is on vacation, but Akainu can go directly. Hey, then Akainu. Xia Yan said casually. If possible, send Garp too, he is also Marine Vice Admiral, right? Cough, Master Xia Yan, you are joking. Zephyr smiled dryly, but there's another acquaintance of yours, who has recently been promoted to Vice Admiral, and can go with Akainu. Acquaintance. A tall and slender figure appeared in Xia Yan's mind inexplicably, and immediately lost interest in teasing Zephyr. His expression became extremely complicated in an instant. I'm in Subodhi Archipelago, you can just ask them to come directly. Marines sighed. Zephyr sighed deeply after making the call, and immediately notified the two of Akainu. As expected, as Zephyr thought, Akainu was immediately annoyed when he heard that he had asked himself to help Xia Yan. Impossible. Teacher Zephyr. Akainu burst into hot eyes, his forehead bulged, and roared angrily. Xia Yan and Hokage are Marines' enemies, there is no doubt. Even if Xia Yan becomes the army's chief division, I still insist on this, a little. Okay, I know. Zephyr raised his eyebrows and said tiredly, but as the saying goes, knowing oneself and knowing one's enemies is the best way to win 100 battles. Why do we Marine, every time Xia Yan releases a new comic, we have to gather all the high-level executives to watch it? Isn't it just to understand the characters and abilities in the comics? Well, what do you mean? Akainu hesitated. Want me to go to Xia Yan's side to observe closely? That's right. Zephyr slammed the table and said solemnly. Follow Xia Yan to do things together, observe Xia Yan's abilities, observe him draw comics, observe ninjas and heroic spirits. Marine's future depends on you, Sakazuki. Advertisement, okay. I see. Akainu's blood boiled when he heard it, and his face was very determined. I will definitely live up to your expectations and observe Xia Yan's comics and the abilities of ninjas and heroic spirits clearly. When the words fall, hang up the phone bug. Akainu immediately set off to prepare the warship for the Subodhi Archipelago. Zephyr, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief and continued to review the documents sent from the Four Seas and the Grand Line. In his mouth, he whispered, young-blooded young people are good, 100 times more reliable than that old B********* D Garp. Just as Akainu was leaving for the Subodhi Archipelago, Jiraiya, Uchiha Itachi, and Kakashi got the order and immediately went to Mo Yan's room. Except for the three of them, Tsunade is beside IM in world government. Orochimaru went to Kaido of the Beasts. No need to bring Shiryu of the Rain, Gilgamesh is in the New World. Xia Yan also just discovered that there are not many people around him. That's why he moved Marine, although it is only for one bullet, Uchiha Itachi and Jiraiya are actually enough. But Marine's resources are useless. Who made him the commander-in-chief of the army? I have to say that Xia Yan, who was once a prisoner, can now mobilize General Marine at will. This feeling is really cool. Speaking of which, what the hell is going on, bullet guy? After spraying people, Xia Yan immediately fell into deep thought. He was very curious as to why Bullet had captured Uchiha Sasuke. Charlotte Linlin catches Sasuke, Xia Yan is totally understandable. Because the other party is to give birth to the children of the Uchiha clan. But Bullet is a rough man, and he can't have children. Could it be that he merged with Uchiha Sasuke using his fruit power? Or do you want to gouge out your eyes and get yourself a pair of Sharingan? The more Xia Yan thought about it, the more confused she became. It's not necessary at all. Sasuke, that is not Mangekyo Sharingan. If it's for Sharingan, Bullet should catch Kakashi or Uchiha Itachi. At the same time, Deidara and Gaara were flying at high speed in the air. Suddenly, Gaara pointed to a direction in the distance. My sand eyes saw a small town, right there. Deidara agreed, and the clay dragon under him sped up. In the blink of an eye, a small town appeared in front of the two of them. Finally there's a shadow. Deidara shouted excitedly in the bottom of his heart. Master Xia Yan, can I bomb this island directly? Advertisement, no need. Xia Yan, who was disturbed by the babbled Deidara, said speechlessly, pirates, you can blow up at will. If Marine doesn't take the initiative to provoke you, there's no need to blow up. They're my subordinates now. Deidara shook her head in disappointment. Oh, if you want to blow people up, I can give you some advice. Gaara reminded with a sneer, there's a pirate ship below. What? Deidara's eyes lit up and immediately looked down. I saw a pirate ship docked on the shore, and there was a group of people in uniform not far away, who seemed to be confronting each other. Haha. It's true that God is favoring this uncle, Laughing proudly, Deidara directly ate a large piece of clay with his mouth in the palm of his hand. C2 dragon. The wind howled. A white giant dragon with a size of 20 or 30 meters appeared out of thin air and plunged towards the bottom at a high speed. Smoker has been in a bad mood ever since he was transferred to East Blue Log Town as a colonel. 463 a Logia capable, he is one of those destined to become Marine Vice Admiral. In his opinion, he should be at the forefront fighting against pirates. He is so strong, what is he doing in East Blue, the weakest sea? Pension. Today, another pirate group with a bounty of several million approached Log Town. No matter how upset he was, Smoker must honestly deal with these pirates. After all, if he hurts civilians, it would be his dereliction of duty. However, Smoker had only just approached the pirate ship. Before even waiting for him to turn his arms into smoke, a strange-looking white dragon suddenly fell from the sky. Smoker rolled his eyes, feeling that the white dragon was familiar, but couldn't remember where he had seen it. But in the next second, he recalled everything in an instant. Drink. A loud shout came from the air. Then, the white giant dragon, which was 20 or 30 meters in size, expanded and exploded like a super large bomb. Boom. The deafening sound of the explosion resounded through the sky, and could be clearly heard even from a distance of tens of thousands of meters. The entire port, including the pirate ship, everything within a kilometer range was swallowed up by the fire and heat generated by the explosion in an instant. The terrifying impact knocked all the hundreds of Marines who were originally surrounded by the port flying, vomited blood, and looked at the black smoke rising into the sky in shock. This is a clay bomb. Akatsuki organizes Deidara? Smoker froze in place, his pupils shrinking rapidly. Impossible. Isn't Xia Yan in the Grand Line? Why does the character from Hokage appear in East Blue? Chapter 127. You can't hurt me. Who is Smokey? Gaara. That's all. 3/5. Haha. The power of this uncle's clay bomb has become much stronger. Looking at the kilometer-wide ruins that were blown up by his own blow below, Deidara smiled very proudly. Gaara secretly clicked her tongue. Although he doesn't like Deidara, he has to admit that the opponent's ability is really terrifying in terms of destructive power, far stronger than his own sand control. Of course, he also has one-tail Shukaku. Gaara is confident that if he turns into a beast, his destructive power will only be stronger than Deidara. Damn. You bastards. An angry low roar suddenly sounded, attracting the attention of both Deidara. Then they saw a figure whose lower body had turned into white smoke, flying towards them from below at high speed. The moment they saw this figure, Marine, who was injured by the explosion just now, immediately started cheering. It's Colonel Smoker. Great, great. The Colonel must be able to defeat the enemy. But that enemy seems to be a new character in Hokage. Is Colonel Smoker really okay? Hey, Hokage. Isn't Xia Yan, the author of Hokage, already the commander-in-chief of the entire army? Most Marines still had confidence in Colonel Logia from the headquarters, Smoker. However, there are also many Marine soldiers who are fans of Hokage, and they have already recognized the identity of Deidara and they're very worried. After all, the fame of Xia Yan and Hokage is too big and too scary. What the hell is this guy? Deidara asked in surprise. It's Colonel Marine Smoker. Xia Yan, who occasionally pays attention to Deidara's side, reminded casually. Logia's ability cannot hit him with ordinary means, but his attack is not strong either. As they spoke, Smoker had rushed up to the two of Deidara. White fist. With an angry white smoke fist, he swung hard at Deidara. Deidara frowned slightly, about to use the bomb, but Gaara behind him had already thrown out a large sea of sand in advance. Wow. Smoker's smoke fist is directly dissipated by the sand. What? Seeing how vulnerable his moves were, Smoker couldn't help being surprised. And he himself was completely surrounded by me, Sero, with sand. Advertisement, Sandstorm Funeral. Gaara groaned coldly, and clenched her palm sharply. Boom. Smoker's body was crushed by the sand, Colonel Smoker. Seeing Smoker's tragic death in the hands of Gaara, the Marine soldiers below immediately widened their eyes in horror. They remember this trick. In the plot of the Chunin exam in the Hokage comic, the young Gaara used this trick to squeeze a ninja into minced meat, and the scene was very bloody and terrifying. But the next second, a pile of white smoke broke out of the sand. Smoker's figure emerged from the air intact. No, all right? Huh, it scared me to death just now. I thought Colonel Smoker was done, and if he died, we'd be too. Seeing that Smoker was all right, the Marines patted their chests and breathed a sigh of relief. Then they remembered that Colonel Smoker is the legendary Logia-capable person. How could he be hurt by anyone? Colonel Smoker is invincible. Is this guy invincible? Deidara frowned slightly. I don't know that my uncle's bomb will not work on him. The voice fell, and the mouth in the palm quickly ate the clay. Eat Uncle Ben's bomb. Deidara telegraphed a claybird more than 10 meters in size directly at Smoker, then posed and shouted loudly. Art is explosion. Drink. Boom. An earth-shattering bang. Even though the explosion occurred at an altitude of hundreds of meters, the terrifying impact still knocked all the Marines who were watching from below. This also made it worse for them, who had been injured in the previous explosion, and could not get up at all. The breeze blows. Smoker's figure reappeared, still unscathed. Because you didn't kill these Marines on purpose, I allow you to surrender. Smoker glared at the two of Deidara fiercely, and shouted loudly. In the face of Xia Yan. You shouldn't be executed, you will only be imprisoned in an underwater prison, you guys. Wait a moment. Gaara interrupted Smoker's words, and asked with a strange expression. This guy Deidara killed a pirate, right? Advertisement. Smoker paused for a moment before defending. I didn't shoot you because you killed the pirates, but unscrupulously caused such a big explosion that not only blew up the port, but also threatened the lives of civilians and Marines. But our position is not lower than yours. According to Xia Yan's instructions, Gaara said seriously. You are only a Marine colonel, and Deidara and I are subordinates of the army commander Mo Yan. You shouldn't be in charge of killing pirates, right? Call. Smoker took a deep breath and his eyes became more stern. Don't say that the army commander doesn't have much real power. Lousy even dares to contradict Marine, who is his direct superior, and wants to take out Xia Yan to bluff me? Don't you dream now? After the words fell, Smoker's arms turned into a large white smoke again, attacking the two of Gaara like chains. And again, I won't kill you. A large chain of smoke completely shrouded the figures of the two of Gaara. Smoker shouted arrogantly, go ahead. This fight has no meaning at all from the beginning. You can't hurt me as smoke. A huge sandy-colored palm roared and fanned towards Smoker, who was babbling nonsense, interrupting his words. Snapped. The giant sand-colored palm slammed into Smoker with a loud, fly-like sound. What? Smoker let out a shrill scream, and he just felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. There was a little blood in the mouth, the internal organs in the body were deformed and displaced, and the whole person flew thousands of meters away, smashing through dozens of houses along the way. What did he just say? Logia can't be attacked. Gaara transformed into the huge one-tailed show crane, and said to Xia Yan in his heart. That's it? No one told him that Logia's elemental transformation is just a kind of energy. Will it be hit by a tailed beast that is also an energy body? Xia Yan. Is Wang Hao. It seems that Marine really doesn't know about this, they only know that ninjas have special means to attack Logia. And Smoker is far away in East Blue and has not been involved in the war with the Hokage characters, so he probably doesn't know these things. Bang. Bang. Suddenly someone knocked on Xia Yan's bedroom door. I have something to do. Since you are in East Blue, you can go to Windmill Village after that. If there is anything you don't understand, you can contact me again. Instructed softly, Xia Yan ended the inner conversation with Deidara and opened the bedroom door. Those who came were Uchiha Itachi, Jiraiya and Kakashi. Let's go, Xia Yan said lightly. Let's go to dinner first. I guess after dinner, Marines people should be here too, and then we will enter New World together. P.S. The early setting of the pirates is not perfect, which causes the Smoker and Ace to be really good. You can't hurt me as Smoke, we too are destined to be a tie. Ace's bee was pulled down by Smoker, Chapter 128. Akainu arrives, old friends meet, help from the Fishman Island, 4/5. Inside the hotel, Xia Yan's group ate steak and sea kings. Among them, the size of the cow is 10 meters, and the fat meat of sea kings is about 10 meters. Is this stuff really edible? Jiraiya's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the steak and fish that were several times larger than the size of the other person in front of him. Touchface expressionlessly cut off a piece and tasted it, then nodded. It tastes good. Oh, since Rong-kun said so, then my fairy, Jiraiya, will also try it? Hearing that it was delicious, Jiraiya's eyes lit up. He took out a handful of kunai and cut a large piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Yummy. Tasting the rich gravy, Jiraiya excitedly said, this stuff is really good, I'll try the fish too. Kakashi twitched the corners of his mouth. Don't rob me, Jiraiya-sama. Oh. This kid ordered another dessert. Damn it, Kakashi, don't take my meat. Jiraiya is like a large-scale living treasure, and only one person can liven up the originally deserted dinner. Except for Itachi, who can keep calm, Kakashi is aroused by him and starts to play tricks. Xia Yan looked at them with a smile on the side, inexplicably feeling like raising a son. Although the three present except Uchiha Itachi, the other two are actually much older than him. A long time. Jiraiya lay paralyzed on a chair with a chubby belly. Huh. Jiraiya hiccuped and said comfortably, next time, I will compare with you and drink. Humph. Kakashi also had a very swollen belly, and smiled lazily. No matter how many times you compare it, it's still me. Drink, I win. Xia Yan. If outsiders can see the ridiculous appearance of the two high-reward criminals with their bloated stomachs, then the majesty and face of the characters in Hokage will really be lost. At this moment, a figure pushed the door and walked in. Marine's cape, the scarlet suit, and that gritty old face. Vice Admiral Akainu. Uchiha Itachi was the first to react, his eyes turned into Mangekyo and he was about to grab the person. Send, everyone is a group now, there is no need to be so prepared. Xia Yan raised her hand and patted Rong's shoulder, motioning to sit down. But Lord Xia Yan, Uchiha Itachi was still a little wary of Akainu. Logia lava fruit, Akainu is undoubtedly one of his very impressive powerhouses. Don't worry, it's okay, I called him here. Xia Yan comforted her softly, and then showed a playful smile to Akainu. Remember when I escaped from Impel Down, you said that if I didn't kill us, first wouldn't be Marine Admiral, but now you have become my subordinate and have to. It's amazing enough to say that things are going on in the world. There is nothing to say about success or failure. Advertisement. Akainu's expression did not change, and Xia Yan didn't taunt him. Instead, he glanced contemptuously at Jiraiya and Kakashi lying on the stool. The two have a bounty of 1.15 billion berry. The other is the second time the bounty has reached an astonishing 3.14 billion. Such two, Hokage, characters who are famous in the pirate world and have millions of fans, will show such an ugly appearance. What a shame. 10. Kakashi is not easy to say. Akainu knows that his strength is definitely not as good as Jiraiya. Akainu's mouth twitched at the corner of Akainu's mouth, looking at Jiraiya who was smirking. He can't accept it. Why does such a stupid and unreliable middle-aged uncle have such terrifying strength? It is stronger than his hard training every day. Sit down and eat together. Xia Yan greeted suddenly. Huh? What? Akainu woke up suddenly and looked at Xia Yan in surprise. Could it be that he heard it wrong? I said, sit down and eat together. Xia Yan repeated what she said just now, and asked in a different way, why, did I say something strange? No, I just didn't expect you to invite me to eat. Akainu sat down with a complicated look. To be honest, his attitude towards Xia Yan is complicated. Xia Yan is the criminal with the highest bounty in the world. Aspiring to become Marshal Marine, he naturally wants to catch him. But Xia Yan has now changed his body and has become the chief division of the entire army, so he naturally has no reason to take action against him. Of course, even if you shoot, you can't beat it. But Akainu is absolutely reluctant to admit it anyway. After a few people finished their meal, they were ready to go on their way. Xia Yan suddenly remembered something, and asked in disbelief, didn't the two people sent by Marine? What about that one? What? Akainu was shocked. Outside, I forgot about her. Xia Yan's mouth twitched, scolding Akainu for being brainless, and got up and walked out. As soon as the door was opened, the two faces were facing each other. Zhang Mingmei is like a peach blossom, with autumn water in her eyes, with infinite tenderness. A handsome young man, CBDD, far more calm than in the past, but his eyes are still clear and clean. You've matured a lot. A beauty named Momosagi, Vice Admiral, looked at Xia Yan with a complicated expression. When I just came out of the training camp, I heard that Xia Yan is the criminal with the highest reward in the world. I thought it was the same name, sister he, and I said you were already dead. Don't worry, I'm alive and well. Xia Yan smiled softly and opened her arms. Would you like to hug me like I did when I was a child? When I was in the underwater prison, I thought about this hug for many years, Sister Momosagi. With this, sister, Momosagi burst into tears instantly. Advertisement boom. Momosagi burst into the fastest speed in his life, and slammed into Xia Yan heavily. If a weak person with average strength is hit like this, I am afraid that he will be directly paralyzed. Even Xia Yan secretly turned on the sage mode to avoid the embarrassment of being knocked out by Taumo. I have dreamed of this sister for many years, and I thought I would never hear it in my life. Momosagi caressed Xia Yan's face with tears in her eyes, as if to engrave his soul. Fortunately, God has mercy, you are still alive. You too. Akainu couldn't help stunned when he saw the intimate appearance of Xia Yan and Momosagi. What are you doing, Momosagi? Aren't you Marine Vice Admiral? How can you be so close to a criminal? And Xia Yan, B******D. What are you doing with our Marine's army flower? Even though Akainu has no interest in women, she doesn't like Momosagi. But seeing the number one beauty in Marine being held in his arms by Xia Yan, he still felt that all Marine soldiers were given a green hat by Xia Yan. Cough, cough, cough. Akainu coughed loudly, attracting the attention of Xia Yan and Momosagi. Then he pretended to be nonchalant and reminded, should we be leaving? Xia Yan nodded, then smiled gently at Momosagi. Let's talk about the old slowly later, let's go directly to New World now. Well, it's alright. Momosagi let go of the arms that hugged Xia Yan, but turned to take Xia Yan's hand and joked. I told you, I met a lot of lovely and beautiful young ladies in naval headquarters. I remember when you were young say this is your dream. Poro, the phone bug on Xia Yan suddenly rang, interrupting Momosagi. Shout, who is calling at this time? Momosagi frowned, obviously feeling a little unhappy. But she was not a vexatious person, and immediately released Xia Yan's arm so that he could answer the phone. Hey. Xia Yan connected the call. I heard from Zephyr that you transferred Akainu to your side. Are you going to the New World? Im's voice came from the phone bug. Xia Yan nodded. I don't know why that B******* bullet grabbed my subordinate. I went to Shin to deal with him directly. Douglas Bullet. Ah, that guy was also your adoptive father Roger's former crew. I am laughing a little schadenfreude. Xia Yan frowned. You called just to make fun of you. I'll hang up if it's okay. No, wait a minute, of course I have something to do with you. Knowing that Xia Yan is not the kind of man who is accustomed to women, Yimu quickly said seriously, since you are going to New World, don't take the road of world government first. Something happened on the Fishman Island. For some unknown reason, the guy from Neptune did not ask Whitebeard for help, but sent help to the world government. He also named you, the new commander-in-chief of the whole army. Will you go? If you don't go, I will reject him. It's just a group of murlocs and mermen, small characters, don't worry too much. Chapter 129. Your news is really not well informed. I already knew about this kind of thing. JPG, 5/5. You let me go to the Fishman Island? Xia Yan subconsciously glanced at Akainu beside her. What's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with the Fishman Island? I am asked curiously. She was keenly aware that there seemed to be something hidden in Xia Yan's words. I go out for a while. Xia Yan didn't answer I am the first time, but whispered to Momosagi. Help me watch Akainu. Good. Momosagi's heart froze. Although she didn't understand what Xia Yan wanted to do, she trusted Xia Yan so much that she immediately stared at Akainu vigilantly. And Xia Yan walked out of the hotel alone and came to a corner where no one was there. Since you are Master Ancient Weapon Uranus, do you know another ancient weapon Poseidon? After confirming that no one was monitoring him, Xia Yan asked in a deep voice. Poseidon? Of course. I am nodded relaxedly. Not only do I know Poseidon, but I also know that Poseidon is Shirahoshi, the mermaid princess. Peeved. What did you say? Xia Yan stared at the phone bug in astonishment. Do you know that Poseidon is a mermaid princess? What? Shouldn't I know? Yimu looked puzzled. I'm an old antique that has lived in this world since the establishment of the world government, and I'm also the controller of one of the three great ancient weapon Uranus. It's really strange not to know. You know what Pluton looks like. 07E. Xia Yan couldn't help but be puzzled. He couldn't help but ask. Then why don't you take the ancient weapon Poseidon as your own? If the world government gets another Poseidon, it will be truly invincible. Humph, it's a young man after all, so don't you understand? I am snorted proudly. This is the so-called balance. If the big figures in the world know that the world government has mastered two of the ancient weapons, guess what terrible things will happen? War. Xia Yan guessed. That's right, I am said decisively. And it's not a war of ordinary scale, but a large-scale war that swept the whole world into it. Just like a certain kingdom back then, I don't want to repeat the shock of those idiots. After finishing speaking, do not wait for Xia Yan to reply. Yimu spoke again. So I won't think of other ancient weapons, otherwise you think, why did the CP organization personnel sent to the Seven Waters never find Pluton's blueprints? Do you think it's the Murloc with Pluton's blueprints? Is Tom too good at hiding, or am I too stupid to rule the world for 800 years? Xia Yan. The amount of information is so great, this woman is really amazing. Yimu's voice continued. That's it, hang up first, you drop by the Fishman Island to help them solve the problem. By the way, I still miss you, remember to come to the Holy Land after returning from New World. Mary Joa came to me. My void throne is very large and very comfortable. Click. The phone bug hangs up. This advertisement. Xia Yan was dumbfounded, unable to speak for a long time. His knowledge of the pirate world was refreshed by IM once again. That woman not only controls Uranus, but also knows the specific positions of Poseidon and Pluton, but deliberately does not take it because of the so-called balance. Balance. What is it? Thinking of a certain kingdom. In Yimu's mouth, Xia Yan made a bold guess. Back then, there was an extremely powerful country that controlled three powerful ancient weapons. So the balance was broken, and the whole world was involved in a huge war. In the end, the country was defeated and destroyed. Everything related to that country and the war that swept the world became the Void Century. The winner is the ancestor of the Celestial Dragons, 20 Kings. It's no wonder that when I proposed the capital of Seven Waters, the world government agreed without hesitation. It turns out that these guys not only knew the location of Pluton's drawings, but also didn't have any interest. Xia Yan couldn't help sighing in her heart. If it wasn't for the fact that IM and himself had developed a very close relationship, he probably would never have known that there was such a secret in the world of pirates. It's so much fun too. Yes. Xia Yan's assessment of the secret is interesting. Not scary, horrific or something like that. His comics have been serialized until now, and a bunch of powerful characters have been summoned. In fact, Xia Yan doesn't care much about the secret of ancient weapon, he just thinks it's very interesting. Are ancient weapons powerful? destroying an island with one blow is really powerful? But Uchiha Itachi opens the full-body Susanoo, and can also sever a mountain with one sword. Before Gilgamesh opened the deviation sword, the entire Cake Island was shattered by the aftermath, and then the space was shattered, and it has not recovered yet. Therefore, for the current Xia Yan, the ancient weapon is just a powerful toy, which can bring him a little interest. That's all. So dial the phone bug again. Hello? Calling back so soon? Yimu asked suspiciously. Although I do miss you a lot, do you miss me too? No, I don't want you, a woman, every time I'm tired of you enjoying it, it's so hateful. After complaining about Yimu very speechlessly, Xia Yan said in a flat tone. I passed by the Fishman Island this time to help Neptune, the Fishman Emperor, to deal with things, must I have some salary? What? On the Void Throne, rolled his eyes. You make 67 billion from publishing a comic, and the Birdman and I both lost money to help you make money, and you still ask me for a salary? Am I your woman? Or your slave? Ahem, I'm not asking you for a salary, for flowers. Xia Yan said speechlessly. Ancient weapon Poseidon, the mermaid princess, I'm still quite interested in her. This advertisement, Yimu's face was a little weird. The child should only be 3 or 4 years old, don't you have any hobbies in that regard? How is this possible? Feeling that she was insulted, Xia Yan immediately protested. Let's not say that I have no interest in the mermaid princess at all, even if there is, she is much bigger than a normal human, how can she have such a hobby? Okay. Yimu snorted softly. Anyway, as long as you're not afraid of becoming the target of the whole world after the ancient weapon is exposed, it's fine to keep the mermaid princess as a pet. Xia Yan nodded. Then I hang up. Hang it, I am chuckled and said, it's time for me to go and play with Tsunade. The story of the ninja world is quite interesting. I didn't expect that there are so many things in your Hokage that have not been drawn. Zero Xia Yan. Tsunade, a dead woman, said nothing to people, so she's not afraid of being found weak? But the other party is I am, so it doesn't matter, your own person. Hang up the phone bug. Xia Yan turned around and saw Akainu and the others just came out of the restaurant. Let's go. Xia Yan took Momosagi's little hand and greeted. There's a new task, first go to coding, then go directly to the Fishman Island, and then go to New World. 07. Akainu agreed, but he took a deep look at Xia Yan and fell into deep thought. Who called that phone bug just now? What else did the other party say, so that Xia Yan gave up the world government, which was easy to go, and chose the Fishman Island, which was not easy to go to New World? I have to say, Akainu is a very smart, thoughtful and capable person. However, the limitation of personal vision determines how far he can see. Akainu may never have imagined that Xia Yan and Imam, the real ruler of the world government, have the kind of close relationship. After all, his vision was still too low. A day later in the blink of an eye. The plating of ships rationed by the world government is over. Xia Yan and others dived towards the Fishman Island on the bottom of the sea. Shortly after, Gilgamesh and Jin of the New World found the Murloc Namur and the Phoenix Marco who were following them not far behind. Deidara and Gara in East Blue just arrived at the Windmill Village and found the pirate ship of red hair pirates docked on the shore. And Xia Yan and others who were about to arrive at the Fishman Island also encountered a crumbling celestial dragon's ship. Exactly. Looking at the wrecked celestial dragon's ship in front, Xia Yan smiled wantonly. I was worried about what gift I didn't bring to Neptune, and the gift came to my door. I really am a lucky boy. Chapter 130. Miserable White Team Leader. Red hair. Bomb. Wouldn't it be such a coincidence, 1/5. Before shooting celestial dragons, Xia Yan called I am and told her what to do. It's okay. Yimu said lightly. As long as the celestial dragons are not dead, you can kill them no matter what, but be careful not to kill them all, they're very important energy sources. Good. Xia Yan agreed and hung up the phone. Then he looked up at the ship where Celestial Dragons was riding not far away, and licked the corner of his mouth. Come on, to Celestial Dragons. I believe that Neptune will be very happy if you take Celestial Dragons as a welcome gift. At the same time, New World, FKU, the bastards of the Whitebeard pirates. The whole body was burning with hot flames, roaring and collided with Marco, who was incarnated as a phoenix. Boom. The terrifying explosive flames scattered all around, fell on the sea, and instantly raised a large amount of steam. The smoke was knocked dozens of meters into the air. Marco also had a lot of scars on his body, but they all recovered in the blink of an eye. Isn't a phoenix, Jin said with a sneer, you and the 8th team leader, Muir, the Murloc, are just following us unscrupulously? Aren't you afraid of losing your life at the hands of Gilgamesh? Marco didn't speak, just glanced worriedly at the Muir, 480, in the distance. That Muir was lurking under the sea at this time. And directly above him is the Golden King named Gilgamesh. Although Namul said that as a Murloc, he would not be afraid of Gilgamesh when the undersea combat power surged. But Marco couldn't help but worry. A gust of wind blows. That is, Marco was stunned for a moment, and it had already flown from the air to his face. Go to hell. Marco, he quickly kicked out Hawkeye's right foot and roared. Whitebeard asked you to kill him, he is really old, sooner or later, Master Xia Yan and Master Kaido will go and take the life of that old thing. Boom. 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 Huge explosions continued to occur in the sea. It was Gilgamesh swaying the noble phantasm like he didn't want money. That Muir shivered under the sea. Even if the sea surface softened a lot of the power of the explosion, he still did not dare to show his face. It's not out of fear, but the scope and power of Gilgamesh's noble phantasm's explosion was so terrifying that it didn't give people the slightest chance to breathe. Even if Muir wanted to fight back, he couldn't find any way, he could only avoid its edge first. However, just because he doesn't show his head doesn't mean that he can be a tortoise forever. Miscellaneous. How dare you avoid this king's noble phantasm? Standing above Vimana, looking down from above, Gilgamesh scolded. This king will cut you into sashimi. Get out of this king. Only when, the golden chain Gilga shot from the golden lotus drops behind Mesh. This chain seems to have life, and it flexibly drills into the sea. What? That Muir was startled, and slapped his feet to escape from the lock of the sky. But then several noble phantasms fell from the sky. Damn it. Too late to hide. That Muir gritted his teeth and covered armament hockey all over his body. Ding. Boom. The sharp noble phantasm slammed into Namur, leaving a trail of imprints. Then the noble phantasm exploded like a bomb, and the shock caused that Muir's head to go into heat. Advertisement click. That Muir's heart froze, and he looked down at his arm subconsciously. Golden chains come into view. I was captured by Gilgamesh. That Muir was horrified, and immediately wanted to break free with all his strength. But then an amazing force came from the chain, and he was forcibly pulled out of the sea by the golden chain. Not good. The body was completely exposed to the air, and Muir secretly screamed badly. Especially the arrogant golden figure not far away made him even more terrified. I was finally caught by this king. Seeing Muir's terrified appearance, Gilgamesh sneered recklessly. Let's turn into sashimi, miscellaneous. The voice fell, and hundreds of noble phantasms were shot directly from the golden lotus behind him. Not good. Damn. This chain can't break free. That Muir's heart thumped violently, and he could only cover armament hockey all over again as he couldn't break free from the lock of heaven. Just now, he used armament hockey to block the attacks of these noble phantasms, so it shouldn't be a problem when he thinks about it this time. In Muir's view, as long as he survives this round of bombing, he will definitely find an opportunity to counterattack later. But, laugh. That Muir only felt a sharp pain in his chest, and blood splattered into the air as if he didn't want money. What? That Muir lowered his head in astonishment, staring blankly at the long spear that penetrated his chest. Why did armament hockey work so well just now, but now it's as fragile as tissue paper? Is he going to die? Impossible. He is the Murloc Namur, the captain of the 8th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and a famous figure. How could he die in such a place? You pirates, you really believe in your armament hockey, but it's a pity that you don't even know what the God-tier declaration is. Gilgamesh sneered and pulled out a long sword from the king's treasure. The king said he would cut you into sashimi, and he would never break his promise. Ah! Marco, who was fighting with fiery heat, was suddenly startled by a familiar scream. With a kick of Phoenix Seal, the smoke was forced back, and Marco looked in the direction from which the screams came, and instantly his eyes were blood red. That Muir. Marco wailed miserably. I saw that Muir, the Murloc, was miserable at this time, and half of his body had been cut into sashimi by Gilgamesh, as if only his last breath was left. Boom. Marco was kicked dozens of meters away by the returning Kai. Why are you screaming so badly? He threw the Murloc Namur, who was so exhausted in revolving heaven, to Marco. Gilgamesh sneered and said, Didn't you guys come to hunt us down? I heard you scream so badly, if you didn't know it, you probably thought we were bullying you. That Muir. Marco exclaimed and caught the man. I saw that he was holding the dying Muir in his arms, his body was full of blue flames, and he turned and flew backwards. Marco actually increased his speed to the limit, and while running away, he activated his ability to heal Namul. Huh? This is the ability of the Phoenix? Seeing Marco's strange ability, Gilgamesh was a little surprised. I didn't expect Pirate World to have such a powerful ability. But, is it really good to heal wounds in front of the enemy and reveal so many flaws? What? Golden chains appeared out of nowhere from around Marco. What? Advertisement Marco, who was distracted by most of the wounds and escape, didn't react at all, and was caught by the lock of the sky. Then, before he could struggle, the whistling sound of the noble phantasm came from behind. Must be blocked. Marco gritted his teeth and put armament hockey on his back. But he also made the exact same mistake as Namur. Gilgamesh discovered a weakness in the world's strong men. That is, they really trust their armament hockey a lot. And he happens to have a noble phantasm that can easily decipher armament hockey. Laugh. Under the blazing shock and incredible gaze. Phoenix, Marco's body was pierced by the God-tier declaration, at the same time as the Muir in his arms, and the blood was like a spring. Wow. Marco vomited a large mouthful of blood and looked at the spear that pierced his chest in disbelief. Impossible, my hockey. Click. A crescent-shaped golden light flashed, and Marco's head was cut off by Gilgamesh's sword. IR. Marco's eyes widened in astonishment, but because his neck was cut off, he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Thump. The corpses of the 2 Whitebeard pirate team leaders fell into the sea. Do you died? Gilgamesh frowned and said, That guy is a phoenix, shouldn't he die so easily? Rest assured. Jin explained. In most cases, demon fruit power will be drowned by falling into the sea. Marco is not a Murloc, but also an ability person. Even if he is a phoenix, he will not survive if he falls into the sea. Gilgamesh suddenly lost interest. For an enemy of this level, if the other party had not been chasing and killing him, he would be too lazy to take action. Is that so? Gilgamesh looked at the island in front of him and looked arrogant. I don't know why Mo Yan came in person. Could it be that this king can't deal with that guy called Douglas Bullet? East Blue. Windmill Village. Sandstorm Funeral. Gaara controls the sand and crushes a red hair pirate's trainee crew to mincemeat. On the other side, Deidara spilled a large bomb, blowing up the pirates under the red-haired command. Damn. These two Hokage guys are so strong, can't stand it. Where's the redhead? Why haven't they come yet? The boss is in the village, he should have discovered the situation here, let's wait a little longer. 3.3 The core cadres of red hair pirates all entered the Windmill Village, and only the remaining non-core personnel stayed on the pirate ship. Their luck can be said to be very bad, and they happened to bump into Deidara and Gaara who came to the Windmill Village according to Xia Yan's orders. After finally discovering the second pirate group, Xia Yan said that it was still his enemy, so how could Deidara let it go easily? Art is a blast. Deidara threw 2 or 3 clay dragons at the red force below, and then shouted excitedly, "Drink." Boom. The deafening explosion irritated the eardrums of everyone present, and the terrifying impact even injured countless crew members of red hair pirates. Under their astonished gaze, the beloved pirate ship that accompanied red hair pirates for many years was blown to pieces by Deidara. In the distance, the red-haired and others who were drinking in the bar also noticed the sound of explosions that were constantly sounding in the distance. Where is our pirate ship? Lucky Roo looked at the direction from which the explosion came, his face dignified. The red-haired heart even more, click. Just watched the Hokage manga the other day, and there is a character who is good at using clay bombs. But Xia Yan's activities should be Grand Line and New World. And here is East Blue, where Xia Yan has never been in the future, shouldn't it be so coincidental? Chapter 131. Gaara plus Deidarav's red hair pirates, 2/5. Ha ha ha. Drink. Deidara stood on the dragon's back and soared in the air, laughing and throwing explosive clay. Boom. Boom. The explosion continued. Xia Yan, who summoned him, did not restrict him from throwing bombs, and his strength was stronger than before, making it more refreshing to explode. It can be said that the current Deidara is completely high. The crew of the red hair pirates below were basically all killed. Even if there were a few lucky ones, their limbs were broken, and they lay on the ground and screamed loudly. This guy is crazy. Gaara also stood on the floating sand, looking at Deidara with fear. Fortunately, now that he and this lunatic are teammates, at least there is no need to guard against him. Sudden. A figure appeared in the trachoma released by Gaara. No, it's not so much a figure, but because the other party's speed is too fast, Gaara can only barely capture a phantom. Deidara. Without the slightest hesitation, Gaara warned loudly, there's an enemy coming. Oh. What enemy? Deidara threw another clay entertainment bomb, and said with a wanton smile, no matter who comes, I will blow him up to the sky today, a mere pirate. Hum. A figure appeared out of thin air in front of Deidara, his icy gaze captured the soul, with the feeling of ultimate oppression. Deidara's unfinished words were just suppressed, and she stared at the figure close to her in astonishment. This is a middle-aged red-haired man with a broken arm. He looks very ordinary, but the monstrous haki exuding from his body makes people see his horror at a glance. 4 Emperor's red hair. The name Mo Yan told them just now appeared in Deidara's mind. Not good. Without the slightest hesitation, Deidara was about to throw the bomb clay forward. But the redhead was much faster than him. Front. The famous sword named Griffin was drawn with one hand. I saw a cold light flashing in the air, and Deidara's head flew into the air. Not far away, the cadres of red hair pirates such as Beckman were shocked to see the familiar blonde face whose head was beheaded by the red hair. It's actually a character from Hokage, and it's the Deidara of Akatsuki who just appeared in the manga volume 7. Shanks. Beckman suddenly shouted. Be careful, ninjas have body replacement technique and clones, even if their heads are cut off, they will not necessarily die. A look of astonishment flashed across the red-haired eyes, and he really didn't notice this when he was swept away by the anger. But at this time he was in the air, and he couldn't retreat so quickly. Boom. Advertisement Deidara, whose head was beheaded by the redhead, exploded suddenly, and the fire and impact engulfed the redhead completely in an instant. Captain. Seeing the redhead being blown up, Lucky Roo and others were stunned. Even if they didn't think that an explosion of this magnitude could hurt their hair, they were still extremely worried. After all, Deidara et al. Are from the manga Hokage, drawn by Xia Yan. Look at Uchiha Itachi before and Gilgamesh more recently. Ghosts know what mysterious hidden abilities these characters will have. Damn it, it really scared the uncle to death. Deidara's figure suddenly appeared from a distance, screaming strangely, her palm tightly wrapped around her neck, and her eyes were full of horror. He was really frightened just now. The slash at that moment was really amazing. If he hadn't reacted quickly and used the clay clone and body replacement technique, I'm afraid he would have been killed on the spot. On the other side, the red hair also rushed out of the smoke generated by the explosion, and his body was not injured at all, but his clothes were torn a little. Woo, it's okay. Beckman breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Deidara's ability is a simple bomb, and it is not difficult to deal with. Deidara of Hokage, Shao organization. The redhead used a move similar to moonwalk to stay in the air, glared at Deidara and shouted, "Why did you guys from Hokage appear in East Blue? Why did you attack my subordinates for no reason?" "What?" Deidara looked at the redhead with a neurotic look. "My boss said that you were his enemy, then I will naturally blow up. As for why we appeared in East Blue." Deidara's words stopped, and she attracted the attention of the redhead and Beckman by selling off. Then I saw him smile proudly and make a signature gesture. "None of your business, drink." Boom. The clay that had been attached to the redhead's body during the previous explosion detonated instantly, and the redhead was caught off guard. Even though the red hair was still covered with Hawkeye's defense at the first time, he was still injured in several places, and blood oozes from his clothes. Shanks. Damn. The ninja fighting styles in these Hokage are so insidious too. Seeing Shanks injured, Beckman was furious and pulled out a pistol to help. But how could Gaara, who had been on the sidelines, allow them to intervene, and immediately made a seal? It rains even when the sand is shot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dense sand bombs fell from the sky like pouring rain, and the power of each blow was enough to easily pierce through the hard rock. Damn it. It's that tailed beast Jinchuriki, Kazekage Gaara. Seeing Gaara's shot, Beckman was very unwilling, but he can only put down the firearm and use armament Hawkeye to defend first. No way, this sand bullet is too dense. Even if he wraps the bullet with Hawkeye, it is estimated that it will be difficult to hit. But Gaara didn't let up. I saw that he used the sand bullets to stop Beckman and the others' attacking intentions, and immediately formed the seal again quickly. Quicksand waterfall. Gaara gave a loud roar. Wow. Under the shocked gaze of Beckman et al., with Gaara's action, the ground within a kilometer of the shore collapsed instantly, turning into a large desert ocean. I saw that this sand sea even set off huge waves dozens of hundreds of meters high, swallowing them towards them. "Get out!" Beckman was furious in his heart, and shouted loudly while retreating to avoid being swallowed by the sand sea. Advertisement, however, a few cadres who were somewhat weaker in strength took a step behind, and were completely submerged by the huge wave of sand smashing down in the blink of an eye. Go to hell. At this moment, Gaara slammed his palms together. Sandstorm burial. Boom. Everything in the kilometer sand sea was instantly squeezed into pieces. Damn it. This guy can control sand better than the crocodile guy, even better than in the Hokage comics. Seeing the death of several colleagues who were usually good friends, Beckman's eyes suddenly turned blood red. Not caring whether he would be injured by the overwhelming sand and gravel, Beckman directly put armament Hawkeye on the outer bullet and fired several shots at the two people in the air. The redhead who was injured by Deidara before slashed out hundreds of sword chi in a second. The dense sword energy flew towards the Deidara two people, completely blocking all their retreats, making them unable to escape with body replacement technique and clone technique. Boom. The earth-shattering sound of the explosion stimulated everyone's eardrums, and the entire windmill village was shivering and shaking under the impact of this explosion. Is this the end of the world? Where are you, Garp? Why haven't you come back? The head of the windmill village held the phone bug that had just notified Garp and looked at the waves hundreds of meters high in the distance. Wouldn't the windmill village just be destroyed in the aftermath of the battle of these powerhouses? A long time. The explosion and tsunami finally subsided. The red hair fell beside Beckman, looking around in amazement. Just now, here was a somewhat beautiful ordinary coast. Now at 480, this place has completely turned into a sea of sand, and there are messy ruins caused by the collapse of the ground. Did you hit them? Beckman senses the center of the explosion with observation Hawkeye, but can only sense an extremely evil chakra. Should be hit. The redhead hesitated for a moment, then said, but I don't always feel right. Roar. The red-haired voice fell, and a furious beast roar resounded through the sky. Then, an extremely evil and violent aura burst out. And the smoke and dust in the center of the explosion was also completely dissipated by the airwaves generated by this roar. Hiss, the red hair was shocked. All my slashes were blocked? I saw a giant sand wall of at least a few hundred meters standing in front of the two of Gaara. It was densely covered with hundreds of crisscrossing creases. This move can be described as one of Gaara's strongest defensive ninjutsu in the original book, and Deidara's C3 bomb that can destroy the entire Sunagakure cannot destroy it. And after the strengthening of 10 million fans, Gaara is confident that even if it is a blow that can destroy the island, he can block it all. It can be said that Gaara's defense is terrifying, and the only drawback is that chakra consumes too much. But beastization can make up for this flaw perfectly. Roar. Hundreds of meters of sand walls dissipated, revealing the tyrannical-tailed beast exuding a terrifying aura behind it. One-tail Shukuru. After wiping off the blood that had just been hit by the sand bullet, Beckman's expression became even more solemn. Funny Gaara, is this guy out of control like in the comics when Shunin took the exam, or has he completely controlled his tail beast transformation? P.S. Roger was pierced by a soldier, Whitebeard was broken by a gun, and the red hair was bitten off by a near Poseidon. Probably the pirate is the same as the Dragon Ball. Without Hawkeye, the physical fitness may not be exaggerated. Chapter 132. This is not Fengtong. The appearance of Luffy, 3/5. P.S. Deidara's C3 can blow up the entire Sunagakure. I personally feel it is close to the scale of ancient weapon. Whitebeard's Summit War's full blow just smashes the island, and the damage range and destructive power are not as good as Deidara's C3. Bombs are really foul things. Although Gaara can borrow the power of the tailed beast, he can't be a perfect tailed beast. But that's in the world of Hokage. After being summoned to the world of pirates first, his strength has become stronger, and it is naturally more handy to control the tail beast. Secondly, because of Xia Yan. Just like other characters' loyalty to Xia Yan is 100%, Shuhei is no exception. Therefore, Xia Yan just instructed Shukaku, and told the other party that he had a Tenseigen whose power was no weaker than Rinnegan, and a Mangekyo Sharingan like Uchiha Madara, and Shukaku immediately persuaded him. A completely obedient tailed beast, coupled with Gaara's enhanced strength, this is the fundamental reason why he can perfectly transform into a tailed beast. Roar. One tail growled angrily, and amazing energy fluctuations condensed in his mouth. Is this the wind style used in the manga to deal with Toadbunda? The redhead was a little puzzled, and then his pupils shrank rapidly. Be careful. This is not the wind style in the original book. Avoid it. Hum. The red-haired voice fell, and the energy ball in Shohei's mouth had already bitten down towards them. Under Deidara's shocked gaze, the energy ball suddenly burst into a dazzling white light, and then extremely appalling energy fluctuations emerged from it. Tailed beast bomb that can blow up at least one mountain in one hit. Boom. Everyone present felt a roar in their ears. All the civilians in the windmill village fell to the ground unsteadily, looking at the direction of the explosion in the distance in shock. I saw a huge mushroom cloud rising into the air, and the energy fluctuations visible to the naked eye covered a range of at least 1,000 meters. From a distance, it looked like a circular energy mountain was created out of thin air. And the shock wave generated by this explosion is madly sweeping and crushing in all directions, shattering all the existences it passes through. Boom. The houses outside the windmill village instantly turned into powder, and more than a dozen ordinary people who didn't have time to escape were involved, and they were instantly torn to shreds by the aftermath of the impact. Involvement? To ordinary people? Gaara frowned slightly and said sorry in her heart. It wasn't his intention, but he couldn't help it either. What's more, only a group of unrelated people died. As Case Cage, Gaara naturally understands how many people in the ninja world die unexpectedly every day. Whose fault is this? Is it the ninja's fault? Although it is a little bit chubby and hateful to say this, it is the fault of the weak. It's just the aftermath of the battle, and they can't bear it all. Hey, is your strength so strong? Looking at the island that was blown into ruins by the tailed beast bomb, Deidara looked at Gaara in shock. Obviously he has such a strong strength, but he was caught by the uncle, so it seems that the uncle is really strong. Hey. Gaara. He wanted to complain so much, didn't you be ******** threaten me with the whole Sunagakure and cause me to get caught? What's more, I am funging, how could I turn into a tailed beast and release tailed beast bomb in the village? Think about it with your idiot's head. Thinking like this in his heart, Gaara didn't say it, after all, he didn't want to have a conflict with his teammates in front of the enemy. Be careful. That guy is the pirate 4 emperors in the mouth of Xia Yan, and he won't be so easily dealt with. Gaara said in a deep voice. The opponent's strength is also very strong, but he has not yet adapted to our ninjutsu. You will be responsible for the attack in a while, and I will be responsible for the defense. Prepare for a protracted battle. Cough cough, the red hair coughed violently and crawled out of the rubble. Although he didn't suffer any serious injuries, there was a surge of chi and blood in his body, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Advertisement on the other side, Beckman, Lucky Roo and several other cadres also crawled out in embarrassment. What was that move just now? Tail beast cannon. Beckman looked at the endless ruins around him, his face full of shock and disbelief. No. The red hair gritted his teeth. Although the power of the tail beast cannon is also very strong, it is definitely not so terrifying. This is simply the hiding method of the tail beast that was not drawn in the comics. Beckman looked up at the huge one-tail Morizuru and Deidara flying in midair and fell silent. What happened to you? The redhead looked at Beckman with a strange expression, his face changed slightly, as if he understood something. Let's retreat first. Lighting a cigar, Beckman said solemnly. The enemy has the terrifying moves just now, there are countless bombs with amazing power, and moves with amazing defensive power, even your sword chi can block this battle. I don't see much hope of winning, and continuing to fight will only hurt both sides. The redhead didn't speak, but his eyes became even more blood red. He felt very guilty for the dozen or so people who died in Windmill Village. If it wasn't for their presence here, those people would not have suffered a disaster. At this time, Deidara strikes again. My uncle is going to have a blast today. Deidara suddenly threw a large bomb, including dragons and a large number of small spiders that were difficult to see with the naked eye. Gaara on the side also began to seal again. In an instant, the ruins within 1,000 meters around the feet of the red hair and the others turned into a sea of sand, and they were smashed towards the red hair and the others. In the face of such an offensive, even the redheads and the others had to be cautious and could not evacuate. The two sides fought together again. This is revenge. Xia Yan, who was about to board the submarine celestial dragons, saw the situation on Deidara's side and couldn't help sighing. If you hadn't come to provoke me, I wouldn't be idle to provoke you. It's really karma, and it's really uncomfortable. What? Momosagi looked at Xia Yan in confusion, not knowing who he was talking to. Sorry, I was just talking to myself. Pulling Momosagi's hand gently, Mo Yan smiled and said, Have you killed celestial dragons? What? Momosagi was shocked. Beware of the ears on the wall, you can't talk nonsense. Before he could finish speaking, he interrupted awkwardly. Momoshagi then remembered that Xia Yan was no longer the young boy who was weak enough to need his own protection. Now he is caricaturist Xia Yan, the most vicious criminal with the highest reward in the world, and a big man who can stir up the world by himself. Even the celestial dragons, which were terrifying in her heart, seemed to have been killed by Mo Yan more than once. Don't worry, I'm still me, nothing has changed. Keenly aware of Momosagi's loss, Xia Yan softly comforted. Have you killed it? Surely not. Do you want to kill one? I always feel that killing a high-ranking world noble with one's own hands can exercise one's courage. Woolen cloth. This. Momosagi stared at Xia Yan dumbfounded, speechless in shock. This feeling was as if the world nobles were pigs that could be slaughtered in the eyes of Xia Yan. Soon, Xia Yan took Momosagi to the ship where the celestial dragons were. As a result, one of the celestial dragons was seriously injured at a glance. Really? Don Quixote Mascarid. In the original book, the celestial dragons who came to the Fishman Island due to injury, attempted to shoot and kill Princess Odahime. In the original book, it was because of him that Shirahoshi inspired the power of ancient weapon Poseidon. Advertisement, you. Caricaturist, Xia Yan. Impossible. Why did you come to such a place? Seeing the sudden appearance of Xia Yan and others, Mascarid's eyes widened in horror and his heart twitched violently. For celestial dragons, killing celestial dragons several times in a row, and even hitting Xia Yan of world government, is undoubtedly a terrible devil. Momosagi on the side secretly clicked her tongue. She didn't expect that Xia Yan would frighten the celestial dragons so much without saying a word. It has to be said that Momosagi felt very refreshed when he saw celestial dragons, who had been aloof in the past, actually showing such a troubled attitude. But Masquerade is obviously not a complete idiot either. At least he knows how to fight back. Snow, a pistol appeared in his hand. Go to hell. Xia Yan, Masquerade roared excitedly. I am the hero of celestial dragons, I. Snapped. Xia Yan whipped out her leg and formed a gorgeous arc in the air. Oh! Masquerade shouted in horror. When he tried to pull the trigger, he realized that the palm of his hand holding the gun had been kicked off, and he didn't even have time to feel the pain. Want to try it? Xia Yan smiled beautifully at Momosagi next to her. I think beheading celestial dragons is of great significance, especially for those who have been instilled with the concept of celestial dragon supremacy. Since childhood, it is a new life. Saying that, Xia Yan opened the Mangekyo Sharingan and took out the Kusanagi sword that had not been used for a long time from the Kamui space. This is what the big snake drew from the pill when he was in the underwater prison. In the early days, he couldn't use a sword, and later, with the first generation Onatu, Kusanagi sword lost his sense of existence. Give you. Handing the grass pheasant sword to Momosagi, Xia Yan said softly. Don't let the blood of this pig dirty your famous sword Jin Silla, he is not worthy. Momosagi stupidly took the Kusanagi sword. Seeing celestial dragons kneeling on the ground and wailing like a madman, her arms and shoulders were shaking. Like Xia Yan said, people in the pirate world have been instilled with the concept of the noble and inviolable world noble celestial dragons since childhood. Momosagi, who was raised as marine from childhood, has a deep understanding of this concept. If she can really cross this road and kill celestial dragons with her own hands, then she will break free and reach a higher realm. Of course, for Mo Yan, killing celestial dragons was as easy as eating and drinking. But for marines such as Momosagi, it is quite difficult to cross this road, and Xia Yan can't guarantee that she will be able to do it. Just when Momosagi was in a tangle, Xia Yan received a call request from Gaara. What's wrong? Xia Yan stepped aside and talked to Gaara. Sorry to bother you, Master Xia Yan. Gaara's voice came into my ears, and the tone sounded a little strange. Me, Deidara and the people from Red Hair Pirates fought for a while, and we both have the upper hand, but there is an accident. Huh? What's the accident? Xia Yan asked curiously, opening Gaara's vision at the same time. Three very familiar short figures instantly appeared in Xia Yan's line of sight. While we were fighting, a little kid named Monkey D. Luffy came out of the road. Not knowing that Xia Yan had seen the situation here, Gaara said solemnly. This kid's grandfather seems to be called Garp. The same name as the Marine Hero Vice Admiral you mentioned earlier, Master Xia Yan, so just in case, I'll call you first. What are we going to do with this kid named Luffy? Kill him, or give his grandpa a face and send him away? Chapter 133. Redheads. Their target is not me, but Luffy, 4/5. Traveling to a comic world and encountering the protagonist of the original work, how to treat him is probably something that most travelers have to face. But basically that's it. 1. Seize the opportunity. 2. Kill the protagonist. 3. Kneeling and licking the protagonist. 4. Accept the protagonist as a younger brother. 5. Mix with the protagonist and become a member of the protagonist group. Monkey D. Luffy. There is no doubt that he is the protagonist of the pirate world. He is also the grandson of marine hero Garp and the son of Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. In Xia Yan's opinion, this is really interesting. Garp's boss, Marshal Sora, was killed by him, and Garp himself was defeated by his own men. The dragon guy even cut off an arm by him in the Sabaody archipelago. This kid's father and grandfather all have a deep hatred against him. B. What Xia Yan wants to do is not any of the 5 above. He said it back when Sabaody archipelago was targeted by redheads. He's going to kill someone, don't shoot at this kid. Xia Yan said with a playful smile. This kid wants to be a pirate, you don't have to fight with red hair pirates. The task now is to lure Luffy into marine and tell him how bad and disgusting pirates are, understand what I mean? What? Gaara was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. I understand 480, Lord Xia Yan. Luffy. Seeing that stinky boy Luffy appeared here, the red hair suddenly exclaimed. What are you doing here, hurry up. Not at all. Luffy stuck out his tongue at the redhead, then looked at Deidara angrily. You are bullying Shanks, right? Rubber fists. Hey. The fists stretched like rubber hit the two of Gaara. But only after hitting 2 or 3 meters, the fluttering fist fell to the ground weakly. Shanks. Gaara. Peefed. Deidara couldn't help laughing. Hey, you kid is too funny, isn't it? Are you performing some kind of circus? It's funny? Yes, damn it. Advertisement Luffy also felt very embarrassed, blushing and retracting his outstretched arms, about to attack again. But Ace on the side raised his hand to stop him. You're not their match, Luffy. Ace looked at Gaara with serious eyes. The two characters in the cartoonist Mo Yan's work, Hokage. Their CBDD strength is very terrifying, and it is estimated that they want to kill you in an instant. Open black lens bracket cartoonist Xia Yan. Who is that? Luffy looked at Ace inexplicably. But Sabo, who was a noble before, was shocked. Are you talking about Xia Yan, the criminal with the highest reward in the world? Ace. Well, the reward is more than 5 billion Bailey, which is like a monster. Ace said solemnly. Luffy, I read it in the newspaper, even your grandfather Garp has suffered a lot of losses. Don't be caught by these guys. Huh? What? I'll definitely beat them up. Hearing the word, Grandpa? Luffy was obviously a little scared, but he still raised his fist forcefully. On the other hand, Sabo glanced at Ace in disbelief and said softly, Ace, you seem to know Xia Yan very well. I just saw him in the papers. Ace bowed his head slightly, covering his complicated eyes. Is he familiar with Mo Yan? The answer is yes. Since knowing the existence of Xia Yan, Ace's eyes have been following his back. He is that man's biological son. Xia Yan is that man's adopted son. In this way, Xia Yan should be his righteous brother. But the paper also said that Xia Yan personally beheaded the man's co-captain, Pluton Rayleigh. So, how does Xia Yan feel about the man who put him in jail? Is hate, or complain, or other more complex emotions? Ace wanted to know this like crazy, and even wanted to go to sea ahead of time to find Xia Yan and ask. He never thought that he would meet Xia Yan's subordinate here, the character in Hokage. Could it be that God is helping him? At this time, under the astonished gaze of the redhead and the others, Gaara actually changed from the state of a tailed beast back to a human appearance. Be careful, Shanks. Beckman immediately stared at Gaara vigilantly, for fear that the other party might have some conspiracy. Humph. Deidara snorted coldly. Don't worry, there is no conspiracy, it was Lord Xia Yan who told us to stop. What? You said Xia Yan? Beckman was shocked, he didn't expect to get this kind of information. Advertisement Xia Yan can actually talk to the characters in Hokage, directly across the distance. When Shanks heard Deidara's words, his face did not improve at all, but became more gloomy. If you want to fight, fight, if you want to stop, stop. Taste. The redhead's words were broken in half, he was being held back. Beckman. The redhead turned his head and looked at his co-captain in confusion. Calm down. Beckman said in a deep voice. Look at your subordinates, and look at your current appearance. You can decide whether to continue fighting with these two people, or leave here as soon as possible. This. The redhead turned to look at the few remaining subordinates around him, all of whom were covered with wounds. Even he himself was bled a lot. Redhead was speechless. He also knew that it was too uncool to continue fighting, and it was not a decision a captain should make. But, not reconciled, almost all of his subordinates were killed. Don't be impulsive. Beckman grabbed the redhead's shoulder tightly, gritted his teeth and reminded. Impure world reincarnation. Remember? Even if you kill these two, I'm afraid they can be resurrected through the trick in the comics, Impure world reincarnation. What's the point of fighting the whole pirate group to kill them? Boom. If struck by lightning, the red hair instantly woke up. He realized that Beckman was right. What if he killed both of Deidara before finding out Xia Yan's weakness? Not to mention that people can be resurrected completely. It is said that there are so many characters in Hokage, and the two supporting roles who have not many scenes died. Will Xia Yan feel a little bit of distress? Go. The redhead picked up Luffy, Ace and Beckman picked up Sabo and was about to leave. But a large sea of sand stopped them immediately. Stop. Gaara shouted coldly, put people down. Yes. Put people down. Deidara also summoned 2 C2 dragons and stared at them eagerly. What are you going to do? The redhead looked at Gaara and Deidara in surprise and suddenly understood. The goal of these two, or Xia Yan's goal, was not him at all. But Luffy. Chapter 134. Abducting and abducting the enemy's favored child, 5/5. What's the situation? Luffy looked confused. Why did these people who were fighting just now want him suddenly? Ace and Sabo were also confused. What did the big guys in Hokage want Luffy to do? Redhead and Beckman had some vague guesses in mind. For the grandson of Hero Garp? Thinking that Xia Yan was eyeing Garp's grandson, the redhead couldn't help feeling a little depressed. Because he's also eyeing Garp's grandson. However, he simply wanted to lead Garp's grandson to the path of the pirates, and didn't think about harming this child. But who knows what Xia Yan is going to do, so, the red-haired immediately refused. However, before he could speak, Gaara said again, Lord Xia Yan said that we will not do anything to Garp's grandson. Even if you can't trust us, you should at least believe in the character of Lord Xia Yan, right? Hey, Master Xia Yan also told Uncle Ben. Deidara sneered and added, Master Xia Yan said that you helped the world government to deal with him, so Master Xia Yan cut off your arm, so we will take action against your pirate group today. Xia Mr. Yan and we have a clear conscience. That's right. Gaara's face was cold. It's all your own fault, of course. Lord Xia Yan also said that you can take revenge on us at any time, and you will definitely accompany us. This. The red-haired old blushed, and subconsciously lowered his head to avoid Beckman's unbelievable gaze. At the beginning, the red-hair pirates went alone to help the world government to deter Xia Yan, but Xia Yan cut off an arm, which can be said to be a stain that red hair will never remember. Most annoyingly, Deidara was right. He and Xia Yan have no injustice or hatred, and there is a layer of Roger's intimacy between the two. But it was he who took the initiative to help the world government to deter Xia Yan, which led to a series of revenge and evil consequences. This is the so-called, whoever wipes first is cheap. Indeed, Xia Yan's character should be better than mine. The redhead smiled bitterly, and his heart was loosened, but he still asked vigilantly, what do you want Luffy to do? Lord Xia Yan wants Luffy to be marine. Without hiding the red hair, Gaara said Mo Yan's original words. What did you say? Before the redhead could speak, Luffy was already annoyed. I saw him glaring at Gaara fiercely, shouting loudly, I don't want to do anything marine. I want to be a pirate. I want to be the Pirate King? What? Advertisement. Gaara stared at the little brat in front of her dumbfounded, never thinking that the other party wanted to be a pirate at such a young age. What is a pirate? In Gaara's impression, pirates are a group of scum who are not bound by any rules, burn and loot. Such a shattered little brat actually wants to be a pirate, and also wants to be the king of it? How can this be allowed? At this moment, Gaara was in awe of Xia Yan. It turned out that Mr. Xia Yan was trying to persuade a young boy who lost his way to return, so he let himself come here. Can you give him to me? His face became extremely serious in an instant. Gaara stared at the red hair and said, you will have a chance to come to me after you want to take revenge, and I will wait for you for a lifetime. But now, give this child to me. I won't hand Luffy to you. The redhead hesitated and chose to refuse, but still let go of the arm that hugged Luffy. Shanks. Luffy looked at him suspiciously. Luffy. The redhead patted Luffy's head lightly and forced a smile. What a person wants to do is up to you. Whether you want to be a pirate or a marine, you choose. Of course I'm going to be a pirate. Luffy still didn't hesitate. I'm the man who wants to become One Piece. Ha ha ha. Good. The redhead laughed. It doesn't matter if you want to be a pirate or a marine. As long as you stick to your own path, that's enough. I will always support your decision. Lord Xia Yan? Gaara asked in her heart. This kid is not easy to deal with. It's easy to do. Momoshage on Xia Yan's side was still hesitating, but he was free to deal with Gaara's side. So Xia Yan directly said what she thought. Check to see if there is a larger pirate group robbing nearby. Take Luffy's boys to have a look. 07. In the end, it was the new Fengying. Gaara instantly understood Xia Yan's thoughts. So he directly invited Luffy. Since you want to be a pirate, would you like to follow us to see a real pirate? Deliver? Luffy stunned. Isn't Shanks a real pirate? For flowers, I don't know if he is a real pirate. Advertisement. Gaara said calmly. But the one I showed you must be a real pirate. How about it? Are you going to see it? Luffy looked at Shanks with a gloomy face, then at Gaara, lost in confusion and hesitation. I go. Ace, who has been reticent since just now, suddenly interrupted the topic, stared at Gaara and said, I want to see what the era of the great pirates that man opened up was like. Gaara. Who are you, boy? What are we talking about to you? Take him with you. Xia Yan said gloatingly. Anyway, I have to confuse the red-haired Luffy, and it doesn't matter if I add an ace from Whitebeard. By the way, the Sabo next to me also brings it, and they are the mainstay of the enemy camp. What? 0. Okay. Gaara felt that she couldn't understand Xia Yan's words at all. What is the mainstay of the enemy camp, meaning that these three lil brats will become very powerful people in the future? This kind of rambling feeling was as if he had foreseen the future. But, what does it have to do with him? It was enough for him to just do what he was ordered to do. So, when Ace volunteered to go with him, Luffy and Sabo naturally followed. The red hair vaguely guessed what Xia Yan wanted to show Luffy and others. He wanted to stop it, but he couldn't do anything, so he could only go with him. Riding on a clay flying dragon 20 to 30 meters long, the group flew into the air. Fly, 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 Luffy shouted excitedly. When I go to sea in the future, will you be my deputy captain? Shut up, stinky kid. Deidara pushed Luffy away with a look of disgust, increasing the speed of the dragon under his feet to the limit. Maybe Xia Yan's luck has been good recently. In East Blue, which is known as the weakest in the world, Deidara and the two really found a pirate group that was burning and looting. And looking at several familiar faces in the pirate group from a distance, Xia Yan was shocked. Isn't this the Krieg pirates that Luffy first encountered in the original book? Big, Chapter 135. The Luffy pirate is so disgusting. 6 more. Is that a real pirate? Looking at the hundreds of thousands of pirates below, Luffy's eyes lit up with admiration. Gaara sneered inwardly and commanded, Deidara, drop the height a little bit, it's too high now. My lord knows, Deidara agreed and lowered the height of the dragon. This also gave Luffy a complete view of what was going on below. Save me, please let me go, don't kill me, daughter, mother, wife, don't, you beasts. The mourning of the civilians, the evil laughter of the pirates, and the shrill screams stimulated everyone's eardrums. Blood and severed limbs were everywhere, and the woman's appearance was even more miserable, even more terrifying than the hell in human fantasy. 4-8 bends. Even if Luffy was an idiot, he had already realized something at this time, and his face turned extremely pale in an instant. This is a pirate. Following Xia Yan's instructions, Gaara said softly, this is the era of the great pirates that man started, and this is the pirate you were longing for. Impossible. Luffy's eyes were blood red. How could a pirate be such a guy? Wow! The cry of a blood-stained baby below rang loudly. Then I saw a tall middle-aged man wearing golden armor and stepped on it. Peefed. Babies are trampled into mashed meat. Haha, hurry up and grab it. There's another village here after grabbing it. The golden armored man laughed. Lousy is the overlord of East Blue, Krieg. Lousy is so awesome. It's impossible. Above, Luffy's eyes gradually became dull. He looked at the redhead as if asking for help. Shanks, tell me quickly, these guys are not pirates. How could pirates be like this? Sorry, Luffy. The redhead avoided Luffy's gaze in embarrassment. He didn't want to deceive Luffy, although he showed Luffy all the advantages and benefits of pirates. Advertisement, but the fact is that 99% of the pirates in this world are scumbags who do all kinds of evil. Impossible. How is this possible? Seeing that the redhead didn't answer his own question, how could Luffy still not understand what he meant? At this time, Ace made up the knife again. Luffy, they didn't lie to you. I also read in the newspapers that most pirates burn, loot, and do all kinds of evil. After speaking, Ace's eyes showed disgust and disgust. Thinking that the age of the great pirate was started by that man himself, with the man's blood still flowing in his body, he felt utterly disgusting. Below, the slaughter continues. Thousands of people in the entire village were almost completely slaughtered. Stop it. Stop me, you bastards. Luffy suddenly fell to his knees on the clay dragon and let out a heart-piercing roar. Then, an indescribable haki burst out of him, skyrocketing into the sky. Boom. The sky was ripped open by Luffy's haki. This is. The red-haired pupils shrank suddenly. Conqueror's haki? This kid's aura just now. Gaara and Deidara both looked at Luffy in disbelief. Could this be the reason why Mr. Xia Yan values this Luffy? Below, thousands of pirates and the Krieg pirates lost consciousness under the impact of Luffy Conqueror's haki. Only one Krieg was the strongest, kneeling on the ground barely supported. What? Krieg finally found the dragon and Gaara flying in midair, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. It looks familiar. I remember this dragon as the ability of Deidara in the latest volume of Hokage. Hokage's character resurrected. Why is Hokage's character in a small place like East Blue? Under Krieg's shocked gaze, a large piece of clay dragon was suddenly dropped in the air. Oops! Krieg widened his eyes in shock, and immediately got up and ran away. But it was too late. Boom! A deafening explosion swept the world. Everything within a kilometer range disappeared in an instant. Advertisement: the village that was originally killed by the pirates was completely turned into ruins in the sea of fire. And Krieg, who offered a reward of 17 million Bailey, the self-running East Blue overlord, was also reduced to ashes in this explosion. It can be regarded as revenge for them. Gaara sighed and looked at Luffy, with a little laugh and ridicule in her eyes. Do you still want to be the Pirate King now, boy? Luffy, teary-eyed mother-in-law, gritted her teeth. Wanting to become the Pirate King has been his only and biggest dream over the years. But recalling the miserable scenes in his mind just now, Luffy couldn't shout out words like, I want to become One Piece or something like before. He is human. Maybe he's a little silly, but he has a heart of shame. Maybe not all pirates are like the Krieg before them. But for Luffy, who is only 7 or 8 years old, this is definitely a huge shock that can completely reshape his three views. Pirates. That's disgusting. I don't want to be the Pirate King. Standing up from the ground, Luffy wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and shouted in a deep voice, I want to be a Marine. After all these damn pirates are blown away, I will become One Piece. Ace looked at Luffy with a complicated look. He wanted to be a pirate, because he wanted to see the scenery that the man had seen, and also to find Xia Yan. But Sabo immediately echoed excitedly. Marine? Then I'll go with you, Luffy. I want to be Marine too. Luffy wiped his nose and said, I'm going to be King Marine. Sorrow and change. Not far from Luffy, Beckman patted the redhead's shoulder reassuringly. He knew that the red-haired abduction plan was completely bankrupt. I lost again. 3.3. The redhead smiled bitterly. Xia Yan is very smart and understands people's hearts. Indeed, as long as Luffy can see the cruelty and disgust of the pirates, a child like him will definitely feel extremely repelled by the pirates. Beckman sighed wearily. Thinking of them coming all the way from New World to East Blue, they were almost wiped out by two little-known characters in Hokage, and even Shank's plan failed. What is this called? Sudden. In the crowd's observation hockey, a figure with a strong breath appeared out of thin air, and it was still approaching at an unbelievable speed. Coming. The red hair restrained his sadness and stared at the direction of the breath with a solemn expression. It came much faster than expected. Should it be said that it is really him? He is really old and strong. Chapter 136. The Choice of the Moody Garp, Ace, Momosagi, 1/5. Gaara and Deidara also quickly discovered the powerful aura that was approaching. The expressions of the two of them instantly became solemn and serious. This breath seems to be a little stronger than the red hair. Hum. With a cracking sound, an elderly marine wearing a dogskin hat appeared in front of everyone. Hero Garp. One of the most recognizable legendary marines of the last era. Also Xia Yan's half-enemy. Luffy. Garp exclaimed and took Luffy into his arms, looking up and down. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he was sure that Luffy wasn't hurt. God knows how shocked and frightened he was when he heard from the village chief of Windmill Village that the red hair of the four emperors and the characters in Hokage fought in Windmill Village and finally kidnapped Luffy. Damn you. With Luffy behind him, Garp had a rare look of extreme anger. It is hard to say whether ordinary people can penetrate the steel plate when they are extremely angry. But in the case of Garp's extreme anger, at least 10 mountains can be penetrated. Wait a minute. Garp Vice Admiral. Under the guidance of Mo Yan, Gaara opened his hands directly. We didn't hurt Luffy, and even guided him to the right path, which is completely different from the red-haired 21 pirates. What? The right way? Garp was startled at first, then suddenly looked sideways at the red-haired. Damn. Are you trying to induce the old man's grandson to become a pirate? Not inducement. The redhead smiled bitterly. I just show him the life of a pirate. As for what he wants to do, Luffy will choose by himself. Garp, however, didn't believe the redhead at all. FK your M asterisk 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 gar. Garp roared. Don't think that the old man doesn't know your heart. Tell you, if the grandson of the old man becomes a pirate, the old man must hunt you down to the new world. Grandfather, Luffy hugged Garp's leg tightly, as if to gain some security. The protagonist in the original sobbed. I'm not going to be a pirate, I'm going to be a marine. I'm going to blow all the pirates away. What? Garp shouted in surprise. Luffy, is what you said true? Grandpa heard it right. Luffy cried and roared. Pirates are so disgusting and inferior, I'm going to blow all these inferior guys away, and then become the pirate king. Ha ha ha. Good. Really good. Automatically ignoring the second half of Luffy's words, Garp laughed excitedly and couldn't help but burst into tears. He had wanted Luffy to be a marine for a long time, but Luffy had always resisted. Now that the dream has come true, Garp even feels that his life is completely complete. Speaking of which, Xia Yan's men led Luffy. Garp slowly raised his head and glanced at Gaara and Gaara with a complicated look. No matter what happened to this old man and Xia Yan before, I really should say thank you this time. Advertisement, humph. Deidara sneered triumphantly. Instead of thanking us, it's better to deal with the person who kidnapped your precious grandson, eh? Hey, boy, you're right. Garp's anger in his heart was not vented. When he heard the words, he turned his head and glared at the red hair. The faces of the redhead and Beckman changed dramatically. Originally, Deidara and Gaara were already very difficult to deal with. Now comes another hero, Garp. Wait a minute, Garp Vice Admiral. Although we are pirates, Xia Yan and the people from Hokage also have a deep hatred against you. Beckman, as the resourceful general of the red-haired pirates, immediately had to find a way to keep Garp out of the fight. But the angry Garp didn't think so much. He stepped forward and rushed in front of the red-haired two. Let's talk when you're done. The iron fist wrapped around armament hockey mercilessly slammed into the redhead. Garp shouted loudly. I won't dare to come to East Blue again if I don't beat you today, and I won't be named Monkey in the future. Go to the bottom of the Fishman Island. Looking at Gaara's side, Garp suppressed the redhead and Beckman at the same time with one person. Xia Yan couldn't help smacking her tongue. Really old and strong. Lord Xia Yan, Gaara asked in a deep voice, do you have any other instructions? Who should we help? What will we do next? Help Garp. Xia Yan thought for a moment, and then said, it doesn't matter if the redhead kills or not. In fact, I would like to see Luffy who grew up and take him to the underwater prison with his own hands. It must be a very interesting scene. Gaara. Lord Xia Yan is really scary. According to what Xia Yan said before, the red hair should be Luffy's guide on the road to Pirate King. And now under the control of Xia Yan, Luffy will not only become marine, but may even catch the redhead himself in the future? Fate makes people. Gaara sighed softly, but the ace in his eyes suddenly walked towards them. Luffy wants to be a marine, but I don't want to. Looking straight into Gaara's eyes without a trace of fear, Ace said solemnly, I want to meet caricaturist Xia Yan. Can you take me to see him? Peeved. Deidara laughed directly. Hey. What a big man Mr. Xia Yan is. How could it be possible to meet a little brat like you? Hey. On the contrary, Gaara was calmer, and immediately contacted Xia Yan and asked him for instructions. Ken. To Gaara Deidara's surprise, Xia Yan agreed. You are so lucky. Deidara looked at Ace jealously. Even after I came to this world, I haven't seen Master Xia Yan, eh? Gaara took a deep look at Ace. He wanted more. From Xia Yan's tone, Gaara could hear a hint of nostalgia. Obviously, this ace is not an ordinary person, and may even be the descendant of an acquaintance of Lord Xia Yan. Seabed. Advertisement, WT2. Xia Yan received the call with Gara and whispered Ace's name. Roger's son. Although it was Roger who killed him and spent several years in the underwater prison, it was indeed Roger who saved him at the beginning, so Roger was kind to him. Xia Yan is not a villain. He is just an ordinary person, and he will avenge his revenge, and he will not be ashamed if he has kindness. For example, if Rayleigh didn't provoke Xia Yan first, Xia Yan would never kill him as the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates. As for Ace, thinking of being Whitebeard's son in the original book, and eventually dying in the fire fist of naval headquarters, Xia Yan smiled. Instead of being Whitebeard's son, throw Ace into a marine. Thinking of the scene where Marines Ace and Whitebeard were fighting, Xia Yan nodded secretly, confirming the idea. Crack. The crisp cracking sound caught Xia Yan's attention. He turned his head slightly and found that Momoshiki had cut off the heads of the 480 celestial dragons. A bunch of madmen. Akainu narrowed his eyes and walked directly into the cabin. He didn't want to get involved in Xia Yan's affairs, and he didn't like celestial dragons, so he naturally let them go. Momoshiki was breathing rapidly, her body trembled slightly, and there was a lot of cold sweat on her forehead. Obviously, killing celestial dragons with her own hands was quite a psychological pressure for her. You did very well. Xia Yan walked over and hugged Momoshiki in her arms, and praised soothingly, and you were better than I thought. The reason for this is because Xia Yan saw that Momoshiki did not kill celestial dragons with the Kusanagi sword he gave her. But her beloved famous knife, Jin Kunluo, the terrifying conqueror's haki emerged from Momoshiki's body, and instantly all marine life within a few kilometers of the seafloor lost consciousness. What? Akainu, who had just entered the cabin, looked at Momoshiki in shock. Obviously, as a future prospective admiral, Momoshiki has the qualifications of a king. And now, willing to kill celestial dragons with her beloved knife, Momoshiki has completely broken free from the shackles of this world concept, and her conqueror's haki has also awakened. Her future is destined to be magnanimous. Without the slightest hesitation, Xia Yan also released her conqueror's haki to blend and collide with Momoshiki's haki. For a while, the whole scene was unusually harmonious. It's just that the bottom of the sea was torn apart by conqueror's haki, who collided with the two, and even formed a huge uzumaki that has not been recovered for a long time. This is. In the Dragon Palace City, feeling the terrifying aura vaguely emanating from a distance, Neptune's expression changed slightly. It's finally here. Cartoonist, Xia Yan, Chapter 137. People from Hokage. Murder and robbery on the Fishman Island, 2/5. Destination. Arrived. Master Xia Yan. Soon after Momoshiki killed celestial dragons, the crew in charge of sailing came to remind him, but his body and eyes were shaking. Xia Yan grabbed celestial dragon's bubble head grass with one hand and lifted his head up. Let's go. Xia Yan smiled and said, I'm still curious. Obviously, the Fishman Island is Whitebeard's territory. When this Sea Emperor Neptune encountered difficulties, why didn't he find Whitebeard but me? Uchiha Itachi, Jiraiya, and Kakashi immediately followed in his footsteps. Under the sea, the Fishman Island. I heard that, cartoonist, Xia Yan is coming. Or was it invited by Lord Neptune? That's the most vicious criminal in the world. I don't know what Lord Neptune invited him to do. But I heard that Xia Yan killed those celestial dragons that damn it. He should be our friend, right? What's the matter? He is still the commander-in-chief of the world government. Who knows whether he is a bad guy or a good guy? The Murlocs and Mermen gathered together and whispered about topics related to Xia Yan. It's just, although most people talk about hate Xia Yan is a bad guy and so on. But their eyes were still involuntarily peeking forward, wanting to see the existence of Xia Yan for the first time. After all, that's Xia Yan. Open black lens bracket cartoonist close black lens bracket Xia Yan. Xia Yan with the highest reward. Xia Yan who killed celestial dragons. Xia Yan who attacked the world government. Xia Yan who is the commander of the army. How could such a well-known mysterious man not be curious? I'm coming. A Murloc suddenly pointed upwards and shouted. Thousands of mermaids and Murlocs looked at each other. The soldiers behind Neptune instantly became extremely nervous. What they were about to see was a real big man who was famous in the world. Boom! In anticipation of all, the coated vessel fell to the bottom of the sea. Several figures came out of it. Hiss, the manga artist Xia Yan with a reward of 5.1 billion berry. Jiraiya with a reward of 3.14 billion berry. Uchiha Itachi with a reward of 2.5 billion berry. And the space magic eye with a reward of 1.15 billion berry Hitaki Kakashi. The powerhouses in Hokage came 3 in one go. And Marine Vice Admiral Akainu. I heard he is one of the candidates for the next Marine Admiral. It's terrifying that so many big people appear together on the Fishman Island. They can completely destroy the Fishman Island with just their fingers, right? Advertisement. Looking at the extremely familiar faces of Xia Yan, Uchiha Itachi and others, the Murlocs and Mermen were excited and frightened at the same time. After all, Xia Yan alone has more than the world's strongest Whitebeard, and Whitebeard is the biggest backer of the Fishman Island. How could they not be afraid? Neptune did not expect that Xia Yan would come to him with such a luxurious lineup. Although he was equally frightened, he bravely stepped forward and stretched out his right hand. Welcome to the Fishman Island, Mr. Xia Yan. Xia Yan responded lightly, but did not reach out. This guy's attitude is so arrogant. The eyes of the soldiers behind Neptune suddenly turned bad, and one of the blue fat murlocs stared at Xia Yan very unhappily. Jinbei, didn't the world government tell me that 7 warlords of the sea was already full? Could it be that the 5 elders are lying to me? Xia Yan's doubts flickered in her heart, and she didn't worry too much about this issue. Today is different from the past. When he was negotiating with the 5 elders of the Subodhi archipelago, he thought it would be fun to play Shichibukai for his men. However, now that he himself is the commander-in-chief of the world government, does it make sense to have Shichibukai's position? Thinking of this, Xia Yan couldn't help laughing dumbly, and waved her arm forward lightly, throwing something out. Lord Neptune, be careful. Jinbei and a few guards immediately stepped forward to protect Neptune behind him, and stared vigilantly at what Xia Yan threw. As a result, they were shocked to discover that it was not a weapon. But a head. A human head with a peculiar bubblehead grass on his head, who had apparently just died not long ago. This is. Looking at the familiar bubblehead grass, Jinbei's pupils shrank and his heart trembled violently. Behind him, a murloc exclaimed. That's the celestial dragons who were attacked and killed by the sea kings at the bottom of the sea. I saw them just now. They were actually killed by the sea kings? What? Celestial dragons died on the Fishman Island. Damn. How could this happen? It's over. If the world government and celestial dragons are held accountable, the Fishman Island won't be destroyed like this. Hearing the murloc's words, countless murlocs and mermen immediately wailed. It is quite normal for sea kings to attack passing ships, so they have no doubts. Xia Yan. When did he say that the celestial dragons were killed by the sea kings? These guys are too smart. However, the misunderstanding of these murlocs reminded Xia Yan. Advertisement. Xia Yan and Momosagi looked at each other and knew each other. Neptune. Xia Yan's face turned pale and she shouted in a deep voice. Huh? In. Neptune woke up suddenly, staring blankly at Xia Yan. His eyes were still full of shock. We'll talk about the celestial dragons later, don't you invite us in and sit? Xia Yan asked with a playful smile. Cough cough, come, everyone please. Not daring to look at the head of celestial dragons on the ground, Neptune bent, almost completely letting go of his pride and self-respect as a mermaid emperor. Humph. Behind them, Akainu let out a cold snort unnoticed. In his eyes, Xia Yan is a terrifying lunatic. Celestial dragons will kill if he wants to kill him, even if he doesn't have the slightest fear. But at the same time he has to admit that Xia Yan is an extremely smart person. Using the celestial dragons thing to play off the topic, without even saying a word, Neptune has completely entered his rhythm. This means that whatever Xia Yan wants to do in the future will be much easier. Soon, inside the Dragon Palace, a group of mermaid maids served tea and desserts to Xia Yan and others. Tasty. Xia Yan casually took a sip, chuckled. Qian said, Celestial dragons will be discussed later. I am quite curious about why you seek my help instead of choosing Whitebeard, Neptune's Sea Emperor. This. Neptune hesitated for a moment, then said cautiously, I really have no choice. The 2 men in your book, Hawkeye, ate and drank heavily on the Fishman Island, killing a lot of people and robbing them. For less money, everyone is complaining. I am worried that you will conflict with the Whitebeard pirates, so I hesitated and asked the world government for help. Can you take them back? Of course, as compensation, I can give you at least 1 billion Bailey's comfort money and you will never suffer. With that said, Neptune invited his maid and arranged for someone to get the money. But Xia Yan froze. Kai. What did you say? Xia Yan looked at Neptune with a bewildered expression. When did he have, Hawkeye? Men eating and drinking on the Fishman Island and killing people and stealing money. Chapter 138. Brothers, are you also pretending to be Hawkeye? The awakening and exposure of Poseidon, 3/5. Xia's brain quickly ran again. That's all the characters in Hawkeye that were summoned to the pirate world. Among them, Uchiha Itachi and others followed him. Tsunade is in the Holy Land Mary Joa. Orochimaru is in the 4 Emperor's Beasts Pirates. Uchiha Sasuke is in the hands of Bullet. Deidara and Gaara beat up redheads with Garp at East Blue. Where did he get the 2 Hokage men to burn, kill and loot on the Fishman Island? This is impossible, Xia Yan said in a deep voice. I can guarantee that my subordinates will never appear on the Fishman Island. I know where all of them are now. Neptune, the Emperor of the Sea, was dumbfounded. He thought Xia Yan was arguing. But with Xia Yan's strength, if the other party really wants to make a quibble, he, the Sea Emperor, has nothing to do. People's fists are bigger than their own. Seeing this, Xia Yan couldn't help frowning. I won't lie to you about this kind of thing. You should have been lied to. How is this possible? Neptune exclaimed. One of the 2 is Kisame and the other is Might Guy. They are both characters that appeared in Hokage. Even if I admit it wrong, will the others admit it? This. Xia Yan's eyes were slightly startled, but her face was a little weird. You never thought that the other party might be pretending? No way. Neptune looked at Xia Yan in disbelief. You are now the world's most ferocious criminal with a reward of 5.1 billion Baileys, or the commander-in-chief of the entire army. Not long ago, you even attacked the world government on the world live broadcast, defeating the 5 elders. How dare anyone pretend to be? After he finished speaking, Neptune was stunned. Having already understood what was going on, a sneer appeared on Xia Yan's face. It is because I have such a terrible reputation that someone pretends to be my subordinate with 480. I'll go check it out. Neptune's eyes were cold, and his heart was extremely depressed. It would be fine if it was Xia Yan's subordinates, they really couldn't offend Xia Yan and the powerful characters in Hokage. But if it is fake, doesn't it mean that the whole of Fishman Island has been deceived by the other party? That's too embarrassing, but Xia Yan raised her hand to stop Neptune. No, I'll go there myself. Xia Yan smiled and said, I'm quite curious, who the hell has the guts? A certain pirate ship docked at the bottom of the ship. Hoshigaki Kisame and Might Guy are around a four-legged man drinking and eating meat. Thief, ha ha ha. This time I robbed another 50 million Bailey. We robbed more than a dozen Murloc slaves, and those guys saw that we were the strong ones in Hokage, and they didn't even dare to do anything to us. It's so funny. Haha. Lousy has long said that with such a face, if you dress up and pretend to be the characters in Hokage, you can get all kinds of glory and wealth at your fingertips. The four-legged man laughed proudly and smiled very proudly. His name is Vanderdeacon Ix, and he is a man who has been searching for the ancient weapon Poseidon. However, he couldn't find any news over the years, and he fell in love with a comic in his spare time. Hokage Ninja. In this comic that fascinates people all over the world, Vanderdeacon Ix is naturally fascinated by the characters in it uncontrollably. Until one day, he met these two people in front of him. Advertisement. To be honest, Vanderdeacon Ix was taken aback at first. These two also look so much like the characters from Hokage. He even thought that he had met a strong man in Hokage, and he was about to kneel and beg for mercy on the spot. Until the two explained it clearly, Vanderdeacon Ix came up with a ghost idea. Why can't they pretend to be Xia Yan's Hokage, and still cheat and get rich and rich? Xia Yan is a superhero with a bounty of up to 5.1 billion berry, so he should not notice these small characters at all, and they can take advantage of this. They turned out to be a success. Akatsuki organized Uchiha Itachi's teammate Gui Zhao to attend the meeting when 8 Inner Might Guy appeared on the Fishman Island, which shocked everyone present. Neptune even spent a lot of money and delicious food to entertain them, just like his own father. It's great to have a character in Hokage. They're going to pretend for a lifetime. Hey, with so much money, you can recruit more men later. Vanderdeacon Ix thought proudly. If you can find the ancient weapon Poseidon in the future, it will be the best. If you can't find it, you will pretend to be a Hokage character for a lifetime, and it is not bad to be a big man for a lifetime. Hey, it looks really similar. A voice suddenly sounded from behind Vanderdeacon Ix. If I hadn't known earlier, I'd probably have thought you came out of the Hokage comics. Of course. This is the style and makeup that I carefully designed for them in imitation of comics. Completely unaware of the danger behind him, the smile on Vanderdeacon Ix's face became more and more smug. But in the next second, he came back to his senses and his face changed drastically. Who's there? Vanderdeacon Ix and the two pirates disguised as Hokage characters stood up suddenly, gritted their teeth and looked behind them. The secret has been discovered, must be silenced. Otherwise, if this secret is exposed, they will have no place in the Fishman Island at all. However, the moment he saw the faces of the people behind him, King Vanderdeacon Ix was dumbfounded. Cartoonist Xia Yan. Open black lens bracket illusionist close black lens bracket Uchiha Itachi. Space magic eye. Kakashi. Crazy ghost Jiraiya. Every face is so familiar, so scary. Is the Lord coming? No, this must be fake, just like me and others. It's really scary to see these faces all of a sudden. Brother, you guys have the same idea as me? CBDD. Not thinking that a small person like him would attract the attention of so many bigwigs, Vanderdeacon Ix smiled awkwardly. You are also pretending to be Hokage. I have to say that you are very similar, better than Lousy's craftsmanship. In his opinion, these people are definitely not Xia Yan and Hokage himself. How could those big men with a reward of billions of Bailey appear in such a remote place? I think these guys should be like them, and they are also pretending to be Xia Yan and the characters in Hokage to make money. Vanderdeacon Ix even thought, these people are too similar, they are exactly the same as in the Hokage comics. They can cooperate completely, maybe they can grab the whole of Fishman Island. Isn't he fragrant when the Fishman Emperor, at this time? One of his men suddenly rushed in. Lord Deacon. Advertisement. The forced fishman shouted loudly. I heard that caricaturist, Xia Yan came to the Fishman Island with several Hokage characters. Do you want to let Master Kisame and Might Guy introduce us? Maybe we can soar to the sky. After speaking, the Murloc just saw the faces of Xia Yan and the others, and couldn't help but froze in place. Delivery. It's already here. Oh my god. You are so proud, Lord Vanderdeacon. The Murloc scratched his head, his eyes lit up. I didn't expect that even caricaturist Xia Yan would take the initiative to come to you. What did you say? Xia Yan. That Xia Yan with a reward of 5.1 billion berry. The corners of Vanderdeacon Ix's mouth twitched, and his eyes were full of horror and inconceivable. Wait a moment. Open black lens bracket cartoonist close black lens bracket Xia Yan brought the people from Hokage to the Fishman Island? The people in front of him. You guys are quite interesting. Xia Yan shook her head, smiled very speechlessly, and lightly held the hilt at her waist with her palm. A cold light flashed. Xia Yan took the first generation to its core. Vanderdyck and Ix looked at Xia Yan stupidly and wanted to ask him what he had done, but found that he could not speak. What? Why does he feel like his head is falling down? Dragon Palace. Master Xia Yan, they are really here? Princess Otoji sat opposite Neptune and asked in a deep voice. Yes. Having arranged for Akainu and Momosagi to rest in the temple long ago, Neptune said softly. Although they say it's fake, who knows if it's true or not, what if they lied to us? I don't think a big man like Xia Yan will deceive us. Who cried? The speech was cut off abruptly. Neptune frowned and looked outside, and crying so much. What did you just say? Princess Otoji stared blankly at Xia Yan, who appeared in the hall at some point, her face pale. Princess Otoji was also surprised. Is this too much to say? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Hearing his princess say that Xia Yan is actually more reliable than Whitebeard, Neptune couldn't accept it. Neptune stared blankly at the thousands of meters of sea kings that appeared above Ryugu Castle, but he couldn't come back to his senses for a while. Whitebeard is the real thing that has sheltered the Fishman Island for many years. However, before Neptune could refute Princess Itsuki, a loud cry suddenly came from outside. Princess Otoji shook her head, her tone full of trust. That's a man who can kill celestial dragons without hesitation. He is truly worthy of the title of strong. I even think he is better than Mr. Whitebeard. All are trustworthy. Immediately aware of what happened, Princess Urji looked at Neptune urgently. It's the ancient weapon Poseidon who has awakened. I'm afraid this cry is Shirahoshi. Go and read it. Lord Xia Yan? This is Sea Kings. I saw that there were more than one Sea Kings of this size, and one of them even covered the sky and the sun. I am afraid it is 10,000 meters in size. Poseidon has awakened. The speech was cut off abruptly. Chapter 139. Akainu. The Fishman Island. Split in half. 4/5. Ancient weapon Poseidon. Is it the mermaid Princess Shirahoshi? Throwing the three heads on the ground, Xia Yan looked at Princess Otohie thoughtfully. Although he actually knew the news for a long time, it was quite interesting to hear it from Princess Hiji's mouth. What? Princess Otoji's face instantly became extremely pale. Even when she saw those heads and knew that the matter they entrusted to Xia Yan had been resolved, she still wasn't the least bit happy. Daughter Shirahoshi's secret has been discovered. The secret of the ancient weapon has been discovered. The person who found it was a terrifying big man like Xia Yan. At this moment, Princess Otoji was desperate in her heart. What to do? After hesitating for a moment, Princess Otoji suddenly became short and ran towards the ground. Click. A crisp sound. What? Princess Otoji let out a scream. Princess. Neptune, the Emperor of the Sea, was startled and subconsciously stretched out his hand to support Princess Otoji. The result. Alas, Princess Otohime's wrist is broken. Ah. It hurts. Princess Otoji burst into tears of pain, raised her hand and patted Neptune's body lightly. Xia Yan opened her mouth to stop it, but it was too late. Taste. The only intact palm of Princess Otoji was also broken. Wow. Princess Hiji's tearful eyes were filled with pain, and she looked at Xia Yan and Neptune in confusion. Xia Yan. So tired. Is this mermaid an idiot? After all, this body is too fragile. Although it was known from the original book that Princess Otoji's body was fragile and pitiful, after seeing it with her own eyes, Xia Yan still felt incredible. How did she manage to live so well? Xia Yan, Lord Xia Yan. Advertisement. Momosagi and the others suddenly rushed in from the outside, exclaiming. Many super-large sea kings surrounded Ryugu Castle. Even I couldn't shake them all with Conqueror's Haki. I was worried that they would attack us. The voice fell. The crying was a little louder. As if receiving a signal, the supergiant sea kings, which were tens of thousands of meters in size, hit the Dragon Palace city directly below. Towards install. What? Princess Otoji exclaimed and looked at Xia Yan for help. Master Xia Yan, can you stop it? If it hits it down, the entire Dragon Palace city will be wiped out, and many people will die. Is it? Stop kidding. How can such a big monster be stopped? Xia Yan will be hurt. Momosagi, who was worried about Xia Yan's safety after hearing the words of Princess Otoji, immediately shouted. Even the sword energy of the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, can't split this supergiant sea kings. It's not a matter of strength, it's the size of the body. It has exceeded the range that normal attacks can cover. Then, isn't there any way? Princess Otohime showed despair. No, there is still a way. Xia Yan suddenly chuckled and said, you two hurry up and appease Shirahoshi, I'll take care of this big guy. Good. Princess Otoji gritted her teeth. Then the survival of Ryugu Castle is entirely up to you, Mr. Xia Yan. Neptune also bowed gratefully to Xia Yan, and at the same time made a promise. As long as you can help us save Ryugu-chung, no matter what you ask, we are willing to agree. After speaking, the two eagerly walked towards Shirahoshi's bedroom. The mermaid princess is the ancient weapon Poseidon and can control all sea kings. If she was allowed to continue to cry, it would be a matter of time before the entire Fishman Island would be destroyed. This is the sea kings from above, can humans really stop it? Momosagi looked at Xia Yan worriedly. You're not forcing yourself, are you? Such a big monster, oops. Xia Yan patted Momosagi's head with the palm of his hand. Don't worry, I can count. Xia Yan's eyes slowly turned pale blue. You only need to watch my performance. Speaking of which, this is the first time my eyes have appeared in this world, and it has not even been mentioned in the Hawkeye comics. Can Mr. Xia Yan really deal with the supergiant sea kings that are tens of thousands of meters in size? On the way to Shirahoshi's side, Neptune couldn't help but doubt. Although I don't doubt his strength, the gap between tens of thousands of meters of sea kings and less than 2 meters of humans is really terrifying. This should be fine. Princess Yi hesitated for a moment, then said, no one thought that Lord Xia Yan could escape from the underwater prison, but he not only killed him, but also defeated Marine. When he attacked the world government, people thought he would be defeated by the 5 elders. As a result, he opened the 8 inner gates to instantly kill the 5 elders, shocking the world. Seriously, I think Lord Xia Yan is the one who creates miracles. So since he said it can be solved, then I naturally believe him. Probably even Princess Otoji didn't realize how confident she was when she said she believed. Even Neptune on the side was a little envious and jealous. But he also knew that he was far from being able to compare with a good monster like Xia Yan. Mermaid is more popular than dead mermaid, advertisement. Suddenly, a strong energy hit from a distance. Neptune surpassed and was almost knocked down, and quickly guarded Princess Otohime behind him. For flowers, what happened? Neptune and Princess Otoji looked up subconsciously, and their eyes widened in shock. I saw a golden beam of light that penetrated the sky and the earth, shooting upward from the front of Dragon Palace City. In Neptune's position, they couldn't even see the end of this golden beam of light. What is this light? Is it Xia Yan's ability? Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the beam of light, Neptune trembled violently. This is too terrifying and terrifying, isn't it? How long does this golden beam of light have to be? 1,000 meters? Or 5,000 meters? The most important thing is, what is this golden beam of light used for? Princess Yi couldn't care about the severe pain of the broken bone. Her body was also shaking, and her tone became very excited. Could it be for chopping, right? Wait a minute. If such a big beam of light comes down, don't speaking of supergiant sea kings, even the Fishman Island can't stand it. Zero, the voice fell. As expected by Princess Otohime, the golden beam of light slashed down like a sword. On the whole the Fishman Island, everyone's eyes were attracted by this golden beam of light. Then they saw a scene that they will never forget for a lifetime. Click. The 10,000-meter-long supergiant sea kings were cut in two, and the blood and internal organs instantly stained the sea. And the golden beam of light did not stop at all, and continued to slash downwards. Click. 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 Whether it was a few hundred meters or a few kilometers of giant sea kings, none of them could survive under this beam of light for half a second and be completely cut off. Under the jaw-dropping gaze of Princess Otohime and others, it was only a few breaths of effort that the disaster that ancient weapon Poseidon created that could destroy the entire the Fishman Island was solved by Xia Yan with this blow. In the end, the beam of light fell to the ground. Shaw. The last deafening roar sounded. A terrifying crack appeared from the surface and began to spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom. At this moment, the entire the Fishman Island was shaking violently, and countless mermaids and murlocs were unstable and fell to the ground in a very embarrassed manner. A long time. The shock subsided. The people on the Fishman Island got up from the ground one by one, looking in one direction with dull eyes. No way. Akainu floated into the air, and after seeing the scene below, he couldn't help but take a breath. View from above. I saw a huge ravine running through the entire the Fishman Island from the middle. Seeing this terrifying scene, Akainu couldn't help but froze in place and muttered to himself, the Fishman Island was split open? Chapter 140. Adopted daughter. I refuse. Betrayal by the Fishman Island? Whitebeard's anger? 5/5. Call. In front of Dragon Palace, Xia Yan slowly put down her palms, and her eyes returned to their normal appearance. What was that just now? Beside Xia Yan, Momosagi stared at him in astonishment, so shocked that he couldn't even speak. Golden Wheel. Reincarnated, one of Tensagen's abilities. Xia Yan explained with a chuckle. It's an ability that will only appear in the later period of the Hawkeye comics, and it will take a long time to see it. I said in the letter from the readers of the World Economic News that the move that can split the planet is this move. Is. Momosagi took a deep look at Xia Yan, and his eyes were still full of shock. In my heart, I couldn't help feeling that my strength was completely worthless in front of Xia Yan. This huge underwater island was split in half by Xia Yan's blow. Is this Xia Yan's full force, or is he still showing only a small part of it? Then, are you two okay? A familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind. Xia Yan and Momosagi looked back and found that they were Neptune who had left and returned. And in Neptune's arms, there was a pink girl mermaid that was much bigger than an ordinary mermaid. This is our daughter Shirahoshi. Neptune smiled awkwardly. I didn't expect ancient weapon Poseidon to wake up at this time. If it weren't for Xia Yan, the Fishman Island would be really dangerous this time. Momosagi frowned slightly. She was keenly aware of the change in Neptune's address to Xia Yan. From the previous, Mr., to the current, adult, as the Emperor of the Fishman, 480, Island, he used this title. Obviously, Neptune surrendered to Mo Yan. Xia Yan naturally noticed this, and looked at Neptune with admiration. You are very good. Saying that, he turned his eyes to the dizzy Shirahoshi again. Why did she cry suddenly? Xia Yan asked lightly. It appears to have been attacked. Neptune said hesitantly, but Poseidon's ability was awakened, and Shirahoshi accidentally controlled the Sea Kings to kill the man, leaving a lot of blood and internal organs at the scene. Xia Yan suddenly lost interest. At this time, Princess Odahime, who had broken her kneecap earlier, walked in from outside. I don't know how this woman's kneecap is broken. How can she walk normally? This is really weird in Mo Yan's view. Thank you Xia Yan-sama. Princess Hiji bowed to Xia Yan with a respectful attitude. If it weren't for you, Ryugu Castle would definitely be destroyed, and even the Fishmen Island doesn't know how it would be ruined by that large group of Sea Kings. Ah? Xia Yan smiled playfully. But I split the Fishmen Island in half, so it doesn't matter? The corner of Princess Otoji's mouth twitched. How could it possibly be okay? Great relationship. The Fishmen Island is where all the Murlocs and mermen live. It was split in half by a single blow. It is not known how much impact it will cause and how many mermen and mermen will be displaced. But can she say anything nasty? Cannot, dare not. What's more, Xia Yan really saved the entire Dragon Palace city and the Fishmen Island. Even if his method is too rough and simple, the sequelae are also very big. At this time, Akainu, Jiraiya and others finally reacted. Lord Xia Yan. That move just now was too handsome and powerful, right? Jiraiya and others looked at Xia Yan respectfully, with reverence in their eyes. They saw with their own eyes that Xia Yan held up that terrifying golden light, and the other party seemed to possess a powerful pupil technique that was no weaker than the legendary Eye of Sage of Six Paths. And Akainu ignored it. His attention was now all on Shirahoshi in Neptune's arms. Is this the ancient weapon Poseidon? Akainu stared at Shirahoshi and said in a deep voice, I heard that the ancient weapon Poseidon can control all the Sea Kings in the world and has the power to destroy the world, but I didn't expect it to be such a fragile little girl. I even doubted myself. As long as you raise your hand, you can shoot her to death. You dare? Princess Odahime was shocked and glared at Akainu fiercely. Humph. What's so daring? You're the one who committed the crime, not me. Akainu snorted coldly and said, the Fishmen Island is hiding ancient weapons, with the intention of subverting the world. I don't need to ask the world government for instructions, I can. Advertisement snapped. Akainu was slapped on the back of the head. What did you hit me for? Akainu turned his head to look at Xia Yan in anger, who was the one who patted his head from behind. Shut up. Xia Yan looked directly at Akainu indifferently. How can you talk here? If you talk nonsense again, I will tear your mouth. Impossible. Akainu growled angrily. When it comes to ancient weapon, he will naturally not flinch. Akainu has even figured out how to deal with the matter here, and how to control the ancient weapon Poseidon in Marine's hands. Thinking like this, he would reach out and grab Shirahoshi from Neptune's arms forcibly. Humph. What a disobedient dog. Xia Yan snorted coldly, take him. What? Jiraiya and Uchiha Itachi shot at the same time. Boom. Akainu couldn't even react, and was hit on the ground by Jiraiya's head thinking. Uchiha Itachi's eyes also instantly turned into Mangekyo Sharingan. Whenever Akainu is a little bit strange, he will activate Tsukuyomi without hesitation. Wait a minute. Akainu, who knew the horror of Tsukuyomi, immediately changed color. I don't want to fight with you, but to help Marine recover ancient weapon. Ancient weapon can also help Marine maintain justice. After speaking, he looked at Xia Yan again. Master ancient weapon, the rule of the world government will also be more stable. Don't you think you can't understand this? You are the commander-in-chief of the world government. The interests of the world government are yours. Benefit? Well, you're right. Xia Yan nodded thoughtfully. So he looked at Princess Odahime maliciously. Speaking of you, the Sea Kings of the Fishmen Island killed the celestial dragons before. I let Shirahoshi be your daughter, Lord Xia Yan? Before Xia Yan could finish speaking, Princess Otoji said with a pale face, just like Mr. Xia Yan, you became Roger's adopted son. I also hope that Shirahoshi can become your adopted daughter. What? Xia Yan looked at her strangely. Let ancient weapon Poseidon recognize me, the world government's chief military officer and the most vicious criminal in the world, as his adoptive father? Are you sure there is nothing wrong with your mind? No. My brain is very clear. Looking directly at Xia Yan without any fear, Princess Itoji said in a deep voice. I believe in you. I believe that Lord Xia Yan has the power to control Poseidon. I believe that Lord Xia Yan can protect Poseidon. I believe that Lord Xia Yan is the only controller of Poseidon. 3. I believe, in a row, I have to say that it is still very important. Ancient weapon Poseidon? Being a daughter is a pretty good suggestion indeed. Under the expectant gaze of Princess Otoji, Xia Yan chuckled playfully, but I refuse. What? Princess Hiji was dumbfounded. Why refuse? It shouldn't be. The ancient weapon Poseidon was given to you, why would you refuse? I'm not stupid, Xia Yan said lightly. You asked Shirahoshi to be my daughter, nothing more than finding a cheap bodyguard. Why do you think that I will protect her under the guiseship of the whole world because of my status as an adoptive father? What good is this for me? Princess Otoji was speechless. On the other hand, Neptune said suddenly, is the identity of the adoptive father is not enough, can other identities be acceptable? Other identities? Princess Otoji gritted her teeth and instantly understood what Neptune meant. Although I feel a little unwilling, but it can only be so. Lord Xia Yan. Princess Hiji calmed down and asked indifferently, do you have a wife? A few hours later, Dragon Palace City. What is this for? Looking at the lanterns around him, Jinbei couldn't help but ask curiously. I heard it's about to get married, a Murloc guard whispered. Marriage? Who with whom? Jinbei looked bewildered, but saw several figures walking out from the back of the hall. Neptune, Princess Odahime, Xia Yan, Shirahoshi, the mermaid princess. I didn't expect that. I am that guy actually said it in one sentence. It's really amazing. Xia Yan whispered, feeling that life is really amazing. After the Yamato of Kaido's daughter, he is actually going to marry the mermaid princess. Advertisement, however, this marriage is a formal marriage in the true sense. After all, with the size of a mermaid princess, Xia Yan couldn't be a normal couple unless he doubled himself into a giant. In the crowd, Momosagi pouted angrily. Seeing that Xia Yan was going to marry a mermaid, she was naturally very upset. But she is also a woman who knows the general and knows the importance of ancient weapon Poseidon. And Akainu also changed his previous attitude towards Xia Yan and looked at Xia Yan with awe. For world government and ancient weapon, even willing to marry a fish, this sacrifice is too great. Unbelievable. Jinbei whispered to himself. The aloof mermaid princess is going to marry a human male. Even if this human male is terrifyingly powerful and has a very high status, they still feel unbelievable. But that's the truth. The marriage proceeded normally, and the news was sent out through the government press release and the World Economic News. On that day, people all over the world knew about the marriage between the cartoonist Xia Yan and the mermaid princess. Princess Mermaid. I really envy Lord Xia Yan. You should be envious of the mermaid princess, right? You just got Lord Xia Yan. Shout, I envy both. For ordinary people, this is quite a fantasy, romantic story. But for ordinary pirates, they are all jealous. A mermaid, it's too valuable. The pirates in the Grand Line thought greedily. An ordinary mermaid is worth at least hundreds of millions of berry. How much is the mermaid princess worth? And finally the big pirates. Their focus is not the marriage, but the intention behind the marriage. Has the Fishman Island found a new backer? Why did Xia Yan marry the mermaid princess in person? If it was just for the sake of the Fishman Island, wouldn't this sacrifice be too big? Click. Boom. 9 Snake Island. The Queen Hancock kicked a wall directly. Damn, mermaid. Goddamn the Fishman Island. Hancock's pre-face is cold and jealous. A mere fish wants to get in on the Lord Xia Yan? It's so hateful. Holy Mary. Tsunade was stunned when she heard the news. She couldn't imagine the scene of Mo Yan marrying a fish. Yimu even collapsed on the void throne with a smile, and what she said casually at the beginning actually came true. The biggest response should be the Whitebeard pirates of New World. Dad. The captain of the 4th Division, Sachi, raised his hand and held it up, roaring in rage 3.3. The mermaid princess of the Fishman Island and Xia Yan are married. Those bastards won't betray you, right? Damn it, you protected them, so many years? Whitebeard didn't speak, just took the newspaper with a gloomy face. In fact, Whitebeard didn't care about the marriage of the Fishman Island and other people, and he didn't think it was a betrayal. But, it's absolutely not possible to have only one person. That's Xia Yan. Is there any news from Marco and others? Whitebeard asked suddenly. No, not yet. Speaking of Marco, Sage's face suddenly became very ugly. Joes and Beasta have been searching for a long time. Although they didn't find Marco, they found the flesh and blood of Muir. I'm afraid they've already lost their lives. Whitebeard closed his eyes slightly and looked calm. Dad? The rest of Captain Whitebeard looked at their father in disbelief. In their impression, Dad should be angry to ultimate. Click. There was a sudden noise in the sky. The captains looked up subconsciously, only to discover to their astonishment that Tien did not know when it was split open. So, has Dad's hockey reached this point? Under the shocking gaze of the captains such as Sachi and Izang. Whitebeard suddenly pulled out his naginata, his eyes spitting fire, his voice resounded through the sky, and the entire sea trembled violently. The whole group listens to the order. Quickly drive to the sea area where Marco and others are last. The Whitebeard pirate's ship, out of the nest. Chapter 141. Gilgamesh. Phoenix. Do you want to be the king's pet? 1/5? After the marriage with the Fishman Island ended, Xia Yan and his party entered the New World directly. Of course, without Shirahoshi. One is that no one takes care of her during the battle. The second is that such a large body is not at all convenient to carry. Third, Xia Yan is also not interested in taking care of children. The marriage is just his whim, and the mermaid princess and Poseidon must still be placed on the Fishman Island. After all, he is not a pervert, so he really has no interest in that kind of child. But anyway, start today. Ancient weapon Poseidon has become the property of his characographer, Xia Yan. New World. Muir, a fishman who couldn't see the slightest bit of flesh all over his body, emerged from the bottom of the sea, holding another seriously injured man in his arms. Marco, don't die. That Muir gasped heavily and cried, hold on for a while, and I'll take you ashore. As long as you get out of the sea, your ability will definitely save your life. Before he could finish speaking, Muir spit out a mouthful of blood, which was even mixed with shards of internal organs. Looking at the blood floating in front of him, a trace of grief flashed in Muir's eyes. 21 He knew that his life was near. It is believed that as long as he leaves the sea, he will die immediately. But it doesn't matter. All he had to do was get Marco ashore and that was enough. I do not know how long it has been. Just as that mirror nearly collapsed, he finally got closer to the shore. Boom. Marco fell heavily to the ground. That mirror spewed a lot of blood and fell to the ground on his back. He felt that his life force was fading rapidly. Huh? You too are. A thick voice sounded from not far away. Someone is coming? When his consciousness was blurred, Muir wanted to see who was coming before he could die with confidence, but he couldn't see clearly. Just hope it's not the enemy, that's enough. Boom. That Muir was kicked hundreds of meters away, spewing a large amount of blood along the way, and died in midair. The captain of the Whitebeard pirates. You have to thank Lousy. It was Lousy who ended the last suffering of the Murlocs. Advertisement. The tall and burly man smiled proudly and looked at Marco, who was slowly recovering from a well-known injury at his feet. Is the first team Captain Phoenix? I didn't expect that the first person I met after coming out of the underwater prison was not Whitebeard himself, but his most beloved son. New world. How is it over there? Xia Yan contacted Gilgamesh in her heart. Have you found anything? What's going on with Bullet? This is basically a desert island. Sasuke is on it. Bullet doesn't do anything, just locks him. It's just inexplicable. Gilgamesh sat comfortably on Vamana and said indifferently. This king even thinks that his purpose is not Uchiha Sasuke at all. Is that so? Xia Yan felt even more strange in her heart. Then you can go to the island and take a look. First, give Bullet a welcome gift. I'll be there in a few hours. Okay. This king knows. Gilgamesh agreed immediately, and was even eager to try. Xia Yan asked him to wait outside the island before, and he was already a little impatient. Now that I hear that I can make a move, I am naturally very excited. Gun. After finishing the call, Gilgamesh shouted into the air, go to the island. Jin, who was transformed into a toothless pterosaur, immediately followed Gilgamesh, secretly looking forward to it. Douglas Bullet, the legendary combatant of the Roger pirates of the previous era, and Gilgamesh, the heroic spirit in Fate. Zero. Don't know if he can see the battle between these two big men. Before Gilgamesh killed Marco and Namur, he really didn't like it. At the same time. Desert Island. Where am I? Marco slowly opened his eyes and looked around in confusion. However, as soon as he moved, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Don't move. The man's thick voice came from the side. Your neck is broken. Although you can barely recover by relying on the ability of the Phoenix, you will be very weak in a short time. BF. Only then did Marco remember the memories before he lost consciousness. His neck was cut off by Gilgamesh. That Muir. Marco gritted his teeth and squeezed out a voice. What about Muir? How is he? And Muir? Oh, the Murloc you said was with you? Dead? The man said with emotion. He took all his strength to bring you to the shore, and he only had one breath left, so Lousy helped him send him a ride. Alas. You don't have to thank me. This is what Lousy should do. What did you say? Marco's canthal was split, and he turned his head sharply, regardless of the pain. You killed that Muir? How dare you, Advertisement. The words were suddenly interrupted, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. Bullet. Marco exclaimed. It's actually you, HMPH, you fought in the sea where Lousy docked. Of course it was Lousy sinking. Bullet coldly snorted. But you guys are really a bunch of rubbish, you can't even beat that golden guy. You be *****D. Marco growled angrily, struggling to get up from the ground and attack Bullet. Even if he actually knew that he was wronged, he should have gone to Gilgamesh, who had badly wounded Muir. But that's not the reason Bullet killed the Muir at will. How could the people of the Whitebeard pirates allow others to do whatever they want? Boom. Cyan flames emerged from Marco's body. In an instant, his entire body turned into a flaming phoenix, and the wound on his neck was also recovering rapidly. Humph. Seeing this scene, Bullet just snorted 480 and stepped out. Hum. A terrifying ghost gushed out from his body, and the whole person seemed to be a ghost. Boom. Marco's pupils shrank, and Bullet showed a speed far beyond his imagination. Your vitality is really terrifying. You can survive being cut off. Would you like to become this king's pet? This king is a little reluctant to kill you. Marco spewed blood from his nose and mouth, and his mind went blank. 1. He only heard the click sound of several broken bones, and a blood hole was blasted out of his abdomen by this punch, and he was even knocked back into a human form from the state of a phoenix. P.S. No one knows how powerful the phoenix is in terms of resilience, but since it is a phoenix, there is no reason for it to die if its head is cut off. Just when Marco was about to fall into the sea again, several golden chains shot out of the void, locking his limbs and saving his life. The iron fist wrapped around armament Hawkeye slammed into Marco's stomach. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The whole person is more like a kite with a broken string, flying towards the distance. What? Looking at Marco, who was locked by himself with the lock of the sky, Gilgamesh had a playful smile on his face. In an instant, Bullet was in front of Marco. Huh? Isn't this the Phoenix Marco from before? Ding! Gilgamesh descended from the sky aboard Vamana. Chapter 142. The Descendants of the Devil and the Cartoonist, Shocking the World Live, 2/5. Gilgamesh considers himself the most noble king in the world. Because he has the prototype of all the noble phantasms in the world, and has always liked to collect treasures that he did not have. Apparently, the Phoenix was something he never had. Gilgamesh was thinking that if the other party is willing to surrender, it would be quite good to have such a dog. Humph. However, before Marco could speak, Bullet had already charged towards Gilgamesh with a cold snort. King of Heroes Gilgamesh. The terrifying three-pointer than before, the terrifying armament Hawkeye was turned into a substantial armor dozens of meters away from the body. Bullet shouted loudly. It's just that Lousy will try it first, as Xia Yan's subordinate. Are you as powerful as the newspapers say? The monstrous Hawkeye erupted from Bullet, crushing in all directions at high speed. The actual armament Hawkeye continued to expand, turning into a hard armor hundreds of meters in size, and slammed into Gilgamesh. At this moment, the entire desert island was shaking violently. The clouds in the sky had a hole made by his Hawkeye. Even a large number of marine creatures within 10,000 meters lost their consciousness in an instant. However, in the face of such an earth-shattering attack, Gilgamesh's expression did not change in the slightest. He didn't dodge either. Really not bad. Gilgamesh praised without hesitation. After coming to this world, you are the best warrior this king has ever seen. I'm afraid that even Whitebeard, the father of the Phoenix Marco, is not as good as the brave charge. But. With his palm reaching into the golden ripples on his side, Gilgamesh laughed loudly. Although he is a brave warrior, he is really stupid. The words fall. A disc-like thing was taken out by Gilgamesh and blocked in front of him. What's this? When Bullet saw the disc in Gilgamesh's hand, he was a little puzzled, but he bumped into it without hesitation. This is not the original time in the underwater prison. At that time, he was imprisoned for many years, and even though he had been exercising, his physical strength was still quite bad. But now his strength has completely recovered, even better than before. With his armament Hawkeye, who can put thousands of meters out of the body, Bullet couldn't think of how he would suffer under Gilgamesh. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion irritated the eardrums of the two of them. The ground beneath Gilgamesh and Bullet's feet collapsed instantly, and the shock and airwaves caused by the explosion even involved Marco in it, causing him, who was already seriously injured, to suffer a major blow again, rolling his eyes and losing consciousness. Well. Gilgamesh groaned and was knocked out 20 or 30 meters away. Although he landed smoothly, he was still surprised. This guy's strength is too terrifying. Bullet's situation is much worse. The moment he hit Gilgamesh just now, he felt an even more terrifying force coming from it. In an instant, Bullet was startled. Isn't this his own Hawkeye in impact? But at this time, I realized that it was too late. Click. The armament Hawkeye released by Bullet was shattered by his own power. Then his own strength seemed to be overwhelming, and he slammed into him head-on. Boom. Unprepared, Bullet was directly knocked hundreds of meters away by his own power, spewing a large amount of blood along the way. But he is a real physical monster. He actually endured the strength enough to shatter a mountain, and did not lose his combat effectiveness. Instead, he tapped twice in the air and landed smoothly. Wow. The moment he landed, Bullet vomited a mouthful of blood, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. It was the first time in his life that he was hit by his own power. Advertisement. Although not seriously injured, the internal organs were also damaged, and the injuries were not minor. What trick is this? Wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, Bullet raised his head and stared at Gilgamesh solemnly. No, is it a noble phantasm? The round shield that can bounce back attacks is also a pretty good noble phantasm in this king's countless collections. Putting away the round shield, Gilgamesh clasped his arms proudly. Do you want to continue? Although your defense and strength are amazing, there are at least 1,000 kinds of noble phantasms here that can deal with you. Do you want to try it? No, not anymore. Bullet refused without hesitation. He wanted to challenge Xia Yan, not Gilgamesh. Although he didn't think that he would be weaker than Gilgamesh when he was fully activated, he didn't want to waste his energy on one of Mo Yan's subordinates. Shout, boring guy. Gilgamesh is disappointed to see Bullet give up the fight. He wanted to continue to do it, but Xia Yan said that he would come in person, so of course he wouldn't go against the grain. Time passed little by little. Finally come. The boat that Xia Yan and others were on appeared in Yan's sight. Meanwhile, Kai receives a call from Xia Yan. Hey, Lord Xia Yan. He answered the phone immediately and asked respectfully, do you have any instructions? Do you have a telephony bug handy? Xia Yan asked. Yes. He subconsciously glanced at the videophone bug in his arms, which he was responsible for broadcasting to Kaido. Just open. Xia Yan said lightly. The World Economic News and the world government will cooperate to conduct a live broadcast that truly spreads all over the world. What? Heart flutters. I understand. Immediately took out the image phone bug, and C's palm was shaking slightly. Just the World Economic News. Even the world government is helping Xia Yan. Last time Xia Yan went to meet IM, the real master behind the world government, what happened between the two? Was Xia Yan really bought by the world government? Or has the world government completely surrendered to Xia Yan? Or is it a pure partnership, like Xia Yan and Lord Kaido? With such doubts in mind, he opened the image phone bug. In the next second, big screens around the world turned on at the same time, attracting the attention of countless civilians. What's the matter? I didn't inform you that there will be a live broadcast today. Could it be Master Xia Yan again? I remember that no one notified him of his previous live broadcasts. Xia Yan, author of Hokage. Doesn't that mean you can see the characters in Hokage? Seeing that the live broadcast of the world suddenly started, people all over the world were talking about it, but they were confused. Until he showed his face, he comforted. It is indeed Lord Xia Yan, you just need to watch quietly. Ah, is it a toothless pterodactyl, flame calamity smoke? It's actually the 3 plagues of beasts pirates. I've seen his bounty, more than 1 billion Bailey. Am I right? He actually called Xia Yan an adult? Hearing the words, there was a huge exclamation from all over the world. People were terrified that Xia Yan would let this super pirate with a bounty of more than 1 billion get him a videophone bug. Also shocked and smoked by the beast's pirates' 3 disasters to Xia Yan. For a time, civilians and fans of the 2 comics all over the world were attracted to the big screen, and the number of people watching the live broadcast was still increasing at an unbelievable rate. Even passers-by who are not interested in Xia Yan are full of curiosity about the author of Xia Yan because of the appearance of so many powerful characters in Hokage and Fate Zero. Advertisement: if Xia Yan was put in his previous life, he would definitely instantly become the anchor with the most viewers in the whole world. Looking forward to it. Coding ship docked. A figure emerged from it. It's Space Demon Eye, Hitaki Kakashi. A large number of spectators suddenly exclaimed. The super rookie criminal with a reward of 1.15 billion berry. That's Jiraiya. More viewers shouted in surprise. It's the crazy ghost, with a reward of 3.14 billion berry. Oh my god, I didn't expect him to be there. Open black lens bracket illusionist, close black lens bracket Uchiha Itachi. A monster with eyes offering a bounty of 3 billion berry. He once suppressed 2 Logia Marine Vice Admiral with the power of 1 person. Akainu? Is that Akainu from Marine Logia Lava Fruit? He's also with Lord Xia Yan? I know that beautiful woman. Not long ago, she caught a big pirate with a reward of 400 million berry. She was just promoted to Marine Vice Admiral. I saw it in the government press release. Oh my god, Xia Yan, the chief division of the entire army, can really mobilize the top generals of Marine. This is too scary. The appearance of every familiar figure will cause the entire world to shake violently. While shocked, everyone realized that the real important role was about to appear. Clatter. Clatter. 2 footsteps sounded at the same time. 2 figures appeared in the world live broadcast at the same time. Tens of millions of viewers all over the world, all subconsciously held their breaths and stunned. The jailbreaker of the underwater prison, the combatant of Roger, the Pirate King, descendants of the devil, Bullet. A monster with a new bounty of up to 3.5 billion berry. And another escape from the underwater prison, the adopted son of One Piece Roger, caricaturist, Xia Yan, the world's most vicious criminal with a reward of 5.1 billion berry. Are these 2 people going to fight, under the tense and anticipatory gaze of hundreds of millions of viewers? Xia Yan moved at the same time as Bullet. The devil form is turned on, the ghost energy and Haki are completely integrated, and Bullet's whole person looks like a ghost crawling out of hell. And Xia Yan's body also burst out with strange energy visible to the naked eye, and strange lines appeared on her face. Sage mode plus tailed beast chakra mode. Boom. The fists of the 2 collided, sending out an extremely terrifying shock. In an instant, the ground beneath the 2 of them shattered completely, and the entire island was even directly twisted and deformed, breaking into 2 pieces. This appalling impact, despite being separated by tens of thousands of miles on the big screen, still made it difficult for all the audience to breathe, as if they were there. Boom. The deafening sound of thunder woke all the audience from the horror of the blow just now. But the next big shock has come again. God, look at the sky. Amid the terrified shouts of people, hundreds of millions of spectators subconsciously looked to the top of the big screen. I saw a dark and deep crack, slowly tearing from the air. This is not cloud cover, but the real sky, God, is split. Looking at the torn sky, Akainu opened his mouth slightly, and his heart was full of astonishment. In addition to being shocked, he inexplicably remembered the terrifying blow pool of Xia Yan on the Fishman Island. Thinking of this, Akainu's expression turned a little weird. Do these top powerhouses in the sea just like to split things apart in battle? P.S. The bullet bounty is a mystery. Some people say 400 million, but 400 million is too little, too exaggerated. After all, it was a man who was tied with Rayleigh when he was young, and was caught by Buster Call like a world upside down, 20 years ago. Buster Call should have 2 Logia Admiral configurations. Chapter 143. The Wrath of Brokan Uchiha Itachi, 3/5. In the world of pirates, it seems to be a tradition that the top pirates meet with a punch or a sword first. Although I don't know who did it first, in the original book, whether it's Whitebeard, Redhead, or Kaido, they all follow this meeting ceremony. For example, when the Redhead and Whitebeard met, they split the sky first with a sword. When Whitebeard Roger met, he also split the sky with a sword. Kaido is special, he doesn't have to use it, so when he met Luffy in the original book, he was a stick and wanted to split the sky with Luffy. As a result, Luffy was beaten by him. How depressed Kaido was in the original book, let's not mention it for the time being. At this time, Xia Yan and Bullet are also playing this set. It's just that unlike Whitebeard and others, both Xia Yan and Bullet use fists. Boom. After the earth shook and the mountains shook, Xia Yan landed on the ground lightly, without the slightest disturbance in her breath. Bullet frowned and took 3 steps back, and his arms trembled slightly. Apparently, he had not fully recovered from the wounds he had been struck by Gilgamesh a few hours earlier. This scene all fell into the eyes of the audience before the live broadcast. Okay, so strong, caricaturist, and devil's descendants are the world's top powers? It's too scary. 480. Some people said before that Mr. Xia Yan is not Whitebeard's opponent. Now it seems that the title of the world's strongest belongs to who is really not sure. That's right. The strongest in the world belongs to the new era, and the Whitebeard guy is old. Seeing the result of Xia Yan's punch with bullet, cheers and jeers erupted from all over the world. The cheers naturally belonged to Xia Yan. In addition to Bullet, the one who has been most heavily attacked is Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest in the world. Obviously, as Xia Yan's fame and status have grown, people have begun to doubt the title of Whitebeard's strongest in the world. Lord Xia Yan is really a monster. Seeing that the sky has not returned to normal until now, Jiraiya secretly smacked her tongue. I only used Sage Mode and the Tailed Beast Chakra to get to this point, but I heard that Master Xia Yan can open the 8-gate Death Gate without injury. Woolen cloth. What? Advertisement. Kakashi stared at the dead fish with a confused look on his face. Yes, since Master Xia Yan can open the 8-gate without injury, what else do we need to do? CBDD, for popularity. Jiraiya said uncertainly. After all, manga sales need popularity, and character fans are an important part of popularity. It turns out that, as expected of Sanin's Jiraiya-sama, he was able to analyze the thoughts of Xia Yan-sama. Uchiha Itachi looked at Jiraiya in admiration, and his eyes gradually deepened. Then it seems that we have to get ready to shoot. I have been waiting for a long time. Why capture Uchiha Sasuke? Looking directly at Bullet, Xia Yan asked indifferently. I always thought we were still friends, and I even wondered if we could get together for a drink in the future. Ha, lousy, and you were indeed friends, but that doesn't stop lousy from attacking you. Raising his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, Bullet laughed wildly. Lousy's goal is to surpass Roger, become the #1 man in the world. What? Xia Yan looked puzzled and looked at him with caring eyes for the mentally retarded. You want to surpass Roger, be the world's #1, it's none of my business. You go to Whitebeard. HMPH, I originally wanted to find Whitebeard, no, I originally wanted to kill all the 4 emperors, this is to prove my strength. Bullet coldly snorted, but before I started to act, you rose up. You were the adopted son of that guy Roger, and even the bounty has surpassed Whitebeard, and there are a lot of strong people in Hokage. Under his command, even the world government and marine are not your opponents. Bullet danced and said more and more excitedly. Do you understand? Beating you is more meaningful than defeating Whitebeard, Roger's adopted son, charactographer, Xia Yan. The voice fell. Bullet's body is full of ghosts and Haki is surging wildly. Devil form. As if teleporting, the hellish Bullet rushed in front of Xia Yan in an instant. Caught you. Bullet laughed excitedly and slammed his fist at Xia Yan. The strength and speed of this punch were terrifying, and the shattering ground under their feet was shattered by just the movement of the punch. Boom. A loud bang of flesh colliding. Advertisement. It was not Xia Yan who flew out, but Bullet himself. Wow. Bullet vomited a mouthful of blood. He turned a few somersaults in midair before landing smoothly, looking up at the front angrily. Oops, do you just want to take action on our king, Bullet-kun? With 2 toads standing on his shoulders, Jiraiya, who has strange lines on his face, laughed and retracted his right foot. My fairy, Jiraiya, is still here. Humph. Suppressing Marine's high-level group of crazy ghost Jiraiya, in the Battle of Sabadi Archipelago? Just because you want to stop Lousy? Bullet glared at Jiraiya with gritted teeth, and his ghostly energy erupted again. Bullet's pupils shrank, and a strange pattern of Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in front of him. Feeling the power that completely disappeared in his body, Bullet's heart trembled. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. But a voice sounded out of thin air in front of him. Have you not found out? You have actually been hit by illusion a long time ago. I will cut your flesh piece by piece, and let you feel how blessed it is to be able to die smoothly. Tsukuyomi. At least until now, Uchiha Itachi has not seen anyone in the pirate world who can break free of his Tsukuyomi. With a low drink, Uchiha Itachi pulled Bullet into his own world. Tsukuyomi. As one of the earliest fans of the comic book, Hokage, he has always been a loyal fan, and naturally knows what moves he has hit. It's a pity, however. A rusty hacksaw appeared out of thin air in his hand. Uchiha Itachi stared at Bullet calmly, but his eyes were burning with angry flames. Relax. Tsukuyomi has been strengthened several times, and its strength is far beyond the level shown in the Hokage manga. At the same time, he also released armament Haki, and he would directly condense a layer of huge armed armor. What? You dare to shoot at Sasuke? It's a hell of a crime. The ultimate illusion of Uchiha Itachi. Oops. Thinking that he might be killed dozens of times here, even a tough guy like Bullet was a little frightened, and immediately wanted to forcibly break free. Chapter 144. Hokage. And F.Z. Siege, shocked Gilgamesh, 4/5. Is Uchiha Itachi ruthless? I believe that most fans will not feel cruel. After all, he was washed very white, he was forced to do bad things, and he died at an early age. He was a standard Brokon, and he belonged to a very popular character. However, judging from the fact that Rong was able to slaughter his entire family and even his parents when he was a teenager, he was actually a terrifying wolf. And Uchiha Itachi is not only cruel to others, he is also cruel to himself. Even his most beloved Sasuke, because of his cruelty, lived in fear and hatred since childhood. Therefore, when dealing with the enemy, he will only be more ruthless. What? Uchiha Itachi cut the hacksaw mercilessly. What? Bullet gritted his teeth and screamed, his right arm was cut off. This is just the beginning, Uchiha Itachi said indifferently. I want you to know that there are some things in this world that can be done, but some things are like scales, if you touch it, you will die, and you must not touch it. The words fell, and the hacksaw cut again mercilessly. The shrill screams began to echo through the Tsukuyomi space. Obviously, Uchiha Itachi has been furious to ultimate when his younger brother, whom he loves from the heart, was taken away by two people in a row. One of the culprits, Big Mom, was killed by Gilgamesh before. Therefore, he even vented all his hatred for Charlotte Linlin to the bullet in front of him. What? Under the watchful eyes of the whole world. Bullet just glanced at Uchiha Itachi, then suddenly let out a heart-piercing scream, and fell to the ground shaking violently. Even the ghost and Haki he just released disappeared in an instant. The Hokage, pink eyes lit up in front of the screen. It's Uchiha Itachi-sama who did it, illusionist, Uchiha Itachi, so scary, he must have used Tsukuyomi just now. What a terrifying illusion. Even Bullet, the descendant of the devil, has been recruited. Is there really no way to break the illusion? Long live Master Wrong. Uchiha Itachi is the strongest under Manga Artist, Xia Yan. In the pirate world, anyone who knows about Hokage can basically see at a glance what Uchiha Itachi has just done. Itachi fans even cheered wildly, they actually understand Bullet very well. Who can stand to experience dozens of brutal deaths suddenly? What they don't know, however, is that Bullet didn't actually die too many times in Tsukuyomi just now. As Uchiha Itachi said, the other party made his life worse than death, all kinds of cruel torture, but it was more terrifying than death. Mouth one by one a heat wave suddenly rushed towards the Bullet, who was lying on the ground. It's Logia Vice Admiral Akainu. Amidst the exclamations of the audience, Akainu's arms turned into hot lava, and slammed hard at Bullet who had not recovered. Go to hell, pirates! Akainu growled angrily, wow. The hot lava was all on Bullet. What? Bullet screamed bitterly, but instead regained consciousness due to the intense pain of the scorching magma. Akainu. You are courting death. Advertisement. Seeing that Akainu was still trying to attack him, Bullet was instantly furious, his fist-covered armament Haki and slammed forward. The speed was even faster than just now, and even Akainu couldn't react. Not good. Seeing the attack that he could not dodge at all, Akainu gritted his teeth and simply did not dodge. Lava falls. With his arms outstretched, Akainu roared, and his body completely turned into hot lava, smashing straight at Bullet. Boom. Akainu was hit in the abdomen with a punch, 3 or 4 ribs were broken in an instant, and the whole person coughed up blood and flew out several hundred meters away. And Bullet was also completely swallowed by the hot magma. Even if he put armament Haki out for defense for the first time, there are still several burns on his body. That is, at this moment of effort, Jiraiya shot, quack. The two toad sages sing at the same time, magical toad sings. Bullet only felt that his body suddenly lost control, and he couldn't move for a while. He could only watch helplessly as Jiraiya let out a strange cry, rushed to him and kicked it out. Boom. A dull thud. Under the shocking gaze of the whole world, the big pirate, descendant of the devil, who offered a reward of up to 3.5 billion berry, Bullet's heart was dented by a kick from Jiraiya, and the whole person was even more bloody. Kamui. Kakashi finally found a chance to shoot, knowing that Xia Yan brought them here, and also did a live broadcast of the world, just to gain popularity. Kakashi used his strongest Mangekyo Sharingan pupil technique from the very beginning. It's a pity that Bullet was repeatedly attacked by the people of Hokage, and he was prepared for it. So Kakashi's Kamui ended up just capturing his right hand. But even so, the suction of the Uzumaki space was still so terrifying that Bullet couldn't break free. Ah! Bullet roared frantically, and slashed his right arm with a knife in his left hand. Click! Blood is like a spring, he actually cut off his right arm. What? Kakashi was so taken aback by Bullet's madness and decisiveness that his reaction was a beat slower. Die! Hitaki Kakashi, 100 meters across. Bullet instantly rushed in front of Kakashi, and the huge iron fist covered with Haki's armor slammed into his head. If this time is hard, with Kakashi's physical fitness, his head will definitely be blasted, and he will die completely. But he is too late to avoid and use the body replacement technique. Boom! The air was blasted with a punch from Bullet. The fierce hurricane was like a knife, and several bloodstains were cut on Kakashi's face. Kakashi stared blankly at the fist that was so close to him, his back soaked in cold sweat. He almost got punched to death. You really brought the team down, Hitaki Kakashi. The Golden King had a stubborn look on his face. If it wasn't for Xia Yan's face, this king wouldn't save a weakling like you. Taste. Smell. Advertisement golden chains wrapped around Bullet's body, blocking all his movements. It was precisely because of these chains that Bullet's fist could not be swung down, and Kakashi's life was saved because of it. But, damn it! Bullet glared at Gilgamesh with gritted teeth, trying to forcibly break free from the lock of heaven. However, to his astonishment, he was unable to break free from this seemingly fragile golden chain. This is a weapon against God, miscellaneous. A long spear appeared in the golden lotus ripples behind Gilgamesh, and he folded his arms around his chest, with a proud tone. Although you are not a god, it is impossible for you to break free, so you can die contentedly. For flowers. Long spear. Shoot at extreme speed, the target is exactly Bullet's chest. Roar. Bullet growled angrily, unable to break free from the chains, he simply released armament Hawkeye to attack and defend at the same time. But what he didn't expect was that the long spear flying towards him easily pierced the armament Hawkeye he released. That relaxed attitude even made Bullet couldn't help but wonder if his Hawkeye, which was countless times harder than steel, was actually made of paper. Bullet's chest was pierced by a spear, and blood sprayed all over the ground. This is the magic weapon. Gilgamesh laughed proudly. If you want to deal with you pirates who are good at using Hawkeye, the noble phantasm of karma and the noble phantasm of destruction is really the best effect. Boom. Gilgamesh's voice fell, and Bullet fell to his knees heavily, making a dull loud noise. The 3 limbs and waist and abdomen were all locked by the lock of heaven, and the wounds on the chest and broken arm were still bleeding. He seems to have run out of revolving heaven. 0. So strong. The Devil's Descendants Bullet, with a bounty of 3.5 billion berry, was solved so easily? It's terrible. The character of Hokage is only one shot, right? He solved a monster like Deathless Bullet? Obviously, Gilgamesh, the heroic spirit of fate, Zeroi, is more powerful. He saved Kakashi, and he also unleashed the decisive attack. What did you say? If everyone in Hokage didn't take turns to consume Bullet's stamina, how could Bullet be caught by Gilgamesh's chains? Under Gilgamesh's surprised gaze, Bullet's body suddenly began to merge with the crumbling ground. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Gilgamesh, who has always been arrogant, showed an emotion called shock for the first time since he came to the world of pirates, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Kakashi is just careless. He has a body replacement technique, but he doesn't need Gilgamesh to save him. Of course, fans of KF, Z, and Hokage, as well as fans of the various characters, also immediately started the mutual tearing mode. Fans are naturally excited to see their favorite character showing off Kamui. This is normal. The Bullet, who was suspected to be incapacitated, suddenly moved. He actually lost control of the noble phantasm and the heavenly lock that he shot. Great. I see you're a fart. All fans want their favorite characters to be the strongest. Even the noble phantasm he pierced through Bullet and the heavenly chain that bound him were absorbed into his body by him. Even in the era of Xia Yan's well-developed information, fans are torn every day because of the problem of combat power, not to mention in this era of lack of entertainment, the tearing will only be worse. Fart, Fate, 0, is stronger than Hokage. One Gilgamesh can hang everything. How can this be? All over the world, seeing the legendary pirate Bullet with a bounty as high as 3.5 billion berry was easily solved by the people of Hokage and Gilgamesh, there was a burst of exclamation and fanatical worship. Passers-by were also attracted by the handsome performances of the characters, and many people who were not interested in Hokage even became fans of a certain character directly. Yet at this moment, Chapter 145, a giant of thousands of meters, so weak, double stray sword, 5/5. Roar. Bullet let out an angry growl. The vastness of the conqueror's Hawkeye burst wildly from within him. The void is densely covered with purple-red lightning, and the clouds at a height of 10,000 meters form a twisted Uzumaki. At this moment, the sky seemed to collapse. Damn it, you goddamn miscellaneous. You dared to guy-ship this king's noble phantasm. It's really hard to suppress the anger in this king's heart. Unable to take back the demon-breaking spear and the beloved heavenly chain, Gilgamesh's face was twisted, and he roared in anger. Behind him, a large golden lotus ripple appeared. A handful of noble phantasms with astonishing energy fluctuations flickering with cold light emerged from the golden ripples. These are all noble phantasms that have left a mark in human history. This is an excellent demonstration of human wisdom and history, and the original prototype of all things in this world. Under the shocked gaze of the entire world, the densely packed noble phantasms were like a hurricane, shooting towards the Bullet below at extreme speed. Boom! Boom! The deafening explosion irritated everyone's eardrums. But whether it was the crowd at the scene or the audience from all over the world, everyone was staring at the center of the battlefield. Click! Click! Under the shocking gaze of people, a behemoth broke through the smoke and dust, drilled out of it, and was rapidly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. In contrast, the island under everyone's feet is also shrinking, and it has shrunk by about 1/10 in the blink of an eye. Damn! Gilgamesh's face became even more ugly. The noble phantasms shot by this king have also lost control. Until now, how could he not know what happened to Bullet's body? This guy is actually merging with everything in the world. Lord Xia Yan. Kakashi suddenly roared. You can't let him fuse, otherwise a monster that is not 480, very terrifying will definitely appear. Fart. Before Xia Yan could speak, Gilgamesh had already refuted it. With this king, even if he can absorb the heavens and the earth into his body, this king will have to pay the price. The words fall. A strangely shaped sword emerged from the golden ripples. B. Audiences from all over the world, all those who have a certain understanding of Gilgamesh, all shrank their pupils. Not long ago, the World Economic News published a piece of news. The news was that the Big Mom pirates were wiped out by the hero king Gilgamesh alone, which shocked the whole world at that time. And the picture accompanying the news is Gilgamesh holding up that weird sword, standing in the shattered void. It is said that until today, the broken space above the Cake Island has not been restored, and even ships cannot approach. No doubt, this is the sword that can sever the world. Dare to snatch this king's noble phantasm, how presumptuous. Glancing at Bullet, who was still growing in size, Gilgamesh shouted angrily. This king wants to cut this miscellaneous scum into scum. You can't even fight it together. Don't worry, Gilgamesh. Xia Yan chuckled playfully. I'll bring you all to perform in front of the whole world when you'll take action in a while. Roar. Bullet roared again. His body has been almost completely integrated with the island, and it seems to be at least several thousand meters wide and several thousand meters high. This is the large Bullet form, a terrifying form of the fusion fruit awakening and absorbing the island. Bullet in this state is like a prehistoric beast, extremely terrifying. Combined with the real Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki, it gives an extremely strong sense of oppression. Xia Yan. Momosagi's face was pale, and he couldn't help reminding. This is the awakening of Devil Fruit. Bullet's ability is a fusion fruit, and he is about to merge with this island. Mo Yan nodded lightly and smiled. Don't worry, everything is in my plan. But Momosagi wanted to say something else, but a shadow suddenly fell in the sky, followed by a whistling hurricane. Bullet finally merged with the entire island, turned into a giant thousands of meters high, and shot. Hum. The kilometer-long arm slammed down towards Xia Yan and the others below at high speed. The huge palm almost blocked the sunlight, it was like a mountain fell down. Boom. The wind howled. Just a simple movement like waving an arm caused a ferocious tornado and a huge tsunami. The faces of Kakashi and Jiraiya changed dramatically, and they turned and retreated to the sea without hesitation. Akainu and Momosagi's faces were horribly pale. They can't walk on the sea like ninjas. If they are swallowed by this tsunami, even if they don't drown, they will lose half their lives. At the critical moment, Xia Yan's pupils suddenly turned into Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamui. Advertisement. Xia Yan opened Kamui's space directly. In an instant, Momosagi was sucked into Kamui's extra-dimensional space. Then, a chakra tail shot out from Xia Yan's back and smashed towards Akainu in the distance. Boom. Akainu was smashed by Xia Yan, and like a ball, it just fell into Jiraiya's arms. Puff. Akainu spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted angrily. You can't throw me over, do you have to hit me? Shut up now. Jiraiya patted Akainu's head, then looked forward solemnly. Akainu also held his breath, watching the kilometer-sized fist smash towards Xia Yan like a mountain topping down. Boom. There was a super-large explosion on the sea, and the 1,000-meter fountain that shot up into the sky was like a tsunami. Xia Yan was instantly engulfed by the huge fist of this mountain. Ha ha ha. It was lousy who won. Seeing that Xia Yan was suppressed by his own punch, Bullet couldn't help laughing loudly. Lord Xia Yan. The hearts of audiences all over the world. Even Jiraiya and the others didn't dare to breathe, staring nervously ahead. They didn't believe that Xia Yan would die so easily. Taste. A small voice came from under Bullet's mountain-sized fist. Okay. Bullet looked down in astonishment. It was only then that he noticed that his fist did not sink into the sea. A figure less than 2 meters tall was standing on the sea, supporting his fist with one hand. What? Bullet was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes. The strength of his punch is enough to pierce an island. Even if he can't kill Xia Yan, at least he should be thrown into the sea, right? But that's what it is. Xia Yan stood on the sea with a calm expression on her face, supporting the overwhelming oppression with one hand. The whole world was in an uproar. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked and unbelievable. It's a huge difference in visual effects. This is a few kilometers and 2 meters, at least 1,000 times the size difference. You must know that even the difference in size between giants and humans is at most about 10 times. Roar. Bullet let out a roar, and the kilometer-long arm increased its strength again. However, he was shocked to find that even though he increased his strength, Xia Yan still remained motionless. Even because his strength is too strong, instead, the huge arm that he has fused with is cracked into small cracks. Impossible. Bullet shouted in shock. How can you possibly have such power? Humans should not have this kind of power. The strength that Xia Yan showed when he fought against him before is obviously not so strong. Comic fans all over the world were also deeply shocked by the astonishing scene where Xia Yan took the heavy punch of the giant thousands of meters. It's bloody steam. That's the 8 inner gates. It's the 8 inner gates that Xia Yan used to kill the world government 5 elders. The pattern on the face should be the secret technique in Hokage, Crazy Ghost. Jiraiya is a similar state. The blood-red energy wrapped around the body like the armor is the chakra of the tailed beast. Just what is this cyan energy? It's the first time I've seen it, and it didn't appear in Hokage. Could it be the ability in the later stage? Or the noble phantasm in Fate Zero? Hokage. Fans once again had a passionate discussion about who was a group of loyal fans, and quickly managed to identify most of Xia Yan's abilities. But there is only a cyan energy that no one recognizes. In the entire pirate world, only Xia Yan knows that it belongs to Tensagen's power. Full name. Tensagen Chakra Mode, in other words. Xia Yan's current state is no damage 8 gate plus tailed beast chakra mode plus Tensagen chakra mode plus sage mode. These 4 augmented states, any one of which is placed in the pirate world, can give a cage-level powerhouse the terrifying combat power to defeat Marine Admiral and Pirate 4 Emperors. But now, Xia Yan turned on these 4 amplification states at the same time, and the effect was even more terrifying. The concrete manifestation was that Xia Yan didn't even feel how much power Bullet's huge body of thousands of meters had, and even felt weak and pitiful. It's like baby boxing. Smell? Xia Yan's fist was slightly hard, and it easily pierced Bullet's fist. Then use this as a leverage point to grab Bullet's fist. Drink. Xia Yan gave a low drink, her body sank, and her waist exerted strength. The power that was enough to easily lift a mountain of several thousand meters exploded. Advertisement hum. Under Bullet's astonished gaze, he merged with a huge body that was thousands of meters high and began to move away from the sea at a speed visible to the naked eye. He was actually lifted down by Xia Yan. How can this be? Feeling the terrifying state of weightlessness, Bullet was completely stunned, and he even forgot how to fight back. Get me down! Xia Yan shouted loudly and pushed her arm forward. Boom! Boom! The huge body thousands of meters high was smashed into the sea abruptly by him, and the terrifying impact set off a tsunami and huge waves thousands of meters high. In front of the live audience, this scene is tantamount to a doomsday horror scene. But they didn't pay any attention. Everyone in the world looked at Xia Yan in astonishment, their eyes were straight, and they were so shocked that they couldn't even utter a word. With a height of less than 2 meters, it is very outrageous to block the fist of this 1,000-meter tall giant with one hand. With a height of less than 2 meters, it is a terrible and shocking scene to lift and drop the giant who is thousands of meters high. In this scene, even if an ant lifts the elephant and then slams it to the ground, it can't achieve such a shocking visual effect, right? Sir Xia Yan is a monster. Jiraiya was equally stunned. Even the always arrogant Gilgamesh had to admit at this time that Xia Yan's power had already reached a certain level, far exceeding the limits of human beings. Gilgamesh even thought that unless it was a mythical god, no one should be able to compete with Xia Yan in power. However, Bullet did not lose his combat power. Xia Yan, lousy, is not dead yet, nor failed. The Bullet let out an inhuman roar, wreaking havoc on Conqueror's Hawkeye even more violently than before the injury. He merged with the island, and it seemed that he was not affected by the seawater. Although the huge body was smashed to pieces, it still roared out from the bottom of the sea and smashed Xia Yan with his mountain-like fist. Rather stick to your guns. This is the Deadless Bullet. Because of Roger's death many years ago, he gave up on himself and was eventually caught like an underwater prison. After many years, there is finally hope to defeat Roger's adopted son, Xia Yan, to prove his existence and absolute victory. How can he back down? It's time to start, Xia Yan said suddenly with a chuckle. Oh, is it finally the king's turn to perform? Exactly, this farce can also come to an end? Gilgamesh's eyes lit up, who had been waiting for a long time, and he was about to raise and release the deviant sword in his hand. However, he suddenly saw that a strange shape, sword, appeared in Xia Yan's palm. Hash. Gilgamesh's eyes narrowed. Deviant sword? And it's exactly the same as his. What are you holding in your hand? Gilgamesh looked at Xia Yan in astonishment, and asked in disbelief, why do you have this king's stray sword? Explain later. Xia Yan raised the deviant sword and said in a deep voice, let's get rid of this guy first. The popularity 3.3 is almost done, and it's just one last shot before the curtain call is complete. Well, the king knows. Gilgamesh suppressed the shock and doubts in his heart, and also raised the deviant sword above his head. Roar. Bullet roared and waved 2 giant arms that were thousands of meters long, covered with armament Hawkeye, which was released from the body. P.S. Tukao, I almost forgot Sasuke, but I will definitely not forget it. What? Impossible. Ignoring Bullet's anger, Xia Yan and Gilgamesh released the noble phantasm in their hands at the same time, and shouted loudly, Inuma Elish. Even in Gilgamesh's noble phantasm that includes everything in the world, this is a unique and precious existence. Xia Yan gave an order, and Gilgamesh raised the deviant sword in their hands at the same time and released it. Deviant sword. All eyes were on the swords in the hands of Xia Yan and Gilgamesh. Start. Kneel down and worship. Bullet. Just the aftermath. In an instant, the armament Hawkeye, which was as amazing as a mountain range released by the Bullet, was torn to shreds. A sword that can sever the world. Bullet's face was full of disbelief, and he shouted in shock. How could Lousy's Hawkeye be torn to shreds so easily? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Armament Hawkeye, which covers at least a few kilometers, is like an armament Hawkeye mountain, rolling towards Moyan and others like a mountain. The 3 cylindrical blades rotate extremely fast, bringing a lot of wind pressure. The audiences around the world were so excited that they didn't even dare to take a breath. Before the concept of sword was formed, it already existed, and it could even be said to be the prototype of the concept of sword. Wow. 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 Chapter 146. Dad, you must not go to Xia Yan, 1/5. Not good. Hurry up. Where's Sasuke? People don't die. Here, I rescued him. You helped me with the telephony bug. Feeling the terrifying deterrent from the noble phantasms in the hands of Xia Yan and Gilgamesh, Jiraiya and others changed their faces and quickly fled with Akainu. Jin also found Uchiha Sasuke, who was caught by Bullet just now, and took him to the sky. Only Marco, who was seriously injured and unconscious before, no one here cares about him, and naturally no one is going to save him. Under the shocking gaze of audiences all over the world. Terrible wind pressure frantically cut the space, and even formed a space fault visible to the naked eye. The island is shattered, the ocean is shattered. The sky is broken. Space is also broken. The whole world seems to have become a mirror, completely cut off under the power of the deviant sword, completely collapsed and shattered. As for bullets, those thousands of meters of huge body are simply the most perfect boots, completely bearing the full force of the liberation of the two deviating swords. He couldn't even survive for 3 seconds, and was completely torn to pieces by this world-shattering force, becoming a poor victim for Xia Yan and Gilgamesh to show off the power of their noble phantasms. Roger, before his death, before his consciousness completely dissipated, Bullet saw the scene of his first meeting with Roger when he was 15 years old. Noisy. My name is Gol D. Roger, and I am the man destined to turn the world upside down. The young man in the straw hat grinned and said the words that he has never forgotten since his 21st life. Are you Bullet? Would you like to be my companion? You can challenge me at any time until the day you defeat me. Roger. I have never been able to beat you in my life. After you died, I was defeated by your adopted son. I have totally lost to you in this life. Wow. The debris from the sky was blown away by the strong wind and scattered into the sea. So far, a reward of up to 3.5 billion berries, descendant of the devil, Bullet, death. Under the attention of the whole world, it fell with an extremely gorgeous posture. He has been challenging the strong all his life, and finally died under the terrifying crush of the strong. He should be content and have no regrets. The deviant sword is an anti-world noble phantasm, a veritable special attack on the world. Once the attack is launched, it is not aimed at a single life, but at the entire world. Splitting the world is not an exaggeration, but it really has this effect. It's just that this only cuts the world around this area, not the whole world. But even so, for anyone in the pirate world, this is an extremely unheard of terrifying move. Even for pirate kings like Whitebeard and Kaido standing at the top of the sea, the strongest attack I have ever heard in my life is nothing but the destruction of an island with one blow from an ancient weapon. What about ordinary people? Advertisement, where have they seen such a shocking scene, even if it is the end of the world? Win? It's so easy to win. It's too easy. Otherwise, what do you think? Lord Xia Yan has already completely crushed this devil descendant, in terms of strength when he opened 8 inner gates before, and now it's just to get rid of his huge body. This is Fate Zero. This is the heroic spirit, terrifying. I'll just say, Fate Zero shows more power than Hokage. Can Hokage sever the world? Fart. Mr. Xia Yan said in a letter from the readers of the World Economic News that there will be starbursts in the later stage of Hokage, a powerful character that cuts the planet. But Fate Zero has only just started serialization, and Gilgamesh, who just appeared, is so terrifying. How do you know that there will be no star-breaking characters in the future? The onlookers from all over the world, in addition to being shocked, also started arguing with enthusiasm as before. Of course, even if there is a debate, it is basically a debate about Hokage and Fate Zero and the author of Xia Yan. The topics are still the same. Hokage and FYZ. Which worldview is stronger? Who is the strongest ninja or hero? Which character is the strongest subordinate under Xia Yan? Which character is the most popular, has the most peripherals, and sells the best? Just like the manga and animation fans that Xia Yan has seen in her previous life, the manga fans in the pirate world also quarrel fiercely over these topics. As Xia Yan said, it's a sense of superiority. Everyone wants what they like to be the best, and this is human nature. In short, at the end of the debate, there is basically no result. The only recognized ones are, caricaturist Xia Yan is awesome, hero king Gilgamesh is awesome, FZ is awesome, etc. There are almost no controversial arguments. If Xia Yan can now check the data of the system growth, he will find that all the characters who follow him have greatly increased the number of fans. And Gilgamesh's ascension is the most terrifying. At the same time, Xia Yan is here. The sky and the sea are still cracking inch by inch, and they will not be able to recover for a long time. And the figure of Bullet, who was at the center of the attack, had completely disappeared. With a height of several thousand meters, the giant that covered the sky and the sun seemed to have never existed. Obviously, it was completely blasted to rubbish under the liberation of the terrifying noble phantasm just now. Humph. Gilgamesh withdrew the deviant sword, folded his arms around his chest, and said with a stubborn face. This king has already said that even if this miscellaneous cultivator turns into a giant thousands of meters high, this king will cut him into pieces. Jiraiya and the others looked at each other in dismay. They understood Gilgamesh's power, and it was truly terrifying to be able to split the world. But except for the long-known Uchiha Itachi, everyone including Gilgamesh turned to Xia Yan. You also have the deviant sword? Gilgamesh asked suspiciously. This should be a noble phantasm that belongs only to this king. Do you know parallel worlds? Xia Yan answered the question. Parallel world. Advertisement. Gilgamesh raised his eyebrows. I know. Then you don't need to ask. Xia Yan said indifferently. There are Xian Wangshan, Maid Shan, Young Shan and even Niang Shan in the parallel world, so it is normal for me to have the deviant sword from the parallel world. What? Gilgamesh's face froze. Leave aside the matter of the deviant sword, first explain to this king what Niangshan is. Ah, did I just say Niangshan? Xia Yan was shocked. Don't be angry, parallel worlds, nothing is surprising. Gilgamesh. So angry, Inexplicably, he was turned into a mother. He is a tyrannical coon, who is the king. Is he shameless? The person who said this was Xia Yan, so no matter how upset he was, he couldn't say anything. Call, Gilgamesh pouted and turned his head. You better decide what to do next, the Whitebeard pirates should be coming. Whitebeard pirates? Xia Yan looked at Gilgamesh strangely. How did you know? This king is not an idiot. Why don't you know? Gilgamesh's face darkened, and he raised his hand and pointed not far away. Isn't a guy Whitebeard's son? If something happened to him, it's not surprising that Whitebeard doesn't go crazy. This is all that New World can find out by asking casually. Matter. Forehead. Xia Yan looked in amazement, and found that Gilgamesh was pointing at Marco, the phoenix. I go. This guy is really a phoenix. Two deviant swords tore apart the world at the same time, yet still not dead. At this time, Marco had all his limbs severed, and there were tattered blood holes all over his body, but he was slowly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xia Yan couldn't help sighing. No wonder the original book said that the Eudemons are rarer than Logia. The effect of this phoenix ability is simply too terrifying. Marco is still alive. On the fast-sailing Moby DK, Marco's miserable figure was seen on the live broadcast screen, and Whitebeard's face was gloomy and terrifying. Old Daddy. Diamond Yoja, who had just returned to the pirates, swallowed and said cautiously, Are you really going to fight against the Xia Yan group? Of course. Whitebeard grabbed the naginata sharply, and hockey surged all over his body. Whether it's to avenge Scarred and Namuel, or to save Marco, this old man has to go and make a break with Xia Yan, Gilgamesh and others. This. Diamond Yoja, Foil Beasta, Sachi, Buffalo, Izang and others looked at each other, then gritted their teeth, and at the same time became short. Boom. Except for Namur who died, Marco who was not present, and the captain of the 2nd Division who had been vacant, the remaining 13 Whitebeard pirate captains knelt down in front of Whitebeard in unison. Dad. Please think twice. The crowd led by Joes burst into tears and roared like crazy. Then Muir died tragically. Marco was beaten in such a tragic way, and our hearts were like knives, and the pain was terrible. But you really can't go. Xia Yan and Gilgamesh are not humans at all, but monsters crawling out of hell. 5 Ma Chapter 147. One person, one ship, one knife, one wine, 2/5. Joes is right. You mustn't go, Daddy. Xia Yan is a monster. That sword that can sever the world is so terrifying, it's not something that humans can fight against. Even if we want to go, it's his sons who are going to save people. How can you go, Daddy? That's right. Let's go, Dad. You are the backbone of the pirates. We, as sons, should also share the responsibility for your dad. The 13 captains of the Whitebeard pirates knelt down at the same time, begging Whitebeard not to fight with Xia Yan and others. If this kind of scene is seen by the world, it will definitely be one of the most shocking news of the year, and the Whitebeard pirates will be extremely embarrassed and become the laughingstock of the world. But Whitebeard wasn't angry. He can even fully understand the thinking of Joes et al. Because even if he was as confident as he was, when he saw the attack that ripped apart the world and everything in the world, he couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. Whitebeard is not an idiot. Of course, it can be seen that there is only one hero, King Gilgamesh, and he may not be able to deal with it. Not to mention that there are also famous powerhouses such as Xia Yan, Jiraiya, and Uchiha Itachi. It's almost a dead end, no doubt. 12. The greatness of man is his lofty attitude in the face of fear and despair. Whitebeard is king of the sea. What he yearns for is family affection and family, not any status or a life of compromise. It is better to live in such humiliation than to die in a vigorous battle. Besides, it is necessary to avenge the sons. It is also necessary to save Marco. Joes, you don't need to say any more, Whitebeard shouted in a deep voice. The old man has already made a decision. Even if there is a sea of swords and flames in front of him, he will not hesitate at all. Father, Marco and Namuel won't be happy with you. If they killed you, they'll blame themselves. Seeing that Whitebeard didn't listen to his advice, Diamond Yoja was even more anxious. If it weren't for Dad's strength, they would not be Dad's opponents together, and he would have already taken action to control him forcibly. See you la la la. Seeing Yoja's eager appearance, Whitebeard felt relieved, and at the same time couldn't help laughing. Don't worry. Lousy hasn't lived enough yet. Even if Xia Yan and the others are terrifying, Lousy may not be able to lose Shishi. The voice fell. Whitebeard suddenly releases his Conqueror's Haki. Boom. The shocking Haki descended on everyone in the Whitebeard pirates as if the top of a mountain was crushed. No one could have imagined that Whitebeard would suddenly attack their sons, and all of them were caught off guard. Bang. Bang. One after another, the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates fell to the ground, rolling their eyes and losing consciousness. Even the white team leaders, such as Joes, Beasta, and Izang, all fell to their knees, looking up at Whitebeard in disbelief. Advertisement, Dad. Don't go. Joes raised his hand and tried to grab Whitebeard's ankle, but he couldn't make up his mind, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. Why did he agree to Marco's decision before? Not only did he hurt Marco, but he was about to hurt his father. Why is his strength so weak? He can't even do the most basic help. Why? With full of doubts and unwillingness, Joes fell heavily to the ground and lost consciousness. In the blink of an eye, only Whitebeard remained awake in the entire Whitebeard pirates. Becoming one of the 4 emperors of the pirates and being called the strongest in the world is not my happiness. Bringing only a naginata and a jug of wine, Whitebeard put down a small rescue boat on the pirate ship and whispered to himself. You children meet and watch you grow up safely is Lousy's greatest happiness. Waiting for Daddy. Daddy will definitely bring back that stinky boy Marco. What is this doing? Isn't the world live broadcast over yet? It's time for dinner. Descendants of the devil, bullets are dead. Why are they still standing on the sea, Lord Xia Yan? Watching, like waiting for the enemy. Shish, wouldn't it be what I thought? What did you say? Look at the guy with the broken limb, Marco, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates first team. Whitebeard's son. I'm going. You mean Lord Xia Yan is waiting for Whitebeard? No way. I just finished fighting Devil's Descendants, and I don't even need a break, so I have to continue fighting Whitebeard? This is too cool. No, wasn't that called a battle just now? Wasn't Devil's Descendant killed by Master Xia? Shush. Just watch it quietly. If you really waited for Whitebeard, you'd be dead today, and you actually saw a battle with so many big men. Seeing that the world live broadcast has not been closed, and Xia Yan and others have not left, many smart people are keenly aware of something. Shichibukai, including Doflamingo and others, as well as a group of high-level marines, felt even more incredible and dreamy. Is it today? Xia Yan and Whitebeard decide who is the strongest day in the world? Are we really going to fight Whitebeard? Akainu, who was held in Jiraiya's arms, asked in a deep voice. No, Xia Yan said lightly. Akainu breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, if Whitebeard were killed, it wouldn't be a good thing for Marine now. Because that means they have one less potential ally who can check and balance Xia Yan together. But then, Xia Yan added softly, it's Gilgamesh who is going to fight Whitebeard. Whitebeard's son was killed by him. It's none of my business. Akainu. So you still have to fight? Advertisement? But this is really shameless. Gilgamesh is your subordinate, and you still think it's none of your business? If it weren't for the fact that his strength was far inferior to that of Xia Yan, and that he had come with an observation mission, Akainu would really want to scold him. Jiraiya. Xia Yan suddenly ordered. You guys build an island, just keep 1/3 of chakra. Yes. Jiraiya, Uchiha Itachi, and Kakashi respectfully agreed, then quickly formed their seals, slapping their palms against the water. Earth-style Earth Ryu Castle, Sage Art Ultra Doryu Castle. Boom. Huge walls of rock and earth were drilled from the seafloor, forming a small island large enough for many people to stand on. Immediately afterwards, the three of them followed suit. Almost 2/3 of chakra was consumed and stopped, and an island appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. This. Akainu looked stunned. Itachi put Sasuke in a coma on the ground, then sat aside and began to recover chakra. Momoshage was also released from the Kamui space by Xia Yan. It's over? Momoshage looked at Xia Yan in surprise. Well, it's over, Bullet is dead. Xia Yan smiled slightly, but another one should start soon. Another one? Who? A flash of surprise and confusion flashed across Momosage's eyes. Even the Devil's Descendants, Bullet, who offered a reward of 3.5 billion berry, was killed. Which enemy is coming? Not, here comes, Lord Xia Yan, the smoke in the skies suddenly shouted. Momoshage looked up in astonishment. Hundreds of millions of viewers across the world instantly cheered up and looked at the big screen. I saw that on the sea level directly opposite Xia Yan and others, a small and delicate boat was slowly rowing, and a tall and sturdy figure stood on it. The whole world was in an uproar. Even Jiraiya and Uchiha Itachi and others shrank their pupils. Whitebeard is here, and, alone, except for a boat, a knife, and a pot of wine, the four emperors, the world's strongest pirate, didn't bring anything. Chapter 148. Akainu was killed. Want to drink with Lousy? No chance in the future, 3/5? Why did Whitebeard come alone? What about his subordinates? I remember that there are at least a dozen pirate captains under Whitebeard, and there are dozens of other pirate captains, at least tens of thousands. I seem to have guessed what Whitebeard was thinking. Hey, could it be that Whitebeard didn't even have the confidence to win, so he didn't even bring a son? Well, I think Bachung is like this. No way, even if Whitebeard is not the opponent of Xia Yan and Hokage, and F.Z. as the king of pirates, he shouldn't be afraid before fighting. Seeing that Whitebeard came to see Xia Yan alone, no one was shocked. But there were also a few who realized that Whitebeard had come to die on his own accord. So he brought nothing, not even the sons who are almost never away from me. Boom. Whitebeard's boat was leaning against the wall of Tuliu. Then he carried the Naginata sword that he had used for decades in his right hand, and put the huge red jug on his shoulder in his left hand, and then raised his foot and walked slowly towards Xia Yan and the others. 480. Da. Every step he took was accompanied by Ultimate's Conqueror's Haki, and even cracks appeared on the earthen wall beneath his feet. Gollum. People watching the live broadcast swallowed their saliva in unison, their eyes full of awe for Whitebeard. Whitebeard. How dare you come? Akainu growled angrily, his arms turned into hot lava, emitting a pungent, disgusting smell. The hot magma erupted at an astonishing speed, rushing towards Whitebeard with extreme speed. Damn. Gilgamesh was instantly furious. That's the king's opponent. How dare you, a miscellaneous cultivator. Fine. Xia Yan raised her hand to stop Gilgamesh and smiled slightly. Just watch it quietly. Kula lala, Magma Kid? Lousy saw you in the live broadcast just now, and it was really embarrassing to be killed by that kid bullet. Seeing Akainu rushing towards him, Whitebeard didn't care at all, but instead mocked him with ease and wanton. Advertisement, humph. Akainu snorted coldly, and the arm magma suddenly expanded, great eruption. Wow. The scorching heat made the surrounding air twist and deform, and the magma slammed into Whitebeard overwhelmingly. But Whitebeard didn't dodge, just pushed the palm holding the naginata forward. Click. Click. White cracks appeared out of thin air in the void, and they continued to spread. From the perspective of a bystander, the world seems to have turned into a mirror, and it is like being hit by a heavy hammer, and it begins to shatter and collapse. This is the power of the shock fruit that can destroy the world. Boom. An earth-shattering bang. The magma in the sky was completely dispersed by the shocking terrifying force in an instant. Akainu's eyes widened even more, and he vomited out a mouthful of blood with a wow sound, and the whole person flew into the distance. Second, Logia Vice Admiral Akainu was killed by Whitebeard. Seeing Akainu, who was spitting blood and flying out, was extremely embarrassed. There was an uproar all over the world. Akainu is not some scumbag Vice Admiral, or even the most famous of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Even the World Economic News and the government press release have made it clear that he is a surefire candidate for the new Marine Admiral. What is Marine Admiral? Marine's highest combat power, the world's top combat power, and the strongest barrier against the Pirate 4 Emperor's 1v1 will not be defeated in a short time. However, the spike? In addition to being shocked, people were even more excited. Kill it in seconds. Doesn't this prove that Whitebeard is growing old and is at his absolute peak? The thought of being able to see the real top battle in this world, CBDD, makes everyone extremely excited and expects to multiply. At the same time, the terrifying shock and impact swung by Whitebeard didn't stop at all after knocking Akainu into the air, but continued to crush it mightily in the direction of Xia Yan and the others. The horror of the shock, all the existences along the way turned into powder in an instant. Look at my fairy Jiraiya. Advertisement Jiraiya, who is still maintaining sage mode, immediately stood up and wanted to be handsome. But Xia Yan patted his shoulder lightly and motioned him to stand behind her. This is the meeting gift of the other party, King. How can I let you stop it? It's too rude. Speaking softly, Xia Yan took 2 steps forward. I saw him slowly raise an arm, and then open his palm. Boom. A loud bang. The terrifying concussive force slammed into Xia Yan's palm, and the strong wind caused Uchiha Itachi and others behind Xia Yan to raise their hands to block it. Under people's unbelievable gazes, this terrifying shock that knocked Akainu into the air and flattened the city walls of Tuliu was unable to even make Xia Yan take a step back. The shock dissipates. Being humiliated by Gilgamesh's words, Whitebeard was not angry, but turned his eyes to Xia Yan. A large golden lotus ripple appeared behind him, and Gilgamesh glared at Whitebeard proudly. Don't worry, this king will definitely give you a good day today, and I will bury you and your son together. Thinking of this, Whitebeard couldn't help but glanced at a glittering guy not far behind Xia Yan. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Humph. Do you want to fight this king? The murderer who killed Namur and Scarred was also the culprit who rode Marco so miserably. Want to drink? Mo Yan kid. Xia Yan slowly put down her palm and smiled at Whitebeard with a relaxed smile. Do you want to do it again? With just one blow, Whitebeard could see that Xia Yan's terrifying strength had completely exceeded his imagination. After the Lousy fought with you, I guess there is no hope of drinking anymore. So before the war, do you want to have a drink with Lousy? Huh? Kura Allah, it's really as arrogant as in the comics of Fate, Zero, Hero King Gilgamesh. He was already mentally prepared. Whitebeard didn't speak, but his face grew gloomier. Heroic spirit, Hero King, Gilgamesh, however, it is not surprising. With only one hand, he blocked the shocking force of his own right, but his body did not even shake. To be able to take a monster like Gilgamesh as his subordinate, if Xia Yan's strength is very weak, that is a really strange thing. Whitebeard smashed the huge jug on his shoulders to the ground, and said in a deep voice, in those days Lousy and Roger were drinking, and they would have a fight after drinking, and continue drinking after the fight. Chapter 149. Whitebeard. Hit Gilgamesh first, then you, 4/5. The strongest man in the world, 4 emperors. Whitebeard is a man who likes to drink. Young cravings for family, drinking. After having a group of sons, we held banquets and drank. Drink alcohol before fighting an enemy you recognize in your heart. After the fight, it was refreshing to play and drink. Now that he has met the adopted son of an old friend, and has to fight to the death with a group of them, he naturally has to drink. Good. Xia Yan agreed. Kulalala. Good, as expected of that B******* D from Roger. Whitebeard laughed and opened the wine jug, but an embarrassed expression appeared on his face. I forgot to bring the wine bowl, why don't you make do with it and let's just drink it? Xia Yan. An indirect kiss with the old man Whitebeard? Xia Yan had a rare look of horror on her face. Humph. You two are so boring. Gilgamesh snorted coldly, and a golden lotus swim suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, 2 golden wine bowls with a size of 1 meter and a small golden wine glass appeared in front of everyone. I go. Jiraiya looked at Gilgamesh with shining eyes. You really have everything in here? Nonsense. Gilgamesh looked proud. This king's treasury contains everything in the world. As long as it is a valuable treasure, it is the possession of this king. Under Jiraiya's envious gaze, Gilgamesh threw 2 huge golden wine bowls over 1 meter to Xia Yan and Whitebeard respectively, while he kept the small wine glass. After all, it is the wine of mortals. In Gilgamesh's view, it is already very face-saving if he is willing to drink it. Pour wine. Xia Yan took the wine bowl and shouted in a deep voice. Whitebeard didn't say much, just lifted the jug and started pouring. Soon, the pouring is over. Boom! Xia Yan and Whitebeard touched glasses, and then the two drank at least 10 pounds of wine in the wine bowl. Advertisement: this is Xia Yan's first drink in Pirate World. He never imagined that his first drink would be Whitebeard. How to say? The taste was okay, a little spicy. But Gilgamesh immediately frowned and said in disgust, "This is too hard to drink, isn't it? It's hard to swallow." Cough. No way. Whitebeard looked at Gilgamesh suspiciously. This is the best drink of the Whitebeard pirates. I heard that even celestial dragons drink this stuff. Humph. Although this king doesn't know what celestial dragons are, it's probably just a bunch of miscellaneous people in this world. You have no taste like you. Relentlessly watching Whitebeard's vulgar taste, Gilgamesh once again opened the king's treasure. As golden ripples appeared, a palm-sized golden jug appeared in his palm. This is the drink made by the gods. Even if this king hates the gods, he has to admit that this is a rare treasure. He poured a small cup for himself, Xia Yan, and Whitebeard, but Gilgamesh's mouth was still venomous. Thank you for tasting Dade, miscellaneous. If Xia Yan was not here, this king would not have taken this wine to share with a guy like you. Kula-lala. Good. The old man will taste the taste of this divine wine. Whitebeard laughed and gulped down the wine. He was used to Gilgamesh's vicious tongue. In other words, knowing that he and the person in front of him are about to start a life-and-death battle, he doesn't mind having more contact with the enemy Gilgamesh. Hiss. After drinking the divine wine, Whitebeard suddenly stared and took a deep breath. Tasty? Xia Yan praised without hesitation, then turned to look at Gilgamesh. I will order this wine when I go back. Gilgamesh. Robbery, after all, this is a wine made by God, and he doesn't have too much. But this is Xia Yan's request after all, and Gilgamesh is not easy to object. He had to pretend to be indifferent and indifferent. It's just a little drink. This king doesn't care. It's okay to give it to you when I go back. Kula-lala. You two are really interesting. Seeing Gilgamesh's little emotion, Whitebeard laughed again, then raised his glass again. Can I have another drink? Shout, it's really a waste to give you such a god-like wine. Gilgamesh snorted in disgust, but poured wine for Whitebeard anyway. It's delicious. Draining the drink again, Whitebeard stood up abruptly. Advertisement for flowers, are you coming? The people who had been watching Whitebeard and Xia Yan drinking in front of the big screen immediately became excited. Call. Whitebeard took a deep breath and picked up the naginata that was stuck beside him. Boom. The naginata slammed heavily on the ground, leaving a huge and hideous crack. Xia Yan. Whitebeard looked directly into Xia Yan's eyes and asked loudly, Laozi asked you, did you order the killing of Laozi's son? It's, well. Xia Yan didn't lie and said calmly, the big Uzumaki spider provoked Gilgamesh. I let him kill him at will, don't have any scruples, then Muir just killed himself. Humph. Good. Whitebeard sneered and looked sideways at Gilgamesh. Then Laozi will have a fight with you, the king of heroes, and then fight with you Xia Yan. Peeved. Ha 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 ha. This king heard right. Gilgamesh couldn't help laughing. After you fought this king, how could you still be alive to fight Xia Yan? When the words fell, his face suddenly became stern, and he scolded. Don't think that you can be arrogant after drinking 2 glasses of wine, you mere miscellaneous. Large golden ripples emerged from behind Gilgamesh. It's on. Hundreds of millions of spectators shouted with excitement. Then he saw Whitebeard directly raise the naginata in his hand, open and close it, and chop off Gilgamesh's head quickly. This knife was so sharp that even the air along the way was cut and exploded, making a harsh sonic boom. But Gilgamesh still did not dodge. Just like dealing with the previous enemy, a round shield-shaped noble phantasm appeared in his hand. Ding! Whitebeard wrapped around Armament Hockey's knife and slashed hard on the round shield in Gilgamesh's hand. The crisp but thunderous metal collision sound stimulated the eardrums of everyone present in the audience. Then I saw a bloody figure flying backwards. King of Heroes Gilgamesh was recruited? The audience's eyes widened in astonishment, but a look of shock and disbelief suddenly appeared in their eyes. No, it wasn't Gilgamesh who flew upside down, it was Whitebeard, big. Chapter 150. Whitebeard who launched the death charge, 5/5. Whitebeard hurt. Look at Gilgamesh's hand, it's a noble phantasm. Although I don't know the specific effect of this noble phantasm, it must be a very important noble phantasm to be able to block Whitebeard's attack, and in turn shock him, right? Even fans of F.Z. and Gilgamesh were shocked to see that Whitebeard took the initiative to attack but was wounded instead. After all, Whitebeard has been the strongest in the world for 10 years, and the concept of strongest has even taken root in the hearts of the people. Now, however, his first encounter with Gilgamesh is clearly at a loss. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, I'm afraid no one would have believed that Whitebeard would one day face such a situation. At the same time, Whitebeard, who flew upside down, flipped several times in the air, his feet rubbed on the ground to increase the resistance, but he still slid back a full 100 meters before finally stopping. Paw! Whitebeard snorted and looked down at his blood-filled palm, surprised. What is that? Whitebeard looked up at Gilgamesh. He watched the live broadcast relatively late, and only saw the appearance of the deviated sword, but he did not see that the various strange things before were noble phantasms. It's just a round shield. Gilgamesh said indifferently. The little things that can bounce back all the shocks are not worth mentioning at all. 49-7 Whitebeard's face sank. His observation Hawkeye could sense that Gilgamesh wasn't talking nonsense. Gilgamesh really thinks this buckler noble phantasm is not worth mentioning. But in Whitebeard's point of view, this noble phantasm, which can rebound all his slashing power and shock himself, can be described as a treasure. If this noble phantasm is placed on the sea, it will definitely become an important item that is scrambled by various forces, second only to the ancient weapon, right? At this moment, Whitebeard clearly realized the huge gap in vision between himself, a mortal, and a heroic spirit. Like kings and beggars. A beggar just sees 1,000 berry, it is like a treasure, because this 1,000 berry is really precious to him. When the king saw 1,000 berry, he wouldn't even look down to pick it up, because it was not as much as a meal for a dog he raised. Although this analogy is a bit unpleasant, but Whitebeard felt inexplicably the difference between himself and Gilgamesh. The noble phantasm that Gilgamesh disdains is terrifying in his eyes. What's wrong? Gilgamesh sneered. Don't you continue to attack? Or are you waiting for the king to attack? Whitebeard? The voice fell, and densely packed noble phantasms appeared in the large golden sea behind him. Dozens or hundreds. Each one is the crystallization of human wisdom, and each one is engraved with legends belonging to heroes. If these noble phantasms are placed in the hands of weaker heroic spirits, 2 to 3 of them are very powerful. However, in Gilgamesh's eyes, these things are like bows and arrows. He doesn't even bother to understand the specific abilities of each noble phantasm, as long as he simply shoots them out, it is a mighty power that most heroic spirits cannot match. Ah! Hundreds of noble phantasms were shot at Whitebeard at high speed like a violent storm. Koo-la-la-la, lousy won't give in so easily, blonde B**********. Whitebeard laughed and thrust the naginata behind him, then a white light curtain appeared on his right fist, and slammed down into the void. Click! Eye-catching white cracks appeared in the void and spread rapidly in all directions. In the kakuzu of the spectators, Whitebeard's punch seemed to shatter the world. Boom! 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 The terrifying force of shock slammed into the noble phantasm flying in the face, causing explosions one after another, and also set off a super large impact. Advertisement, but Whitebeard didn't stop there, followed by another punch covered with shock fruit. Hum! The real shock wave visible to the naked eye pushed the earth for life, smashing towards Gilgamesh. Boom! A loud bang resounded through the sky. Gilgamesh still did not dodge or evade, but just blocked the round shield in his hand in front of him, completely blocking Whitebeard's willpower. Koola-la-la, what a terrifying noble phantasm. Whitebeard laughed, but his heart was heavy, but he did not flinch, but waved the power of shock several times in a row. In the end, it still had no effect at all, no matter how terrifying the power. When it bombarded that round shield treasure, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. No way, Whitebeard can only grab his hands in the void. Puff! The air was caught by Whitebeard, leaving white trails behind. Gilgamesh suddenly felt his feet spinning, and he lost his balance completely. But he didn't panic at all, and even laughed directly. Is that all you have to do with this little trick, Whitebeard? Gilgamesh shouted sharply, and then a flying noble phantasm appeared under his feet, and it was Vimana. With the help of Vimana's stagnation method, Gilgamesh easily regained his balance, and looked down at Whitebeard condescendingly. If you only have this level, you should kill yourself as soon as possible. Fighting with you is an insult to this king. Whitebeard bowed his head slightly and fell silent. Shock Fruit's ranged attacks are ineffective. The action of trying to control Gilgamesh by special means was also deciphered by the opponent. It is even more impossible to completely destroy the island and perish together. Xia Yan and others are still eyeing it. It's a total dead end. Whitebeard smiled bitterly in his heart, but his eyes were full of steely determination. Hum! Whitebeard suddenly covered his feet with the power of Shock Fruit and stomped on the ground. Boom! The ground within 100 meters of Whitebeard's feet shattered instantly. And he himself relied on this reaction force to rush towards Gilgamesh's position at high speed. Humph! Do you want to close the distance and fight in close combat when you find that the ability to oscillate is useless to this king? The choice is correct, but it's too naive. Gilgamesh snorted coldly and landed on the ground, while golden lotus ripples lit up behind him. Hundreds of strange noble phantasms emerged from the golden lotus ripples and then shot forward without money. Whoosh! 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 The density of noble phantasm is like a shower. Whitebeard, who was rushing towards Gilgamesh, immediately covered his entire body with armament Hawkeye and covered his fists with a white light curtain and blasted forward. Ding! The noble phantasm shot at Whitebeard with a crisp sound. What? Whitebeard's fist continued to blast forward with a terrifying concussive force, shattering the countless noble phantasms that were shot. In this way, under the protection of armament Hawkeye and the power of Shock Fruit, he approached Gilgamesh little by little. Just like the death charge initiated by the Conqueror in the original book. The only difference is that Whitebeard is faster. But Gilgamesh is also stronger than the original. Seeing the tall figure approaching him step by step, Gilgamesh had no expression on his face, except that countless golden lotus ripples appeared in all directions of Whitebeard. Boom. Boom. Advertisement noble phantasm is bombing desperately. Mouth. A broken magic noble phantasm pierced Whitebeard's chest and abdomen. Whitebeard groaned and punched the air beside him, blocking all the dozen or so noble phantasms that were shot in the face. 120 meters left. Wow. The noble phantasm that was shot down by Whitebeard but was not destroyed, reappeared in Gilgamesh's king's treasure in the next second and shot it again. This is also one of the most terrifying abilities of the king's treasure, that is, the noble phantasms that are shot can be recovered and used multiple times. Coupled with the terrifying quantity stored by itself, Gilgamesh's noble phantasm is truly inexhaustible and inexhaustible. Wow. The God-tier declaration shot a little crookedly, piercing Whitebeard's shoulder. Whitebeard gritted his teeth and punched again. However, it was still useless, and was easily blocked by Gilgamesh with his round shield. And Whitebeard was also shot in the face by the noble phantasm because of this mistake. Under the violent impact, his tall body was a problem, and he almost fell to the ground. 90 meters left. Whitebeard gritted his teeth, and a demon-breaking sword immediately pierced through his right thigh. 70 meters left. More than a dozen noble phantasms exploded on Armament Hockey's chest and abdomen covered by Whitebeard. Although he did not break Armament Hockey, it also caused blood to surge in his body. 50 meters left. God-tier declaration, shot again, ignoring Armament Hockey, piercing Whitebeard's left leg, bleeding profusely. And 30 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. After being hit by the noble phantasm at least 100 times, and being pierced at least a dozen times, Whitebeard finally rushed to Gilgamesh. This 100-meter distance, which he could cross in a second on weekdays, was extremely difficult at this time. Gilgamesh. Blood spurted from his nose and mouth, and Whitebeard's muscles swelled up. He raised the naginata in his hand and slashed at Gilgamesh's head. The naginata ripped apart the air, making a harsh sonic boom. Just making a slashing motion, the terrifying impact radiated already made the Marine Elite Vice Admiral like Momoshiki pale, and he had to take a few steps back to avoid his edge. However, under the gaze of the whole world, facing such an earth-shattering blow, Gilgamesh still did not evade. I saw more than 10 noble phantasms, pierced from the void in all directions, pierced through his body, and one of them pierced his heart. Gilgamesh likes to bind the other party with the lock of heaven when he is about to be attacked by others, and appreciate the expression of despair and unwillingness of the other party. Whitebeard's body froze, and the condensing power instantly collapsed. Golden chains shimmering with light emerged from the void, locking Whitebeard's limbs and waist respectively. The blade of the naginata in Whitebeard's hand hovered above Gilgamesh's head, and a strand of blonde hair was cut off by the blade of the naginata. This is the power of shock fruit. The sound of a sharp knife entering the body entered everyone's ears. Under the shocked and disbelieving gazes of the whole world, Whitebeard's knees went soft and he fell to his knees. Ding! If you want to attack Gilgamesh, you don't need to use a sharp blade at all. Half a meter away, the power of shock is enough. The sharp blade was only less than half a meter away from Gilgamesh's head, but it couldn't make an inch. A crisp metal collision 3.3 sounded. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Whitebeard grinned, again spewing a lot of blood from his nose and mouth. Boom! Immediately afterwards, he did not continue to exert his strength, nor did he want to break free from the lock of heaven, but quickly covered the blade of the naginata with a white light curtain. But, really, you really have a lot of strange noble phantasms. Chapter 151. Challenge Xia Yan. Whitebeard Pirates, join, 1/5. Whitebeard, lose? I was pierced through the heart by a noble phantasm? No way. Is it over that simple? It's really unbelievable, but you know it. This is Gilgamesh who split the world with a noble phantasm. Is it normal that Whitebeard isn't his opponent? Seeing Whitebeard's heart pierced and kneeling on the ground, the first reaction of people in the world is to disbelieve. Even the fans of Gilgamesh were stunned, speechless. That has been maintained for more than 10 years, the man with the strongest title in the world. Is Whitebeard really dead? Momoshiki shuddered suddenly and asked in astonishment. This Gilgamesh is simply a monster, and Whitebeard is not at the same level as a powerhouse. Akainu's face paled from the injury was very solemn, and he couldn't tell whether he was happy or sad. As it stands now, Whitebeard is not only defeated, but dead. But is this really a good thing for Marine? Akainu took a deep breath, feeling that everyone at Naval Headquarters might have turned into a mess. Is it so dead? Forget it, it's just a boring battle anyway. Gilgamesh looked at the figure of the white 21 beard kneeling in front of him, frowning slightly. But your figure charging towards death is really shocking. Even this king has to give praise. You are indeed qualified to stand in this world. The hero in front of the king. When the words fell, the large golden ripples behind Gilgamesh dissipated, and he raised his hand to close the lock of revolving heaven. That is such a momentary mistake. Whitebeard, who was dead in everyone's eyes, suddenly opened his eyes, and his body was like a sturdy cheetah. Not dead. Akainu exclaimed. Impossible. Observation Hawkeye didn't even notice this guy's breathing just now. Jingle jingle. Gilgamesh's all-encompassing lock of heaven was broken by Whitebeard's brute force, making a crisp and pleasant cracking sound. What? Seeing Whitebeard breaking free and rushing straight towards him like a demon god, Gilgamesh's eyes showed a panicked expression for the first time, and even Kakuzu had a cold sweat on his forehead. Taste. Whitebeard's palm stretched out like lightning and patted Gilgamesh's head directly. Hum. A white light curtain instantly enveloped Whitebeard's palm and Gilgamesh's head. This is the power of shock fruit, about to explode the power of destruction. Gilgamesh's pupils shrank rapidly, just 1 second before this shock and destructive force is about to explode. Whoa whoa. The sound of the sharp blade breaking the body sounded. The white light curtain that contained terrifying power instantly dissipated as before. Whitebeard looked down at the dozen or so noble phantasms that had pierced through his body, and twitched the corners of his mouth. Really, your noble phantasm can really be pierced from anywhere. Gilgamesh was silent, just looking at Whitebeard's eyes that had completely lost the contempt and disdain he had before. Boom. Advertisement. Whitebeard sat on the ground, gasping for breath. You lost, Whitebeard. Gilgamesh's voice was very calm. Your life is like a candle in the wind. This king will bury you and his son together, and will offer you a cup of divine wine. You can die contentedly. As a human being, the fact that you can force this king to do this is enough to be proud of yourself. Cuckoo la la la. It's really violent. Kun's words. Whitebeard suddenly looked up and laughed. Then he saw that the muscles in his heart, which had been pierced by the noble phantasm, suddenly tightened, and the wound was completely blocked. Okay. A look of surprise flashed in Gilgamesh's eyes. The old man has indeed completely lost to you, hero King Gilgamesh. Shaking his body and stood up again from the ground, Whitebeard's tone was tired and lonely, but he turned his head to look at Xia Yan, who had been watching the battle not far from the battlefield. What are you up to? Seeing that Whitebeard seemed to be eyeing Xia Yan, Momosagi immediately became vigilant. Kula lala. Of course the fight continues. Wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, Whitebeard opened his arms and laughed. Laozi said before that after the battle with Gilgamesh, Laozi will fight with you again, this is called revenge. Xia Yan looked at him strangely. Your body is already broken to such an extent that it is estimated that you will die completely in a short time, so you still want to continue fighting? Humph. Tightening the muscles again to make the injury less affected, Whitebeard snorted. Who do you think Laozi is? Laozi is Whitebeard. There is nothing wrong with this small injury. This guy. Jiraiya and Uchiha Itachi and others looked at Whitebeard in admiration. Even the enemy, they have to admit that this man is really excellent. If they weren't enemies, maybe even good friends. Lord Xia Yan. Jiraiya suddenly stood up and said solemnly, I'll end his life. No, you don't have to interfere. Xia Yan shook her head gently, blood-colored steam suddenly appeared on her body, and strange lines appeared on her face. Sage mode plus no damage 8 gate. Feeling the terrifying energy fluctuations in her body, Xia Yan's eyes met Whitebeard's, her tone was flat but unquestionable. I'll come in person. An astonishing word. Master Xia Yan agreed? Is Whitebeard crazy? Even thinking about fighting Lord Xia Yan at such a time? He's really going to die? I think he doesn't care anymore. This lunatic just wants revenge now. But this Whitebeard is really handsome, he didn't flinch even when he was about to die, he is indeed the strongest man in the world. Ha ha ha. The damn pirate Whitebeard is finally dying, it's so heartwarming. Seeing that Whitebeard, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death, was still fighting against Xia Yan, no one in the whole world was optimistic about him. Some sympathize, some admire, some despise, and some cheer. Under the breathless anticipation and gaze of the whole world. The shocking force under Whitebeard's feet suddenly exploded with astonishing speed, crossing the distance between him and Mo Yan in an instant. Advertisement. The fists were enveloped in a white light curtain with astonishing energy fluctuations, and they slammed down Xia Yan with a shocking force that was enough to destroy everything in the world. However, Xia Yan just slowly raised her palm and waved the palm of her hand forward gently. Oh, the two are staggered. Boom, a deafening roar resounded. The ground in front of Xia Yan shattered and turned into a ruin within a range of hundreds of meters. Who's winning? Looking at the destruction of the venue, could it be that Master Xia Yan suffers? Impossible. Master Xia Yan's strength should be far superior to Whitebeard, it's just that Shockfruit's destructive power is a little stronger. Audiences all over the world did not dare to take a breath, staring at the screen, for fear of missing any details. It's over. Xia Yan slowly turned her head, with a smirk on the corner of her mouth. To be honest, I have fantasized about fighting with you before, and I thought it would be earth-shattering at least, but I didn't expect it to be so calm and simple, with almost no waves, too. Quite an amazing experience. The voice fell. Wow. 497 blood gushed from Whitebeard's waist, and a blood cut almost cut him in half. His mighty body also completely lost its support and fell to the ground. Wow. Whitebeard twitched in pain. A large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth and nose, and in the blink of an eye, a small pool of blood gathered under him. Whitebeard, really lost. The hundreds of millions of viewers in front of the live broadcast screen were stunned, and it was only at this moment that they completely accepted this fact. Yet at this moment, mutant regeneration. A pirate ship suddenly broke into everyone's sight. #BE. The moment he saw the pirate ship, Whitebeard, who had lost his strength, suddenly had a glimmer of brilliance and anger that hated iron and steel. People around the world who knew about the Whitebeard pirates exclaimed, "It's the Moby DK. The captains under Whitebeard are here." In the spotlight, a series of familiar figures stood on the bow of the Moby DK, each of which was at least a powerful pirate who had been rewarded with hundreds of millions of Baileys on the reward order. Diamond Yoja, Foil Beasta, Izang, Buffalo, Caricaturist, Xia Yan. Diamond Yoja stepped out one step at a time, with a thunderous voice. Captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Diamond Yoja. Captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Saki. Captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Foil Beasta. Captain of the 13th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Atmos the Buffalo. Captain of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Izo. The captains of the 13 divisions of the Whitebeard Pirates came out one after another, looking directly at Xia Yan in the distance and shouted loudly. I'll wait for the captains of the 3rd to 13th divisions of the Whitebeard Pirates, join us. Chapter 152. Loyalty is Righteousness. Publications worth 29 Whitebeard bounties, 2/5. White. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirates are here at such a time. Idiot, these idiots, didn't Whitebeard come to avenge himself to save their lives? He actually sent it to the door stupidly? That said, it's still quite touching. I have to say that the sudden appearance of the Whitebeard Pirates really shocked the whole world. Even Xia Yan and others were surprised. Are you here to die? Xia Yan said strangely looking at Joes and the others who started landing on the wall of Tuliu. You know, but even your father has failed miserably. No, we're not here to die. Joes and Beasta looked at each other, then bowed slightly, and said respectfully, we're here to save people. What? Jiraiya looked at them with a bewildered expression. Just you. Akainu couldn't help but sneer. Save people? The scumbags of the Whitebeard Pirates are too eloquent, aren't they? Although among the 4 pirates, the strongest one must be the Whitebeard Pirates. But if the captains were removed, the Whitebeard Pirates would be second to last, if not the bottom. In Akainu's eyes, Diamond Yoja and the others are just a bunch of little trash protected by Whitebeard. That's why he felt that this group of people wanted to save Whitebeard from Xia Yan and others. It was simply fantastic. But the next second Joe's shot. Laugh. The blood was like a spring, spraying all over the place. A strong arm flew into the air and eventually fell in a pool of blood. What? Hundreds of millions of viewers were taken aback by Joe's sudden move. Joe's did not attack anyone, but cut off his own arm. This is an apology. Due to the excessive blood loss, Joe's face was pale, and he said with a broken arm. I am willing to apologize to you for the Whitebeard Pirates, as long as you were willing to let Daddy and Marco go. This guy. Jiraiya narrowed her eyes and said with emotion. The Whitebeard Pirates are really a bunch of tough guys. I didn't expect that there is such a sincere relationship between the pirates. Gilgamesh. Xia Yan didn't answer Joe's words immediately, but looked at Gilgamesh and asked, you provoked Whitebeard, and the person Whitebeard wants revenge most is also you, decide for yourself. Humph. Gilgamesh said arrogantly. This king is a noble king. Those who are disrespectful to the king deserve to die. Without even the 9 clans, he is already the king's greatest kindness. Cough. Xia Yan shook her head helplessly, and looked at Joe's with an innocent face. Then I can't fall for it. I have a debt and a debt. If you can convince this glittering guy, it's okay for me to let Whitebeard go. I see, Mr. Xia Yan. Joe's gritted his teeth and bowed again. I'm sorry, King of Heroes. Please tell me how I can let Daddy and Marco go. Advertisement. Kneel down first. Gilgamesh leaned on Vamana and said indifferently. Isn't it the most basic understanding to speak to the king and maintain a stance? Good. Without the slightest hesitation, Joe's and the 12 captains behind him fell to their knees. The captains are on their knees. Not only the hundreds of millions of viewers watching the live broadcast were shocked, but the ordinary pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates were also stunned and their eyes were blood red. However, no one noticed that a fat black man was hiding in the corner and smiling coldly. This group of idiots, Whitebeard will die if he is dead, and they are still rushing to make people humiliate. The man named Marshall D. Teach sneered in his heart. If Caricaturist, Xia Yan and the others take action, the Whitebeard Pirates will be destroyed here today, and Laozi must jump into the sea to escape as soon as possible. But if a miracle happened and they really saved Whitebeard, then he wouldn't have to escape. It has to be said that Blackbeard and Akainu have the exact same view of the Whitebeard Pirates. With Whitebeard, this is the strongest imperial group, and of course he will stay forever. But without Whitebeard, the Whitebeard Pirates are a bunch of garbage. Yes, not bad. Looking at the 13 captains kneeling on the ground, Gilgamesh nodded with satisfaction, then continued to apologize. What? Joes looked at Gilgamesh inexplicably. Apologize? How? Do you kowtow to beg for mercy, or continue to kneel? Hand. Gilgamesh reminded lazily. Just like you did just now, one hand is enough for one person. What? What? Joe's eyes widened in shock, which was completely different from what he thought. His ability is Paramecia Diamond Fruit. Losing a hand won't affect his strength too much, but others. Click. Wow. Just when Joes was shocked by Gilgamesh's request, the other 12 captains had already started without hesitation. In time, a full 12 arms fell in a pool of blood. Including Joes at the beginning, there are 13. In an instant, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates were all one-armed. Ha ha ha. Interesting. You people are amazing. Good. This king is very satisfied. Seemingly watching a very good-looking scene, Gilgamesh laughed wantonly, and finally waved his hand. Loyalty is righteousness. This king admires loyal and righteous people the most. One person kowtows 1,000 heads, and then you take these 2 people with you. Let's go. Yes. Joes and others were ecstatic. Not caring about the bleeding arm, they immediately knelt down and started kowtow. Bang, 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 knocked one after another. Advertisement. The whole world has been silent, and no one thought that one day they would see such a miserable Whitebeard pirates. After an unknown amount of time, the heads of the 13 captains were blood and flesh, and they finally fulfilled Gilgamesh's request. And Gilgamesh didn't break his promise, and directly threw the seriously injured Whitebeard and Marco to them. Looking at the back of the group of people leaving quickly, Gilgamesh sneered in his heart. Even his heart has been pierced. Can that guy Whitebeard still live? I really want to see these guys working so hard and finally disappointed. Tears of despair. Xia Yan. The devil. Jiraiya shuddered as she watched Gilgamesh. More than a dozen famous big pirates cut off one hand and kowtowed 1,000 heads. In the end, if the bamboo basket was empty, it would be very uncomfortable. It's just murderous, finally done with Bullet and Whitebeard. Xia Yan was originally going to Wano-kuni, but in the middle of hearing Kaido said that her daughter, Yamato, was unwilling to marry, disobedient, and her leg was broken by his father, Xia Yan immediately lost interest. He has no shortage of women, so why rush to attract people to hate him? So the group passed through the world government and returned to the place where the Sabaody archipelago was stationed. I have to say, tolls are a bit expensive. That woman squeezed Xia Yan on the void throne for a full day and night before letting them pass. If I had known it earlier, it would be better to go directly to the Fishman Island, not only to enjoy the underwater scenery, but also to meet the Little Mermaid fiancé by the way. Damn it's In the bedroom, Xia Yan pouted in dissatisfaction, turned on Sage Mode to speed up, and rushed to the draft. Because Xia Yan made such a big deal in New World, people all over the world are looking forward to news and new comics. Eames' men came along with Morgan's men to take the original F.Z. Volume 2 comics. The KFZ comics published by the World Economic News Agency printed 40 million sets, priced at 1,500 berry, and included a Gilgamesh special character stand. World Economic News, print 40 million sets. Xia Yan is so scary. Work overtime on the same day, print on the same day, and sell on the same day. What he is currently drawing is the second volume of the Fate Zero manga, which is probably the content of episodes 4 to 6 of the previous animation. The main breaking point is the battle between the two heroic spirits, Saber Arturia and Lancer Durumdo. Open black lens bracket Manuo Zhao. Comics are scary. FYZ is so scary, therefore, printing is not afraid at all. Government press release, printing 40 million sets. The next day, the FZ comics issued by the government's draft, printed 50 million sets, sold for 1,500 berry, and included a model, 1/7, of Gilgamesh's deviated swordsman. 143 billion berries worth of publications were released at the same time, and the total value is equivalent to 29 Whitebeard's bounties combined. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. As well as the main characters Emiya Kuritsugu, Gilgamesh, Berserker, the character of the King of Conquerors, and some ability displays. This amount alone shocked the whole world. Chapter 153. Disappointed and surprised Hawkeye, 3/5. People in Pirate World buy newspapers as part of their lives. Since the rise of Xia Yan, most fans of Hokage like to buy World Economic News. However, Xia Yan entered into a honeymoon period with the world government inexplicably, and the government spent a lot of manpower and material resources to help Xia Yan promote the comics, which immediately caused fans to be confused. Where should we buy? In the end, after a period of confusion, the fans were completely determined. Just buy what you like, and of course you can buy more if you have the money. Just like buying comics, normal people buy one copy, but it is normal for a pirate group to buy hundreds of copies at a time. Give me a government press release, 10 World Economic News. Volume 2 of F.Z. Published by 100 government drafts. Thief ha. I didn't expect Gilgamesh's deviant sword toy figure to come out. This is too cool. Shout, I'll also come to the second volume of F.Z. Issued by 10 government circulars. All over the world, from the common man to the 4 emperors marine, they are buying newspapers and comics. 1 hour. The World Economic News itself sold 17 million copies, and the second volume of F.Z. sold 12 million copies. The government press release itself sold 24 million copies, and the second 497th volume of FYZ sold 29 million copies. Totally crushed, of course, the world government spent a lot of resources on publicity, but it was also mainly because of the gap between the special editions. Even if the Gilgamesh standing card presented by the World Economic News is already a very attractive bonus, how can there be a deviant swordsman that is so attractive? It can be said that in the live broadcast that shocked hundreds of millions of viewers between Xia Yan and others in Bullet, the most impressive thing was the 2 noble phantasms that appeared at the same time, the deviant sword. That is a noble phantasm that can sever the world. The Whitebeard pirates on the run. Xia Yan's manga is on sale again. Joe's bought the comics and newspapers with a sad face. Dad's injury can't be cured at all, and Kaido has laid down several sites for us. What should we do after that? Joe's, Marco, who had regained his limbs because of the Phoenix ability, suddenly came over. Although his face was terrifyingly pale, he couldn't see any blood, but his eyes were very firm. I have a way to save Dad, are you willing to believe me? East Blue. Advertisement with scars. He took Beckman, Lucky Roo and others to escape the redheads that Garp was hunting, and he also bought newspapers and comics. Woo, CBDD. Garp shouldn't catch up, right? The redhead gasped heavily, and opened a newspaper in his hand. I don't think there will be any big news these days, eh? The speech was cut off abruptly. The red-haired eyes suddenly widened, and their eyes were full of disbelief. What's wrong, Shanks? Beckman was acutely aware that something was wrong with the redhead. There's something wrong with New World. The red-haired face was extremely solemn. That guy Bullet was killed by Xia Yan, Whitebeard and Marco were seriously injured and dying, and they didn't know whether they were alive or dead. Hey, Beckman nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. What did you say? How is this possible? We haven't read the newspaper for a few days. With a shocked face, he grabbed the newspaper in the redhead's hand. Beckman swept it roughly and suddenly gasped. The world torn apart, the invincible Gilgamesh, the pale Whitebeard pirates. Rao is Beckman, the resourceful general with the highest IQ in the pirate world, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly at this moment. You said we were lucky, we didn't meet Gilgamesh, but met Gara and Didera, who were much weaker, or wouldn't we be worse than Whitebeard? North Blue. Doflamingo sneered and confirmed his plan to enter the New World. The Big Mom pirates and the Whitebeard pirates, the two Four Emperors groups, had accidents one after another. The Beasts pirates took advantage of the rise to frantically grab sites, while the Red Hair pirates never competed for territory. Doflamingo knew very well that this was his best chance to rise in the New World. The first half of the Grand Line. Hawkeye Mahawk frowned at the newspaper in his hand. He had watched the previous World Live broadcast. After all, it was the battle of the strongest Whitebeard in the world, but he had always been quite curious about the gap between himself and the opponent. As a result, Whitebeard lost, and it was a fiasco at the hands of Gilgamesh, who he was not interested in at all. In fact, Hawkeye was very excited when he first saw Gilgamesh take out the Deviant's sword. He thought he finally saw a powerful presence with a sword in Xia Yan's comics. However, as much as I expected at the beginning, I was disappointed later. Advertisement that strange-shaped sword was not used to perform swordsmanship at all. Hey, I don't know where the red-haired guy went, and I can't even get in touch with the phone. Could it be that I met someone in Hokage? Not knowing what he said, Hawkeye casually opened the second volume of the CFZ comics he just bought. Although Xia Yan's comics have never had a powerful swordsman, he has always been depressed, but navigating this boundless sea alone, comics have long been one of the important props for him to spend time. What? Not long after opening the comic, Hawkeye's eyes lit up. The beautiful blonde girl whose profession is saber, swordsman, is finally going to fight the enemy. However, the outcome of the battle once again disappointed Hawkeye. He saw that Saber has a high fighting talent and is not bad at swordsmanship, but the level of combat power she showed is quite ordinary. Is this really the same heroic spirit character as Gilgamesh, the king of heroes? Thinking of slicing the world with a sword and defeating Whitebeard Gilgamish in the live broadcast, Hawkeye couldn't help but fall into silence. Perhaps the strength of this role has not yet been exerted? Forget it. Anyway, the popular characters in Xia Yan's comics will eventually appear in this sea. The role of this Saber is still very attractive. It is estimated that there should be a lot of popularity, right? Muttering softly, Hawkeye continued to flip through the comics and was soon attracted by other characters. Especially seeing the berserker, Lancelot, fighting, he immediately surprised Hawkeye, who was originally disappointed. Can you turn someone else's weapon into your own noble phantasm? There was a strong look of anticipation in Hawkeye's eyes. If this person has enough excellent swordsmanship, he will be a good opponent. Looking at it seriously, Hawkeye suddenly found a small line of words underneath. He immediately looked at it intently and couldn't help but be overjoyed. Name. Lancelot disclosed Noble Phantasm. The Lake of No Regrets. Noble Phantasm entrusted by the elves. A blade that will never be destroyed. Skills that can be disclosed. Infinite martial arts training. The unparalleled martial arts training in the era. The complete unity of mind, skill and body. Sword treasure. Unparalleled martial arts of the times. Hawkeye stood up directly from his boat, took out a phone bug and dialed it. Hello? Is this the World Economic News? I'm Hawkeye Mahawk. Not knowing that the title of himself, the world's greatest swordsman, has frightened the other side, Hawkeye said in a deep voice, please, help me get in touch with Xia Yan, the author of F.Z. Chapter 154. Hawkeye's Contempt, Marine's Analysis, Garp's Mischief, 4/5. The staff of the World Economic News was frightened. The world's greatest swordsman is calling himself. What? It's Mahawk. The staff who received the call looked at their colleagues at a loss. You are afraid of the fart. The colleague looked at him speechlessly. Let's not say that our boss Morgans is a monster that even Marine Admiral is not afraid of. Do you look at our background? Xia Yan, Uchiha Itachi, Gilgamesh, Jiraiya. The strongest Whitebeard in the world, they have all failed miserably, so what is the world's #1 swordsman? Ah, you are right. The staff shouted in surprise. Indeed, with our background, we don't need to be afraid of any pirates at all. Isn't it the world's largest swordsman? I really don't believe that he is the opponent of Lord Gilgamesh. Hawkeye. Can you be quiet when you speak ill of people? I hear them all. But he was the world's greatest swordsman after all, so he wouldn't embarrass the weak, so he just coughed twice to remind the other party that he was still there. Oh, I'm sorry, I'll help you ask for instructions. Only then did the staff remember what happened to Hawkeye, quickly apologized, and quickly contacted their boss. After all, a small person like him has no right to directly contact a big person like Xia Yan. Sabaody Archipelago. Akainu and Momosagi have returned to naval headquarters. Uchiha Sasuke seems to have a hard time accepting his poor strength after being caught twice in a row, and is learning Sage Mode and Rasengan with Jiraiya, which is the path Naruto took in the original book. And Xia Yan. The comics released this time have not been sold out, and the system data has not been updated. So he's in his bedroom in Sage Mode, screeching through the pages of Hokage's next volume. After all, as I said before, one volume of F.Z. and then another volume of Hokage can't favor one over the other. Suddenly, the phone rang, and it was Morgan's. Hey? What? Hawkeye wants to talk to me. Well, no problem. Yes, you can just give him my number. Although he didn't know what Hawkeye was looking for, Xia Yan didn't hate him. Soon, the call was connected again. Is it, caricaturist, Xia Yan? Hawkeye asked in a deep voice. It's me. Xia Yan asked casually. What is the world's #1 swordsman doing for me? Don't call me that. Advertisement, Hawkeye said in a deep voice. I have seen the sword you used to kill Rayleigh. I don't think I can make such a cut, so you should be the #1 swordsman in the world. Forehead. Xia Yan looked shocked. You just want to tell me this? No, I want to talk to you about Fate, Zero. Hawkeye asked. Lancelot, will he appear in the pirate world? It's a secret, I can't tell you. Xia Yan smiled slightly. He probably guessed in his heart why Hawkeye asked this, and naturally it was impossible to tell him his secret. Even in this sea, many people have already guessed his ability. After all, the characters in Hokage are all popular characters, and anyone with a little brain can probably think of the clues. Okay. Hawkeye frowned slightly, and then asked, which powerful swordsmen are in your works? Can you tell me in advance? Swordsman? I think about it. Xia Yan recalled a little, and then said, in the future, Hokage will have a character with a very powerful sword, who is Hitaki Kakashi's dead father. An assassin, a violent coon. Are you teasing me? Hawkeye interrupted Xia Yan's words with a dissatisfied tone. The sword-wielding King Arthur is indeed a good sword wielder, but her strength is too immature, and she is not at the same level as Gilgamesh's heroic spirit. Deliver. Xia Yan looked strange. Don't talk too much, Hawkeye, maybe you will be defeated by Saber after a while. Oh, you mean Saber will appear in this sea? Hearing Xia Yan's words, Hawkeye immediately became interested. Soon Marine will hold the succession ceremony of the Marshal and the Three Admiral, and Shichibukai will also officially meet for the first time. I am looking forward to seeing the person who was praised by you at that time. A female swordsman. The words fall. Hawkeye hung up the phone. Xia Yan shook her head and said sorry to Hawkeye in her heart. Although I don't know how high Saber's fans will be when the data is updated, it will definitely not be low. At that time, it should not be difficult for her to defeat Hawkeye and take away his title of the world's #1 swordsman after being strengthened. Naval Headquarters. Meeting room. Marine executives, including Momosagi and Akainu who had just returned to the headquarters, all gathered to read the manga. How is it? Have you finished reading the second volume of Fate, Zero? Acting Marshal Black Arm Zephyr looked around and asked in a deep voice. After reading, it's over, Mr. Zephyr. Kizaru's tone is still yin and yang, which makes people uncomfortable. Advertisement Perusalino. The Marshal's attitude towards him is to be respected. Aokiji gave Kizaru a bad look, and then looked at Zephyr respectfully. The second volume of F.C. mainly depicts a few characters that have appeared before, and it seems that there will be no more new characters at present. Now, the story revolves around those characters. That's right. Crane Vice Admiral interjected. The strongest among them is Gilgamesh. I don't need to tell me how strong he is. Marine's many high-level officials nodded in unison, their eyes solemn and serious. The hero King Gilgamesh, the other party shocked the whole world in the World Live broadcast not long ago, and everyone present was deeply impressed by him. For flowers, very good. It seems that you all know something about him, so there is no need to say. Many people were very satisfied with their performance. He smiled and said, let's talk about some other heroic spirits that may appear in this world, such as Saber, Lancer and Rider. Saber, I don't think you need to worry about it for the time being. Akainu was the first to speak. From the battle between her and Lancer, it can be seen that although she has extraordinary swordsmanship and is very capable, her strength is still a bit poor. No threat. Yes, not bad. Crane looked at Akainu with satisfaction. You've grown up, Sakazuki. Keep talking. In a few days, you'll be a Marine Admiral who can stand on his own. Yes. Akainu simply stood up and said in a deep voice. There is not much information about the King of Conqueror Rider. We only know that he is a cavalry, can control thunder and lightning, and can fly in the sky. He has the power and character of a very unrestrained Hawkeye, but the ability of the noble phantasm it possesses has not been fully revealed. Then he turned the corner. So what I'm going to introduce is Lackner de Lumuto. Lacker? That spearman? Chingshong asked. Although he seems to have the upper hand in the battle with Saber, he is not particularly strong, right? No, you don't understand. The point is his noble phantasm. Akainu shook his head and said lightly, breaking the demon. This is a characteristic that belongs to a noble phantasm that I learned from Gilgamesh. The noble phantasm with the characteristic of destroying the demon is like tearing apart armament Hawkeye. As easy as a flimsy piece of tissue paper, you know what I mean. Delu. One of Mudo's noble phantasms is the destroying red rose. Acting Marshal Zephyr's face sank, realizing that this Lancer de Mudo is indeed a quite hidden character. After that, some content related to FYZ was discussed. Marshal Zephyr's words changed abruptly. Tell me about Whitebeard, New World is a mess now. Come on, this is the Marine conference room. Grandpa will show you guys a tour. A familiar voice suddenly came from outside the conference room, interrupting Zephyr's words. Under the astonished gazes of Zephyr, Crane, Akainu and others, Garp walked in from outside with several figures. Kiss, Sengoku, Zephyr, Xiaohei, you are all here. Seeing all the acquaintances there, Garp looked excited. Come on, let me introduce you. Garp raised his finger and pointed at the 3 short children beside him. These 3 short children are the grandsons of the old man, and they will all be Marines in the future. Then he pointed to the other 2 blonde and red-haired young people and smiled proudly. You probably know these 2, Deidara and Gaara from Hokage. They brought it back together, big. Chapter 155. Identity Exposure, Garp's Outbreak, 5/5. The Marine executives looked at Garp speechlessly. Just bring your grandson to Naval Headquarters. What do you bring your Hokage characters to? Don't you know that Marine and the Hokage characters have a feud? The last Marine Marshal Kong was killed by Xia Yan, the author of Hokage. Do you remember being a Marine hero, a-hole Garp? But they couldn't say these words yet, because Xia Yan is now the commander-in-chief of the entire army of the world government. His position is a little bigger than that of Marine Marshal, and he can even be said to be the boss of all Marines. So Admiral Sengoku squeezed a smile on his face. The 2 are Gaara and Deidara, right? We met you in the Hokage manga. Is this uncle already so famous? Deidara smiled happily, seeming to be quite proud of her being recognized. On the other hand, Gaara showed the attitude of the shadow of a village in response to 497, and said gently to Sengoku, I am Keisuke Gaara, and now I am a subordinate of Lord Xia Yan. Well, we know that. Sengoku nodded absently. They even know that you were killed by this blonde boy named Deidara next to you in the Hokage comics. I don't know why these 2 enemies are mixed together. The relationship between these characters in Hokage is really strange enough. Are they all loyal to Xia Yan and they will smile and forget their grievances? Or did Hokage really just create completely original stories with these characters? Suppressing all the doubts in his heart, Sengoku glared at Garp, and then looked at Gaara again. We Marine executives are in a meeting now, you too. Well, we understand. Gaara knew it in her heart and knew that she was chasing guests. Wasn't he angry? After all, he wasn't really interested in Marine. The reason why I came here is just to take Garp's warship back to Sabadi Archipelago, and come here to have a look, even when I pulled up Dita and walked out. Send. Gaara, don't pull me, I want to play here for a while, it hurts. Don't pull me, I'll go by myself. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief as Deidara's voice drifted away. What about these 3 little brats? Akainu suddenly pointed at Luffy and asked suspiciously. I remember Garp Vice Admiral only has 1 grandson, right? Why did he suddenly have 3 grandsons? Haha. Only Luffy is my husband's biological son, Ace and Sabo were adopted. Obviously, he didn't expect to be hit by Akainu as soon as he returned to the headquarters. Garp was very embarrassed, and immediately wanted to change the topic with a haha. But Kizaru's words made the entire Marine conference room instantly become extremely silent. Huh? Was it adopted? Kizaru looked at Ace playfully. Why'd I think this little guy's face looks familiar? It looks like a former big man. Garp's face became a little stiff. The expressions of Sengoku, Akainu and others changed drastically. How old is this kid? Sengoku asked in a deep voice. Over 9 years old, almost 10 years old. Garp hesitated, but answered truthfully. See circle calendar born in 1500? Sengoku and Tsuru Vice Admiral looked at each other suspiciously. The world line didn't seem to match. But Kizaru seemed to be afraid that the world would not be chaotic, and asked curiously. So Garp Vice Admiral, in which sea area was Ace born? This. Garp hesitated again, and finally gritted his teeth. East Blue. You're lying. Garp, Crane Vice Admiral glared at Garp. I've known you for decades, do you think I can't see that you're lying to us? $7 pay. Garp slumped his shoulders and said helplessly. Ace was born in South Blue. Hey, it's not what I think it is it? Aokiji suddenly gasped and looked at Garp in disbelief. Garp. Sengoku grabbed Garp's shoulders like iron tongs, and his face was extremely solemn. Which island in South Blue was Ace born? Garp fell into silence, lowered his head and did not speak, but his face was gloomy as if it could drip. Seeing his reaction, if everyone present still can't react, then they can really retire as soon as possible. Garp you be *****d. You scum. You be ******d. No one expected that the first person to stand up and scold Garp was acting Marshal Zephyr. He suddenly stood up, strode towards Garp, and asked angrily, do you know how many innocent pregnant women and babies were killed by the world government in order to track down Roger's posthumous son? You actually knew about Roger's son for a long time. In what place? And then watch those innocents die. The voice fell, and the iron fist wrapped around armament hockey mercilessly swung out. Boom. Garp was thrown upside down by a punch, smashed through the wall of the conference room, and blood began to spurt from his nose and mouth. "Grandfather!" Luffy exclaimed, and was about to step forward to help someone. Although he is afraid of Garp, he still likes his grandfather very much. Oops. That's not something you kids should know. Kizaru didn't know when he appeared behind the three Luffy brothers and slashed gently with the palm of his hand. Boom. Luffy and Sabo lost consciousness at the same time, leaving only one Ace. Advertisement, it's scary. Kizaru looked at Ace playfully. The son of the Pirate King turned into the grandson of the Marine hero. If it wasn't for Garp Vice Admiral who brought you to Naval Headquarters, no one would have known about it in this lifetime. Humph. Ace snorted coldly, ignoring Kizaru. He wasn't actually very scared. Rather, when Ace was a child, he felt that he was a piece of garbage that should not exist in the world, and that life and death meant little to him. By this time, Garp had already crawled out of the rubble. How many people died in South Blue has nothing to do with the old man. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Garp's tone was calm and terrifying. I only know that Roger asked me to take care of his children before he died. If a man breaks his promise, is he still a man? UB******D. Are you still a Marine hero for saying such absurd things? Zephyr's eyes froze, and the fists wrapped around armament hockey were about to blast out again. Marshal Zephyr. Crane frowned slightly, trying to stop Zephyr. But Garp's words stunned everyone present. Are you teaching me not to hurt innocents, Zephyr? The old man doesn't know either. Maybe the old man is sick and suddenly crazy? Akainu snorted softly and turned his head away. You don't have to say that, Garp. Garp looked at Sengoku. Garp looked at the Vice Admiral Crane again. Have you ever objected to the search and slaughter of South Blue? Garp grinned and suddenly leaned over to hug Ace, who was in shock. Let's introduce you formally, Portgas D. Ace, Roger's son, Lousy's grandson. Crane Vice Admiral's face was very ugly. I understand that you are very disappointed with the world government, and I also understand that you are very disappointed with Marine, but isn't that how everyone has survived? Why did you suddenly burst out inexplicably? Sengoku didn't say anything, and turned his head away from Garp's gaze. Humph. He looked at Aokiji. You object? Raising his hand to take Zephyr's iron fist, Garp sighed wearily. With all due respect, who objected when O'Hara Buster called? When the world government decided to search South Blue for Roger's posthumous son, who objected? After speaking, Garp added, if you have no opinion, I will take this kid. After all, looking at the atmosphere, I can't keep him at Naval Headquarters. How about you, Xiaohei? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Aokiji's face was very ugly. Did you oppose Buster call back then? Garp then looked at Akainu again. I don't even need to ask Sakazuki. You ordered the bombing of the Civilian Refuge 3.3 ship. No, I'm even a member of the Buster Call. Chapter 156. The Shocking Naval Headquarters, the involvement of Xia Yan and the world government, 6 more. The upper levels of Naval Headquarters are caught in a bizarre standoff. Garp broke out inexplicably, expressed his dissatisfaction with Marine's top management, and was about to leave with Ace. But Akainu and Sengoku stopped him immediately. Don't go. Akainu stood in front of Garp and said in a deep voice, how important is the bloodline of Roger One Piece? Don't you know that as a Marine hero, we should kill him as soon as possible? FK your M******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** meaning? Garp glared at Akainu fiercely and scolded. Xia Yan is still the adopted son of that guy Roger. He is still the most vicious criminal in the world. Why don't you clean him up and instead bully a 9-year-old kid here? This. Akainu looked a little embarrassed. He really just came back from Xia Yan's side, and he didn't shoot Xia Yan. But can it be the same? Xia Yan is a big man who the entire naval headquarters can't deal with. And Ace? To put it a bit harsher, he deserves to be compared with Xia Yan? At this time, a large group of Marine 21st Army soldiers rushed in because of the loud noise of Garp smashing the wall just now. Marshal Zephyr, Sengoku Admiral, Garp Vice Admiral. The colonel who led the team looked horrified. What happened here? Could it be an enemy attack? Cough, don't worry, it's fine here. With a dry cough, Sengoku was about to send the Marines away. But then another voice sounded. You Marines are really worthless. You are bullying a weak child here. No wonder Master Fuyon said that you are all waste, eh? What did you say? Zephyr waited for Marine to get angry at the sound. Looking at the voice, I found that the person talking was Deidara who had just left, and Gaara was also following behind him. The powerhouse in Hokage, seeing the two of Gaara, Zephyr's expression suddenly became more solemn. We've got this kid safe. Deidara pointed at Ace and smiled playfully. It's also my eldest brother's righteous brother. How can you let the Marines bully you casually? Deidara is an idiot, but he's right, Gaara echoed, and a piece of sand slowly floated behind him. I'm not afraid to fight with you Marines. Presumptuous. Advertisement unable to hold back, Akainu immediately shouted. Don't think we haven't seen, Hokage. Although the two of you are not weak, you can't say how strong. Who gave you the confidence to let you show yourselves wantonly in naval headquarters? Xia Yan. This. Garp's face suddenly became strange. The old man met the two of them in East Blue. It is estimated that the news will not spread in a short time. They defeated an enemy at that time. Who did they beat? Sengoku asked subconsciously, feeling inexplicably uneasy. Red hair. Garp uttered a loud name. Impossible. Akainu was the first to doubt. With their strength, can they defeat the red hair of the 4 emperors? Even if you want their strength, it would be too outrageous, right? HMPH, you can't do anything if you don't believe this old man. Garp turned his head away, too lazy to continue talking to Akainu. Anyway, he said what he had to say. If Marine goes his own way, he doesn't make any guarantees about what happens next. Humph. I think you're lying because you're trying to help Ace escape. It's disgraceful to do this as a Marine hero. Akainu taunted Garp mercilessly, and then his arms turned into hot lava, and he was about to shoot directly. In his opinion, Gaara, who died once in the comics, and Deidara, who broke an arm, are not really strong. They're completely different from Uchiha Itachi and Gilgamesh. But just before he was about to shoot. Report. A Marine Rear Admiral rushed over from a distance and shouted excitedly. The world government suddenly sent a document. It's an S-class expedited. What? Sengoku was startled and immediately took the document from Rear Admiral's hand. Akainu was also stopped by the sudden surprise. After hesitating for a while, Akainu turned the hot magma back into a normal body. Anyone with a normal IQ can see that the so-called expedited documents from the world government are too coincidental, as if they were specially issued for this matter in the Marine conference room. Hiss, Sengoku opened the file and glanced at it, then he couldn't help gasping for breath, and his eyes widened in surprise. What's wrong? Seeing the strangeness of Sengoku, the Marines also realized that there may be quite important content in this document. Crane Vice Admiral grabbed the document and read it out. A few days ago, 5th Case Gauge Gaara and Shao Organization Deidara, in Hokage, appeared in East Blue, fought with Red Hair pirates, and almost wiped out the enemy. Later, under the intervention of Vice Admiral Garp, Red Hair and Beckman took a few officers fled. Akainu. Advertisement Congregation Marine. A group of Marine executives all looked at Garp in shock and disbelief. This guy wasn't lying just now. Crane was equally shocked, but continued to read. There's a second article, about Ace. Thinking of this, Crane glanced at Ace with a strange expression on his face. Why don't you continue reading? Akainu asked with a gloomy face. Well, I was just too surprised just now. Crane shook his head, restrained his emotions, and said slowly. Ace has the qualifications of a king, and Roger left him a Logia Mera Mera fruit to cultivate his hockey and fruit development. Add an admiral-level combat power. Hiss, no way. Does that mean One Piece's son is joining Marine? The order from the world government is such a big deal. Who made? The righteous brother of the family is the chief teacher of world government, with background and qualifications. It's amazing. As the voice of Crane Vice Admiral fell, there was a burst of suppressed exclamations 497 in the conference room. Akainu's face was even more stiff and embarrassing. Isn't this playing them like monkeys? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. It was the order of the world government to hunt down the descendants of One Piece back then. Although the documents of the world government stated that he possessed the qualifications of a king, it was by no means shocking what he saw with his own eyes. Ace didn't speak, but her face was slightly red, her eyes were full of longing for Xia Yan. It turns out that there are still people in this world who don't care about my dirty blood and are willing to care about me. This is. A terrifying aura emerged from Ace's body, causing all the senior Marines present to show shocked expressions. But Garp was very happy, laughed and patted Ace on the shoulder. Look, boy, your adopted brother is very good to you, even the old man is a little envious. This kid is less than 10 years old, he has already awakened? Seeing that Xia Yan was willing to protect Roger's son now, Ace seemed relieved in an instant. He has always been curious about Xia Yan's attitude towards himself, which is why he wants to follow Gaara and others to see Xia Yan. As a result, today, the descendants of One Piece became admiral, and Marine was trained well. Ace wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and under the shroud of Conqueror's haki, his eyes resolutely said, I want to become Marine Admiral. Sengoku stared blankly at Ace. It's decided. I'm going to be a Marine. Chapter 157. New popular characters, new lucky draw, 1/5. Ace's incident caused a summit war in the original book, which involved a lot of power, and I don't know how many people died during the period. But with Xia Yan's intervention, it was settled so easily and calmly. After all, it was the world government's order to hunt down One Piece's posthumous son. Now that the world government has accepted Ace, Marine naturally wouldn't say anything. Except for Akainu. He hates hatred and can't wait to burn everything related to One Piece Roger to ashes. But he couldn't afford to offend Xia Yan, and it was impossible for him to shoot at Ace under this circumstance, so he could only swallow his teeth and swallow it, holding back his unhappiness. Garp takes Ace and the knocked-out Luffy and Sabo to his residence at Naval Headquarters. Gaara and Deidara asked Xia Yan for instructions in their hearts, and after making sure they didn't need to worry about Ace, they rode the clay bird and hurried towards the Sabaody archipelago. The remaining Marine executives had different expressions, but they were no longer in the mood for a meeting. Cough cough. Crane Vice Admiral coughed dryly to attract everyone's attention, trying to pull the atmosphere back. Tell me what you think about Xia Yan, Gilgamesh, and Whitebeard. Very scary, Aokiji said in a deep voice. I even doubt that Marine may not be able to beat a Gilgamesh even if he comes out in full force. Although it may seem a bit embarrassing to say that, I actually feel the same way. Sengoku echoed Aokiji and sighed. Just, Hokage, has already caused Marine to lose several times, and now with the role of F.Z. Xia Yan has become even more powerful, and has completely opened up the strength gap with Marine, not at all, on one level. That. An ordinary vice admiral hesitantly interjected, but Xia Yan is not the commander-in-chief of the world government now, is he his own? Why do we have to be hostile to him? As soon as he finished speaking, Vice Admiral noticed that all the Marine executives in the conference room were looking at him like an idiot. You don't come to the meeting this month. Sengoku gave Vice Admiral a hard look. Even the world government and Marine can see that they are not completely in the same mind, and they still feel that they are their own people. How much is this? Marine Vice Admiral also seemed to wake up to how stupid he was just saying, and without defending, grabbed his head and walked out of the conference room. I'll tell you the decision. After Vice Admiral left, Marshal Zephyr tapped his finger on the table and said in a deep voice, first and foremost, there is a small friction. Marine's face must not be lost, but he must not be completely evil with Xia Yan and his forces. Clear. Sengoku Aokiji and others looked solemn and serious. Only Akainu looked unhappy, but he also knew Zephyr had made the right decision. Second, the day after tomorrow, the new Marine Marshal, Admiral's succession ceremony, Shichibukai will also officially meet. Zephyr looked around the crowd with an unquestionable tone. Invite Xia Yan and let him bring one of his subordinates to become Shichibukai. This is the promise made by the world government 5 elders. Yes. The Marines were not surprised at all. At a meeting a long time ago, they knew that there would definitely be one of Mo Yan's men in the Shichibukai. Advertisement, following. Third, slowly standing up, Zephyr hesitated for a while, but continued. Post a new bounty for his group except Xia Yan. Let the world see Marine's determination and attitude. Learn. Senior Marine agreed with his mouth, but secretly smacked his tongue in his heart. Now I don't know how much it will go up. Zephyr is very satisfied with the cooperative attitude of the Marine executives. Then discuss how much the reward is appropriate. After discussing this, you can go back to work. A few hours later, Sabadi Archipelago, in the bedroom of Xia Yan. Open black lens bracket ding. The release of this comic is under settlement, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket get 32 million new fans. Open black lens bracket get 12 million loyal fans. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The popular characters of the comic. Fate, 0. There are 5 characters with more than 1 million fans. The host will get the chance to draw the ability. Open black lens bracket. The number of fans with 2 characters exceeds 5 million, and the host will have the opportunity to summon characters. Close black lens bracket. The second stage goal, have 50 million fans and 10 million loyal fans, have been reached, and get a chance to win a world lottery. The third stage goal is open. The system prompt sounded beside Mo Yan's ears. Has the data settlement finally arrived? Much faster than I thought? Xia Yan muttered to herself and opened the data panel. Comic. Fate, 0. Fans, 89 million loyal fans, 19.6 million. Popular characters, number of fans, Archer, Gilgamesh, 37.8 million. Saber, Arturia, 13 million, Lancer, Durumdo, 10.5 million. The first stage goal, fans reach 30 million, achieved. The second stage goal, have 50 million fans, achieved. 10 million loyal fans, achieved. The third stage goal, have 100 million fans, 8,900 trillion, 30 million loyal fans, 19.6 million, 30 million. A character with 50 million fans, not reached. Not bad. Looking at her panel, Xia Yan nodded in satisfaction. Obviously, this time the World Live broadcast has brushed the popularity of comics to a whole new level. Gilgamesh has less than 10 million fans before, but has 30 million fans, which is equivalent to having undergone 2 rounds of strengthening, and his strength is far better than before. Advertisement and Saber and Lancer also have tens of millions of fans. They have experienced a strengthening, and their strength has greatly increased. According to Xia Yan's inference, the popularity of Lancer cannot reach 30 million, and more than 10 million should be the limit. And after Saber's highlights, there are many more. She and Gilgamesh are the most likely characters to break through 50 million popularity. Even the Conquering King, Rider, is far less popular than the 2 of them. Let's draw a lottery first, Xia Yan said indifferently. Squeeze those characters first. When FZ Volume 1 Inch was released before, the lottery of 1 million fans for most of the main characters had already ended, and this time it was just a few supporting characters who appeared late. It turned out that nothing good was drawn. Either low-level magic or completely useless skills. Xia Yan was also not disappointed, and continued to use up the world lottery that was obtained by completing the second stage goal. Cattle. A roulette wheel appeared in front of Xia Yan. King's treasure. King's army. Besides, even if an ordinary sword is turned into a D-ranked noble phantasm, is it necessarily better than the first generation Onatu? However, this time, he noticed something different. The Sword of the Oath of Victory. Manuo Zhao, a distant ideal town. What? Xia Yan was speechless. Berserker, Knight of the Round Table Lancelot's noble phantasm. In the Moon World, this is a very powerful noble phantasm. Xia Yan was surprised to find that the noble phantasm she obtained seemed to be different from the one in FZ. The most powerful sword in the world, it is estimated that it has no attributes. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The wheel turns. This noble phantasm is to hold any object, and the object will become a D-level noble phantasm. If the noble phantasm itself is above D level, it will retain its attributes. But the problem is this is the world of pirates. Thinking of this, Xia Yan casually glanced at the skill introduction of the treasure that she had drawn, and wanted to temporarily seal this thing. Xia Yan. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining the noble phantasm. Knights don't die with your hands. The draw is over. Chapter 158. Invincible Noble Phantasm, Heroic Spirit Summoning, Jinbei's Wrath, 2/5. Noble Phantasm. Knights do not die with their bare hands. Grade. X effect. Hold any object, you can turn it into your own Noble Phantasm. The Noble Phantasm level is randomly generated, and corresponding characteristics will also be generated. This is the knight that Xia Yan obtained does not die with bare hands, which is similar to the basic function in F, Z. But the difference is very big, at least the strength has been improved a lot. It seems like the ninjutsu in Hokage, without chakra, he uses it in the pirate world but consumes physical strength. Because there are no noble phantasms and heroic spirits in the pirate world, the effects of noble phantasms have also undergone some changes. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? To be honest, Xia Yan doesn't know either, but it certainly doesn't seem like a bad thing at the moment. Try the effect first. Xia Yan muttered to herself, then grabbed the pen she usually used to draw. In an instant, dense blood-red lines appeared on the surface of the brush. At the same time, the information of this pen also appeared in front of Xia Yan. Noble Phantasm. A cartoonist's pen grade. C effect. Using this noble phantasm for painting is like a divine aid, which can greatly improve the speed and accuracy of painting. Xia Yan. Does this thing seem interesting? So move on to something else. Noble Phantasm. Bricks. Grade. B effect. It can stun 497 people and has the effect of breaking heavy armor. Noble Phantasm. Branch grade. D effect. Cut iron like mud, a sharp sword used by heroes. Touching 7 or 8 things in a row, it was really strange, everything, and the level of the Noble Phantasm was completely random. Have to say, it was fun and useful. Xia Yan completely changed her previous thinking that knights don't die with their bare hands is a garbage Noble Phantasm. Having said that, all the items I touched before were ordinary items. What if I touched some items with higher levels? Thinking like this, Xia Yan pulled out the first generation goosh that 5 elders had paid him with the sword. Advertisement: the Supreme Sword First Generation has a cobweb-like dense pattern on the surface, and like the previous objects, it has become a Noble Phantasm belonging to Xia Yan. Noble Phantasm. Supreme Sword, First Generation Onishi. Grade. X effect. It can absorb all the energy and store it like a bottomless pit, and release it in one breath. This. Xia Yan felt a little lost at first, then he realized it later, and found that the function of this Noble Phantasm was really terrifying. First Generation Ghost's own ability is to absorb energy, but it can only absorb the Masters, and there is a limit. However, after transforming into an EX-ranked Noble Phantasm, it can absorb even the energy of the outside world, and there seems to be no upper limit. Doesn't this mean that as long as it absorbs enough energy, even a starburst will be fine? Imagining the terrifying scene in his mind, Xia Yan immediately took action. Sage Mode. Brush, instantly sucked dry. Tailed Beast Chakra Mode. It was sucked dry without holding on for a second. Tensegan Chakra Mode. This time, it took a full 2 seconds to be sucked dry. Finally, 8-Gate Dead Gate. Hold on for 3 seconds. Call. Xia Yan took a deep breath and wiped the sweat off her forehead. There is no need to try anymore. In less than 10 seconds, the energy that burst out of his 4 modes is completely absorbed, and there is no overflowing appearance. Invincible. Cow X. Xia Yan realized that knights don't die with their bare hands will be the same as 8-Gate, Rinnegan, Tensegan, Deviant's Sword. Become one of his most important abilities, at least at this stage. Bapulu. The phone worm suddenly rang. Hey? Xia Yan said that she answered the phone. Across the phone was a colonel at Naval Headquarters. Advertisement: it was said that he was invited to attend the succession ceremony of the new Marshal Marine in the day after tomorrow, and he also asked himself to bring the 7 warlords of the sea candidates he had agreed on earlier. Well, I see. Shako, CBDD, agreed, but he was speechless. He killed the last Marine Marshal Kong himself, and now Marine still invites him to attend such an important succession ceremony. Is it really okay? However, thinking of the last time he promised Hawkeye to fight with the heroic spirit, Xia Yan was looking forward to this event. Summon characters. Xia Yan instructed the system. Summon the 2 together. Open black lens bracket ding. Summoning success. Close black lens bracket. As the system prompt sounded, Saber and Dilumudo appeared in front of a huge cliff rift at the same time. This is the bottom of the sea? It's a strange place, there are so many houses. Saber looked around strangely, and finally fixed his eyes on Dorundo. I didn't expect you to be summoned. Humph, I didn't expect that you and I were originally enemies, but now we have a common Kun Lord. The world is really wonderful. Dilumuduo asked for a gunflower, and his smile was very playful. Saber ignored him, but stared vigilantly around him, and then asked in his heart, Master, please instruct us on our next move. Hey, you should be in a place called the Fishmen Island now. Recognizing at a glance that this cliff rift was the Fishmen Island that was split open by the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion, Xia Yan's face was a little strange, Anyway, you go to Neptune, and let him bring you to Sabadi Archipelago. Just do it. Yes, we understand. Saber and Durandao had a goal and immediately became full of energy. After finishing the inner call with Xia Yan, it is time to take action. But someone discovered them first. Who's there? The blue fat Murloc shouted and appeared in front of the two of them. I'm Lancer, Durandao. Because Xia Yan did not ask for his real name to be kept secret, Dilumuduo directly stated his name. Saber did the same, and solemnly introduced himself. I am King Arthur Arturia Pendragon, and I am here as Saber. What? The blue fat Murloc, or Jinbei regretted it. Immediately followed by extreme anger. You bastards dare to play such a trick? Humph. Don't you know? The guy who played your trick last time was executed by Mr. Xia Yan himself, beheaded. Because many acquaintances were deceived badly before, Jinbei roared and shot angrily. First eat my 5,000 tile Zhengquan, watch me clean up you fakes, and then give you to Mr. Xia Yan for him to handle. Chapter 159. Gecko Moria, who came to seek revenge for Xia Yan, 3/5. Deep under the sea. The Fishmen Island, Dragon Palace. Neptune and Princess Odahime are preparing to go to naval headquarters. As one of the member countries of the world government, they were naturally invited. Sudden. Boom. There was a deafening bang outside. What's the matter? How long has it been since Mr. Xia Yan was gone, and there won't be any more pirates coming to do something wrong? Neptune looked outside in astonishment and said solemnly, is it because of the accident of the Whitebeard pirates that these people think that the Fishmen Island has no support? Soon, Murloc soldiers came to report that two people pretending to be characters from the KFZ comics were fighting Jinbei. Isn't it? Those guys were just killed by Lord Xia Yan, and they're fakes? Unexpectedly, the Fishmen Island would encounter this kind of thing many times, and Neptune couldn't help frowning. Fortunately, Jinbei was there. As the opponent who is about to become a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, his strength is still trustworthy. It is just a group of fakes, and it is estimated that it can be easily solved. Poro, the phone worm suddenly rang. Hey? Neptune just picked up the phone bug. It's me, Neptune. Xia Yan's voice came from across from the phone bug. Lord Xia Yan. Neptune froze in his heart, and subconsciously straightened his waist and tucked his abdomen. Do you have any instructions? Ah, there's no need to be so restrained. It's not an instruction, I'm just asking you for a favor. Aware of Neptune's offer him, Xia Yan chuckled softly and said, I have 2 of my men who just arrived at the Fishmen Island, and will follow me to Marine's succession ceremony. You help me bring them along the way. Just go to Sabadi Archipelago. What? What did you say? Neptune's face stiffened. 2 subordinates. Hey, what? Is there something wrong? Xia Yan asked suspiciously. Neptune's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Then, excuse me, are these 2 subordinates from Hawkeye, or FYZ? It's from F.C. If you read the comics, you should be able to recognize it at a glance. There is a man and a woman. The man is the Lancer, and the woman is the Saber. Xia Yan reminded casually, and then said, anyway, please, don't worry, Whitebeard can't bear your words from the Fishmen Island. I'll place an order in the future. That's it, hang up. When the words fell, Xia Yan directly hung up the phone bug. Neptune stood there dumbfounded. What advertisement? Princess Itsuki suddenly exclaimed, aren't the 2 people who were fighting with Jinbei fake, but the real subordinates of Lord Xia Yan? Who said it wasn't? Neptune wanted to cry but had no tears, got up and rushed out of the Dragon Palace. Jinbei. Stop fighting. It's all a misunderstanding, it's my own. A few minutes later. Dragon Palace. Jinbei, with a bruised nose and a swollen face, was standing behind Neptune, no longer looking as though he had been. Although the man Neptune sent to stop the fight moved quickly, Jinbei was beaten by the Lancer. It was also thanks to Lancer that they seemed to know Xia Yan from Jinbei's mouth, so they didn't kill him. Otherwise, Jinbei, the popular 7 warlords of the sea in the original book, will die here tragically. You 2 are Saber Lancers, right? Neptune looked at the faces of Saber who were exactly the same as in the comics, and couldn't help feeling emotional. Does it really deserve to be a character from the FZ manga? Jinbei is already the most powerful being on the Fishmen Island, but he is still easily crushed. This power is terrifying. Ah hello. For the Murloc Emperor, Saber gave considerable respect. In particular, the other party also knew their master Xia Yan, who was considered an acquaintance and could not be neglected. Haha. The arrival of the 2 big men even made my Dragon Palace city radiant. Neptune greeted with a smile. Please, take a seat first and enjoy the food of the Fishmen Island. After eating, the king can take the 2 to Sabadi Archipelago. Dinner? Banquet? Saber's eyes lit up, not expecting such a good thing. Lancer's eyes also lit up, but he didn't expect that the Fishman Emperor in front of him was quite agile, and he wasn't sloppy at all, not bad. This Saber. Does Wang Wei really have a special bonus? In her bedroom, Xia Yan couldn't help shaking her head as she watched Saber feasting. Fortunately, I have more money than I can spend in 100 lifetimes, so I don't have to worry about not being able to support a big stomach king. Hours later. Neptune called again. Apparently, they have arrived. It's pretty fast. Xia Yan murmured in a low voice, then put on the spores and walked out of the bedroom door. In her heart she said in a group. I will go to naval headquarters with Saber and Lancer, you can watch the house and play by yourself. Humph. This king is not. Gilgamesh turned Tsunere and continued shopping. The other ninjas were a little happy, and their daily life without fighting was their favorite. Soon, Xia Yan came to the port alone. There are several figures standing on the huge coated boat. Advertisement. Lord Xia Yan. Princess Neptune Yiji's attitude towards Mo Yan was still respectful. The huge mermaid princess Shirahoshi actually followed, hiding behind her mother's petite body, looking at Xia Yan timidly. For flowers. She had long since learned from her mother, Princess Otoji, that Xia Yan was her fiancé, and she felt very unbelievable at this time. Such a small human being, apart from looking good-looking, has almost nothing strange. Is it actually such a great person? Saberlancer immediately greeted him and said respectfully, Master. Xia Yan agreed casually, then looked sideways at Saber with a playful chuckle on his face. This time at naval headquarters, there should be a strong swordsman to challenge you. Do you have the confidence to defeat him? Of course. Saber's pretty face flashed a touch of determination, and solemnly said, As the King of Britain, I will never allow myself to lose to anyone. Good. Xia Yan is very satisfied with Saber's confidence. I have to say that a good-looking, strong and confident woman is really fascinating. At this time, Neptune came up and asked, Master Xia Yan, do you want to go with us? This way, there is no need to prepare extra ships. Speaking of this, he took 2 steps closer and said softly in a deliberately low tone, You can also cultivate a relationship with little Shirahoshi on the road, she is still quite curious about you. Shirahoshi, ancient weapon Poseidon? Xia Yan hesitated. Xia Yan frowned. Xia Yan said calmly, Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. He said that he came to seek revenge for you, and Lord Jinbei is fighting with him. Come and have a look. Looking sideways at the mermaid princess who was hiding behind Princess Otoji, but couldn't hide her body at all, I have to say, Shirahoshi, this little mermaid girl is still very cute and interesting. And within a few hours before and after Xia Yan and others went to sea. This sounds like the sound of shells exploding. Could it be that someone is attacking the pirate ship of the Fishman Island? Report Xia Yan-sama, what happened? Boom. But this is always an extremely rare existence in the pirate world, and many strong people are pursuing it. It is naturally impossible to say that you are not curious. Okay, let's go together then. A Murloc guard suddenly rushed in from the outside, shouting in horror. The ship has been attacked, and the attacker is one of the people the 7 warlords of the sea have determined before. Gecko Moria. Hours later, although he is not really interested in the power of ancient weapon Poseidon. A deafening explosion sounded from the ship. The kings of the government-affiliated countries from all over the world and the confirmed candidates of the 7 warlords of the sea also acted at the same time and drove towards the naval headquarters in unison. Halfway to naval headquarters. Chapter 160. Noble Phantasm, Shadowhorn Spear. Are you provoking Marine? 4/5? Moonlight, Moria, seek revenge on me. Xia Yan was surprised, and she didn't recover. Does he have any hatred with Moria? No, even after he came to the pirate world, he had never seen the guy Moria. But since everyone came to the door, Xia Yan naturally wouldn't avoid it, so he got up and walked out. On the deck. The mermaid princess Shirahoshi is watching carefully the battle between Gecko Moria and Jinbei. Jinbei at this time is not as strong as the original timeline, and Moria is not weakened to the point of being unbearable. One of the two used Murloc Karate, and the other used Shadow Fruit, and they fought evenly for a while. Damn Jinbei. You and I are the 7 warlords of the sea, why are you against Lousy? Pushed back by Jinbei's blow, Moria shouted in his high-pitched noise. Lousy is seeking revenge on Xia Yan, it's none of your business. Humph. How could I let a guy like you ram Lord Xia Yan? Jinbei snorted coldly, picked up his fist and was about to continue the attack. But Xia Yan just came out of the cabin. Xia Yan. Gecko Moria recognizes Xia Yan at a glance, and breathes fire with both eyes. You finally came out. Lord Xia Yan. Shirahoshi also looked at Xia Yan shyly, but did not dare to look up into his eyes. Xia Yan responded to Shirahoshi, then turned to look at Jinbei. Stop first, Jinbei. Yes. Lord Xia Yan. Jinbei stopped immediately after hearing this and stood respectfully behind Xia Yan. For Xia Yan, the big man who said he wanted to protect the Fishman Island, Jinbei was in awe and fear at the same time. And only then did Xia Yan turn her attention to Moria. Gecko Moria. Xia Yan looked at the 7 warlords of the sea, the most unremarkable in the original book, and asked curiously, you said you wanted to take revenge on me? What kind of revenge do we have? He. Cartoonist Xia Yan. Are you Kaido's son-in-law? Moria stared at Xia Yan with blood-red eyes. Lousy and Kaido have a bloody feud, and it happened that I bumped into you this time. Lousy is not happy if he doesn't take revenge. Xia Yan. Okay, certainly because of this shit. In the original book, Kaido and Kazuki Oden fought for years. Gecko Moria was destroyed by the beast's pirates, all his men died, and he was the only one who escaped. This is indeed a deep hatred, but Xia Yan still couldn't figure out why Gecko Moria didn't go to Kaido for revenge, but to himself. Could it be that he looks better to bully? Advertisement? It's not right. Who in the whole world doesn't know now that even the 4 Emperor's Whitebeard pirates are in his hands, and only an idiot would think that Kaido is better than him, right? Suddenly, when Xia Yan was thinking about these messy things, she lost her mind. Gecko Moria is out. Shadow gun. With a loud shout, a sharp spear turned into a shadow shot suddenly from Xia Yan's face, aiming directly at Xia Yan's throat. In the original book, Moria used this trick to pierce through Little Oz's huge body hundreds of meters high, and the lethality was quite astonishing. Lord Xia Yan, be careful. Shirahoshi couldn't help but exclaimed when Moria attacked Xia Yan shamelessly. Jinbei also looked solemn. Moria used this trick on him just now, and he almost got stabbed when he used armament hockey defense, if Lord Xia Yan was caught off guard and stabbed. However, just when Jinbei was full of thoughts, Xia Yan slowly stretched out his palm. What? A crisp sound. The shadow horn spear, which could pierce the body of a 100-meter giant, was easily blocked by Xia Yan's palm. What? What? Seeing that his strongest attacking move seemed to be a joke in front of Xia Yan, Moria was dumbfounded. And Xia Yan also found a trace of anomaly. The shadow gun in his hand was actually affected by knights don't die with their bare hands. Blood-red lines appeared on the surface of the shadow horn gun. Under Xia Yan's astonished gaze, the move Moria used turned into a noble phantasm in his hands. Xia Yan couldn't help but be surprised. This noble phantasm can even affect Devil Fruit's ability. Noble phantasm. Moonlight shadow gun grade. B effect. Destroy the magic effect on shadow enemies and add additional damage. This is too powerful. Looking at the introduction of the noble phantasm in her hand, Xia Yan couldn't help but admire. She just felt that a knight does not die with his bare hands. This noble phantasm is really very powerful. What? Gecko Moria suddenly exclaimed and looked at Xia Yan in horror. What did you do to my shadow gun? Why can't I take it back? Take it back? Okay, I'll give it back to you. Xia Yan smiled playfully. The fairy eyeshadow instantly appeared on his face, and then his arm threw forward with force. The shadow horn spear flew towards Moria at terrifying speed. What? Impossible. Why can you use the power of my shadow fruit? Seeing that his shadow gun actually attacked him, Moria, who saw this strange scene for the first time, couldn't help but panic. But in the end, he was someone who had fought with Kaido, and after all, he was the first time to put a layer of armed color on the surface of his body as an armor. My horn gun isn't powerful enough to pierce armament hockey, so I can defend against it. Advertisement Gecko Moria gritted his teeth and thought to himself, Xia Yan seems to be able to control my shadow fruit. It seems that I should use that trick to strengthen my body, and then use physique to win. Laugh. The sound of a sharp knife cutting into his body interrupted Moria's fantasy, and the severe pain made him almost shout out. Wow. Moria vomited out a mouthful of blood and stared blankly at the shadow gun that pierced her heart. What happened? How did his armament hockey get pierced? When did his shadow gun have such power? Realizing that this should have something to do with Xia Yan, Moria's eyes were extremely unwilling, but she could only fall to the ground weakly, and her heart stopped beating quickly. Jinbei, who witnessed the whole process, was stunned. A strong man who offered a reward of 320 million berry, and he was also the 7 warlords of the sea, was instantly killed by such a casual blow? Clean up. Xia Yan patted Jinbei's broad shoulder with a calm look. Don't throw the corpse away, take it to naval headquarters and let them know that the person is dead. Yes. Jinbei agreed with a solemn expression, hiding the horror and shock in his heart. This is cartoonist Xia Yan, the mighty force that easily defeated the Whitebeard pirates? Shirahoshi on the side looked at Xia Yan with bright eyes. At this moment, Xia Yan's figure completely overlapped with the image of the big man depicted by her parents. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Boom. By Pow Pow, the boat of the Fishmen Island? It just so happened that the pirate ship of the Don Quixote family also arrived. The Fishmen Island ships have finally come to naval headquarters. And the one who dropped Gecko Moria's body was more familiar to them. Qingshong was full of chills, staring at Xia Yan vigilantly. You killed a 7 warlords of the sea just after you came to naval headquarters. What do you mean? Are you provoking Marine? Caricaturist, Xia Yan, or should I call you Commander Mo Yan? The words were suddenly interrupted, and Dover 3.3 Brother Lumming stared blankly at the figure walking out from under the boat of the Fishmen Island. Marine who greeted the guests was Aokiji as Vice Admiral. Another few hours. The huge behemoth was thrown to the ground, making a dull loud noise. Doflamingo laughed and looked at the boat that arrived with him, and said greedily, the mermaid is a treasure that is more valuable than devil fruit. Whether it's smuggling or gifting, it's quite profitable, eh? This blood-stained behemoth has a bounty of 320 million berry. This time the 7 warlords of the sea has confirmed the good candidate, Gecko Moria. Aokiji's and Doflamingo's eyes trembled at the same time. What's wrong? I saw a familiar figure, carrying a very familiar behemoth, slowly walking down from the boat on the Fishmen Island. Seeing that the arrogant guy Doflamingo was quiet for a moment, Aokiji couldn't help but follow his gaze curiously. Chapter 161. Lessons from Aokiji, Crocodile's Accident, 5/5. In Aokiji's view, this succession ceremony is a big day for Marine. A new marshal succeeds, a new admiral succeeds, and the 7 warlords of the sea are officially confirmed. It can be said that these days are quite important for Marine, and even affect the pattern of the entire world. On such an important day, Xia Yan actually killed the 7 warlords of the sea. Isn't this a provocation? Xia Yan looked innocent. He came to fight me and was killed by me. Can you blame me? Aokiji frowned slightly. Having suffered so many losses in the hands of Xia Yan, he naturally did not believe what Xia Yan said. But then a voice came from behind Xia Yan. I testify, it is indeed this Gecko Moria who came to the door himself, and Lord Xia Yan is in self-defense. Neptune. Qingshang looked sideways and found that the person who interrupted was the Sea Emperor from the Fishmen Island. As a member of the world government, the owner of the Fishmen Island, Neptune's words still carry a bit of weight. Even if he didn't believe it, Aokiji could only let go. In this case, I believe in you, you can enter. Wait a moment. Xia Yan suddenly raised her hand, interrupting Aokiji's words. Under Aokiji's solemn gaze, Xia Yan smiled slightly. You wronged me, don't you apologize? 21. Feel sorry. Aokiji hesitated for a while, but chose to bow his head. I was impulsive just now. Well, but I still feel very uncomfortable, Xia Yan said softly. A wicked smile suddenly appeared on her face. Sure enough, it's more comfortable to do it directly. What? Xia Yan's figure appeared in front of Aokiji as if teleporting, and blood-colored steam visible to the naked eye appeared on the surface of her body. This is 8 inner gates. Thinking that Xia Yan once used this state to crush the 5 elders, Qingshang's pupils shrank suddenly. Not good, glacier. Crack. Before Aokiji's chill could be released, the crisp sound of broken bones rang out. Under the shocking gaze of Neptune, Doflamingo and others, Aokiji, who will become the new Marine Admiral in a few days, was abruptly twisted by Xia Yan and broke his arm. Well, Qingshang snorted and took a few steps back, his forehead instantly covered in cold sweat. Because you're taking over as Marine Admiral these days, I'm showing mercy. Otherwise, I'll definitely break your legs and swell your mouth. The blood-colored steam slowly dissipated, and the smile on Xia Yan's face was very gentle, but the words she said were piercingly cold. Thank you. Aokiji endured the severe pain from the broken arm, gritted his teeth and said, I was really impulsive just now. A few people please come in. Naval Headquarters has prepared a temporary residence for you. Ain, come and lead the way for Chief Master Xia Yan. Yes. Advertisement. The female Marine named Ai Yin took 2 steps forward, holding back the fear in her heart, and said neither humble nor arrogant, please. Well, let's go. Xia Yan restrained her smile and greeted casually. Yes, Master. The respectful voice came from behind again. Only then did Aokiji and Doflamingo notice that there were 2 figures behind Xia Yan. Hiss, the moment he saw the faces of the 2, Qingshang couldn't help but take a deep breath. Saber King Arthur, Lancer Durumdo. They were all the people they called to focus on in the Naval Headquarters conference room before. Although according to Akaino's analysis, the beautiful woman named Saber should not be very strong, even Lancer just needs to be careful not to be attacked by his noble phantasm. But the question is, when the first volume of KFZ's manga was released, who would have thought that Gilgamesh was such a terrifying existence? Wan Saber and Lancer also have hidden means. After all, notify Marshal Zephyr and Sengoku Admiral as soon as possible. Aokiji thought to himself, on the way to the resting place prepared by Naval Headquarters. Xia Yan suddenly looked at Doflamingo playfully. What did you say before? Cough cough. Doflamingo pretended to be innocent and confused. I didn't say anything, Lord Xia Yan. Humph. It's better. Xia Yan snorted coldly and said, I'll forget about the Fishmen Island. If you dare to do a little trick, the Don Quixote pirates don't need to exist anymore. Yes. I understand. Feeling the terrifying sense of oppression on Xia Yan's body, Doflamingo shivered and nodded quickly. In front of Xia Yan, he didn't even dare to show his trademark laughter. This scene fell into Ai Yin's eyes, and she just felt extremely incredible. Because Ai Yin had seen Doflamingo's arrogant attitude in front of his teacher Z. Thinking back on Doflamingo, who was so arrogant at that time, and then looking at Doflamingo, who was like a cat and a mouse in front of him, Ai Yin couldn't even believe that this was the performance of the same person. Open black lens bracket cartoonist close black lens bracket. Is Xia Yan really that scary? Thank you so much, Master Xia Yan. After Doflamingo left, Neptune and Princess Otoji looked at Xia Yan gratefully. They all know that Doflamingo is a very powerful pirate, and he is the 7 warlords of the sea, and these mermaids can't provoke each other. Now that there is Xia Yan, they would not dare to do anything when they want to come to Doflamingo, and their sense of security suddenly doubled. Shirahoshi, who was still young, had bright eyes, and already regarded Mo Yan as the Prince Charming in fairy tales. Well, don't worry, I will protect you. Mo Yan smiled and said, let's go and rest first. When I'm not with you these 2 days, it's best not to walk around in Naval Headquarters. There are a lot of people coming, and it's dangerous. Advertisement. Okay. We understand. In the midst of thousands of thanks, the 3 of Neptune separated from Xia Yan and went to the accommodation the Marine arranged for them. During this time, Shirahoshi kept looking back at Xia Yan. Obviously, the little mermaid princess is hooked on Xia Yan. Miss Xia Yan. Ai Yin stood in front of Xia Yan respectfully. Do you need me to take you to rest, or to take you around Naval Headquarters? What do you 2 think? Xia Yan turned her head to the SBAER and asked. Listen to your master, Kaido, who both Saber spoke in unison. Xia Yan. Okay, these 2 are very upright knights, and asking them is like asking in vain. So Xia Yan gave Ain a charming smile. Please take us around this famous place in Naval Headquarters. 497. Okay. Commander Xia Yan. When Xia Yan's smile caught her eye, Yin lowered her head slightly, feeling her cheeks get hot. It wasn't because she fell in love with Xia Yan. It's a handsome young man standing at the top of the world smiling at you. I believe that any woman can't help but have some illusions. For example, is he interested in me? The many marine generals present were gnashing their teeth, eager to rush up to fight Crocodile, but the strongest of them had already been instantly killed by the opponent. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. This is the dining hall. I saw Lancer raised his hand to wipe off the dust on his face, and stared at Crocodile with a dark face. Are you insulting me? I'm going to start a duel between knights against you? This is the dormitory building. Cough. This is a residential area, and it's basically Marine's family. Yin introduced Xia Yan and the three seriously. In the middle of the practice field, a man named Crocodile lit a cigar and shouted arrogantly, "Who else? Who? Come up and die." Accompanied by the large sand sea rushing, a marine rear admiral fell from the air and hit the ground heavily, instantly seriously injured and unconscious. As soon as Xia Yan and others walked in, they heard a loud noise. Boom! Ain hurriedly shook his head and threw away the messy things in his mind, then took the three of Xia Yan and started to stroll around naval headquarters. Finally, everyone came to a marine's practice ground. Crocodile turned his head arrogantly towards the direction where the voice came from, his face froze suddenly. At this moment, a voice sounded, "And me, hiss, chapter 162, Spearman vs. Sandfruit, 6 more. P.S. The information in the new chapter of the pirate comics is a bit interesting. The bomb exploded. It is estimated that Kaido and his daughter will turn against each other. Then the 9 heroes besieged Kaido, just like the Summit War Black Group besieged Whitebeard. I don't know what the result will be. I didn't mean to, I didn't see you at all." Without the slightest hesitation, Crocodile spoke directly to clear the relationship. However, Delumudu's eyes on Crocodile were still very bad. Anyone who is suddenly slapped with sand by a stranger will be extremely angry in their hearts. Not to mention that he is still a proud warrior and heroic spirit, and his dignity is very important. "Lord Xia Yan, please allow me to teach this guy a lesson." Delumuduo bowed slightly and asked Xia Yan respectfully. "Well, let's go. Xia Yan is not an idiot, and naturally she will not stop her subordinates in this kind of thing." Delumuduo was very surprised. Although it doesn't seem like a good thing to say, Xia Yan is indeed much better than his previous Kunmain. "What?" Delumuduo burst out with astonishing speed and instantly appeared in the middle of the training ground, just opposite Crocodile. Crocodile subconsciously unfolded his abilities, dust flying all over his body, and his face was extremely solemn. He knew the man named Durundo in front of him. After all, Crocodile is also a big fan of Xia Yan's comics. But because of this, Crocodile felt more apprehensive. The last heroic spirit to be shot in the pirate world was Gilgamesh. A sword slashed the world and crushed Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest in the world. His strength shocked the whole world, including Crocodile. So, back down? From Crocodile's point of view, this is naval headquarters. Xia Yan and others should be a little wary even if they act recklessly. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Xia Yan had killed Gecko Moria and twisted Aokiji's arm, so he wouldn't care where it was. However, Crocodile finally did not choose to escape. He is the Sand Crocodile. He is the man who will take off Whitebeard's head. How can he escape because of a heroic spirit who has not shown much power? Sand Hill. Suddenly, Crocodile made a small cloud of sand in his palm and threw it towards Duranduo with extreme speed. After the sandstorm was thrown, it began to expand rapidly, and the terrifying force easily smashed the ground along the way. Seeing the sandstorm rushing towards him, Delumuduo suddenly pulled out one of his noble phantasm spears and slashed forward lightly. Wow! The violent sandstorm was cut in half by Duranduo's shot and dissipated between heaven and earth. This is... Advertisement. Crocodile was shocked. He realized that Delumudu should have used a noble phantasm, otherwise it would be impossible to cut off Logia's move with just a slash. Combining the content of the second volume of the comic, Fate, Zero, he realized that this gun should be Red Rose of Destruction. But, can the Demon Breaker shred even Logia's attack? It's too foul. Inwardly scolding the heroic spirit's noble phantasm is really difficult to deal with. Crocodile's arms suddenly became huge. Lone Moon Sand Dunes. Crocodile let out a low drink, and his huge arm turned into a crescent-shaped sand blade, hitting Duranduo ruthlessly. As long as this blow hits the enemy, it can completely absorb the moisture on the opponent's body in an instant, turning it into a miserable mummy. But Delumudu remained motionless, just methodically waving the Red Rose of Destruction in his hand. Wow! The sand blade, like the previous sandstorm, was easily shredded by Delumuduo. Crocodile groaned and took a step back, feeling very depressed. 2 consecutive moves were easily deciphered by Delumuduo. He had already seen that the opponent's noble phantasm perfectly restrained himself, a person whose strength was 90% on the Logia fruit. How to fight this? And at the moment when Crocodile was depressed and stunned, Duranduo suddenly became violent. His whole body seemed to have turned into a ray of light, and he rushed in front of Crocodile in an instant. The speed is so fast that with Crocodile's attainments in physique, he can't escape completely. Delumuduo's noble phantasm double spear is more like a dragon going out to sea, slashing and slashing forward. Blood was flying, and Crocodile's shoulder was slashed with blood by the Red Rose of Destruction. At the same time, the yellow rose of destruction slashed from Crocodile's waist. Taste. Crocodile was cut in half, and half of his body flew into the air. Crocodile dead. Seeing that Crocodile was slashed in half by Dilumuduo, the onlookers on Marine felt incredulous. No, Saber's face changed slightly. There is no blood in the broken wound. Wow. I saw Crocodile's body cut in half suddenly turned into a large piece of sand, and then condensed a giant sand blade more than 10 meters in size. Desert Sword. Crocodile growled and slashed the giant sand blade at Durundo's head. The sand blade this time is different from before. When the sand blade touched the enemy before, it would only suck up the moisture of the person and would not cause a direct attack. Advertisement this time, the sand blade is a sharp blade that can even split the ground in the desert, and it can easily split a person in half. But to Crocodile's despair, Dilumudu only used a few spears to easily crack his sand blade, which is enough to cut everything. Durundo has unique skills called Knight's Martial Arts and Mind Eyes. With the blessing of these two skills, even if the enemy's strength far exceeds him, he can make the optimal solution. What's more, Crocodile's hard power is actually far less than his. I saw that Dilumuduo did not hesitate to give up the yellow rose of destruction that could not attack Logia, and concentrated his energy completely on the red rose of destruction. Then step out, and the gun shoots like a dragon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It seems that because of the free hand, Duranduo's gun is getting faster and faster, like a violent storm. Crocodile only felt that he couldn't even breathe, and 4 or 5 holes were stabbed out of his body in an instant. Damn you! Crocodile roared angrily, and the sand and dust all over his body rapidly condensed. But how could Dilumudu, who had completely mastered the fighting rhythm, give him a chance to use his abilities, punctured his Logia ability mercilessly, and speeded up his shot again? This Durundo's strength is so terrifying. Seeing that Crocodile was being beaten, he was unable to fight back, and the surrounding Marines' faces were full of shock and wonder. However, after thinking about it, Durundo is a heroic spirit like Gilgamesh, the Hero King, and it is very normal to have such strength. The center of the practice field. Crocodile felt dizzy and was stabbed at least 30 times in a short period of time, and he was already bleeding too much. But it was the mistake in this moment, Mono Jiao, that was captured by Dilumudo again, and the long spear in his hand turned into a dragon and stabbed directly at Crocodile's head. With this shot, Crocodile will die. Even Crocodile himself had an emotion called panic on his face. Boom. A deafening bang. A palm wrapped around Armament Haki grabbed the head of the spear of the demon breaking red rose out of thin air. You guys have gone too far. This is naval headquarters, not a place where you can do anything wrong. Caricaturist Xia Yan. Amid the dust, the old but still burly Marine Vice Admiral stared at Durundo and Xia Yan with a stern voice. Garp Vice Admiral. Seeing the appearance of the person who came, the surrounding Marine couldn't help cheering in surprise. Then their faces changed drastically. I saw that Garp was holding the palm of Durundo's spear, and blood was bleeding out. Garp Vice Admiral's armament Haki is broken. A Marine Rear Admiral's eyes widened in shock. No way. That's a Marine hero. How could armament Haki with such a level of power be easily broken? Chapter 163. Only 5 Shichibukai? An accident before the ceremony, 1/5. Garp's intervention in Durundo and Crocodile's battle was something that many people did not expect. Xia Yan is no exception. This old thing has become inexplicably diligent? Xia Yan was secretly surprised outside the practice field. In his impression, Garp should be the kind of cynical type, who often let the criminals go too lazy to catch them, and shouldn't help Crocodile. After thinking about it for a while, he could only attribute it to the butterfly effect he caused, which changed Garp's behavior. In the practice field. Thank you, Garp Vice Admiral. Crocodile's face was pale, and he wanted to say something cruel, but he still held back. He was really frightened just now. Hey, you go first. Go and heal the wound first. Garp sullenly said to Crocodile. The 7 warlords of the sea meeting in a few days must not be delayed. Good. Crocodile couldn't wait to get out of this broken place, and immediately his body turned into a large piece of sand and flew out. Then Garp looked at Durundo with a complicated expression. You are very strong. You are no weaker than Marine Admiral with your strong skills and noble phantasm alone, right? Durundo ignored him, but pulled the demon-breaking red rose back from Garp's hands. Wow. Blood splattered from Garp's palm. Marine trembled as he watched this scene. Garp Vice Admiral was really beaten by Durundo. The noble phantasm that destroys demons and will be destroyed. Looking at Durundo's back, Garp's eyes narrowed slightly, completely ignoring the bleeding palm. 497 He deliberately grabbed Durundo's noble phantasm with his palm wrapped around Armament Haki, in order to test the effect of the opponent's noble phantasm. The result shocked him. Even Armament Haki, who had reached the peak of his cultivation, was still easily penetrated like a thin piece of paper. Is this what that kid Sakazuki said about breaking the demon? The effect is terrifying. My lord, I'm sorry. Dilumuduo retracted his pistols and bowed his head respectfully in front of Xia Yan. I thought I would take the life of the sand guy. I really betrayed your trust. Don't worry about it, it's just a small roll. Xia Yan smiled softly and said, your eyes should be on the strong ones like a Kainu and Aokiji. Crocodile is a good pre-dinner dessert. Yes. The heart that Dilumuduo mentioned suddenly fell to the ground, and the look in Xia Yan's eyes became even more reverent. He is now completely sure that Lord Xia Yan and Lord Kenneth are completely different, the former is really much better than the latter. Advertisement Xia Yan, who watched and listened to the whole process, really wanted to complain. Is it true that you despise the 7 warlords of the sea? Anyway, this will be a third-party power in this sea. But on second thought, people do have this capital, and I can't help but feel a little sad. Marine has been too, CBDD, miserable recently, completely suppressed and bullied by caricaturist Xia Yan and his characters in the comics. After the practice field incident, Ain was called away by Marshal Zephyr. Xia Yan and the others didn't bother to go any further, and went straight back to the resting place Marine prepared for them, waiting quietly for the start of the succession ceremony. During this period, Saber and Lancer fought several times. The result is that the Saber who understands the effect of the Lancer noble phantasm is dominant, and the Saber has not even opened a big move. The gap between the two can be seen in Madara, and Xia Yan has finished drawing the new volume of the thickened version of Hokage in the past few days, and will continue to draw F.Z. after that. When F.Z. meets the third stage goal, he can unique this comic, and then directly open a new comic. As for whether the people in this world will scold him for this, take care of them. Who made FYZ really have no powerful characters to summon except the conquering King Rider. Blink, days later. The day for the succession ceremony has finally arrived. Marine started the world live broadcast early in the morning, and hundreds of millions of viewers couldn't wait to watch it early in the morning. That's Doflamingo, the great pirate with a bounty of over 300 million Baileys, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. It's a Storm Coon Bear, Empress, so beautiful, how can this woman be so beautiful? The first to appear is 7 warlords of the sea, each of which is a famous pirate in the world, which immediately caused exclamations from all over the world. But soon someone noticed something was wrong. Huh? Why is there only 7 warlords of the sea? Didn't you say that? Yeah, I remember one of them was Gecko Moria. Did he give up? Noticing the unusual number of 7 warlords of the sea, there was a lot of discussion all over the world. Then, everyone was watching. 2 figures appeared in the camera screen one after the other. Walking in front was a petite blonde woman, wearing a blue-silver armor, valiant and very beautiful. The other is a man, with a very handsome face and a teardrop at the corner of his eye, which makes many women addicted to it at a glance. Hiss, all over the world, the sound of gasping for breath came one after another. The appearance and image of these 2 people are so distinctive that as long as they are fans of F.Z., they will hardly be forgotten. Saber King Arthur, Arturia, Lancer Durumdo, advertisement. The last 7 warlords of the sea are these 2 people? Cartoonist, are there any strong characters in Xia Yan's comics? It is estimated that there are more than 2 new characters appearing. After looking at the bounty released by Marine, you can know which characters have appeared. Long live Lord Xia Yan. Long live F.Z. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that one day I would see a character I like in a high position. It feels so amazing. Seeing the popular characters in F.Z. appear, people all over the world are shocked, horrified and surprised. But there are also many people who have doubts. Where did Gecko Moria, one of the planned 7 warlords of the sea, go? It's a pity that no one will answer their doubts, and not many people care. Because the big guys are coming. Boom, hundreds of salutes flew into the air, making a thunderous sound. Amidst this deafening roar, figures broke into the big screen. It was all the kings of the countries that joined the world government, and the audience was dizzying. Especially when Xia Yan appeared with Neptune, Princess Odahime, Shirahoshi, and Morgans, the world boiled instantly. Xia Yan, as open black lens bracket cartoonist Mo Yan. That's Morgans, the president of the World Economic News, a super tycoon who can control the entire world's media, the right arm of Lord Xia Yan. Bye pie, that rubbish is here too. Is that mermaid the Princess Shirahoshi, the fiancée of Lord Xia Yan? It's no worse than the Empress Hancock, the most beautiful woman in the world. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The shrill sound of gunshots shocked the whole world. In an instant, an imperceptible look of fear flashed in the Empress' eyes, and no one found anyone. In the eyes of Xia Yan's fans, Shirahoshi is the perfect match for Xia Yan except for her body type. Who can make the lawless her fear, needless to say. Boom. What? Who's here? Just as he was about to look away from these disgusting guys, Hancock suddenly saw that Celestial Dragons who was walking behind Xia Yan and others suddenly raised his hand, revealing a musket. Empress Hancock glanced at Doflamingo in disbelief, then glanced sideways at him who said the direction. Doflamingo smiled wickedly from the side. While Hokage and F.Z. are the most popular manga in the world. But in terms of popularity, the author Xia Yan must be the most popular. At the same time, Shirahoshi, a very beautiful mermaid princess, has also won praise from the whole world. Hancock under the high stage pouted. What mermaid princess? Does she have a beautiful concubine? Does she have a strong body? Celestial Dragons. Chapter 164. Xia Yan fights with Marine. Who does Shichibukai help? 2/5. No one thought that on Marine's big day, someone would shoot. But seeing that the other party was Celestial Dragons, everyone was relieved. Celestial Dragons. Even if they've done it 100 times more, what's the big deal to shoot on important occasions? However, Celestial Dragons shot the wrong target. He played Neptune, although Xia Yan blocked the bullet. Shirahoshi was so frightened that tears were rolling in his eyes. Grown-ups. The guards around Celestial Dragons saw Xia Yan, their expressions changed slightly, and they reminded in a low voice. That is the world government's general army chief, caricaturist Xia Yan, you better not offend him too much. Humph. This sage wants to hunt fish, how dare you stop this sage? Celestial Dragon sniffed, then turned and aimed his musket at the guard who was admonishing him. The guard's pupils shrank, and just as he was about to beg for mercy, Celestial Dragons had already pulled the trigger. Boom. Blood and brain spatter. He, let you be *****D meddle in your business. Celestial Dragons laughed triumphantly, then turned to look at Neptune and Shirahoshi beside him. But Xia Yan walked towards him at this moment. Lord Xia Yan. Princess Odahime whispered in shock. Don't be impulsive, this is naval headquarters. Indeed, I didn't get hit anyway, so forget it. Neptune also wanted to persuade Xia Yan to come down. Even if Xia Yan has terrible strength and is not afraid of Marine, Neptune does not want the opponent to anger Marine and Celestial Dragons because of him. But Xia Yan didn't seem to hear it and walked towards Celestial Dragons silently. Huh? You dare to walk up to me? Seeing Xia Yan getting closer and closer to him, Celestial Dragons took a breath, raised his hand and aimed his musket at Mo Yan's head. But Xia Yan has already made a move. Front. The ghost of first generation came out of the waist, and a crescent-shaped cold light flashed before everyone's eyes. Advertisement click. Celestial Dragons flew into the air with the palms of their muskets. Ah! Feeling the severe pain of the severed hand, Celestial Dragons wailed heartbreakingly. Xia Yan immediately closed his mouth and stabbed the first generation in his stomach mercilessly. 1 knife, 2 knives, 3 knives. Everyone present, including hundreds of millions of spectators, all stared blankly at the scene that looked like a street gang fight. Xia Yan was in pain for more than 100 times and almost stabbed Celestial Dragons into pieces before throwing him on the ground. Boom. Celestial Dragons couldn't see the human-like corpse smashed on the ground, and it also smashed into everyone's heart. Dead? Celestial Dragons dead? And still such a cruel method? Everyone looked at Xia Yan with dull eyes. In fact, this is not the first time Xia Yan has killed Celestial Dragons. He killed these assholes on World Live before when he attacked World Government. But back then it was just a slap to death. How could it be shocking today? My feet hurt more than 100 knives. The Fishman Island, I cover it. Shaking off the blood of first generation's ghosts, Xia Yan didn't get the slightest bit of blood on her body, with a playful smile on her face. Whoever provokes the Fishman Island, this pig will end. The whole world was shocked and speechless by Xia Yan's arrogant attitude. The sailors and officers of naval headquarters were shaking violently in their legs. Bai Fu Yao, is it really Xia Yan? This arrogant gesture is unprecedented? Doflamingo laughed, his shoulders twitching. Seeing the tragic death of Celestial Dragons at the hands of Xia Yan, he was in awe, but more than happy. Lord Xia Yan. Empress Hancock even stared at Xia Yan with gleaming eyes, as if someone who was extremely hungry saw a piece of plump and attractive pork. Hiss, Xia Yan shuddered inexplicably. Xia Yan, you lawless be ******D. Suddenly, 2 angry shouts came from a distance. Advertisement. Then I saw 2 figures jumping down from the sky and rushing towards Xia Yan with extreme speed. One of them is covered with hot magma, and the temperature is so high that the surrounding air is distorted. For flowers. Another figure radiated golden light all over its body, and it was a huge golden Buddha. It's Akainu, who will be promoted to Marine Admiral, and Sengoku, the current Admiral Buddha. Great eruption. Big Buddha shockwave. Both Akainu and Sengoku roared and used their best moves, and the hot magma and the terrifying shockwave crushed Xia Yan overwhelmingly. But Xia Yan didn't dodge and didn't even want to fight back. In the 7 warlords of the sea who entered the venue in advance, 4 figures burst out at the same time, instantly joining the battlefield. Get away from the concubine. Perfume femur. Empress Hancock wrapped her right leg around Hawkeye and kicked hard against the golden Buddha. How can you allow you to shoot at Lord Xia Yan? Jinbei also had a serious face, and slammed Akainu with a 5,000-watt straight fist. D. Lumuduo turned the spear, and the long spear in his hand was cut towards the huge magma fist. Saber stood in front of Xia Yan, holding up the sword of victory against the crushed shockwave. Boom. Sengoku was kicked in the waist and abdomen by the Empress Hancock, and her huge body couldn't help but retreat a few steps. Akainu's giant magma fist was chopped up by Darundo in an instant, without showing the slightest power, and Jinbei's fist wrapped around Armament Haki was also punched. Saber showed a terrifying power that was completely incommensurate with her petite size, and blocked all the shockwaves blasted by Sengoku. Okay. Hawkeye's eyes lit up. Mo Yan said before that Saber might defeat him, but he still doesn't believe it. Now it seems that this King Arthur does have quite amazing strength, at least stronger than in the comics. You bloody scumbags. Sengoku glared at the group of people in front of him, with Ultimate's anger burning in his eyes. He never thought that he was just shooting Xia Yan, and he actually attracted 4 Shichibukai out. Are you bastard Shichibukai from World Government, or Shichibukai from Xia Yan? Big. Chapter 165. Naval Headquarters Blast. 3/5, SP. The manga Kinemon and the others actually stabbed Kaido. I don't know if Kaido will be injured. So strong. The strength of Lancer and Saber is also good. Should it be said that they are really the characters in the comics of caricaturist Xia Yan? Although he is indeed very strong, he is still quite different from what Gilgamesh, the king of heroes, has shown. Obviously, the gap between heroic spirits is quite large. Hey, these guys are all Shichibukai selected by the world government and marine, right? There are only 7 people in total, and 4 of them actually help Xia Yan? Peeved. What else is it called? 7 warlords of the sea, let's just call it Mo Yan Shichibukai. Well, Marine is really ashamed of something like this happening on such an important day. Because of the actions of Saber and Lancer and others, many fans of FYZ are shining. When they saw that Shichibukai, who had worked so hard to organize, did not help Marine, but went to help Xia Yan, 497, people couldn't help but feel very funny, and they laughed unscrupulously. Even the kings of the various government-affiliated countries present at the scene were gloomy and terrifying. They couldn't see the prosperous appearance of Marine at all, they were simply suppressed by Xia Yan. Stop. A deafening roar suddenly sounded. Then, several figures broke into the big screen. People's pupils shrank. It's the 5 elders. The one who appeared in naval headquarters was the 5 elders with swords. Behind him were Zephyr, Garp, Vice Admiral Suru, and marine generals such as Kizaru, Qingshang, Chadu, Momosagi, and others. Everyone, don't panic. As long as you do your own thing, it's enough. Zephyr shouted loudly, and Marine, who had been a little panicked, calmed down instantly. All the Marines looked at Zephyr, the youngest Marine Admiral in history, and Marshal Marine, and Garp, the hero Vice Admiral. They were like Marine's pillars and sedatives. Marshal Zephyr. Sengoku gritted his teeth and looked at Zephyr. Celestial dragons are dead. Zephyr looked at the pool of rotten meat on the ground in astonishment, and he did barely see the existence of a bubblehood. Xia Yan killed celestial dragons on such an important occasion. No wonder Akainu and Sengoku would fight him. Rao is the translation of Marine Marshal. What to do? The World Live broadcast is still open. If he is soft on Xia Yan directly, then Marine should not hold any succession ceremony as soon as possible. In the end, he took the sword and 5 elders took the initiative to speak. The ceremony is held normally. Then he walked up to Xia Yan and said in a low voice, for the sake of first generation's ghostly face, you should stop doing things for now, okay? Okay. Advertisement. Xia Yan smiled slightly, turned and walked towards her seat. He didn't have any idea of doing things at first, and killing celestial dragons was just to kill the chickens and warn the monkeys. Lord Xia Yan. Hancock reluctantly looked at Xia Yan's back, with Xia Yan in his heart, but he also knew that this was not an occasion where he could act recklessly. Soon, the Shichibukai returned to their original positions, and the bodies of the celestial dragons were cleaned up. It's as if what happened just now were people's illusions, and nothing happened at all. But everyone in the audience knew very well that because of Xia Yan's existence, Marine's face was almost lost. Zephyr knew this in his heart, but he could only bite the bullet and continue. The first was the succession ceremony of Marshal Marine. It was Zephyr who came forward to receive the honor, and the one who honored him was the 5 elders with the sword. Naval headquarters, countless Marines looked at Zephyr with admiration. No Rear Admiral Colonel was even more delighted. They were all taught by Zephyr, and Zephyr was a teacher they respected from the bottom of their hearts. Zephyr himself is also very happy. After all, he never thought that one day he could become Marshal Marine. This life is worth it. After. The recipients of the awards in the second round were Akainu, Kizaru and Aokiji. The promotion of their 3 Logia monsters to Marine Admiral was a certainty, even 10 years ago. The man who honored them was the new Marshal Zephyr. Good job. Zephyr gave each of the 3 the Admiral medals. However, except for Kizaru, the faces of the other 2 were not very good looking. Akainu doesn't need to say more. His magma punch was easily broken by Dilumuduo before, which naturally felt very embarrassing. As for Aokiji, the eagle-eyed noticed that one of his bandaged arms was motionless and appeared to be broken. Marine Admiral got his arm twisted. Somehow, these people looked at Xia Yan subconsciously, suspecting that it was his hand. Admiral epaulets and new capes, Zephyr ordered below. Immediately, a bloated Marine with his head lowered and his face unclear, came up with 3 capes and epaulets. It was too boring. Not even the death of celestial dragons made Xia Yan and Marine fight. Seeing that the succession ceremony of Marine's high-level executives went smoothly and came to an end, the audience who wanted to watch the excitement in front of the big screen were very disappointed. They were looking forward to seeing Xia Yan and Marine fighting. Or maybe the heroic spirit and Marine go to war. Whoever it is, come out and do something. Advertisement. It's better than a flat ending like this. People who think like this do not know that Zephyr, the new Marshal of Marine, is shaking violently at this time. Who are you? Zephyr stared at the swollen figure in front of him with his head lowered, only showing his mouth, and shouted angrily. You shouldn't be the one in charge of holding the epaulets and cloak, Colonel Reika. Died. The swollen figure with swollen knees and lips moved slightly, and a young woman's graceful voice came out. Then Xia Yan, Marine and the 5 elders, you all have to go down to accompany him. What did you say? Marshal Zephyr's heart skipped a beat. What a big talker, you be asterisk 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 D. The 3 of them, who had just been promoted to Admiral Aokiji Akainu Kizaru, looked at the woman who seemed to be the enemy in front of them inexplicably. To be honest, they don't think the other party has the capital to act recklessly here. After all, There are not only all of Marine's executives, but also the 5 elders, Xia Yan, and heroic spirits. They even thought that even if the pirates' 4 emperors teamed up to attack the current naval headquarters, they would not necessarily be able to obtain any benefits. Ah, the bloated woman suddenly grinned, and then yanked her clothes away. I saw that her bloated figure was not because of obesity, but because of strange test tubes tied around her body. And her face was all the more familiar to Zephyr. You are Shaki. Looking at the woman's face and the strange cracking spheres in these test tubes, Zephyr's pupils shrank rapidly, and his face changed drastically. Get away from here, quickly defend, quickly save people. Without any hesitation, Zephyr growled piercingly. But it was too late. The moment her voice fell, Shaki smiled slightly and directly detonated the explosive rock on his body. Boom! The eardrums of everyone who were stimulated by the earth-shattering explosion sounded sore. Under the shock and disbelief of the entire world, a terrifying explosion like the end of the world swept across and engulfed half of the naval headquarters in an instant. The terrifying impact swept in all directions, and all the existences it passed were turned to ashes in an instant. After an unknown amount of time, the heat and shock from the explosion finally dissipated. The naval headquarters building and plaza have completely disappeared from the big screen, replaced by huge pits and large ruins that cannot be seen at a glance, exuding a biting coolness. All over the world, hundreds of millions of people are silent, all eyes are dull, and no sound is made. Only then did they finally realize what a terrible thing had happened. Naval Headquarters. Now, Chapter 166. Hawkeye went to Saber, 4/5. In fact, it's not the first time Naval Headquarters has been destroyed. About 11 to 12 years ago, when One Piece Roger was executed, the Golden Lion angered Naval Headquarters and fought with Garp Sengoku. In the end, although the Golden Lion was defeated, it also destroyed half of the Naval Headquarters. But the story of the Golden Lion is nothing like today's accident. After all, the Golden Lion failed, and when people knew the news, they also knew that the Golden Lion had been caught in an underwater prison. But this is a live broadcast of the world. Looking at the bombed Naval Headquarters, all the audience shuddered in unison. How many people did this have to die? The people at Naval Headquarters won't die, will they? Impossible. Although the power of the explosion is terrifying, don't underestimate those strong people, they can protect a lot of people. Who the hell is that guy pretending to be Colonel Marine, to cause such a terrifying explosion? I don't know, but in such a terrifying explosion, that person is at the center of the explosion, and I am afraid he has completely died. After a short period of silence, the whole world suddenly became noisy with crazy discussions, and everyone's faces were full of excitement and disbelief. At the same time, they also continued to pay attention to the big screen, wanting to see the status of Xia Yan, Marine and the kings of so many franchise countries for the first time. Suddenly, a wretched voice sounded on the big screen. Oops, I can't let you guys continue watching 21. The voice fell, and the image phone bug was forcibly closed. I rely on. Did you make a mistake? You finally have wonderful content to watch, but you just turned it off? B*********D. I've heard this wretched voice. It's the voice of the new Admiral Kizaru. Marine Admiral. Humph. No wonder these guys can never fight. Caricaturist Xia Yan. What a bunch of idiots. The suffocation feeling of being cut off just at the critical moment, audiences all over the world used their hearts to kill. The slightly more aggressive ones even yelled at Kizaru directly. But there is no way, the Marine executives such as Kizaru will not let the current situation of Naval Headquarters be seen from the outside. Naval Headquarters. In the rubble, many Marines crawled out of the rubble in embarrassment, and everyone was more or less injured. Although the explosion just now was very terrifying, it was not enough to kill them. But the soldiers at the bottom were badly injured, and their eyes were blood red. A golden light descended from the sky, and it was Kizaru who had just turned off the videophone bug. How is the situation? Advertisement Zephyr asked in a low voice. It's much better than expected, Teacher Zephyr. Kizaru's tone is still yin and yang. Marine lost most of the soldiers at the bottom, and only a small number of generals and officers were killed. Xia Yan saved a lot of people, most of them were the kings of the allied countries. To be honest, it is quite unexpected, I originally thought he would stand by. Humph. Speaking of Xia Yan, Zephyr's face was a little ugly. He now wondered why Shaki would launch such a suicide attack to avenge Rayleigh. But at the time of Rayleigh's death, there were 5 elders, Xia Yan, Hokage, people, and the red-haired 4 emperors, the leader of the revolutionary army. Have a fart relationship with the Marine. Shaki was already dead, and Zephyr was so suffocated that he couldn't let it out. Apologize first. At this moment, the 5 elders with swords came over and said with a gloomy expression, with such an accident at the succession ceremony, Marine and the world government are really embarrassed. You Marines and the world government must give us an explanation this time. We came all the way to cheer for you, but we were almost killed by bombing. That's it. If Mr. Xia Yan didn't use Kamui to save us, we would have been bombed, wouldn't the country be a mess? Humph. If you don't have an explanation, just wait for us to boycott the world government. Although the allied countries usually rely on the strength of the Marine and the world government, the strength of a group of kings united at this time should not be underestimated. There is no way, the 5 elders with the sword can only take Zephyr and a kind of to apologize to the kings and obtain their understanding temporarily. Xia Yan's side is a completely different scene. Mr. Xia Yan, thank you so much. Mr. Xia Yan, Are you currently stationed in Sabadi Archipelago? Would you like to come to our country? Our country not only has beautiful scenery, but also many beautiful girls. Mr. Xia Yan, a group of kings from the allied countries surrounded Xia Yan in the middle and kept complimenting him. No, it's just a matter of helping you out. Xia Yan repeatedly refused. As long as you help me promote comics in your own country, that's the biggest thank you to me. Okay. Mr. Xia Yan, just based on your words, I will make your comics a must-read in our country. I opened 100 bookstores in various countries, specializing in Mr. Xia Yan's comics. I opened 200. Mr. Xia Yan's comics are our country's national comics. Hearing that Xia Yan saved the lives of himself and others, but only asked them to help promote the comics, the king present was awe-inspiring. At the same time, they also swear in their hearts that they will promote Xia Yan's comics with all their heart in the future. After sending off a group of kings, Xia Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking around at the senior marines who were apologizing to the kings, as well as the marine officers and soldiers who were looking for the wounded, they couldn't help smacking their tongues. Advertisement. Who would have thought that Shaki, a woman who was not very strong, played a game of jade stone burning, and used the explosive rock in the theatrical version to blow up the entire naval headquarters. Thanks to her for finding it. At this time, another figure in the crowd squeezed out and walked towards Xia Yan. Hello, President Xia Yan. The middle-aged man respectfully bowed to Xia Yan. My name is Cobra, and I am the king of Alabasta. Xia Yan nodded casually. Ordinarily, Xia Yan might even chat with the father of Princess Vivi in the original book for a while. But he was really in no mood right now, so he didn't even look at Kobula. Seemingly aware that Xia Yan was not interested in him, Cobra had an embarrassed smile on his face. Actually, I just want to make friends with you, because I just saw that you took action against celestial dragons and protected so many kings, You lowly man, don't you have self-knowledge? A coquettish shout suddenly sounded, interrupting Cobra's words. Under Cobra's astonished gaze, the female Emperor Han 497 Cook strode forward, crushed by the aura of a real king. Don't think that the concubine doesn't know what you're planning, it's nothing more than trying to take advantage of Lord Xia Yan. Strength, right? Concubine doesn't believe that you, a king, would somehow want to be friends with others. I'm sorry, Commander Xia Yan, you two talk slowly, I'll go first. Kobula's face turned red and white, opened his mouth to refute but didn't know what to say, and finally turned and left with annoyed blushing. Nice. Seeing that Cobra was left speechless by Hancock, who was much younger than him, Xia Yan couldn't help but look at the pirate queen in admiration. You have fully grown into an excellent pirate emperor. Hancock's beautiful and unparalleled face flushed instantly, and even a faint steam appeared on the top of his head. Xia Yan said that I am excellent. Does he mean he likes me and wants to marry me? Ah, it's so embarrassing. Mr. Xia Yan actually proposed to me at naval headquarters, so romantic. Twisting his head frantically, out of the corner of Hancock's eyes, he suddenly saw a figure just landing from the coast. Hawkeye? Is that guy late? Didn't Marine notice that Shichibukai was missing one person? Oh no, no less. Only then did Hancock remember that Moria and Hawkeye should have been replaced by Xia Yan's subordinates. Lord Xia Yan. His face returned to normal in an instant, and Hancock reminded in a deep voice, that stinky man with eagle eyes walked over to your subordinate Saber. Chapter 167, King Arthur vs. Hawkeye, Battle of Swordsmen, 5/5. Hawkeye Mahawk. I just saw the 5 Shichibukai playing, I thought he didn't come. Hearing Hancock's words, Xia Yan raised her head subconsciously. Sure enough, Hawkeye had already walked in front of Saber. I gonna go see, Xia Yan said casually, would you like to go with me? Of course. The concubine will not leave you. Hancock couldn't wait to agree, his eyes were full of urgency, as if he would miss Xia Yan if he took one step further. If people who are familiar with Hancock see this scene, they will feel shocked and unbelievable. Such an arrogant and domineering woman, the pirate queen, would actually act like a little girl in front of a man. But in Xia Yan's eyes, this is a very normal thing. After all, he killed celestial dragons more than once, and he is very charming. Even if he does nothing, he will attract Hancock with a painful past. Although this is not his original intention, but things have already happened, and he naturally will not escape. Anyway, there is no such thing as monogamy in the pirate world. So, under Hancock's surprised gaze, Xia Yan took her palm. Sir Xia Yan. Hancock looked at Xia Yan in surprise. Her pretty face became even more rosy, and her whole body seemed to explode. In her opinion, Xia Yan didn't make any promises though. But for a man like him, just the act of holding hands is worth 1,000 words. Cartoonist Mo Yan told me that you can beat me. Hawkeye stood in front of Saber and said in a deep voice, I want to compare swords with you. Sorry, I have to ask my master first. Saber hesitated for a while, although he was a little moved, he did not immediately accept Hawkeye's invitation to fight. As a king, she is naturally not afraid of any challenges. But she is also Xia Yan's heroic spirit now, and her words and deeds represent Xia Yan, so naturally she cannot act freely at will. But then a voice came from behind her, I agree. Lord Xia Yan. Saber looked back and found that it was Xia Yan, and immediately opened his glasses in surprise. Well, let's go. Xia Yan encouraged half-jokingly. But you can't lose, at least you have to take down the title of the world's largest swordsman. Yes, master, I will definitely defeat my opponent. Saber's pretty face was dignified, as if he had received a very important task. He raised his feet and walked towards the position opposite Hawkeye. What's going on over there? Just after apologizing to several kings, and transporting dozens of wounded sailors, Zephyr suddenly saw Hawkeye and Saber who were facing each other. Advertisement, looks like a sword, Aokiji said uncertainly. What? Compared to swords? Zephyr's face darkened. FK, naval headquarters was destroyed. I don't know how many Marines were killed and seriously injured, and these bastards are fighting swords on the ruins of naval headquarters? They think about it, hurry up and stop them. No, I think this is a good opportunity. Kizaru seemed to like to oppose Zephyr, and said casually. We know a little about the strength of Lancer. The opponent can easily pierce the arm color, and can neutralize the attack of Logia, but what about Saber? We don't know much about her. Many. Paluzolino is right. Akainu rarely echoed. Knowing yourself and knowing your enemy is the only way to win 100 battles. Marine has eaten too much in Xia Yan's hands, and he has to fully understand all the abilities of his comic characters. AB07. Zephyr gritted his teeth and said solemnly. First stop the two of them from fighting, then evacuate the surrounding Marines and the wounded, and then let them fight. On the ruins of naval headquarters, Hawkeye stands opposite Saber. Front, Hawkeye pulled out his own black sword knight. An invisible hurricane also appeared in Saber's hands. Wait a moment. A golden light suddenly fell between the two of them. New Admiral Kizaru? Hawkeye frowned and glared at him. Are you trying to stop the battle between swordsmen? No. How could I stop the two of you? Kizaru waved his hands again and pointed innocently at a group of Marine wounded not far away. I just hope you two can understand. After all, this is naval headquarters where a big explosion just happened, and there are still many wounded who have not been transferred. I understand. Saber is not a bloodthirsty person, so he said directly to Hawkeye. How about a moment? If it affects those innocent Marines, they won't be happy if they want to fight. Putting the black knife into the scabbard, Hawkeye said lightly, anyway, I'm not in a hurry. Fortunately, these two are better at talking. Seeing that he easily persuaded Hawkeye and Saber, Kizaru was relieved, but also a little proud. If he is so capable, should he apply for a salary increase? Quick. This way, Ice Age, send these wounded to the hospital on the nearby island. Under the command and help of Qingshong and Akainu, the Marine wounded around Hawkeye and Saber were quickly cleaned up. Under the watchful eyes of Akainu, Aoyo, and countless Marines, Saber and Hawkeye drew their swords again. Advertisement. This is my beloved sword, Black Sword Knight, one of the 12 great swordsmanships, and it is called the strongest black sword in the world. Aiming the blade of the black knife in his hand at Saber, Hawkeye said lightly, introduce your sword, swordsman. My sword is called Sword of Promised Victory. SBR also regarded his sword as life, and said solemnly, this is based on the ideal of human beings, crystallized inside the planet, as the ultimate god-made weapon of the strongest fantasy. Unfortunately I can't play its real weapon, strength. Hawkeye. WTF, crystallization of the planet? God-made armor? Looking at the mediocre black knife in his hand, and then looking at the transparent sword in Saber's hand, Rao Shi's indifferent character like Hawkeye felt very speechless. If nothing else, the gap between the swords is too big, right? He really wanted to know how amazing this Sword of Oath victory was. Want to gamble? Hawkeye asked suddenly. What? Saber was stunned for a moment and asked subconsciously, what are you betting on? Gamble the sword. Hundreds of fierce sword chi with terrifying sword pressure completely cut off everything along the way, like a super heavy rainstorm, slashing towards Saber. 37 Da. An imperceptible smile appeared on Hawkeye's face, and then his eyes instantly became as fierce as an eagle in predation. Obviously, he also knew that his black sword was completely inferior to Saber's vowed sword of victory, so the bets were all in Saber's favor. If a person loses even the most basic powerhouse heart, then his road to powerhouse is probably coming to an end. Kizaru, who was watching not far away, clicked his tongue secretly. Every sword chi covered armament hockey, and completely blocked all the surrounding space for thousands of meters. Even Logia had nowhere to hide, and could only resist. Hawkeye. Has your swordsmanship reached this level? And Saber was also a little interested in the sword of the pirate world, so he agreed to Hawkeye's bet without hesitation. The black knife was as light as nothing in Hawkeye's hand, and it slashed dozens of times in the air in an instant. Knowing that the opponent is a heroic spirit whose strength is unknown, but can easily block Admiral Sengoku's full-strength blow, how could Hawkeye's first attack be so simple? But Hawkeye also felt from the bottom of his heart that he would not lose. At the moment, hundreds of knives were swung out, and the speed of the knives was so fast that it seemed as if the black knives had left afterimages in the void. Hawkeye's voice was very low. If I win, lend me the sword of your vowed victory for a day. If I win, I will give you my black sword. How about it? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. This is not blind arrogance, but his strong heart as a great swordsman. Manuo Zhao. Okay. Crazy knife cut. Dozens of sword chi at least 100 meters long slashed out, and the power of each sword chi was so terrifying that it could easily tear the earth apart. However, this is only the beginning of the search. Chapter 168. Wind King Iron Hammer. You lost, Saber, more 6 more. Hundreds of sword chi almost covered the sky, not only the strongest attack, but also perfectly blocked all the routes that Saber could escape. Even a Logia glitter fruit ability user like Kizaru, who is good at speed, showed a solemn expression. In his opinion, even if he is stronger than himself, facing the intensive slashing of Hawkeye, I am afraid he will be very embarrassed. The world's #1 great swordsman is so terrifying. No wonder this guy is tied with the 4 emperors' redheads. However, in the face of such a terrifying and dense Saber, his face was very calm, not even a trace of panic. Intuition. This is Saber's inherent skill, which allows her to determine the most suitable action in an instant in battle, and even reaches the field of predicting the future. After being summoned to the world of pirates, Saber has undergone a system enhancement of 10 million fans, and now it is even stronger than the original, FZ. Therefore, after seeing all the positions of these sword energy slashes, Saber slowly raised his hand and slashed several times at several positions. Ding! Several sword chi slashed on Saber's vowed victory sword, making a crisp sound, but these sword chi were also cut off by Saber's sword. After that, the remaining hundreds of sword chi flew straight from all over Saber's body, and the nearest sword chi was less than 5 centimeters away from Saber's face. However, even at such a close distance, none of these hundreds of sword chi hit the Saber. It was like a human body stroke, or the eagle's 497 eyes deliberately missed the cut. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the ground behind Saber was shattered by Hawkeye's sword energy. Saber himself, unscathed. What? Hawkeye looked at Saber in astonishment, his eyes full of disbelief. If Saber takes his slash, he will be excited. If Saber manages to evade, he will probably be disappointed, but he is also a worthy opponent. But Hawkeye never thought that the attack path of his sword energy would be completely seen by Saber. They easily dodged all the attacks without even moving. Observation Haki? No, it's a more advanced version of Observation Haki, predicting the future. It's scary, it turned out to be Observation Haki's foreseeable future. Kizaru's tone is still yin and yang. Aokiji's face was a little dignified. It's the 3rd time I've seen someone who can predict the future. Advertisement, don't look at this Saber as a woman, but a formidable enemy. Akainu added with a sullen face. With this ability, if she also has extremely high attainments in swordsmanship, the position of the world's largest swordsman might really be replaced. Your strength is very strong. Hawkeye stared at Saber solemnly, but there was a little doubt in his eyes. I remembered, in FZ. You used a method similar to predicting the future to judge the Lancer's attack action, but the effect is obviously very ordinary. Saber. Can she say that it is because her abilities have been strengthened after crossing over? Naturally, this kind of secret cannot be told to Yingyan. Don't want to say it? That's right, this is probably a secret belonging to caricaturist Xia Yan, and you can't tell it. Aware of the strangeness in Saber's eyes, Hawkeye knew it. He is not a person who likes to talk nonsense, so he waved the black knife in his hand again. Heavy knife, slash. Hawkeye let out a low drink, and in an instant, hundreds of dense sword chi burst out. However, the sword energy this time was completely different from before. If the previous sword energy was a violent storm, it was so dense that it covered the sky. This time, hundreds of sword chi with a length of hundreds of meters were completely merged, and finally compressed into a sword chi less than 100 meters long. Although the sword gas is small and pitiful, its power is at least 10 times terrifying. Hawkeye even used this trick to cut open an island. Hawkeye is even confident that if Saber dares to take her own slash as hard as before, even with her far superior strength, at least her arm will be injured. In fact, Saber did see the scene where his arm was broken after he forcibly took the sword through the means of predicting the future. Startled in his heart, without the slightest hesitation, the invisible sword in Saber's hand suddenly burst into a dazzling golden brilliance, slamming against the oncoming sword energy. Wind King Tiju. Boom! The air condensed in the Wind King's enchantment was completely liberated in an instant, turned into an iron mallet that was almost invisible to the naked eye, and slammed towards the sword chi that was slashing at the head at the terrifying speed of twisting the air. Boom! CBDD. Boom! The sword Chi Feng Wang iron mallet cut out by the eagle eyes smashed into pieces, turning into a stream of light floating in the air, but the fierce hurricane of the Wind King iron mallet was also completely cut in half. The aftermath of the impact spread rapidly from the center to all directions, the ground vibrated violently, and in the blink of an eye, a ferocious crack with a length of hundreds of meters was formed. This collision is evenly matched. Saber realizes that Hawkeye is indeed a very powerful swordsman. Hawkeye also realized that, not to mention Saber's swordsmanship, at least the noble phantasm possessed by the opponent is really powerful. But, this thing should only be used once, right? Advertisement. Looking at the golden holy sword in Saber's hand, Hawkeye made a quick judgment in his heart, and at the same time, the figure turned into a black light and rushed towards Saber at high speed. And Saber, who possessed intuition, also reacted instantly, and swung the sword of vowed victory in his hand continuously with the blessing of exquisite swordsmanship. Ding! The crisscrossing sword chi tore the ground beneath the two of them. In 1 second, Saber collided with the sword in Hawkeye's hand at least 20 times. Then the two took a step back at the same time and opened the distance. Wow! 2 tiny bloodstains appeared on Hawkeye's cheeks, which were left by Saber using intuition to find the right time. Saber's arm trembled slightly. Hawkeye's strength was stronger than her, and she actually injured her arm with brute force. In this collision, the one who suffers is obviously Saber. Is there a limit to female swordsmen? Ding! Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Although Saber completely blocked Hawkeye's attack and even managed to injure Hawkeye, given the disparity in strength between the two sides, defeat is probably only a matter of time. Aokiji, who was watching the battle not far away, sighed softly. Blood spurted. You lost. Saber. Staring directly at Saber with the Black Sword Knight, the eagle-eyed tone did not show any joy of victory. Although it is not lost in swordsmanship, but in power, it is really a pity, but there is no way, if you want to blame it, blame you for being a woman. Bar. As if hammering iron, the symphony of gold and iron can be heard incessantly. Saber laughed dumbly. Actually, I was just testing my strength just now in this sea. You don't think I only have a noble phantasm of the Wind King enchantment, Hawkeye? Well, Saber only felt that under the terrifying power of Hawkeye, his arms became heavier and more sore, and the speed of swinging his sword became slower and slower. But he still respected his opponent, and he had no plans to release water at all. He swung the black knife in his hand extremely fast, and the slashing speed was so fast that he drew a dense black phantom in the void. Hawkeye also noticed this, and couldn't help being a little disappointed. Under this appalling attack, Saber could only retreat back and forth, relying on his intuition, to block all the slashes. Saber snorted, his figure retreated sharply, and the distance between himself and Hawkeye was opened again. Oh, Hei Daoyi slashed through Saber, leaving a deep scar on her shoulder. Lose? Chapter 169. Saber's real noble phantasm? 1/5? What did you say? Hawkeye narrowed his eyes and looked at Saber solemnly. Noble phantasm is the strongest means of heroic spirit, he knows this, and it is very clearly written in the comic, F.Z. But didn't Saber say in the manga that a heroic spirit only has one noble phantasm? Although the existence of Gilgamesh obviously slapped Saber in the face, this can be explained by the fact that Saber's vision is too low. For example, it is precisely because Saber has only one noble phantasm, so she will think that other heroic spirits also have only one noble phantasm, and it is precisely because of this that she will be counted by Lan Cer in battle. But you're telling me now that you have more than one noble phantasm? So are you acting in the comics? The eagle eye suddenly looked at the author Xia Yan not far away, and immediately understood in his heart. This guy is worried about revealing character information, just like Gilgamesh. Even if he has a rather terrifying noble phantasm, he won't let it be taken out directly in the comics. However, it's more fun. Good. Hawkeye let out a low voice and looked directly at Saber. I'm really surprised that you still have power. Then let me see how your noble phantasm is, how strong or weak compared to Gilgamesh. Humph. Hearing Hawkeye mentioning Gilgamesh's unpleasant golden guy, and comparing himself with him, Saber felt a little unhappy. But she also knew that this was a battlefield, not a place to be petty, so she thought about it at the moment. A dazzling white light bloomed from the ferocious wound on Saber's shoulder. What's this? Under the shocking gaze of Hawkeye, Akainu and others, a bunch of dense energy threads suddenly appeared on the wound on Saber's shoulder. Then, as if sutured, these silk threads completely sutured the wound, and all disappeared in the blink of an eye. The light dissipates. The injury on Saber's shoulder that was cut by the eagle eye has completely recovered, and there is not even a trace of it. This is the scabbard of the Sword of Victory, and one of my noble phantasms. Looking at the dumbfounded Hawkeye and the others, Saber said proudly, no matter how serious the injury is, it can be recovered in an instant. This is the power of this noble phantasm. Of course, there are more important effects she didn't say, but Saber is not a fool, there is no need to reveal all his details to the enemy. Scabbard? Eagle-eyed keenly captured the key points in Saber's words. Also found by Akainu and Kizaru et al. Aokiji sucked in a breath. Just the scabbard has such a terrifying effect. How terrifying is the effect of that Sword of Oath of Victory? They knew right away. Advertisement Saber suddenly raised the Sword of Oath Victory in his hand. The magic power is surging and condensing frantically. This is. Hawkeye's pupils shrank, knowing that Saber was mobilizing magic power to use the noble phantasm. This is a serious battle between swordsmen. Hawkeye will naturally not be foolish to prepare time for the enemy. He waved the black knife in his hand again, and instantly cut out hundreds of sharp swords. But Saber just said softly, Avalon, a distant ideal country. A mass of invisible enchantment stood in front of Saber, blocking all of Hawkeye's sword energy with ease. Okay. Hawkeye was a little surprised, but he didn't believe in evil and immediately slashed out with hundreds of knives. Chaos knife cut. Heavy slash. The sharp slash slashed the earth, slicing all the existences along the way in half, and slashed towards Saber in a mighty manner. But no matter how terrifying the slash, it will be blocked before it reaches Saber, like a mud ox into the sea. What kind of treasure is this? Hawkeye frowned, feeling Whitebeard's suffocation when facing Gilgamesh. Even though he has an invincible swordsmanship, how can he decipher this noble phantasm, which has no function at all? Distant, ideal town, also called Avalon. Not far away, Xia Yan, who was watching the competition, explained to Hancock. It is a noble phantasm that can cut off all physical interference and even parallel world interference. As long as Saber stands in the barrier, even a world-destroying attack won't hurt. She has nothing. Forehead. Hancock's eyes widened in astonishment, and he was stunned for a moment. She found that she could not understand Xia Yan's introduction, but even so, she could hear an important point in Xia Yan's words. That is, Saber defense is invincible. Boom. The sword of victory that Saber held high in his hand suddenly burst into a strange golden flash, and the terrifying energy fluctuations on it were even more shocking. Her magic power completely turned into light. The noble phantasm, which was originally only 1 meter long at most, expanded rapidly as if it had taken medicine, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a golden beam of light that was at least several hundred meters long. In the distance, Neptune and Princess Otoji widened their eyes in shock. Isn't this the way that Xia Yan splits the Fishman Island? Although the shape seems a little different, the huge golden beam of light is exactly the same. It was the first time for Hawkeye to see such a scene. In addition to being surprised, he also realized that this was probably Saber's strongest noble phantasm. For flowers, great. This is a battle worthy of a swordsman. Advertisement. The corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, revealing an excited arc. Hawkeye twisted his wrist, and armament hockey poured out like he didn't want money. In an instant, an armament hockey armor at least a few hundred meters long appeared around the black knife in Hawkeye's hand. Then, the Susanoo-like armament hockey all retracted in the blink of an eye, completely compressed and condensed on the black blade. This is an outpouring of armament hockey, but it's completely different from Bullet. After releasing a lot of armament hockey from Hawkeye, he compresses all these hockey into one point. In this way, the moment when this sword erupts, it is the strongest strike in the true sense. Facing an enemy like Saber, Hawkeye can say that he has done everything he can, and has no intention of holding back. At this time, the transformation of Saber's magic power to light was finally completely completed. The distant ideal land barrier is lifted. The blonde king raised the golden beam of light that penetrated the sky and the ground in his hand, and slashed it down in the direction of the eagle eye in front of him. The sword of promised victory, Excalibur, a low growl full of confidence came out of Saber's mouth, and the golden beam of light crashed to the ground. Boom. 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 Light is galloping. The ground under Hawkeye's feet shattered completely in an instant. You tell me, this woman who can fire a supergiant laser cannon is TM's swordsman? Big. This is the agglomeration of the wishes of the warriors who have come to countless battlefields for thousands of 10,000 years, and it is the holy sword that can only be wielded by the king. The naval headquarters, which had been bombed to rubble, was split in half again. The appalling magic light slammed into the ground frantically, accompanied by a violent roar and shaking of the earth, and a deep rift that could not be seen at a glance appeared on the ground. Armament hockey, which is like a real armor, is constantly released, but it is shattered and evaporated by the power of the beam of light in an instant. The space seemed to be shattered by this blow, and the whole world seemed to be filled with golden light. And at the very center of this beam of light, Hawkeye waved the black knife in his hand like crazy. Boom. Is this a swordsman? Hawkeye could only watch the golden beam of light getting closer and closer to him. When he was in danger, he could only raise his hand to block the black knife wrapped around armament hockey in front of him, and then his whole body was devoured by this golden light. Click. The light is roaring. The golden beam of light finally hit him completely. Kizaru and Aokiji, who had already retreated to the distance, were stunned, staring blankly at the golden beam of light that penetrated the sky and the ruins of naval headquarters that had been split in half. Until he finally felt a little tired, the release of armament hockey could not keep up with the first time. Chapter 170. Defeat Eagle Eye, Knight, has been strengthened? 2/5. That day, humanity is again forced to realize the horror of heroic spirit open black lens bracket close black lens bracket, and the horror of open black lens bracket manga artist close black lens bracket Xia Yan. I do not know how long it has been. The golden light that covered almost the entire naval headquarters finally dissipated, and the violent shaking like a big earthquake subsided slowly. The Marines got up from the ground, but ignored the injuries they were shaken out of their bodies, and all eagerly looked towards the center of the battlefield. Who's winning? It should be Saber. I don't think Hawkeye can hold such a terrifying move. I don't think Hawkeye would be defeated so easily. After all, he is the world's #1 great swordsman. The Marines were talking, but they didn't notice that the expressions of Akainu behind them had changed. It's terrible. Aokiji stretched his waist and sighed in shock. I thought it was a bland promotion routine, but I didn't expect to see such a shocking battle. Marine has to react quickly and get control of the reels. Akainu's face was gloomy as if it could drip water. The world's #1 great swordsman was defeated. This matter itself has nothing to do with us, but Hawkeye became 7 warlords of the sea today. Marine's face. Control, fishing reels. Kizaru laughed suddenly, with a very sinister smile. Sakazuki, aren't you frightened by the battle just now? You want to control the fishing reels in the hands of the World Economic News? Or do you think the government will give up on Xia Yan? Boom. Hot magma erupted from Akainu, dripping to the ground with a piercing sound. Shut up. Akainu stared at Kizaru with blood-red eyes. Yes. I shut up, it's scary Sakazuki. Kizaru raised his hands and spoke horribly, but his tone was as yin and yang as usual. Humph. Akainu converged the magma, turned and walked towards the sword-wielding 5 elders and Marshal Zephyr. Naval headquarters was blown up. Shichibukai Hawkeye was defeated by Manga Artist, Xia Yan's hero Saber, and they must discuss how to deal with this major incident as soon as possible. With the departure of Akainu, the smoke and dust in the battlefield of Saber and Hawkeye finally dissipated completely, revealing the clues. Hiss, advertisement. Countless Marines gasped, their eyes full of shock and disbelief. Hawkeye, the world's largest swordsman, was half kneeling on the ground, his clothes were tattered, and several wounds were bleeding, and even pooled into a pool of blood under his feet. And his world-famous strongest black sword knight has also been fragmented. The sword body is full of cracks. It seems that it will completely collapse at any time. Opposite him, the blonde girl king's breathing was a little short, but he was not hurt in any way. Hawkeye lost. The world's #1 swordsman loses. 7 warlords of the sea lost. All Marine, who knew a little about the situation of the sea, stood there stupidly at this moment, with confusion and fear about the future in his eyes. Not long ago, they were cheering for the succession of the new marshals, the admirals, thinking that Marine would finally rise again and regain his dignity. As a result, the dream was shattered in less than an hour. Naval headquarters was bombed. The new 7 warlords of the sea were also defeated. Surviving Marine soldiers and non-rear admiral leaders can't help but wonder, does Marine really have a future? You lose. The sword of vowed victory was withdrawn, and Saber walked to Hawkeye. Hawkeye's expression was calm, and his body trembled slightly and stood up from the ground. Looking at his appearance, it seems that he has not suffered any blow. Your mental quality is very good. Saber looked at him strangely. I lost the #1 position in the world. I thought you would be sad at least for a while. No, there is finally a mountain in front of me that I can climb. How could I be sad? Hawkeye stared at Saber, his eyes extremely hot. I look forward to fighting you next time, then I will take back the title of the world's largest swordsman. Saying that, he turned his eyes to the broken black knife in his hand. The black knife is broken, sorry. A trace of pity flashed in Hawkeye's eyes, and then handed the black knife to Saber. I promised before, I will give it to you. No, no need. Saber twitched the corner of his mouth and waved his hand. I'm just a little interested in the so-called strongest black knife, it's going to be broken. Advertisement. The corners of Hawkeye's mouth twitched. Indeed, giving someone else a broken sword, even if it was a good bet from the beginning, didn't seem very good. But before he could retract the black knife, a hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed the black knife. Master. Saber looked at the person who came in surprise, and then his face suddenly turned proud. I won. I did not live up to your expectations. Well, well done. Xia Yan complimented casually, and then pulled the black knife out of Hawkeye's hand. Are you interested in black knife, cartoonist, Xia Yan? However, under the astonished gaze of the eagle eyes, Xia Yan just took the black knife, and the surface of the black knife showed dense blood-red lines. Moreover, this fragmented black knife, judging from Hawkeye's experience, is probably completely abolished. And Xia Yan is the owner of Saber, so it is completely reasonable to give him. Feeling that these blood-colored patterns are a little familiar, Hawkeye couldn't help but exclaimed. Originally, he took the black knife as a bet, and he did lose. The black knife should not belong to him now, but to Saber. So Xia Yan didn't hide and nodded lightly. Yes, it's the berserker's noble phantasm. Knights don't die with your hands. You can turn whatever I grab into a noble phantasm, and your black sword is no exception. In the bottom of my heart, it turns out that Hawkeye is also a die-hard fan of the comic book, F.Z. No problem. Xia Yan nodded and said lightly, I gave this black knife to me, how? This is the noble phantasm of the heroic spirit berserker in Keyz. Xia Yan glanced at him in surprise, but he didn't expect Hawkeye to recognize it at a glance. Hawkeye will naturally not refuse. Has the black knife been strengthened? Hawkeye looked at Xia Yan in disbelief, and then remembered that the other party was also a very terrifying swordsman. Looking at the black knife with blood-colored lines in Xia Yan's hand, Hawkeye's eyes lit up, and he just felt itchy. These lines spread rapidly like spider webs, and in the blink of an eye, the entire black knife was spread all over, and it looked gorgeous and beautiful in 3.3. I really want to try the Black Saber Knight, that turns into a heroic spirit noble phantasm. Chapter 171. Why is there one more person in Shichibukai? 3/5. P.S. I finally called when I went. I was sweating profusely and had allergies, so I was sick to death, and I came back to life immediately after I called. In the end, Hawkeye was unable to use the Black Saber Knight, that was turned into a heroic spirit noble phantasm. After all, this is an unconventional state that can only be maintained by Xia Yan's knights not dying with bare hands. Once he leaves Xia Yan, it will return to its original state, and no one can use it except Xia Yan himself. Pity. Hawkeye sighed and returned the Black Saber Knight to Xia Yan. It will be your noble phantasm in the future. I hope you can make it even more famous before. Good. Xia Yan smiled. I promise you, I will make the name of Black Blade Knight resound throughout the world. Well, then I have to go back to practice kendo. I really benefited a lot from this battle. As if the boulder that had been hanging in the air in his heart fell, Hawkeye was completely relieved and turned around to leave. Eagle eyes. Aokiji shouted not far from the side. The meeting of Shichibukai hasn't started yet, you can't go yet. The Shichibukai meeting? Does it still need to be held now? Hawkeye looked around at the ruined naval headquarters. -21 was speechless. Open. Of course I will. The corners of Aokiji's mouth twitched, but he still said in a deep voice, because of such a big accident, I want to find out about Shichibukai. Not interested. Hawkeye was about to say that he was not interested in the Shichibukai meeting, but suddenly it occurred to Xia Yan and his group that they would also attend this Shichibukai meeting. With Xia Yan's ability and frequency, will he continue to do things at this Shichibukai meeting? Maybe I can still see him using that noble phantasm black sword? It's not too short of time anyway. Hawkeye instantly changed his mind and nodded to Aokiji. Okay, where's the meeting? I'll go right now. After the Marine executives sent away all the hundreds of kings of the allied countries, they almost lost their skin, and they felt that they were not so tired after a battle with the 4 emperors. Things were much easier after that. Take the Sword 5 elders and go directly to the world government to report the situation here. A group of Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral directed the transport of the wounded and rescue operations. The upper echelons gathered in a makeshift conference room. By the way, the temporary meeting room was created by Aokiji with his abilities. This place is really nice. Advertisement looking at the gorgeous ice sculptures around, Xia Yan said with emotion. If I could live in this environment in summer, I would probably die happily. Aokiji, would you like to come to my part-time job? It's better not to, Chief Mo Yan. Aokiji looked at Xia Yan speechlessly, not knowing whether the other party was mocking him or whether he really liked his freezing ability. Cough cough. Marshal Zephyr coughed twice, and his eyes fell on Morgans. Mr. Morgans, the news published in the World Economic News this time is up to you. Please make sure to rotate in the direction that is beneficial to Marine. I know you will give me a lot of benefits, but I refuse. Morgans sat next to Xia Yan and said lightly, as a tycoon in the media industry, what I have to do is to tell the whole world the truth of the news. Ah, President Morgans, are you kidding me? Admiral Akainu sneered. You have done a lot of immoral things for money before, do you want me to remind you? Snapped. Morgans slapped the ice table in front of him. I need you to teach me what to do. Glancing at Akainu, Morgans shouted loudly. Tell you, Lousy is now publishing Mr. Xia Yan's comics and earning hundreds of billions of dollars at will, and you want to buy Lousy's conscience with your little money? In the end, Morgans spit at Akainu, almost spitting in his face. Akainu's face was terrifyingly cold, but he still held back. This scene fell in Crocodile's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel a little envious. Is this the Morgans? Hugged Xia Yan's thigh, too happy, right? To be honest, he also wanted to hug Xia Yan's thighs, but unfortunately he had offended Xia Yan before and missed the opportunity. No matter how much he regretted it, it was useless. Cough. Marshal Zephyr coughed again, attracting everyone's attention. Tell me about Shichibukai. Zephyr said in a deep voice, Shichibukai will give all of you the right to legally plunder, and Marine will not take action against you again, and it will not increase your bounty, but it will not help you, no problem? No one spoke, apparently no opinion. Zephyr was very satisfied and continued, but when you get these benefits, you naturally have to pay, such as obeying the conscription of the Marine or the world government, no problem. Still no one spoke. So successful? Advertisement. Zephyr looked odd. What he didn't know was that Shichibukai had different ideas in his heart. Such as Storm Coon Bear. He is an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army, and his current purpose is to gain Marine's trust. Empress Hancock. As long as the country is not attacked by Marine, she doesn't care about the others, and even thinks about Xia Yan. Hawkeye Mahawk. He thinks it's troublesome, it's enough not to be hunted by Marine, and now he just wants to continue to challenge Saber, and see how powerful the noble phantasm Black Sword is. Crocodile. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. What? I hadn't noticed it before, but after taking a closer look, I found out that there are only 8 people. Admiral Sengoku recalled the scene of the previous succession ceremony, and then his face became even more weird, because Moonlight Morbia was killed by Xia Yan. The replacements were Saber and Lancer of CF-Z. Hawkeye was not there before the scene of the succession ceremony. He just wants to protect the Fishmen Island, but now the Fishmen Island is covered by Xia Yan, so being this Shichibukai is just by the way. As for the Saber Lancer, these two were just making up the numbers and have no interest in Shichibukai. Zephyr asked in a deep voice, didn't there be exactly 7 people at the beginning of the succession ceremony? What happened? What? This. Jinbei. In an instant, everyone in the temporary meeting room looked at Hawkeye. Doflamingo. I was afraid of being beaten by Dilumuduo, so I didn't dare to cause trouble. The Marines subconsciously looked at Shichibukai present. Xia Yan suddenly said in surprise, didn't you say Shichibukai? How come there are 8 people? Now he just wants to take advantage of the turmoil in the New World 4 emperors, quickly join in to grab a piece of territory, and take back Don Quixote's former country by the way. What? Chapter 172. Xia Yanbi's Revolutionary Army Bear, 4/5. Cough. Being stared at by so many people, Rao was as cold as an eagle eye, and he couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Sorry, I'm really late. Hawkeye made a rare apology and explained, because I met a good swordsman on the way, I spent a lot of time on him. Hungry? Who? Admiral Sengoku asked curiously. Zhanlong Fanma. Hawkeye said lightly, do not know. Sengoku subconsciously looked at Vice Admiral Crane. It's a pirate swordsman who came back from the New World. He was defeated by Kaido but survived. He is famous. Crane Vice Admiral immediately replied, the reward is 270 million Bailey, and we were still hesitating whether to increase his reward to more than 400 million. Don't mention it, Hawkeye said lightly. That guy is already dead. Crane Vice Admiral and Sengoku looked at each other. As expected of Mahawk, the world's #1 swordsman. Kizaru Yin and Yang smiled playfully. Oh no, now he is the 2nd swordsman in the world. Hawkeye snorted coldly, ignoring Kizaru's sarcasm. If you lose, and there is nothing to lose. Boom. Crocodile suddenly slapped the ice table in front of him. Since Hawkeye is late, then Shichibukai is no problem, right? Crocodile hurriedly left naval headquarters and said in a deep voice, I see that people who are late should not be Shichibukai, let alone being defeated in their own field, what a shame. I'm okay. Hawkeye took a deep look at Crocodile, neither angry nor disapproving of what he said. As for whether you will hold grudges in his heart, or simply treat Crocodile as a clown, only he knows. If that's the case, then the Shichibukai will vote. Field Marshal Zephyr said in a deep voice, whoever agrees to Hawkeye's withdrawal from Shichibukai gives up a position, hands on. Both hands were raised. Advertisement there Crocodile and Storm-kun, respectively. Okay. Crocodile looked at Saber and others indifferently. What do you mean? The person who should be exited, not eagle-eyed. Xia Yan spoke suddenly, attracting the attention of everyone present. Crocodile's pupils shrank. You wouldn't want me to quit, would you? No, it's not you either. Xia Yan smiled playfully and looked at the other of the two who raised their hands. You acted really well, Bartholomew Kuma. Mr. Xia Yan, what do you mean? The bear's voice was very soft and calm, with no emotion. Marine executives such as Zephyr were also confused and did not understand what Xia Yan was doing. Is there something wrong with the bear? Akainu couldn't help asking. He always felt that Xia Yan knew a lot of secrets that they didn't know. He's the Revolutionary Army. Xia Yan spoke amazingly. What? Revolutionary Army? Impossible. Marine didn't get any news at all. Yeah, could it not be a pirate? Shocked by Xia Yan's words, whether it was Akainu or Sengoku, their faces were full of disbelief. Shang is a vicious pirate with a reward of 296 million berry, all of which are clearly recorded in the intelligence. How could it be wrong? The bear's face also showed a touch of anger. Mr. Xia Yan, if there is no evidence, you have slandered me quite seriously. You and I want evidence? Good, it seems that you, like that guy Long, don't cry without seeing the coffin. Xia Yan sneered. Ivankov, East Blue, the laden plan, do you need me to continue? Bear's eyes narrowed, but he didn't speak. Why didn't you speak? Looking at the bear playfully, the corners of Xia Yan's mouth twitched slightly. It's not my fault, it was that guy Long who came to target me, but I've always seen your Revolutionary Army very upset. The bear remained silent. His attitude was obviously a real problem, and Sengoku and the others had seen this and immediately became vigilant. Hurry up and admit it to yourself, Xia Yan said impatiently. As long as you admit it, I promise you, don't take the initiative to shoot Ivankov. Call, advertisement. Xia Yan's voice fell, and Sean let out a long breath. What a terrible man, caricaturist, Xia Yan. Slowly raising his head to look at Xia Yan, Sean said in a slow and warm voice, you know all the information that the world government and Marine have not found. I really want to know how you know about it. What? It's true, watch out, don't let him run away. Bartholomew Kuma, let's capture it, it's just a waste of your strength to resist. Hearing that Shang voluntarily admitted his identity as a Revolutionary Army, the Marine executives present were all horrified and unbelievable. They almost let the Revolutionary Army go undercover. Akainu and Aokiji were even more violent, and they were about to catch them. The bear ignored them, but looked directly at Xia Yan calmly. If you want to travel, where do you want to go? The huge body burst out with a terrifying speed that was completely disproportionate to the size, and the tall figure of the bear instantly appeared in front of Xia Yan. This is the space transfer he achieved with the help of the meatball fruit ability. Bear shock. Shang Wensheng drank softly, his palm covered with a layer of large air blocks, pressing down towards Xia Yan's head with extreme speed. In the original book, Shang once used this move to kill Oz, who was hundreds of meters tall, and also used one move to almost cover Moria's ships. Whether it is power or damage range, it is a top-level ability. But Xia Yan didn't dodge or evade. She picked up the broken, black saber knight beside her and slashed it. Boom! The large Uozhihua air block collided with the black knife, making a deafening roar. The ground beneath everyone's feet in the temporary meeting room collapsed in an instant. Xingshang and Akainu, who had been rushing towards No, were also pushed back by the oncoming impact. It's useless. The meatballs in my hands can deflect all attacks. Shang said lightly, and at the same time increased the strength of the air block in his hand, trying to completely suppress Xia Yan. Oh, are you looking for it? Xia Yan's heart moved. The blood-red pattern instantly filled the broken black knife in Xia Yan's hand. Then the cold light flashed. Click, under the astonished gazes of Hawkeye, Akainu, Sengoku, and others, the palm of his right hand with a meatball was cut off, and the blood was like a spring. Then I'm really looking forward to. The corners of Xia Yan's mouth were slightly raised, revealing a playful smile. I hope that after your hands are cut off by me, you will no longer be able to deflect any attack. Will you cry in sadness? Chapter 173. Slaying the Bear, the Black Sword of Noble Phantasm, 5/5. Noble Phantasm. Shattered Black Blade Night Grade, X. Effect. It has the sharpness to cut off all existences below its own level, and because it has resisted the full blow of the Sword of Victory, it is also endowed with a similar ability. Boom. The half-palm of the bear's right hand fell to the ground, and the blood instantly splattered on the ground. Well, Shang snorted, his figure retreated sharply, and at the same time the meatball in the other palm was about to hit him. But Xia Yan suddenly stretched out a blood-red Susanoo palm that was more than 10 meters long, and grabbed the black knife, and it was a slash. Click. The bear's left arm was cut off by Keegan, and blood spurted wildly. What? No matter how tough Rao was, he couldn't help but cry out in pain, and his forehead was instantly covered with a layer of cold sweat. Cough cough. Both hands are broken, can't use the ability of the meatball fruit anymore? Taking back the black knife knight, Xia Yan jokingly said, don't blame me for being too late, blame your boss for coming to provoke me first. All around, seeing that the bounty was close to 300 million berry, the famous tyrant Poon Bear on the sea was easily solved by Xia Yan, and Akainu and others couldn't help being shocked by Xia Yan's strength. You must know that the bear's meatball is quite difficult to deal with. Even the Logia admiral of them can't say that they can take him intact. And Hawkeye looked at the black knife with blood-colored lines in Xia Yan's hand. He has fought with Neng before, and the opponent can deflect all his slashes, which is very difficult to deal with. However, Xia Yan can easily cut off the opponent's palm with a meatball. Obviously this should be the ability of the noble phantasm. Could it be that after becoming a noble phantasm, its sharpness has been improved? It was a pity in Hawkeye's heart that the knife that had accompanied him for many years had nothing to do with him after all. At this moment, Marshal Zephyr came over. Thank you, for your help, Commander Xia Yan. Zephyr said gratefully, if it weren't for you, we would have let this revolutionary army sneak into Shichibukai. This is the most serious dereliction of duty. Xia Yan responded casually and didn't bother to pay attention to him. Seeing this, Zephyr was not annoyed, and turned to look at the bear who was sitting on the ground, with no meatballs in his hands. His eyes sank. Get him. Handcuffed with sea stone. Zephyr said in a deep voice. Dr. Vegapunk seems to have inquired about Shang before, and asked the world government if they would like to interrogate the relevant information about the revolutionary army first, and then send people to Dr. Vegapunk. Got it, Teacher Zephyr. Aokiji immediately agreed respectfully. The bear sitting on the ground trembled when he heard Zephyr's words. Not scared, but relieved. He was really worried that his exposure would lead to the failure of the mission and even endanger the revolutionary army. Now it seems that it is impossible to endanger the revolutionary army, and he will never confess. The mission can also be successfully completed, although the process and timing are not right, but he still has to be sent to Vegapunk to do the experiment. Everything is going in the right direction, but Shang suddenly saw that Xia Yan raised his arm and raised the black knife covered with blood red lines in his hand high. What is he going to do? Commander Xia Yan, what are you doing? Aware of Xia Yan's strange movements, although they didn't understand what he wanted to do, Zephyr, Sengoku and the others still had a shudder in their hearts, and subconsciously wanted to stop them. But Xia Yan ignored them and slashed the bear directly with the black knife. Broken Black Blade Knight. Real name Liberation. Advertisement. Xia Yan's physical strength burned rapidly and turned into a large amount of black light. Accompanied by the scorching high temperature, the black light burst out from the blade of the black knife and turned into a jet black beam of light. Boom. The black light is roaring. Similar to Saber's Sword of Victory, but it feels completely different. If Saber opens the noble phantasm, what emerges is the hope of countless warriors on the battlefield for thousands of years. The black knife that emerged from Xia Yan's hand was the despair of countless warriors on the battlefield for thousands of years. Under Saber's shocked and disbelieving gaze, a black beam of light that penetrated the sky and the earth slammed down, tearing the earth apart. Boom. With a deafening loud noise, the naval headquarters island, which was originally fragmented and split in half by Saber, shook violently, and another huge, deep, invisible crack appeared on the island. The Storm Kun, who was still fortunate to have completed the mission, was instantly swallowed by the black light, and then evaporated by the terrifying heat. Akainu Aokiji and others also hurriedly avoided, so that they were not affected by this terrifying black beam of light. Countless marine soldiers and generals all stared blankly at the naval headquarters that was split open from another angle, only to feel that they were dreaming. Why is naval headquarters so miserable today? Xia Yan, you be *****D. Do you know how hard it is to catch a revolutionary army cadre? Embarrassed, he crawled out of the rubble, and Admiral Sengoku rushed towards Xia Yan angrily. But before he could get close, Saber suddenly dodged in front of Xia Yan. Boom. Saber blasted out with a sword, knocking Sengoku back dozens of meters. Dilumudo and Jinbei also stood beside Xia Yan, staring at Marine vigilantly. Boo. That's so funny, I really like you who can slap Marine in the face every time, Xia Yan. Doflamingo laughed so hard that he could hardly breathe, but also stood behind Xia Yan. Empress Hancock chose Xia Yan without hesitation. Even Hawkeye didn't know when to stand on Xia Yan's side. Of the Shichibukai, only Crocodile didn't pick either Xia Yan or Marine. He didn't want to change things with these monsters. Morgans flew back suddenly from a distance. All taken? Xia Yan asked with a smile. You don't worry about me doing it myself? Morgan smiles very proudly. HD shot, all is not left behind. Good. Xia Yan smiled with satisfaction, then looked at Marine with a playful look. Don't you want to turn against me because of the life of a garbage revolutionary army? Have you, Marine, defected to the world government and joined forces with the revolutionary army? What did you say? Bullshit. How can you smear someone's innocence out of thin air? Several impulsive vice admiral was immediately annoyed when he heard the words, and even wanted to rush over to have a theory with Xia Yan. But Xia Yan's eyes suddenly turned into blood-red Mangekyo. What? Several vice admirals were startled by the Mangekyo Sharingan, took a few steps back subconsciously, and sat on the ground with a very embarrassed buttocks. Shout, boring. Enough fun. Go. Greeting Hancock and others to leave, Xia Yan said to Sengoku and others before turning around. I enjoyed watching the performance you prepared by Marine this time, bye. Humph. That's the 7 warlords of the sea. Seeing the backs of Xia Yan and others disappear, Akainu snorted coldly. I tried my best to choose it, and I don't know if it's for Marine or someone else. For flowers. Advertisement Admiral Sengoku's face was ugly, and he did not expect that the 7 warlords of the sea that were finally determined were mostly closely related to Xia Yan. Marine, I really lost all my face this time. Kizaru also made a stab at the atmosphere, not really looking at the atmosphere. Shut up. Marshal Zephyr raised his hand and pinched his eyebrows, and said tiredly, Morgans and the World Economic News will not speak for Marine, so we can only save some face for Marine through the government's press release. Please ask the world government for instructions first. Speaking of which, what about Garp? Sengoku asked suddenly. Go to see his 3 grandchildren. When it comes to Garp, Zephyr hates that iron is not steel. As long as that guy is reliable, Marine wouldn't be so passive. The noble phantasm of heroic spirits is really powerful. On the way to naval headquarters, Hawkeye exclaimed at Xia Yan in amazement. The black knife has reached a higher level in your hands. You are indeed more suitable to be its owner than me. How about you? Xia Yan asked curiously. You don't have a sword, do you? I don't need a famous sword for the time being. Hawkeye said lightly. I'm going to take an ordinary sword to challenge the strong, and when I think it's almost done, I'll challenge Saber again and regain my title as the world's greatest swordsman. Humph. That's impossible. Saber snorted softly. I will never lose to you, nor will I disappoint Mr. Xia Yan. Ha, not bad. I like how confident you are. Xia Yan smiled satisfied. Saber's head. Click. Hancock, who was following behind, almost broke his hand. RAFAAB1 Saber. Looking at Saber resentfully, Hancock felt envious in his heart, and Lord Xia Yan hasn't touched her head yet. To the port. Hawkeye left in his own boat. Jinbei jumped straight into the sea, ready to swim all the way back. Lord Xia Yan, I have to go back to 9 Snake Island first. Well, it's equivalent to putting the 2 volumes together. Congratulations Mr. Xia Yan. Hancock looked directly at Xia Yan and said hesitantly, please don't forget me. Hancock's pretty face instantly became alive. Haha, was printed on Xia Yan's face, and he blushed his own pirate ship. Although Doflamingo wanted to have a closer relationship with Xia Yan, he was afraid of making Xia Yan unhappy, so he simply left. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. If according to the content of one volume, the next volume really has no breakthrough points, and there are no outstanding characters, he himself is not used to it. Wow. Xia Yan coughed awkwardly, then opened the Kamui space and took out a comic manuscript. The content of the next volume of Hokage will be recorded and sent to the government circular. Clear. Looking at the back of Empress Hancock, Morgans quipped. If you can win the heart of the world's most beautiful woman, you are the only one in this world, Mr. Xia Yan, who has such a charm. Xia Yan chuckled softly. Sooner or later, I will bring a bunch of celestial dragons' heads to propose marriage to you. The 2 roles are put together, just right, big, well, no problem. Cough, I'm embarrassed for blowing. Although Morgans turned a few pages, he wondered, it feels a lot thicker than usual? Xia Yan nodded, feeling a little helpless in her heart. Chapter 174. The Dragon of Regret, the White Group Project, and the release of comics, 6 updates, plus updates. P.S. Although there is a power outage, I don't know why the notebook code is faster, so there are still more updates. Morgans has always put Xia Yan's affairs first, especially comics and news. Therefore, after receiving Xia Yan's task, he quickly returned to the World Economic News Agency alone, without even taking a break. Xia Yan, Saber and Lancer quickly returned to Sabaody Archipelago. Although Xia Yan actually wanted to go to 7 Waters to see the design of Pluton, he still didn't go. Murloc Tom has a good relationship with Roger, he is his elder, and he has not helped the redhead to deal with him like Rayleigh. Therefore, rather than personally snatch the ancient weapon Pluton design blueprint from the Murloc Tom, Xia Yan prefers that the other party hand it over to him. The time has not yet come. Blink the next day. People all over the world are raving about the big explosion at naval headquarters yesterday, 49/7. Suffice to say, the unexpected explosion drowned out all the other news, and everyone wondered what was going on at the naval headquarters yesterday. Hope, hope, the news bird finally appears in the distant sky. It's finally here. Give me 10 copies of the world economy. 5 government circulars. I'm going. This government press release didn't report yesterday's news from naval headquarters. Bring me the world economic news. Except for Xia Yan's comics, IM usually doesn't care about the 10 news released by the government's press release, which are all handled by the officials of the world government. Therefore, at the strong request of the new Marine Marshal Zephyr, they naturally did not publish any news that would damage Marine's dignity. So what are so many plates used for? Of course, to promote Xia Yan and his comics. Officials of the world government know that Xia Yan and Marine are not dealing with each other, but they have close ties with the world government. Although they don't know what the secret is, it doesn't prevent them from flattering Xia Yan. As a result, countless people in the world who bought government press releases, under the guidance of the newspapers, forcibly recalled how powerful and invincible the characters in Xia Yan and Hokage and F.Z. were. Of course, this is just an interlude. Most people turn around and buy the World Economic News as soon as they know there is no news on the government press release. Sure enough, the World Economic News, which has always had a very close relationship with Xia Yan, is still tough, and there's a lot of news that I want to watch. Open black lens bracket naval headquarters blow up. Determined to avenge open black lens bracket Pluton Rayleigh's best friend. The perpetrator is dead. Marine is seriously injured. Close black lens bracket. Marine, new Marshal +4 Admiral. Marine's combat power is the highest in history. Advertisement open black lens bracket the noble phantasm that splits naval headquarters. Saber and Hawkeye's swordsmanship fight. Who is the world's #1 great swordsman? Close black lens bracket. Crushing violence Kun. Xia Yan once again showed his invincibility, splitting naval headquarters with a sword. Who is stronger than his noble phantasm and saber? Open black lens bracket Shichibukai is officially established. Gecko Moria, violent Kun Bartholomew Kuma died, joined by Saber and Lancer in Mo Yan's F.Z. Hokage's new volume thickened version of the manga will be released on the same day. I'm going. Marine is too miserable. First, he was bombed, and then the heroic spirit Saber and Xia Yan slashed the island twice in a row. Shout, Lord Xia Yan didn't help the enemy to deal with them together. Lord Xia Yan's strength is still so terrifying, slashing the island with one sword and killing the violent Kun Bear. It is simply too admirable. Saber, this woman actually defeated Hawkeye? Became the new world's #1 swordsman? I'm going to. The world is too magical, right? Hokage. It's a new volume of Hokage, and it's a thicker version. It's a good time to watch. I'm going. Where's F.Z.? I want to watch F.Z. Who can get the Holy Grail? Look at F.Z. Hokage is king. The people who bought the World Economic News were very excited. It was all big news. The discussion of the news is very high, and it mainly focuses on a few points. 1. Naval headquarters was bombed and hacked. 2. Saber beat Hawkeye to become the world's #1 swordsman, and is a beautiful woman with countless fans. 3. Xia Yan's strength is still terrifying. 4. The release of the new volume of Hokage manga. The 4 hottest news are basically all related to Xia Yan. From this, we can also see how hot Xia Yan's comics are in the world. Just the news of the release of the new comics is enough to compare the popularity with these big news that shocked the world. East Blue, Logetown. Shaki, Xia Yan. The redhead in the kabuto hat and cape looked at the newspaper in his hand and clenched his fists secretly. South Blue, a country about to be appended. Long looked at the newspaper in his hand, and the Conqueror's haki was suddenly released from his body, as if the sky had fallen in an instant. Bang! Bang! The dense number of soldiers rolled their eyes and lost consciousness, and in the blink of an eye, no one of the 100,000 kingdom guards could stay awake. Xia Yan. The dragon growled angrily and smashed his only remaining hand against the ground. Advertisement boom. The earth within a kilometer range collapsed instantly, and countless dizzy king guards fell into the abyss. Looking at the dragon's eyes, they were full of anger and regret. Knowing this earlier, when he saved his father, he should have used more gentle means. Look at Morgans, the president of the World Economic News, hugging Xia Yan's thigh. How well is he doing now? Why didn't he let the Revolutionary Army hug Xia Yan's thigh, and instead he had a revenge against him? North Blue. Escape the Whitebeard pirates of the New World on the broken Moby DK. In the bedroom, Whitebeard was lying on the bed, breathing evenly, but his eyes were closed. Beside him, Marco and Jose, who looked at least 20 years older, were watching the news. Marine is so miserable that he shouldn't have time to take care of us, which is a good thing, but Xia Yan is getting more and more terrible. Marco sighed. The Saber Lancer in the new KF.Z also showed his strength. Although he is not as good as the hero King Gilgamesh, he is also very scary. Jose was stunned. You mean, father's revenge, our broken arm revenge, there is no hope for revenge? I guess so. Marco nodded. Hope is very slim. I can't see the slightest hope of surpassing Xia Yan. This way, forget it, then let's not take revenge first, and the most important thing is to cure the old man. Jose was an optimist, and immediately asked, Marco, are you really sure that Devil Fruit is in North Blue? There is definitely no problem with this news. I only got 3.3 with a lot of money and connections. Marco sighed deeply. But it's not just us who want to win this Devil Fruit, other pirates, the world government, and even the Marines. It is estimated that all forces will be present at that time. That's it. Jose couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, feeling hopeless. But this is the only chance to restore Father Whitebeard. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, they must make a move. At this moment, there was a sudden exclamation from outside. What's the matter? Won't there be an enemy attack? Jose's face changed slightly, and he immediately looked outside. No. Not an enemy attack, Captain Yoja. A member of the 3rd Division waved a stack of things he had just obtained from the newsbird, and said in astonishment. The reward for most of the strong men under the cartoonist Mo Yan has been raised, and in addition to Hokage, the new volume of manga is also on sale. I just bought a copy. Chapter 175. The Bounty That Shocked the World, Red Hair Analysis, Hokage, 1/5. What? Is it finally here? Hearing that it was Xia Yan's cartoon, Jose immediately took it over and glanced at the reward order placed on the top. Illusionist, Uchiha Itachi. The reward is 3 billion, and the Mangekyo Sharingan is 500 million. Obviously, after appearing in the battle against Bullet last time, Uchiha Itachi's bounty increased by 500 million in one breath, and he was one step closer to the rank of the pirate 4 emperors. Marco. Joe suppressed the horror in his heart and handed the reward to Marco. Marco took it and flipped it over, and he couldn't help but gasp. Crazy Ghost. Jiraiya. The reward is 3.43 billion berry. Space Magic Eye. Hitaki Kakashi, offering a reward of 1.34 billion berry. Bomb Demon. Deidara, with a reward of 2.35 billion berry. Open Black Lens Bracket 1 Tail Close Black Lens Bracket Gaara, offering a reward of 2.12 billion berry. Breaking the Demon. Lancer. The reward is 1.23 billion berry. King Arthur. Saber. The reward is 2.98 billion berry. Hero. King Gilgamesh, with a reward of 5.53 billion berry. Except for Tsunade and other characters who have not appeared very much recently, all the personnel under Xia Yan who participated in these major events received a rather terrifying bounty amount. Among them, Lance 21R, which has the lowest bounty, has a higher bounty than most of the second in command of the 4 Emperors pirates. Gilgamesh, who has the highest reward, surpassed Xia Yan's previous reward of 5.1 billion in one breath, becoming the person with the highest reward in the pirate world. Xia Yan's rise is unstoppable. Marco couldn't help sighing. Offending Xia Yan, I'm afraid we won't have any chance to turn around in our lifetime. What are you talking about, Marco? Yosh noticed Marco's lost mood, and quickly comforted him. When Dad is cured, the Whitebeard pirates will be resurrected, and let's go to Red Hair pirates to cooperate. Well, you're right. Marco forced a smile, feeling that what Joe said still made sense. 4 emperors can't stop Xia Yan, even if 4 emperors add up, they still can't beat them. Can they protect themselves? Marco and the others didn't know that the Red Hair pirates were almost wiped out. Logetown. Looking at the reward in his hand, the Red Hair sighed deeply. The amount of this bounty are simply appalling. The sum of the bounty offered by the 4 high-level officials of the Pirate Emperor group is probably not that much. Advertisement. The existence of Xia Yan, you must not provoke him. Beckman said in a deep voice. The opponent's strength can completely destroy the Red Hair pirates. Although I don't know why Xia Yan has no idea of hegemony, you are absolutely not allowed to shoot at him and his characters in the comics in the future. 37. The redhead nodded wearily, feeling ashamed of Beckman. What the other party said was right, that he had shot at Xia Yan without thinking about the consequences, which led to today's tragic consequences. Okay, don't blame yourself too much. Who would have thought that Xia Yan would be so terrifying back then? Seeing the red-haired look as if he was autistic, Beckman couldn't bear to comfort him. Don't worry, I'll be with you in everything. Thank you, Beckman. Seems to be comforted by Beckman, and the redhead's eyes brightened a lot. Beckman sighed inwardly and took out a copy of Hawkeye, just released. Look at the comics. No matter how sad you are, at least you have to understand the new characters in Xia Yan's comics. The reason why we were beaten so badly this time is because I don't know enough about the characters, Gaara, and Deidara. The red-haired man took over the comic and read it normally. This time, Hawkeye is a joint issue, equivalent to 2 volumes. The first volume is the appearance of Saiv, Root, and the appearance of Sasuke in Shippuden. The overall explosion point is not much, and there are no new characters. It was the handsome Sasuke that caught the redhead's attention. This kid has a Sharingan too, Beckman said solemnly. If nothing else, Sasuke's future strength will not be worse than Uchiha Itachi, considering that he is an important role, even surpassing Uchiha Itachi is normal. Well, but he is still weak now, so there is no need to care too much. Without putting too much thought on Sasuke and Shippuden, the redhead continued to read the manga. What followed immediately sparked a week for the two of them. New characters appear. One is called Hidan and the other is called Kakuzu. Their victory seems quite terrifying, actually hunting down the two-tailed Jinchuriki. The redhead couldn't help smacking his tongue. If Erway Jinchuriki's strength is similar to Gaara's, it means that these two at least have the fighting power to hunt Marine Admiral. Continuing to look down, sure enough, one is a monster with several lives, and the other is an existence that cannot be killed at all. How to deal with undead enemies? Under the redhead's anticipation, Shikamaru gave him the answer, just fry it into minced meat and bury it. I have to say, the redhead was amazed. Advertisement. Especially at the end of this manga, Naruto, who returned from training, used a move wind-style spiral shuriken to kill Kakuzu in seconds, and the redhead felt even more excited. Feel sorry. He quickly calmed down, and the redhead apologized in a deep voice. I was immersed in the cartoons of the enemy before I knew it. Haha. It's okay, after all, the whole world knows that Xia Yan's comics are beautiful. Beckman chuckled indifferently, but his eyes flickered. So, do you see anything? Okay. The redhead nodded. Naruto Sasuke is stronger, as the protagonist they grow fast. That's right, Beckman applauds. Keep talking. The next new character to appear in the sea should be Hidan. As if encouraged, the redhead said in a deep voice. Every time a new comic is released, there will basically be a popular character from this volume of comics, and Xia Yan doesn't hide his abilities, so this time the comic is released, it is most likely to appear. The role of Hidan is the immortal body. This role is really attractive. The new Hokage manga is on sale. The protagonist Naruto is so handsome. Sasuke is so handsome. The Hidan from the Shao organization is so handsome. The redhead finally stepped out of the shadow of the previous 497. Open black lens bracket ding. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In just a few hours, the 90 million prints of the comic were sold out, which is terrifying. In addition, the bounties of Mo Yan's characters have also increased a lot, which shocked the whole world and made the popularity of Hokage unprecedentedly high. Beckman was very happy and relieved. Especially after the terrifying bounty bombing of a large number of characters under Xia Yan, countless people in the world were shocked, and the fans of the characters cheered, as if it was New Year's Eve. Sabadi Archipelago, Xia Yan's ears sounded a system prompt. The news of the bombing of naval headquarters, the new marshal, the new Admiral Shichibukai, and the news of Saber, Xia Yan, etc., is simply dizzying. What day is today? Why is there so much big news? Hi, the reward for Mo Yan and his subordinates is already comparable to the sum of the other 4 emperors' groups. I feel that the 5 emperors are no longer worthy of his name. So scary. New bounties for characters from Hokage and FZ released. Makes sense. So Beckman continued to discuss Hokage-related content with the redhead, hoping that he could completely get rid of the shadow of Xia Yan as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the frying pan has been fried around the world. But no matter what, life has to go on, and Xia Yan's comics have to be read. I received a bunch of big news all day long, and people all over the world felt sorry for it. Chapter 176. 2 new characters, encountering the White Tuan, 2/5. Xia Yan was completely used to the existence of the system. He also knows that every time he publishes comics, he will get the opportunity to summon new characters and extract new abilities. It's just that I didn't expect it to be so fast this time. Obviously, the popularity of Hokage has remained quite amazing. Yes. This manga release is under settlement. Open black lens bracket gained 17 million new fans. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket acquired 4.2 million loyal fans. Close black lens bracket, the popular character of the comic, Hokage Ninja. There are 4 new characters with more than 1 million fans. The host will get the opportunity to draw the ability. Open black lens bracket with 2 new characters with more than 5 million fans. The host will get the opportunity to summon characters. Close black lens bracket. Because the 3-stage goal of Hokage has been completed long ago, the number of fans has become meaningless data. All Xia Yan really cares about is character fans. At first glance, Uchiha Itachi's popularity is 30 million. Uzumaki Naruto has a popularity of 31.5 million, Hidan 11 million. Asuma 7.6 million. Good. Xia Yan is very satisfied with the surge in character fans. Among them, Uchiha Itachi has undergone another reinforcement, while Uzumaki Naruto has gone through 2 system reinforcements in one go. As for Asuma and Hidan, the plot of these 2 characters in the comics is basically over, and there will be no growth in fans after that. Let's draw first. Xia Yan is still the old practice. First draw the lottery, then call the characters. Open black lens bracket drawing from Sarutobi Asuma, Fire Style Ash Burning. Extracted by Wooden Golem through 2, Two-Tailed Cat again. Open black lens bracket extracted from Kakuzu, Wind Style Crushing. Open black lens bracket drawing from Hidan, Immortal Body. Close black lens bracket. Xia Yan. How to say? The quality of the things obtained in this lottery is definitely higher than before, at least the Immortal Body and the Two-Tailed Cat are really good things. Although for Mo Yan, these are useless, basically will not increase his strength. The world of Hokage can't keep up with my strength, isn't it? Because the plot is still too early. Xia Yan was calculating secretly in her heart. With Rinnegan, Tenseigan, and the injured 8 Gate, he is definitely one of the best big boss rank even in the original Hokage final battle. Advertisement therefore, the ability in the early stage of the blast naturally cannot improve him much. From this point of view, if you want to further improve your strength, you should either serialize it to the later stages of Stormtrooper as soon as possible. Either complete the 3rd stage goal of an FZ as soon as possible and obtain a new high-level Worldview comic series qualification. And it's not difficult. According to Xia Yan's estimation, when the next volume of FZ is released, it is very hopeful that the goal of the 3rd stage can be directly completed. At that time, new comics will naturally come. Let's summon the character first. After thinking about the series of actions after that, Xia Yan said lightly, summon Hidan. The protagonist Naruto, who has learned Wind-Style Spiral Shuriken and has also undergone 2 system enhancements, can almost pull out and take charge of himself. On the Endless Sea, 2 figures appeared out of thin air and immediately covered chakra on the soles of their feet, allowing themselves to stand on the sea. Huh. Isn't that Uzumaki Naruto? Hidan looked at the blonde boy beside him with a playful look and laughed. I didn't expect you and I to become teammates. It's amazing, isn't it? Humph. Naruto snorted coldly, I will never forgive you for killing teacher Asuma. Shout, what if you don't forgive me? Don't you have to honestly form a team with Uncle Ben? Hidan seems to like to appreciate the anger of others, and taunted. If you have the ability, you can hit me. We're teammates now, you dare. Wow. The words were cut off abruptly, Hidan's eyes widened and he vomited a mouthful of blood. I saw Naruto glaring at him angrily, his fist hitting his stomach. It's impossible. Why is it so fast? My strength has obviously improved, but I haven't avoided his attack. Feeling the sharp pain in his abdomen, Hidan just couldn't believe it. But Naruto's next blow was already coming. Boom. Hidan's jaw was slapped crookedly by Naruto's punch, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Wait a minute. Hidan clenched his chin and waved again and again. We are teammates, right? Master Xia Yan. Stop this kid. Puff. Xia Yan, who was far away in Sabaody Archipelago, smiled and said helplessly. Don't fight, Naruto. This guy was buried alive by Shikamaru after killing Asuma, and it can be considered revenge for Asuma. It's all over. Yes. Lord Xia Yan. Naruto hesitated for a while, and finally chose to stop out of trust in Xia Yan. Hidan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know the specific reason, he clearly felt that Xia Yan's strength was above him. If Xia Yan didn't stop him, he might actually be killed by this kid. Advertisement, Mr. Xia Yan. Thank you. After thanking Xia Yan from the bottom of my heart, Hidan asked in a deep voice, what is our mission? Not yet. Xia Yan said the same thing to Hidan and Naruto as she had said to Gaara at the beginning. Find the nearby islands to determine which sea area you are in, and then talk about it. Yes. Hidan and Naruto agreed at the same time, ending the call. Which direction are you going? Hidan asked. Left. Naruto hesitated, then said, I think there is an island on the left. Ah. Hidan agreed, but raised his foot and walked to the right. As he walked, he was still muttering. I asked you to hit Uncle Ben, and Uncle Ben won't listen to you. This kid, he is not strong, but he has a big temper. In Naruto's body, Nine Tails said contemptuously, I don't know what Lord Xia Yan did to bring him here. This old man can beat him 100 times. Cough. Of course I know you're amazing. Hey, it's alright, Lord Mo Yan. Hidan grinned, eyes shining at the Moby DK. However, Hidan didn't want to stay with Naruto, so he kept accelerating, throwing Naruto away from the road at normal speed. What are you up to? I used to be an enemy, so it's easier to handle. Hey, it was an enemy before, but now it's a stranger who has nothing to do with it. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Complimenting Nine Tails in his heart, Naruto raised his foot and chased in the direction Hidan left. Aware of Hidan's thoughts, Xia Yan subconsciously stopped him and said, although your strength should not be weak after being strengthened, it is not strong enough to be able to single-handedly take on the white ball. Xia Yan was a little surprised, and didn't know whether Hidan's luck was good or bad, but he was able to meet the fleeing Whitebeard pirates casually. What? Master Xia Yan, do you know the guy on this ship? Leaving Naruto behind him completely, Hidan was smiling complacently, but suddenly a monstrous behemoth appeared in his sight. Although he still hates Hidan very much, he will not disobey Xia Yan's orders. Humph. Hidan smiled nonchalantly and said proudly, this uncle is immortal. A mere Whitebeard pirate group is no match for this uncle at all. Hidan asked curiously. The Moby DK. Xia Yan briefly talked about herself in the Whitebeard Pier chapter 177. The death of the captain, the price of arrogance, 3/5. Hidan is a lunatic. With his immortality, he can be said to provoke enemies everywhere, and he never has to worry that he can't beat him. What if he can't beat him? He won't die anyway. This resulted in his arrogant character, never knowing what awe is. What? Hidan covered chakra under his feet and charged directly towards the Moby DK. Standing on the bow deck is the captain of the 13th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Buffalo, Atmos. This guy has no brute strength, and his combat power can only be regarded as a third-rate powerhouse in the sea. In the original, he was even controlled by Doflamingo in the Summit War, slaughtering his crew. But the powerhouses are also powerhouses, and there are at least 300 to 500 million bounties in the pirate world. In an instant, observation Hawkeye of Buffalo spotted Hidan charging towards him. Without thinking about who the enemy was or why the enemy wanted to attack him, the Buffalo punched out without hesitation. Boom. The fist collided with the black spear. Tai Niyu's body did not move at all, but a bloody mouth appeared on the surface of his fist. Hidan, on the other hand, was shot dozens of meters away and barely landed on the deck, almost falling directly into the sea. I'm injured. Looking at the wound on his fist, the Buffalo pouted, but did not take this small wound to heart. As a pirate who licks blood with the tip of the 497 knife, this is really not even a minor injury. However, this calmness changed suddenly after seeing who was attacking him. You are. The Buffalo's pupils shrank suddenly, and he exclaimed, Hidan, the new character of Hawkeye. Hey, it turns out that Uncle Ben is so famous in this world? Unexpectedly, he was recognized at a glance. Hidan smiled evilly. Since you know Uncle Ben, do you know what Uncle Ben is best at? Ability. The Buffalo's heart fluttered. He then remembered what attack Hidan used in the Hawkeye comics. Blood. Advertisement not good. Looking at his injured fist and the blood formation that had been drawn under Hidan's feet, the Buffalo was shocked. Stop. The Buffalo growled and was about to charge Hidan. But Hidan had already stabbed the spear into his abdomen with a strange smile. Wow. The Buffalo and Hidan spewed blood at the same time. The difference is that I feel the sharp pain in my abdomen. The Buffalo's eyes were full of pain and fear, and Hidan obviously felt the same pain, but his face was full of happy and crazy smiles, as if he was enjoying it all. Madman. The water buffalo wrapped armament Hawkeye on his body, gritted his teeth and roared. Look lousy, uses armament Hawkeye to guard against your moves. Wow. Before the buffalo could finish speaking, Hidan stabbed himself in the stomach again, and both of them spurted blood at the same time. Ha ha ha. It's blood, it's so beautiful, so cool. The spear in his hand went towards him like crazy, feeling more and more severe pain. Hidan didn't feel the pain at all, he even felt that he had reached the peak of his life. But the buffalo just felt shocked and incredible. Why doesn't his armament Hawkeye have any effect? Could this guy's attack be directed at the inside of his body? What's the matter? Why are there screams outside? Won't it be an enemy raider? Damn it, that buffalo guy is still out there. What? Go and see. In the cabin, the rest of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates finally heard the screams of the buffalo. Their expressions changed drastically, and they rushed out of the cabin at high speed. Hiss, the moment he rushed out of the cabin, Diamond Yoja couldn't help but gasped. I saw two bloody people standing on the deck, their bodies were covered with blood, as if they had perished together. Joes. When the buffalo saw Joes and others, he immediately shouted in surprise. Joes, it's me. I'm the buffalo, come and help me. This guy is Hidan from Shao organization, in Hokage, who can use Hidan, the immortal body that kills people with strange spells. What? Advertisement. The character of Fire, CBDD, Shadow. Damn it, caricaturist. Xia Yan has made Dad so miserable, and he still doesn't want to let him go? Go. Save the buffalo first. But be careful not to get hurt by this Hidan, this guy kills with blood. Everyone in the white group was startled by Buffalo's words, and at the same time an unspeakable ultimate anger surged into their hearts. As the saying goes, let people be spared, and Xia Yan's slaughtering practice is completely unacceptable to them. Led by Joes and Beasta, the group of white team leaders burst out at the same time, rushing towards Hidan with extreme speed. However, after the system has been strengthened once, Hidan's combat experience and ability have improved a lot compared to him in the Hokage comics. The moment he found these enemies, Hidan knew that he was afraid that he would not be able to escape, so he decisively focused all his attention on the buffalo who was under his control in front of him. Wow! Under the horrified gazes of Joes and the others, Hidan pierced his heart. If this scene falls in the eyes of people who don't know it, they will definitely feel inexplicable. Why did this person suddenly commit suicide? Ping! Under the ruthless siege of several people, Hidan couldn't even hold on for half a minute, and was pressed to the ground and chopped off his head. Send! But what he didn't expect was that Marco, Joe's Beasta and others were far more powerful than Buffalo, the captain of the 13th Division. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. He probably never thought that, as the son of the strongest Whitebeard in the world, he offered a reward of hundreds of millions of Bailey's powerful pirates, but he would die in the hands of such a small villain who was a supporting character in such a comic. But in the eyes of Joes, Marco and others who knew Hidan's specific abilities, this was an extremely terrifying scene. Deliver. Marco, Joes and the others were awakened by Hidan's laughter, and rushed towards Hidan with blood-red eyes. His head fell to the ground, and looking at his headless body not far away, Hidan panicked. I'm going. Lord Xia Yan, please help, I can't sew this seam without Kakuzu. Because they know that Hidan is immortal, and the people he locks up will be hurt just as much as he is. Hey. The voice fell, and the huge body of the buffalo fell to the ground weakly, with no breath on his body, but the boss's eyes were still full of shock and disbelief. Sensing the actions of Marco and the others, Hidan grinned and wanted to replicate the actions of beheading the buffalo a few times. Sure enough, as Hidan pierced his own heart, the buffalo's heart burst abruptly, and a lot of blood flowed out. Huh? It just so happens that Uncle Ben hasn't killed enough yet. You guys have brought it to your door? After completing the execution, Hidan laughed wildly, his body trembling violently. Buffalo's eyes widened in disbelief. I just died like this? Chapter 178. Uzumaki Naruto joins. The power of the tail beast, 4/5. Xia Yan. Seeing Hidan's head screaming, he just felt very tired. Didn't you just say so arrogantly that you want to pick off the entire Whitebeard pirates by yourself? Why are you calling for help now? What's even more irritating is that no matter how idiot this guy is, he is his subordinate. Xia Yan looked at the vortex Naruto's perspective, and then ordered, speed up, Hidan's second-hand provocation has been cleaned up by others, waiting for you to rescue. Peeved. That idiot. He scolded Hidan for being stupid, but Naruto's footspeed, but also abruptly accelerated. As Xia Yan said, Hidan and others have already lost their lives for killing Asuma. They have long since settled. Although their relationship is still not good, they're teammates anyway. If you are a teammate, you can only bully yourself, never let others fight. Whitebeard pirates, Moby DK. The buffalo is dead, it can't be saved. Joes checked the buffalo's body and shook his head helplessly. I might give him a little more life. Marco gritted his teeth and said, just let him breathe a sigh of relief like a dad, and then find Op fruit and save them both together. As he said that, the green flames of the phoenix emerged from his body, and he had to use his ability to forcibly save people's lives. But Joes grabbed his palm. Stop it, Marco. Yosh stared at Marco with solemn eyes. Don't you look at what you're like now. Just prolonging your father's life has consumed your life force for more than 10 years. If you continue to live your buffalo, you will really not long to live. But, Marco gritted his teeth, he was really unwilling to see his brother die so easily. Joes is right, Marco, Beasta and others also persuaded. Although it is not good to say that, as the captain of the first team, You are equivalent to the deputy captain of the Whitebeard pirates, and you are our backbone. Captain Joes is right, Captain Marco. Teach, who had no sense of existence, suddenly interjected. Besides, you are also the most powerful person among us. If something happens to you, what will we do? This. Well, let's deal with this guy first. Marco reluctantly gave up the idea of saving people and turned to look at Hidan, who fell to the ground. Hidan. Seeing that Marco and the others finally looked at him, he who had already been buried alive once panicked. You, don't be impulsive. Advertisement, Hidan said nervously. My uncle is immortal and will not be killed at all, and there are many people behind this uncle. Does Master Xia Yan know? If you dare to offend me. Ah. Hidan suddenly let out a shrill scream. It was Bista who pierced his palm with the sword in his hand. Even if the body is cut off and immortal, the pain is still there. Bista grinned and said, should I kill him directly, or throw him to the bottom of the sea like in the comics and let him enjoy the feeling of being submerged by the sea forever? Let's just throw it into the sea, Marco said in a deep voice. The ghost knows if there are other strong men under Xia Yan's command nearby. In order to prevent the knight from dreaming too much, let's deal with him first. Good. Diamond Joes immediately stepped forward, lifted Hidan's head and body with his only remaining hand, and threw it violently at the Moby DK. What? Hidan screamed again. It's over, it was buried alive before, is it going to be drowned by water this time? I would have known that I had listened to Xia Yan's words from the very beginning. If you could travel back to a few minutes ago, Hidan would definitely slap him back then, so that you wouldn't listen to Xia Yan's words and kill yourself. Boom. In despair, Hidan felt himself falling into a warm embrace. Okay. Hidan looked up and saw the familiar blonde hair. On the Moby DK, the faces of the white team leaders such as Marco and Joes changed slightly. I didn't expect that Hidan would really help. And they are very familiar with this helper. Boom. The blonde teenager landed on the deck. Noisy, how are you? Naruto showed a sunny smile to everyone present, and then threw Hidan with his head separated on the ground. What? Hidan screamed like a pig. Can't you be gentle? It hurts to fall like this. Shut up. It would be nice if I could save you. Naruto glared at Hidan, then looked at Marco. Master Xia Yan said that you are the doctor of the Whitebeard pirates, and your ability can save people. Please help me sew up Hidan's head and body. What did you say? Marco was immediately annoyed. Boy, don't think that you are the protagonist of Hokage. And it's not that we haven't watched Hokage. Although you can kill the corner, you are not much stronger than this Hidan. Advertisement, oh. Then try it, Naruto smiled playfully. It just so happened that Kurama completely agreed with me at the request of Lord Xia Yan, and I really want to try its power. For flowers. Bright clash. Joes suddenly burst into flames, and his figure turned into a streamer and rushed straight towards Naruto. The unbroken arm and half of his body turned into shining diamonds, gorgeous and shocking. In the original book, Joes used this trick to spit blood out of Aokiji and Crocodile in Summit War. It can be seen that its power is great, and even its speed is top-notch. But in the face of such a collision, Naruto did not evade, and suddenly the palm of a tailed beast chakra condensed out behind him. The moment this chakra palm appeared, Marco and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. Feeling the vicious and terrifying energy fluctuations on it, they knew that Naruto had borrowed the power of the tailed beast. And it is suspected to be the strongest 9 tails. Boom. Diamond Yoja's body collided with Chakra's palm. Feeling the tremendous force from the palm of the tailed beast chakra in front of him, Joes gritted his teeth, but fell into an extremely embarrassing scene. Has Uzumaki Naruto mastered the power of tailed beasts so well in the Hokage manga? Boom. First of all, he can't retreat. In this kind of competition of strength, the person who retreats first will definitely suffer a big loss. This scene fell in Joes' eyes, and he only felt extremely shocked. Damn. This guy used the power of a tailed beast to forcibly block my flashing impact. But he couldn't continue to attack, because he had cut off his arm in order to save Whitebeard from Gilgamesh and couldn't change his moves. This is the palm of the tailed beast chakra, and there is a blue chakra energy ball that is constantly rotating in the palm, exuding shocking energy fluctuations. In Marco's heart-piercing roar, Diamond Yoja's tall body was completely swallowed by the hurricane and explosion set off by Rasengan. Big. But he suddenly saw a huge chakra palm sticking out from behind Naruto. Just when he was stunned by the shock, the tailed beast chakra already grabbed Rasengan and pressed him down hard. In an instant, the air around the two of them burst, and the deck under their feet collapsed and shattered in an instant. Joes. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Hidan, who had been lying on the ground, was directly knocked into the air and smashed heavily on the guardrail of the Moby DK. It was not known if it was Naruto's deliberate revenge. In this way, he can only forcefully increase the force of the impact, trying to knock Naruto into the air first, and then find a suitable attack opportunity for himself, or wait for Marco and the others to help. The terrifying impact shot in all directions, forcing Marco and the others to retreat temporarily. Unfortunately, the reality does not allow Joes to do more thinking. Chapter 179. Hokage, Protagonist vs. Bite 1, 5/5. Boom. The cyclone and shock from the Rasengan explosion made the entire Moby DK shake violently. What happened to Joes? Can't see it. Observation Hockey can't feel it either. The energy fluctuations are too chaotic. Damn it. I knew all the characters in Xia Yan's comics were hiding their strengths. Uzumaki Naruto, the protagonist, is definitely not that strong in the comics. Those scumbags. Being hit by the hurricane and the impact of Rasengan, they retreated again and again, and Marco and the others stared at the center of the explosion angrily and anxiously. After more than 10 seconds, the smoke and fluctuation finally dissipated, and observation Hawkeye could finally perceive it normally. Hiss, the white team leaders all gasped. Joe's was rolling his eyes, and fell to the ground with blood all over his face. His body also cracked inch by inch, as if it was broken in a diamond-like state. They never imagined that, as a diamond fruit person, Uozhihua, who can be said to be invincible in defense of 497, would be killed by Uzumaki Naruto, a teenage brat. Damn. Save Joe's first. Marco was frightened in his heart, his arms suddenly turned into cyan flames, and the aura of the whole person skyrocketed in an instant. What? Spanning dozens or hundreds of meters in one breath, armament Hawkeye covered Marco's body like an armor. Boom. 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 Within a second, Marco and Chakra, the tailed beast behind Naruto, punched dozens of times in a row. Although he didn't have any advantage, he managed to push Naruto back a few steps. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the rest of the captains rushed forward. Want to support? Naruto, who noticed the movements of the Whitebeard pirate team leaders and gained a lot of combat experience, immediately seals the seal. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang. 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 Hundreds of Naruto appeared at the same time, followed by Rasengan in groups of 3 or 2. Be careful. Marco immediately exclaimed and reminded. It's a combination of multiple shadow clone technique and Rasengan. Don't get hit. The voice fell, and the group of shadow clone actually rushed towards the captain of the Whitebeard pirates at high speed while following Rasengan. Damn. Be careful. Unprepared, Sachi, Beasta and others could only release armament Hawkeye for defense. Boom. Rasengan erupted with an amazing impact, enough to flatten a small hill. Although Foil Beasta and the other white team leaders were not injured, they were knocked back again and again, their blood was surging, and their hearts were horrified. Are the moves used by shadow clones so powerful? Advertisement. A hole. Seeing that all his teammates were forced to retreat, Marco gritted his teeth, grabbed the unconscious Joes on the ground and was about to evacuate. But when he turned around, a huge fox face appeared out of thin air in front of him. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. The tailed beast inside Uzumaki Naruto, 9 tails. When did this guy get completely tailed? Isn't he afraid of losing control? Marco was so shocked that he even forgot to run away for the first time. After that, he heard a loud whistling sound, and the world turned upside down, and he was crushed under the body by the huge claws of 9 tails. Roar. 9 tails roared, a strange energy condensed in his mouth. Even if he had never seen such a move in the comics, Marco still felt the hairs stand up all over his body, and subconsciously covered his whole body with armament Hawkeye, like wearing a thick layer of armor. In the next second, a small-tailed beast bomb spewed out of 9 tails and flew towards Marco, who was pressed to the ground. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion resounded through the clouds, and the tailed beast bomb explosion released a terrifying shock that was enough to flatten everything. Marco and Joes were instantly swallowed by the explosion. The front end of the Moby DK was completely destroyed and turned into a fragmented ruin. Marco. Joes. The captains who had been repelled by Naruto before were all wide-eyed in shock. They never thought that the 2 most powerful captains of the Whitebeard pirates would seem to have no power to fight back in front of Uzumaki Naruto. Is this the protagonist of Hokage? Is this Uzumaki Naruto? This power is too terrifying. Captain Joes and Captain Marco will be fine, right? Blackbeard Teach asked, concerned. No, probably not. Sachi analyzed in a deep voice. Although the explosion is very powerful, Marco is a phoenix and Joes is a diamond, and it is estimated that at most, he is injured. The rest of the captains did not speak, but their faces were also very anxious. After more than 10 seconds, the residue of smoke and energy finally began to dissipate. Hush, Marco. Joes, Foil Beasta's face was incredible. I saw that both Joes and Marco had completely turned into blood and fell to the ground panting. Joes was abruptly woken up from the dizzy state, advertisement. And the culprit, the huge 9 tails demon fox, was looking at everyone present with those bloody pupils. Surrender. 9 tails' voice was like thunder. The old man's Jinchuriki is a kind and good boy, and he won't kill you. Damn. Fight with this monster. We are the Whitebeard pirates. How can we be afraid of you? Everyone, come on. Hearing that 9 tails wanted them and the pirates to surrender, the white team leaders headed by Foil Beasta felt insulted and charged at 9 tails again. It's a good group of humans, it's a pity. Looking at this group of guys who are not afraid of death, 9 tails' eyes flashed with admiration, but also with cruelty. He is a fierce beast, not a good man and a woman. A ball of energy several times larger than the tailed beast bomb just now suddenly appeared from 9 tails' mouth. That's... no, much bigger than that one. Foil Beasta's pupils shrank, and exclaimed loudly, withdraw, quickly dodge, quickly defend. However, the moment he shouted, the normal-sized tailed beast bomb in 9 tails' mouth flew out. Boom. A huge mushroom cloud rose up, and the terrifying impact was like a wild and ancient beast, and the entire Moby DK collapsed and shattered under this explosion. The ordinary pirates of the Whitebeard pirates were completely engulfed by the sea or shock in an instant. A group of captains are also very embarrassed to dodge again and again, but they can only support for a short time, and soon fall into the sea under this natural disaster-like offensive. 3.39 Tails stood steadily on the sea, with a horrified Hidan on his back. The power of 9 Tails is so terrifying, it's not on the same level as the Irway they killed. As if suddenly remembering something, Hidan's face darkened. Hey, Naruto boy, 9 Tails. You killed them all? What about my head and body? Don't worry, I didn't forget you. 9 Tails glared at the idiot Hidan, and then suddenly shot several golden chakra palms towards the sea from behind. Thump. Thump. Chakra grabbed several drowning figures in his palm and placed them on his back. Okay, don't worry about the others, if you die, you'll be cleaner. Xia Yan, who had been paying attention to Naruto's side, suddenly said, take the person to a nearby island, let him suture and treat Hidan, and then ask which sea area this is, and where the Whitebeard pirates came to. What is the sea doing? Chapter 180. Phoenix suits soft, north blue, 6 more, plus more. After walking on the sea for more than half an hour, 9 Tails finally found an uninhabited island. Boom. 9 Tails shook his shoulders and threw the group of people on his back to the ground. What? Hidan yelled again. 9 Tails, you damn B********, D, can't you just take it lightly? HMPH, since you are still immortal, you are actually afraid of pain? What a shame. 9 Tails snorted coldly, and the huge body slowly shrank, and soon revealed the original appearance of Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. I thought Kurama trusted me and could directly control the tailed beast, but it still failed. Humph. The old man is not a waste like 1 Tail. 9 Tails snorted coldly. If you want to control the complete 9 Tails tail beast transformation, you have to at least become stronger, but you can use 9 Tails chakra mode casually. Okay, I get it. Naruto scratched his head and giggled. Thank you. Humph. Nasty little brat. 9 Tails Tsunere snorted coldly, closed his eyes and started to sleep. At that moment, it thought that it was a pretty good way to get along with Naruto. 21. Uninhabited Island. Naruto looked at the figures of uneven heights that 9 Tails rescued in front of him, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Marco, who is a doctor, is inside. Wake up. Wake up. After about clearing up Marco's injuries, Naruto pushed Marco's body and tried to wake him up. Well, Marco groaned and slowly opened his eyes. What? The moment he saw Naruto's hateful face, Marco subconsciously exclaimed, and then a layer of blue flames instantly appeared on the surface of his body. But Naruto was already prepared, and directly raised the wind-style spiral shuriken that was spinning wildly in his hand. Don't be loud. Advertisement, Naruto said with a wicked smile. The destructive power of this move is quite terrifying. Even if you were a phoenix, it is not fun to resist this move. I advise you to listen to this B*********. D. Hidan's head gloated on the side and said, you can only survive thanks to that stinky fox's mercy. I see. Marco's face was very ugly, but in the end he did not act impulsively, and the green flames on his body slowly dissipated. Then he turned to look around. Although he was mentally prepared, Marco's heart twitched violently. Father Whitebeard, who is still in a coma, and Joes, Beasta, Sachi, Teach, and Izo who are seriously injured and unconscious. Including myself, the Whitebeard pirates have only 7 members left. What about the rest? Marco asked in a hoarse voice. Even if he had already guessed it, he still wanted to get a clear answer. They should all be drowned. Naruto looked at Marco with apologetic eyes. Sorry, Kurama hit too hard. Shout out. They're the enemy. What's wrong with the ruthless attack? 9 Tails said disdainfully in Naruto's body. Hurry up and heal that kid Hidan, and then complete the task given by Lord Xia Yan. Cough. That. Naruto coughed dryly and said embarrassedly, can you help Hidan heal? To be honest, it was too much for Naruto to almost destroy the family and let them help heal the wounds. However, what Naruto didn't expect was that Marco's reaction was not violent at all, even very calm. Marco closed his eyes and looked very tired. You gave us a hand, and it's nothing to help him heal. He was tired, really tired. He just wants to resurrect his father now, and he doesn't care about anything else, and he doesn't think about it, otherwise he will only be in deep pain forever, unable to extricate himself. Soon. With Marco's help, Hidan's head and body are stitched back together. Hidan waved the scythe in his hand and shouted excitedly, Undead Hidan, resurrect. Shout. This insane brat. Advertisement 9 Tails complained in Naruto's body. I didn't know who had their head cut off before, and I had to rely on you to save them. There's no idiot at all. Hey, Naruto smiled, but he didn't care about that. His injury has been healed. Marco asked in a deep voice, can I go with my people now? Wait a moment. Without waiting for Naruto to speak, Hidan waved his scythe in front of Marco and asked proudly. Lord Xia Yan asked. What are you Whitebeard pirates doing here, and which sea area is this? Do I have to say it? Marco's face was not very good looking. Of course. Hidan grinned and smiled playfully. I advise you not to ask for any tricks, just cooperate honestly, maybe Lord Xia Yan can give you a lot of benefits. What? Marco's eyes suddenly lit up. You said, Xia Yan will benefit me, really? Marco asked very eagerly, as if he wanted to confirm something. That. I should give it. 497 didn't expect that he just said casually. Marco actually took it seriously. Hidan couldn't help hesitating. This guy is really unreliable. Feeling helpless about Hidan's escape, Naruto immediately asked Xia Yan in his heart. No problem. Xia Yan disagreed, but said nonchalantly. The previous feud was all over when they took away Whitebeard with a broken arm. The two sides can only be said to be strangers. Well, I guess they will be enemies again after this time. But if he's willing to give in, it's not impossible to give him something. I see, Lord Xia Yan. Naruto looked up at Marco and chuckled. Lord Xia Yan said that as long as you are willing to be soft and tell everything you know, it is not impossible to give you something. Cough, although it's not good to say that, I can still trust Xia Yan's guarantee. As if the burden was lifted, Marco looked a lot easier, as if he was 10 years younger. This is North Blue. Marco's tone was very calm. I got the news that Op Fruit appeared in North Blue, so I want to come to seize Op Fruit and heal Dad's body that collapsed in the battle with Gilgamesh. This is the reason we escaped all the way from New World to North Blue. Chapter 181. Shocked Marco, personally shot, 1/5. North Blue Op Fruit. Hearing Marco's words, Xia Yan couldn't help but move. Counting the timeline, this should be when Trafalgar Law was taken by Corazon to find Op Fruit in the original book. In the original book, Sengoku's adopted son, Corazon, was killed by Doflamingo during this incident. And Luo got the Op Fruit, and then gradually grew into the famous pirate in the original book. It could be said that this was a turning point in their fortunes. But now, apparently an accident happened. The Whitebeard pirates actually want Op Fruit. What's wrong? Seeing that Naruto and Hidan didn't speak, Marco asked expectantly. I have already stated our purpose. Is Mr. Xia Yan willing to give me something? You wait a moment. Naruto smiled awkwardly at Marco. I'm inviting Lord Xia Yan. Marco nodded, but his heart was even more strange. How could Xia Yan communicate with his subordinates from such a distance? What a terrifying method. Lord Xia Yan, look. Naruto asked Xia Yan in his heart. As you say, it's no problem to help him, but I decide who to eat Op Fruit. Xia Yan said lightly. It's just an Op Fruit, to be honest, he doesn't really care about it. After all, he and I were both men who had undergone surgery for the ageless, and it would be useless to get Op Fruit again. As for the idea of eating Op Fruit and adding a new ability to herself, Xia Yan has never had it. Not to mention that the power of Op Fruit is far inferior to that of Rinnegan and Tenseigan. After eating it, it creates an Achilles heel for itself. Isn't it something only idiots do? Yes, I see. Naruto seemed relieved and looked up at Marco in surprise. Master Xia Yan agrees that the two of us have formed an alliance with you, but it is up to him to choose who eats the Op Fruit. Woo, that's fine. Unexpectedly, Xia Yan was so good at talking, and Marco somehow felt that he was not as hateful as before, even though his subordinates had just nearly wiped out the Whitebeard pirates. So, I hesitated a bit. Marco also said another thing he knew. A girl who is not old and has surgery, Marco said in a deep voice. I just need to use Op Fruit to save Dad, but Op Fruit can also do ageless surgery. You can tell Xia Yan about it. Surgery for immortality? Surgery for immortality? Advertisement. Naruto's face was a little weird, but he told Xia Yan what Marco said for the first time. Cough, this guy is really honest. Xia Yan's face was even weirder. He never thought that Marco would take the initiative to tell himself about the ageless surgery. Did this guy really let go of his hatred completely? To be honest, it would be a good thing if that were the case. Xia Yan believes that he is not a murderer. If Marco and the others are honest, he will naturally leave them a way out. However, ageless surgery or something has no meaning to him anymore. Lord Xia Yan said that he doesn't care about that. After receiving Xia Yan's reply, Naruto said lightly. Also, he said that he had undergone the surgery of immortality. What? How is it possible? Marco was taken aback and felt very unbelievable. Xia Yan actually had an ageless operation? When was it done? Why haven't they heard even the slightest bit of news? Lord Xia Yan said it was done in the world government. Seemingly predicting what Marco was thinking, Naruto continued to recite Xia Yan's words. He also said that there are many things in this world that you cannot understand. If you want to live in peace, it is best not to know too much. This is the best of. Marco. His shoulders were shaking violently. World government helped Xia Yan with ageless surgery? No wonder Xia Yan was still attacking the world government before, but inexplicably became the commander-in-chief of the entire army. There is such a secret in it. And, doesn't it mean that the world government no longer needs the surgery of aging? How many immortals are there in the world government? Are 5 elders immortal? Are there immortals in celestial dragons? Will the 20 kings 800 years ago live forever? If these people have lived for hundreds of years, how strong are they? Thinking of this possibility, Marco only felt chills all over his body. Were they actually fighting a group of immortal monsters before? How many secrets are there in this world that even the Whitebeard pirates don't know? World government, it's terrifying. Advertisement. Xia Yan, with her own strength, became a high-ranking ruler, turning her hands into clouds and covering her hands into rain, which is even more terrifying. Just when Marco and Naruto et al. Were on a desert island. Marines, pirates and people from the world government also acted. Among them, Marine led the old Admiral Sengoku and the new Admiral Akainu. The pirates are the Don Quixote pirates, who originally wanted to trade Op Fruit, but accidentally leaked the news. As for the world government, IM was not really interested in Op fruit, so he just randomly sent a member of CP9 to lead the team. What? Xia Yan was surprised at the phone bug. The world government sent Rob Lucci from CP9. Yes, what's the matter? IM was a little different, and didn't understand why Xia Yan had such a big reaction. Xia Yan sneered. The two people who killed Morgans, one was solved by me in the Holy Land Mary Joa, and the other almost forgot. This is Rob Lucci. IM. Those idiots, the 5 elders, can really make a mess. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Shout, they're just outsiders, and you're the most important. You can do it yourself. Naruto. Come on. Some couldn't stand the woman's gentle tone, so Xia Yan hung up the phone immediately, and then he sighed in relief. But, Rob Lucci from CP9. Xia Yan smiled playfully. CP9 is an organization under your command. IM said casually. It doesn't matter if you kill it directly. One of the people who killed Morgans in the first place. Let me ask, a woman who controls the whole world says to you in a gentle tone, I and this world belong to you. Yi Mu knew exactly what Xia Yan, Manuo Zhao, wanted to hear, and said softly in a gentle tone. Besides, you are the commander-in-chief of the entire army, and this world government and I originally belong to you. Do you dispose of your own subordinates? Isn't it justifiable? Yeah, does it really matter? Cough. I know, then I'll hang up first. Who can resist this? Even though Morgans had been reincarnated with Chengtu, Xia Yan still didn't plan to let this guy go. Xia Yan doesn't consider himself a saint, but he can't stand it anyway. However, it is only a small role in CP9. If Xia Yan is unhappy because of him, it will not be worth the loss. Xia Yan immediately contacted the two with an internal call. Can you use summoning and reverse summoning to bring me to Naruto? I will do it myself. 6 Ma Chapter 182. All parties gather, Desperate Luo and Corazon, 2/5. Summoning is a time-space ninjutsu. The reverse summoning technique is also the use of space-time ninjutsu. However, one of these two is to summoning the target from a certain location, and the other is to summoning himself to a certain location. And when these two places are the same, they can cross a super long distance in an instant. I see. Lord Xia Yan, Naruto and Jiraiya agreed at the same time. Then I saw Jiraiya quickly come to Xia Yan's side and perform the reverse summoning technique. Boom. Xia Yan only felt that her eyes were dark. When he opened his eyes again, the scene in front of him had already undergone earth-shaking changes. This is Mount Myoboku? Xia Yan asked curiously. That's right. This is where the Toad Sage is. Jiraiya laughed triumphantly. Then can I go directly to the world of Hokage via Mount Myoboku? Xia Yan asked again. This, of course not possible. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, and quickly explained. Mount Myoboku is now connected to the world of pirates, and even Naruto and I can't go back to the world of Hokage. That's it. Xia Yan was a little disappointed and didn't know when she would have the opportunity to travel across the world. At this point, Naruto asked in his heart, can I start summoning? Well, it's all right. Xia Yan nodded and said lightly. Good. On a deserted island, Naruto suddenly bit his finger and pointed to the ground. 510 revealed. Summoning technique. Boom. A toad with a size of 8 or 9 meters appeared in front of everyone's eyes, crushing the ground with its weight. Failed. Naruto gave a strange cry and hurriedly sent the toad back, and then summoning again. Call. A bigger toad appeared in front of everyone, as big as a tailed beast. Boy Naruto, why are you looking for this old man? The huge toad Wentai has a proud face. Is there another enemy that can't be beaten? I want the help of the old man. Haha, the old man knows that you can't leave me at all. Damn it. What are you talking about, Toad? I've grown up, I'm on my own. Seeing that he had failed again, Naruto felt even more embarrassed. Advertisement, what are you doing? Marco, who was helping Diamond Yoja and others, looked at Naruto and Toad Bunta speechlessly. Before, he also thought that the Naruto he saw was different from the manga, but now it seems that the two images overlapped perfectly, just as silly. It's nothing, just summoning. No time to talk to Marco. Naruto quickly sent Bunta Toad away, and then continued to perform summoning. Bang, 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 failed 3 or 4 times in a row. Just when Naruto, CBDD, was about to collapse, Nine Tails spoke up. Fool. Nine Tails scolded. Lord Xia Yan's strength is so terrifying, how could your chakra give in to summoning? What should we do then? Ming was dumbfounded. Humph. Idiot stinky boy, obviously your father is very smart. Nine Tails snorted coldly and lent the chakra to Naruto. Summoning now. Yeah, thank you, Kurama. Feeling the large number of tailed beast chakra that appeared on his body instantly, Naruto smirked and slapped his palm on the ground again. Boom. Smoke rose. A figure appeared out of thin air. Marco's pupils shrank suddenly, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. Uzumaki Naruto actually gave this terrifying man to summoning? Can a ninja do such a space-shifting thing? North Blue, Mignon Island. Dies Beryllus, the former Captain Marine, the original pirate Supernova and Marine undercover, father of the fallen Rear Admiral Drake. This guy is very lucky, he got the op fruit that I am specially released, and plans to sell it to the world government at a high price of several billion, making a big profit. However, his luck is actually very bad, because at least 3 or 4 behemoths that he can't afford to provoke also have their eyes on Op fruit. Click. Diaz Barrero's head was cut with silk thread by Doflamingo. Damn it, the Op fruit has been snatched away. With a gloomy face as if dripping with water, Doflamingo gritted his teeth. My little brother. What? Dover? Torpal asked eagerly, sniffing at the side. Chase. Doflamingo shouted fiercely. Yes, advertisement. Everyone in the Don Quixote Pirates respectfully took orders and set off excitedly. A minute later, a man in a black suit with a white dove on his shoulder appeared next to Diaz Barrero's body. A man has just died, and there are traces of flipping, and traces of being torn by silk threads. Don Quixote Doflamingo? Instantly judging what happened here and who did it, Rob Lucci's eyes flashed with joy. They probably haven't gotten the Op fruit yet, someone else stole the fruit first. The vast sea of snow. Ha ha. Corazon was running on the snow, gasping for breath, clutching the box containing the Op fruit in his hand and carrying Luo on his back. And there was blood flowing all the way under his feet, looking very terrifying. 10-11 a sharp hash. Luo's eyes were full of tears, and he firmly grasped Corazon's collar. Put me down, you're dead, don't you know? Boom. Luo's voice fell, and Corazon suddenly fell to the ground. Indeed, I can't run anymore. With a wry smile, Corazon took the heart-shaped Op fruit out of the box and put it in front of Luo. Eat it. You will be able to cure your disease in the future and become an excellent doctor. Without any hesitation, Luo ate the Op fruit in 2 or 3 mouthfuls. Then he put his little hand on Corazon and shouted desperately, healing, give me treatment, why is it useless? Such beauty, I am afraid I will never see it in my life. This is really over, Fufufu, you really let me down, stupid brother. I understand. Corazon was amused by Luoji, but felt even more sad in his heart. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Admiral, Akainu, World Government. He knew that this was something that Mr. Corazon valued very much, and that he had received so much favor from him, so he naturally had to give his life to repay it wholeheartedly. Seeing Luo was still crying while trying to heal himself, Corazon endured the severe pain and said in a deep voice, take it, this is an important document that can save Dressrosa, and you must hand it over to Marine. This is better than me. Life is more important, do you understand? Doflamingo sneered and put classified documents into Kabuto. What shocked them was that 2 more figures slowly emerged from the other 2 directions. Peeved ha ha ha. Luo, you are so funny, it's not magic. An emotion called panic flashed across the faces of Corazon and Luo at the same time. Luo, listen to me, however, one hand took the confidential documents in Corazon's hand from the rear. Luo gritted his teeth and felt extremely sad, but he still immediately reached out to pick up the confidential documents in Corazon's hands. Immediately afterwards, a very familiar laughter sounded from behind. Looking at these 2 extremely oppressive figures, and then looking at Doflamingo standing in front of them, Corazon and Luo were completely desperate. Chapter 183. Hit you with a hair. 3/5. Baifuyao, what about Op fruit? Doflamingo looked down at Corazon condescendingly and asked with a sneer. 8. Corazon opened his mouth. Sure enough, you can speak. Doflamingo's face instantly became very ugly. His eyes then turned to Luo, who was being protected by Corazon in his arms, and Doflamingo couldn't help sneering. If Lousy guessed right, Op fruit was eaten by this kid Luo. Corazon hesitated and finally nodded. They were both completely caught, and there was no point in concealing them. At this time, Akainu and Lucci also came over. What's the situation? Akainu asked with a cold face. Pow pow pow, I have to ask my good brother. Doflamingo sneered and told the story of the Op fruit being eaten. Akainu was shocked when he heard this. Damn you. Akainu glared at Corazon and roared loudly. How dare you give such an important devil fruit to an ignorant kid? You are so bold. Red Akainu Admiral. Corazon struggles to tell Akainu his identity as Marine's undercover agent. But before he could open his mouth, Doflamingo, who was already prepared, kicked out. Boom. Corazon was kicked tens of meters away, and fell to the ground in an embarrassed manner, with a sigh of, wow, and a mouthful of blood. Mr. Corazon, unexpectedly, Doflamingo would suddenly make a move. Luo exclaimed that he was about to rush to save people, but was easily controlled by Doflamingo with a few silk threads and could not move. Doflamingo, what do you mean now? Akainu glared at Doflamingo and asked, aren't you the one who wanted to snatch the Op fruit power from Marine? Boohoo, can't it? Lousy found a man first. Doflamingo sneered and pulled Luo to his side. Ageless surgery was very important to him, and he didn't want to be taken away by Marine. Advertisement, humph. Akainu snorted coldly, burning hot magma on his body. The faces of the Don Quixote pirates changed slightly, and they subconsciously retreated to a safe distance. On the other hand, Rob Lucci didn't seem to care about the 2 who were about to go to war, and he even reminded him. With all due respect, Akainu Admiral, even if this person is taken away by you, he cannot join Marine, he wants to join the world government. Go to Lousy. Hearing Lucci's words, Akainu directly transformed into an irritable brother. If the 5 elders come and say this, it's more or less the same, you are also worthy of a pawn? What? Lucci's face instantly gloomy as if dripping water. But he didn't dare to get angry, because he couldn't beat Akainu, the Marine Admiral who controlled the magma. Damn it. If only he had the strength of Manga Artist, Xia Yan or those ninjas and heroic spirits, he must slap the face of this Akainu. Thinking like this, several figures suddenly appeared at the border of Lu Qi's line of sight. Okay. Lu Qi subconsciously narrowed his eyes, trying to see who was coming. Doflamingo, Akainu and others were also attracted by Lu Qi's actions, and turned their heads to follow his gaze. B. Torpal's eyes widened in horror. Caricaturist, Xia Yan? Uzumaki Naruto, the protagonist of Hokage, Shao Organization, Hidan, and Marco, the phoenix of the Whitebeard pirates? Are you dreaming? In fact, let alone a small character like Torpal. Even Akainu's eyes stared at him in shock. What happened? Naval headquarters obviously did not receive the news of Xia Yan leaving Sabadi Archipelago. How could he appear in North Blue out of thin air? And the first team leader of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco the Phoenix, why is he with Xia Yan? Aren't they enemies? As for Hidan and Naruto, they were completely ignored by Akainu. In his eyes, this is a very average character in Hokage. Even Naruto, who is the protagonist of the comic, is just a weak person at this time. Sakazuki, Doflamingo, Xia Yan raised her hand to greet several people. Well, hello Mr. Xia Yan, Doflamingo responded with a stiff face. Akainu did not respond to Xia Yan, but the hot magma that emerged from his body dissipated instantly, which also showed his attitude. Advertisement asked for flowers. Mr. Xia Yan? Luo, who was controlled by Doflamingo's silk thread, raised his head and looked at Xia Yan in surprise. He never thought that his favorite cartoonist would appear here. Will he save me? Will he be my Encore Zone's hope? Under Luo's expectant gaze, Xia Yan walked towards Rob Lucci step by step. Gollum. Lu Qi subconsciously swallowed his saliva, then quickly took a few steps back, his head lowered and he didn't dare to look at Xia Yan. You were the one who killed Morgans, right? Stopping in front of Lu Qi, Xia Yan asked lightly. Boom. Hearing the name, Morgans, Lu Qi's brain immediately exploded. He was all too familiar with this name, after all, it was the first Admiral Powerhouse he had successfully assassinated. Even if he is only an assistant, it is a great achievement. Before Xia Yan attacked the world government to kill the real murderer, and resurrected Morgans, Lu Qi was afraid every day and couldn't sleep peacefully, for fear that Xia Yan would come to seek revenge for him. It wasn't until after a long time that he was relieved to see that Xia Yan didn't seem to care about his small role at all. However, it's finally here. Looking at Barry's head worth 5.1 billion close to him, Lu Qi gritted his teeth and his eyes were blood red. If you want to try it, can't you fight back, or kneel down and beg for mercy, hoping that he will spare his life? Lu Qi's brain was running fast, and his heart was both fearful and tangled. The next second, Xia Yan saw him raise his right hand and stretched it out to his head. Puff. Puff. Lu Qi's heart beat faster and faster, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. Taste. Lu Qi's scalp suddenly went numb. Under his astonished gaze, Xia Yan raised his hand and only plucked a hair from his head. It's your hair. Xia Yan smiled gently and said, I will use this hair as a weapon to fight you. If you can break this hair, take it away or shoot it down from my hand, then I will kill Morgans. Don't pursue it, how about it? Duh. Chapter 184. You lied to me? Akainu complained. The Golden Buddha is coming, 4/5. Hearing that Xia Yan said that he would fight himself with a piece of hair, Rob Lucci was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but be ecstatic. A twist. Who is he? CP9's strongest killing weapon for hundreds of years. The strongest in the world government's spy agency for 790 years. Yes, Xia Yan is indeed a supermonster with a reward of 5.1 billion berry, and he is definitely not his opponent. But if it's just one hair, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Are you serious? Lu Qi suppressed his excitement and looked at Xia Yan cautiously. A big man like you shouldn't lie to me, right? Of course. Xia Yan smiled slightly, and I will not use armament hockey or other means to enhance the hardness of the hair. Do you have any other questions? No, I'm very satisfied. Lu Qi licked the corner of his mouth and said excitedly. Then let's start straight away. Good. Xia Yan agreed casually. At this moment, suddenly remembering that there are more important things, Xia Yan glanced sideways at Doflamingo. If you dare to touch him, you will die. The words fall. Naruto and Hidan stepped out at the same time, staring at Doflamingo. The Phoenix Marco is even more bright, staring straight at Luo. This is the op fruit ability? Forehead. After being verbally warned by Xia Yan and being stunned by so many strong men, Doflamingo's whole body became stiff and his face was extremely ugly. On the other hand, Luo's little face became bright and vivid in an instant. He saw hope. Whatever Xia Yan's attitude towards him is definitely 100 times better than being taken away by Doflamingo. What the hell is this guy Xia Yan thinking? Akainu looked suspiciously at Xia Yan who was standing opposite Lu Qi. He could vaguely guess that Xia Yan was trying to avenge Morgans by humiliating and even killing Rob Lucci. But with a hair? Not armament hockey yet? Akainu knew that Xia Yan was a strong man standing on the top of the sea, but he didn't think that the other party could do such appalling things. Rob Lucci is no soft persimmon. Just as he thought about it, Rob Lucci moved. Do not. Rob Lucci shouted violently and stepped on the ground dozens of times, bursting out with astonishing speed. At the same time, his index finger and middle finger were close together, like a finger sword, stabbing towards Xia Yan's palm, holding the hair at high speed. Marine 6 styles. Xia Yan smiled playfully, patted her palm upwards, and aimed at Lu Qi's fingers with her hair. Is this guy an idiot? How did the amazing 5.1 billion bounty come from? Advertisement. Seeing that Xia Yan actually pointed her finger pistol with her hair, Lu Qi just thought it was outrageous. If he hadn't known that Xia Yan was a decisive powerhouse, he would have almost thought that the other party was deliberately letting him go. Wow! There was a strange sound of something piercing into the body. Under Lu Qi's astonished gaze, his fingers that could pierce through steel were actually pierced by that hair. Impossible. Looking at his fingers that were already bleeding, feeling the clear stinging pain, Lu Qi's eyes widened. The boss felt extremely unbelievable. Without armament Hawkeye, how could a hair have such hardness? Roar! Lu Qi suddenly roared, and his body suddenly swelled and became bigger, turning into a sturdy human-shaped leopard. Zone, cat fruit panther form. This is Rob Lu Qi's biggest reliance, and even an ordinary marine vice admiral in this state is not necessarily his opponent. Bang! 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 Lu Qi came out with his hands and feet, and attacked the hair in Xia Yan's hand like crazy. Xia Yan didn't dodge either, holding up her hair like a target and letting him attack. With the increase of Zone Devil Fruit, Lu Qi's strength and speed have increased. But what made him feel desperate was that even though he had been hit hundreds of times, that hair was not even damaged at all. Damn, Xia Yan absolutely did something, he lied to himself. Suddenly realizing this, Lu Qi immediately changed his attack target. As Xia Yan said before, as long as he can shoot down his hair, he will win. And Xia Yan also said that he doesn't need armament Hawkeye, which means he doesn't have any defense. Tempest Kick. Lu Qi drank in a low voice, and the leopard's feet were covered with a layer of vacuum slash, and went straight to Xia Yan's wrist. In the original book, he could even completely split a building with one foot. Faced with such a severe blow, Xia Yan's expression did not change at all. He just slowly raised his hand to stab his hair forward, and at the same time said softly, leopard fur. Real name Liberation. The blood-red texture instantly covered the surface of the hair. Laugh. The hair easily broke through the vacuum slash of Lu Qi's foot, and pierced directly into his calf. Lu Qi's body instantly froze in place, and he didn't move, and the kicked right leg couldn't fall. What's wrong? Akainu, who was watching the battle from the side, said differently. I was just stabbed once, so I wouldn't have such a big reaction, would it? The voice just fell. Lu Qi's body suddenly disintegrated, turning into large pieces of debris scattered in the air. Boom! Lu Qi's head fell to the ground, but he didn't disintegrate immediately like his body, and he still had a breath. Advertisement. You're lying. Lu Qi stared at Xia Yan unwillingly. You lied to me, saying that Hawkeye and other means are not needed to strengthen this strand of hair. Ah, yes, I just lied to you. Lifting his foot and stepping lightly on Lu Qi's head, Xia Yan chuckled. Who told you to deceive Morgans with a fake identity? You kill him once, I kill you once, you lie to him once, and I lie to you once. I am the most fair person. Talk down. Xia Yan stomped lightly on her feet. Wow. Lu Qi's head turned into flying ashes and completely disintegrated into slag. This. Akainu's boss stared in shock. He couldn't understand how Lu Qi died. It was incredible. Doflamingo's back was completely soaked in cold sweat, and he even wondered if he would let Luo immediately run away, and his survival rate would be higher. Okay, so strong. Luo stared blankly at Xia Yan, his eyes full of longing and admiration. Is this caricaturist Xia Yan? Corazon and I are really saved. Akainu coughed dryly and asked curiously, how did you kill him? A knight does not die with his bare hands. Without hiding it from Akainu, Xia Yan threw away the strand of hair and said lightly, as long as I catch anything, it can become my noble phantasm, which is much easier to use than armament Hawkeye. Cough. Is it really the noble phantasm from FYZ? Akainu clicked his tongue secretly, remembering the broken black knife that slashed naval headquarters. From now on, that should be the effect of this. Knights do not die with their bare hands. As a Marine Admiral, I really can't stand this kind of evil. Why don't you and I join forces and take this gift completely? Besides, you Marines and world government are not the same way. Doflamingo stared at Akainu in amazement. As this thought appeared in his heart, a heart-piercing, familiar roar suddenly sounded behind him. But Luo, who was controlled by the silk thread, seemed to be enlightened, and suddenly shouted. That's right, I testify. This guy Doflamingo also wants to kill the undercover officer Marine sent to the Don Quixote pirates. He wants to be right. Marine is bad. Akainu's heart trembled violently. Before, the world government, Marine, and the pirates were clearly the three parties who scrambled for the Op fruit ability. Everyone has their own abilities. Rob Lu Qi was smashed by Xia Yan. You didn't even give a fart. What? Marine undercover. The sound was like thunder, and the golden Buddha descended from the sky. Suddenly, Akainu raised his finger sharply and pointed at Doflamingo, and said in a deep voice, Chief Master Xia Yan, Pirate Doflamingo is fighting against Marine and the world government, trying to snatch the important Op fruit ability and take it for himself. The Don Quixote pirates actually have an undercover agent that Marine Admiral doesn't even know about. How high is the other party's level? Doflamingo, heroic spirits are terrifying. Doflamingo UB *****. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. What 3.3 stuff? Xia Yan is scary. Chapter 185. Luo's request, Nine Tails Chakra Mode, 5/5. The Golden Buddha came, with the feeling of ultimate oppression. The terrifying conqueror's haki crushes Doflamingo like a god. Doflamingo's face changed slightly, and he immediately released his haki. Boom. Pile up. The void was instantly covered with purple-red lightning, rolling down towards the ground. In an instant, the surrounding earth for hundreds of meters burst into dense cracks. Well, Doflamingo's throat was sweet, bloody aura surge, and the whole person involuntarily took a few steps back. In Conqueror's Haki's crash, he was completely run over by Sengoku. The people of the Don Quixote pirates were even more embarrassed. They were either directly stunned, rolled their eyes and lost consciousness, or fell to the ground in pain and howled. Boom. The Golden Buddha fell back to his original state, and Sengoku rushed towards Corazon eagerly. Rosinante, are you alright? Small things. Seeing the appearance of Sengoku, 21 silk ecstasy flashed in Corazon's eyes, but his tone was very weak. I just feel a little tired. Damn, after a little inspection, it was found that Corazon's injury was not fatal, but it was quite serious, and Sengoku's eyes suddenly turned blood red. It's about a minute or two from the medic on the shore. Can Rosinante survive the bumps? That. I can help. Marco stood behind Sengoku and said hesitantly. Sengoku turned to look at him in astonishment. Whitebeard Pirates, Marco the Phoenix? Yes, it's me. Marco smiled and said, you should know that I am the ship doctor of the Whitebeard Pirates. I can treat him? This. Sengoku hesitated. To be honest, he doesn't trust Marco very much. After all, the other party is a big pirate with a bounty of more than 1 billion berry, and he has a lot of friction with Marine. However, Xia Yan spoke up. Don't worry, I guarantee Marco won't do anything. Good. With Xia Yan's assurance, Sengoku immediately felt relieved. Advertisement, but he still held Marco's palm solemnly. Please, he is the son of the old man, and it is really very important to the old man. Good. Marco agreed with his mouth, and was very surprised. He had only ever seen Admiral Sengoku with a monstrous haki on the battlefield, and it was the first time he had seen him so tender. Especially the word, son, completely touched the tenderness in Marco's heart. Hey my brother is really incredible. Doflamingo sneered suddenly. To have such a good relationship with Marine Admiral, I really underestimate you, Corazon. Humph. Shut up. Akainu released the magma and burned the silk thread that controlled Luo, and shouted coldly. Get out of here, Doflamingo. You let Lousy get away. Doflamingo's face turned cold, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Do you know that Lousy is a god? Lord Xia Yan. Open black lens bracket cartoonist close black lens bracket Lord. Luo, who was unshackled, suddenly interrupted Doflamingo's words and shouted. I'm Luo. I'm an op fruit. As long as you can help me teach this damn Doflamingo a lesson, I will definitely repay you in the future. Damn brat. Doflamingo's face changed dramatically. Akainu doesn't look good either, but he wants to recruit Luo and a Marine to train him well. On the other hand, Xia Yan's eyes lit up, and the look in Luo's eyes was immediately pleasing to the eye. Yes, you have eyesight. I like a boy like you who knows the current affairs and is a handsome boy. Xia Yan praised Luo without hesitation. Then he glanced at Doflamingo contemptuously, and waved his palm lightly. Naruto. Xia Yan commanded lightly, beat him. Good. Lord Xia Yan. Naruto burst out laughing. Kurama. Humph. I know you want to use the power of this old man. Kurama Tsunere complained, but he still borrowed his power for the first time. A golden light appeared on the surface of Naruto's body, making him look like a god. What, Naruto, the protagonist of Hokage? Damn, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Seeing that Naruto actually used his own moves that he had never seen in the comics, Doflamingo couldn't help but grit his teeth. He wanted to make a move, but when he saw Xia Yan who was staring at him, he couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. Advertisement, and just after such a hesitation, Naruto has already made his move. Massive Rasengan. Naruto shouted, and a crazy blue chakra energy ball suddenly appeared in his palm. This ability fell in Doflamingo's eyes, and it was actually very familiar. He had seen it more than once in the comics. But it's definitely not that big. This is at least dozens of times bigger than the Rasengan in the comics. A palm-sized Rasengan can blast through a small hill. How terrifying is the power of these dozens of times larger Rasengans? Feeling the terrifying wind pressure and energy fluctuations of the blue energy ball, Doflamingo resisted the fear in his heart and raised his hands to face the air. Spider's web. Doflamingo roared and released dense silk threads, forming a dense defensive barrier like a spider web in midair. In the original book, his move was enough to easily block the full-strength punch of the protagonist Luffy before he opened the fourth gear 510. Doflamingo let out a low roar that didn't resemble human, and fell to the ground with a soft knee, but released a lot of silk threads from his hands, trying to continue to strengthen the defense of the spider web. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. How could you be defeated by such a teenage stinky brat? In an instant, the ground beneath Doflamingo's feet shattered. Doflamingo, the invincible in his mind, almost drove Corazon to death. Must stop. With the crisp, click sound, he didn't know how many bones were broken in his body, and blood spurted wildly from his mouth. But in the next second, the spider web completely collapsed. He's the celestial dragon's aloof. Boom. This scene fell into the eyes of young Luo, and he only felt a deep shock and inconceivable. He is a born king with king's qualification, massive Rasengan, whirling wildly, slammed into the web that Doflamingo had woven with his abilities. He was easily defeated by the protagonist of Hokage, a boy who was not a few years older than himself. Boom. Doflamingo growled like crazy. Doflamingo was smashed to the ground by Rasengan's terrifying force. Even the ground beneath Doflamingo was torn apart by the impact of the massive Rasengan explosion, and the cracks spread rapidly in all directions. Chapter 186. Whitebeard is dead. More 6 more, wow. Doflamingo continued to vomit blood, and his whole body was embedded in the ground. Huh? Are you still conscious? Realizing that Doflamingo hadn't been dealt with by his massive Rasengan, Naruto smirked. Just in time to test out a new trick I just researched. With that in mind, Naruto quickly closed the seal. Bang. 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 Thousands of shadow clone will not be able to drain the surrounding water, to achieve the effect of a sea of people. Large jade spiral Dolian pills. Naruto let out a low drink, and the dense massive Rasengan instantly appeared in the hands of each of his clones. Thousands of Rasengans that are dozens of times bigger are crowded together. From a distance, it seems like a thick city wall is formed by massive Rasengan. This is too scary. Seeing that Naruto made such a terrifying scene, Akainu was immediately terrified. Xia Yan had completely defeated Doflamingo's defense with just one massive Rasengan and destroyed the entire land. Now that thousands of massive Rasengans come out, isn't it going to blow up an island directly to ashes? Could it be that this protagonist, who he didn't like before, actually had destructive power comparable to ancient weapon? Under Akainu's nervous gaze, Naruto, who was about to make his final attack on Doflamingo, suddenly coughed. Bang. 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 The explosion sounded one after another, and Naruto's shadow clone exploded into a cloud of smoke one by one. Thousands of massive Rasengan disappeared in a few breaths, even Nine Tails' chakra mode completely disappeared. What's going on? Have I run out of chakra? Ah, Kurama, what are you doing to recycle all the chakra? Checking his body with a bewildered face, and discovering that Nine Tails did the trick, Naruto immediately shouted madly. Nine Tails' face turned black, and he scolded, "Idiot kid, with such a terrifying move, are you planning to attack everyone present?" What? Naruto was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously looked back at Xia Yan, who was looking at him with a smile, and his body shuddered. He almost forgot that there were a group of people beside him. If his move just now is completely unleashed, the island will probably be completely destroyed, and Master Xia Yan and the others will be attacked by themselves. Fortunately, Nine Tails stopped himself in time. Inwardly thanking Nine Tails, Naruto smirked and turned his head. Lord Mo Yan, I have finished teaching this guy. Well done. Xia Yan praised Naruto with a chuckle. Then he looked at Luo, who was not far away, and asked, "How is it? Are you satisfied?" Full. No, not satisfied. Luo's words were somewhat contradictory and seemed to be hesitating. But in the end he gritted his teeth and said, "This guy almost killed Mr. Corazon, but it's too cheap to just beat him." Well, what you said makes sense. Xia Yan nodded in agreement. Looking at Doflamingo, who was seriously injured and lying at the bottom of the pit, Xia Yan showed a playful smile. Did you hear? People are not satisfied. Bye pie. I didn't learn anything else well, but it's really good to be ruthless. Doflamingo smiled grimly, but without any hesitation, he raised his hand and stuck his right arm with a silk thread. Click. Blood flows like a spring. Under Luo's horrified gaze, Doflamingo cut off his own arm with silk thread. Advertisement: the strong man breaks his wrist. This scene fell into the eyes of Marco, who was treating Rosinante's wounds, and he couldn't help feeling a little emotional. There is really no strong man in the sea who can be Xiaomin. Satisfied, Luo? Doflamingo asked with a pale face. Full. Satisfied. Seemingly frightened by Doflamingo's sternness, Luo nodded hurriedly, without making any more excessive conditions. Hey. Doflamingo sneered, but he was extremely aggrieved and depressed. The brother who betrayed was not killed. The important information of Dressrosa is estimated to be taken away by Marine. Op Fruit didn't get it. I even broke a hand. This is simply to lose the wife and lose the army. The unlucky mother opens the door to the unlucky, and the unlucky home. After a while, emergency treatment is over, save your life. Marco got up sweating profusely and said in a deep voice. Well, thank you very much, Phoenix. Sengoku thanked him with a complicated expression. To be honest, a big pirate with a bounty of more than 1 billion Baileys saved a marine's life, which is also fantastic enough. Bo, can we go? Doflamingo asked with a sneer. Go away. If it weren't for you being the new 7 warlords of the sea, I would have burned you to ashes for what you did today. Akainu stared at Doflamingo with disgust, like he was looking at a piece of garbage. Doflamingo's forehead bulged and his only fist clenched, but he finally held back. If you want to become a big man, you must endure. However, before he left, Xia Yan spoke again. Leave that little girl with me. What? Doflamingo looked at Xia Yan in astonishment, not understanding what he was talking about. Just this little girl. Xia Yan pointed to the juvenile baby 5 who fell to the ground and was stunned by Sengoku with Conqueror's Haki. Guy Doflamingo glared at Xia Yan fiercely and was extremely angry. Is that human being? He was utterly defeated, he broke his hand and got nothing, and you still want to rob Laozi's crew? Why don't you just kill Laozi with a neat knife? Thinking like this, Doflamingo found that Naruto and Hidan were staring at him with bad eyes. Doflamingo. Thinking of the massive Rasengan who easily defeated his strongest defensive move just now, he couldn't help shivering. Endure it. These are the hardships that must be experienced to become a great man. Softly comforting himself in his heart, Doflamingo showed an ugly smile to Xia Yan. Hey. It's just a useful tool anyway, she'll give it to you. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Xia Yan to respond, Doflamingo pulled up a group of his subordinates and quickly evacuated towards the distance. It's over. Advertisement. Luo dumbfoundedly watched Doflamingo's back running away like a dog, and a tear fell from the corner of his eye. He didn't die, and he ate op fruit, which can cure terminal illnesses. Mr. Corazon was not dead either. This is simply the best ending for him. Mr. Xia Yan, Chief Master. At this time, Sengoku and Marco walked over to Xia Yan at the same time, and they seemed to have something to look for Xia Yan. You speak first. After the Baitwan was almost destroyed, Marco became attached to a lot of Buddhism and had no plans to compete with Sengoku. Thank you. Sengoku thanked him, a look of confusion flashing across his eyes. He felt that Marco's attitude was not quite right compared to usual, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Unable to think of it, Sengoku asked Mo Yan directly, Chief Mo Yan, what are you going to do with Trafalgar Law after eating op fruit? Of course, let him follow you to do Marine. By the way, bring that baby 5 and give it to Momosagi and Crane Vice Admiral to train. Xia Yan directly stated his plan. He didn't want to keep the two little kids by his side. Sengoku couldn't help but be ecstatic. If you can bring Luo, who is an op fruit capable, back to the Marine camp for training, maybe there will be a Vice Admiral or even an Admiral-level powerhouse in more than 10 years. As for the baby 5 of the Don Quixote family, it's just a bonus, just hand it over to the Crane. Thinking of the importance of op fruit, Sengoku couldn't help but ask worriedly. The world government seems to have demand for op fruit, right? I'll just take people away, will it? Don't worry. Xia Yan smiled lightly. When the 5 elders ask, you can just tell them what I said, and see if they dare to say anything more. Then thank you so much, Commander Xia Yan. Sengoku complimented Xia Yan with thanks and gratitude, but he was extremely astonished and shocked in his heart. Is it true that he is a big man who stirred the world with his own power? Op fruit, this baby who can make the whole world go crazy, say no. If nothing else, just talk about this courage. Sengoku believes that there is no one in this sea that can compare to Xia Yan. The former, lead as, One Piece Roger can't either. After chatting with Xia Yan for a few more words, Sengoku and Akainu left with Luo and BABU-5. The operation was definitely a bonanza for Marine and a boost to the bombing of naval headquarters. Dad is dead. Whitebeard's neck was easily twisted by Xia Yan. Marco is sorry. What did you say? What is Mo Yan doing? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Marco looked at Xia Yan in disbelief. He never thought that a big man like Xia Yan would go back on his words. Whoa. I saw that Xia Yan opened the Mangekyo Sharingan and pulled out the Whitebeard that had been stored in the Kamui space. Looking at Sengoku's back, Marco said in a very low voice. Luo is too young to be able to heal his wounds with op fruit, and Dad's wounds can't be healed either. Then he heard Xia Yan say, I have a way to treat Whitebeard myself, and it's very convenient, and I don't need op fruit at all. What? Then, under Marco's shocked and disbelieving gaze, Xia Yan suddenly grabbed Whitebeard's neck. Xia Yan looked at him very differently. When did I say I would use op fruit to heal Whitebeard? Are Xia Yan's words true or false? Marco stared blankly at Whitebeard and Xia Yan in front of him. Chapter 187. Outsider's Rinne Tensai Technique, 1/5. The simple truth that people will die if they are killed does not actually apply here to Xia Yan. But Marco didn't know that. Seeing that his father's neck was suddenly twisted by Xia Yan, he immediately rushed towards Xia Yan like crazy. Xia Yan *****D. Marco growled, and a large amount of green flames ignited on his body. Humph. Stop. Want to take a shot at Lord Xia Yan? Pass our level first? Although Naruto and Hidan didn't quite understand what was going on, they followed Xia Yan's instinct and chose to shoot without hesitation. Boom. The scythe in Hidan's hand slammed into Marco's stomach. Naruto even shot two-tailed beast chakra tails from behind, knocking Marco to the ground. Marco spurted blood from his nose and mouth, and although he couldn't move, he was still full of anger and struggled desperately. Whitebeard is the only meaning of his survival. In order to save Whitebeard, he doesn't even care about the deaths of other captains of the White Corps. Now that Whitebeard is killed, he naturally runs wild. Hey, don't be impulsive, Whitebeard isn't dead yet. Looking at the phoenix that seemed to have rabies, Xia Yan couldn't help but be speechless. Does he look so untrustworthy? If nothing else, just with his strength, if he really wants to kill Whitebeard, he needs to do so much detour. Malor was stunned when he heard the words, but regained his composure a little, and asked subconsciously, you said that father is not dead? Nonsense. Xia Yan rolled her eyes. Marco immediately sighed in relief. I'm sorry, I was too impulsive just now, please treat Dad quickly. Treatment is definitely going to be cured, but I'm a little unhappy right now, being misunderstood or something. Looking at Marco playfully, Xia Yan's words were full of hints. Marco quickly understood something, and immediately broke free from Naruto's restraints and slammed his head on the ground. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been impulsive and rude to you. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted your words. Right. Apologize and kowtow. Marco is also a real man, for fear that Xia Yan would not treat Whitebeard because of his impulsiveness just now. He just knocked over 100 heads, his head was broken, and he has no plans to stop. Well, not bad, enough sincerity, I'm very satisfied. Satisfied with Marco's attitude, Xia Yan stopped wasting time, her eyes suddenly turned into weird lavender spirals. Hey, these eyes. Naruto and Hidan looked at Xia Yan's eyes in astonishment, they both could feel the shocking pupil power from these eyes. Advertisement, it feels more terrifying than Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Marco also sensed the horror of Rinnegan, and immediately became nervous and anticipating. Under the gazes of several people, Xia Yan's pupil power suddenly poured out like crazy. Outside Rinne Tensai technique, Xia Yan let out a low drink, and instantly summoned a ferocious-looking Hades. Open black lens bracket outside Rinne Tensai technique, close black lens bracket. This is Rinnegan's ability to revive the dead. In the original book, Nagato used this trick to revive all the people who were killed in Konoha Village. However, despite the good effect of this trick, the price is quite astonishing, that is, the user's life. But, for Xia Yan, this is naturally not a price. Under Ain's transformation, he has infinite life. Whether it is 8 inner gates or Rinne Tensai, he has almost no burden and wear and tear to use. Wow! The king of hell suddenly opened his bloody mouth and spit out 2 souls. One of the souls returned to Whitebeard. Another soul lost its body, so it got into the body of a nearby mouse. I'm not dead. Rob Lucci looked around in astonishment, a flash of ecstasy in his eyes. But then a voice sounded from above his head, but it made him feel like he was in an ice cellar. Oops. I didn't expect that Rinne Tensai technique is a range technique, and you were resurrected together. Should you say you were lucky, or are you too unlucky? Looking down at the mouse with Lucci's soul, Xia Yan smiled playfully and kicked his A. Like a shooting star, Lucci flew thousands of meters away, was kicked half paralyzed, and fell into the sea with a thump. Woo, Lucci struggled desperately, but he was a human before, and he was not used to the body of a mouse at all, and naturally he couldn't swim. It didn't take long for him to be completely submerged by the sea, once again dying of despair. This time, no one will revive, CBDD, him again. The other side. Whitebeard's eyelids flickered suddenly. Dad! Marco's eyes widened in surprise, shouting Whitebeard's name aloud. Well, Whitebeard frowned, suddenly opened his eyes suddenly, and looked around in confusion. After a long time, he finally woke up a little and asked in confusion, Isn't the old man killed by Gilgamesh? No. No, Dad, you were saved by Mr. Xia Yan, advertisement. Marco was sobbing, and he was extremely grateful to Xia Yan. The other party really didn't lie to him. Xia Yan. Whitebeard looked to the side in astonishment, and found that Xia Yan really saved him, and he couldn't help feeling mixed. This feeling of being saved by the enemy is complicated enough. However, Whitebeard is not a narrow-minded villain, and immediately thanked Xia Yan. Then he looked at Marco and asked, Where are Joe's, Beasta, and all those stinky boys? This. Marco's face stiffened. What's wrong? Did something happen to them? Noticing the unusual expression on Marco's face, Whitebeard couldn't help being surprised. It's not what he thinks it is it? Sorry, Dad. Marco bowed his head and apologized, but he was thinking about how he could deceive Father Whitebeard. Can't let Daddy fight Xia Yan. Whitebeard's face instantly turned ugly. But he still took a deep breath and asked in a calm and deep voice, How many people are left? What's going on? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. A long time. Thank you so much this time, Kid Xia Yan. Seeing that his father was grateful to his enemy without knowing it, Marco felt very sad and at the same time secretly rejoiced. Whitebeard bowed his head slightly to Xia Yan and sincerely thanked him. Whitebeard didn't speak, his eyes swept across the injured Joes, Teach and others, and his tall body trembled slightly. Then Marco added, Dad, you were seriously injured and dying in the battle. Our Whitebeard pirates became a thorn in the eyes of other pirates. The captains didn't have time to help, and the Moby DK was attacked by a large number of pirates. The encirclement and suppression. Although he felt guilty for cheating on Dad, if Dad knew the truth, he would definitely go and fight Xia Yan. He couldn't allow this to happen. This is the best and happiest result. No, it's a small matter, it's just a little effort. The Whitebeard pirates, there are only 7 of us left. With his eyes, he motioned Xia Yan to pull the injured and comatose Joes and others out of the Kamui space, and Marco's eyes were very sad. Whitebeard's body stopped shaking, and his pale face fell in love with a little blood. The lies can stop there, and he knows that his father will make up all the details. Speaking of which, Marco's voice stopped abruptly. Dad doesn't need to fight anymore. Xia Yan's eyes are a little weird, and it's really strange to be thanked for killing someone else's entire group. Chapter 188. Too fast. Is this the attitude of a strong man? 2/5. After saving Whitebeard, Xia Yan, Naruto and others returned to Sabaody Archipelago using the reverse summoning technique. Marco looked at Whitebeard worriedly. Kolalala, don't worry, Lousy is fine. Whitebeard laughed to reassure Marco, but a dark look flashed in his eyes. He is not an idiot, of course he can see Marco's strange attitude towards Xia Yan. Based on Whitebeard's understanding of Marco, he was seriously injured by Xia Yan's subordinate, King of Heroes, and Marco should never have been so close to Xia Yan. Then there is only one answer. Something must have happened around Xia Yan and Marco that they didn't know about. Whitebeard didn't think that Marco would betray his father and betray so many relatives. The problem was clearly Xia Yan, but, guessing that doesn't make much sense either. Looking at his sons who were seriously injured and dizzy, Whitebeard sighed in his heart. It's better to cure these boys first, then reorganize the forces, kill them back to the new world, and then think about other things. Sabaody Archipelago. Naruto went to Sasuke excitedly as soon as he came back. In the manga time he was in, Sasuke was still in a state of defection, and now Naruto is naturally excited to see that Sasuke and himself are both subordinates of Xia Yan. And Xia Yan received a call from Rob Lucci is dead? Asked curiously. Yeah, Xia Yan said lightly, I killed him twice as a revenge for Morgans. Twice? How? Widened his eyes in surprise, and felt even more curious in his heart. Mo Yan explained with a chuckle, it's a move that can revive people. When I resurrected Whitebeard, Lu Chi was also nearby, and it happened to be resurrected together. Awesome. Is this the ninjutsu in Hokage, or is it a noble phantasm of a heroic spirit? Hearing that Mo Yan could actually bring the dead back to life, Yi Mu couldn't help smacking his tongue. What a miraculous trick this guy has. Xia Yan shook her head. None of them, it's the pupil technique, or more precisely, the immortal pupil technique. Only a few people in the entire Hokage worldview have this kind of barrier. Cough, it's amazing, as expected of caricaturist, Xia Yan. Complimented Xia Yan without hesitation. She felt that her vision was really good, and she easily became extremely close to a terrifying existence like Xia Yan. Thinking about it now, when Xia Yan attacked the world government, if she chose to be hostile to Xia Yan, I am afraid it would be quite difficult now, right? After a few more chats, Xia Yan hung up the phone bug. Sighed deeply. The encounter and fate of people are really amazing. Ding. A strange sound suddenly sounded outside the hall. Knew that someone was begging to be seen. Come in. Half lying on the void throne, instructed plainly. Yes. There was a vigorous voice outside, and then the 5 elders walked in quickly with a sword. Is something wrong? Yawned, his tone calm. Sir, what do you think about Xia Yan? With the sword, the 5 elders asked in a deep voice. Is Xia Yan? Hesitated for a moment and said, he is not an enemy, at least not my enemy. This. With the sword, the 5 elders can't fathom Ain's words. Is the real ruler of the world government. If Xia Yan is not an enemy of then why does he keep fighting against the world government? Could it be that he really wants to turn himself into a master and control the whole world? Taking the sword, the face of 5 elders changed slightly, and his attitude became more respectful. Although I also think that Xia Yan is not an enemy, but the heart of defense is indispensable, we should prepare early. Advertisement, hungry. Then you mean? Looked at the sword-wielding 5 elders in disbelief. Ancient weapon Pluton. Take the sword and read these words out of the mouth of the 5 elders. Narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, no matter how many times she reminded and warned, the 5 elders would not give up their desire for ancient weapon. The pigs. Sure enough, Xia Yan is the only person worthy of her trust. In his heart, he scolded the 5 elders for being idiots, but didn't show any expression on his face, but said lightly, tell me what you think. Yes. Holding the sword, the 5 elders bowed their heads respectfully and began to state their thoughts. To sum up, it's actually very simple, find a suitable crime to start with Tom the Murloc and his disciples, and force them to hand over the Pluton drawings, without any effort. Okay, I agree. After listening to the words of the sword-wielding 5 elders, Yimu finally had no objection this time. That's great, Lord Yimu, I'll prepare the relevant matters now. Holding the sword, the 5 elders felt ecstatic in their hearts, and turned and left with great gratitude. Humph. Idiot. Looking at the back of the 5 elders, snorted coldly, and took out the phone bug from before again. Hello. Xia Yan, I have something to tell you. Well, something about ancient weapon Pluton. Yes, this matter will trouble you. Entrusting things to Xia Yan, the corners of Ain's mouth turned up slightly, revealing a beautiful arc. Sure enough, Xia Yan still won my heart. What kind of shit is 5 elders? Sabaody Archipelago. Hanging up the phone bug, Xia Yan was lost in thought. The world government is finally going to take a shot at Tom and Frankie. That's good, he was able to come up with King Wu's designs justifiably. To be honest, he was still curious about what the ancient weapon Pluton would look like. Battleships are a man's romance. Poro, the phone bug that had just hung up suddenly rang again. Hey, Xia Yan answers the phone bug. The Big Mom pirates have appeared? Morgan's voice came from the other end of the phone, and it sounded grave. What? Xia Yan was stunned. Big Mom pirates, and 4 emperors. Wait a moment. Wasn't that group of people killed by Gilgamesh with the deviant sword along with Cake Island? I don't know what happened, but my people saw Charlotte Linlin, Katakuri and Scargle. The turf that they took before they were secretly captured by New World. It is said that 5 islands have been recovered. But they don't seem to be ready to continue to recover, but instead prepared a coated boat. It seems that they went to the Grand Line. I don't know if they are looking for revenge on you. Seeming to know what Xia Yan was wondering, Morgans explained it clearly. Point 1. Big Mom boss Charlotte Linlin is still alive. Point 2. It seems that there are only 2 generals left under her command, and the others may all die at the hands of Gilgamesh. Point 3. The Big Mom pirates are suspected to have gone to the first half of the Grand Line. It's really fun. Hearing this information, Xia Yan smiled. It's always strange that Gilgamesh alone solved the Big Mom pirates at their peak. And now that they were all ruined in such a tragic state, Morgan still contacted him so nervously when he heard the news of them. Advertisement, was it frightened by the reputation of the 4 emperors for so many years that he was subconsciously vigilant? Or are you just worried about yourself? This Morgans, everything is good, but the vision is still a little small after all. For flowers. Mo Yan lightly smiled and reassured. Don't think about those messy things, send someone to me to get the comics. This time I'm going to finish all the content behind F.Z. in one breath. What? Mr. Xia Yan, you have so many manuscripts. Shocked by Xia Yan's words, Morgans thought that Xia Yan had been drawing curly hair all the time. But Xia Yan shook her head and said, I haven't saved the manuscript, I'm just about to start the painting. When your people come to me, I'll almost finish the painting. Peeved. No way. According to my estimation, there are at least 4 or 5 volumes in the back of F.Z. Mr. Xia Yan, you have to draw many pieces to finish it in a few hours? Morgans almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. Don't believe it. Come on, help me open a World Live broadcast. Suddenly interested, Xia Yan asked Morgans to help him open the World Live broadcast. Although Morgans felt unreliable, he had always trusted Xia Yan 100% without hesitation, and immediately mobilized his personal connections to initiate a World Live broadcast. Soon, people all over the world suddenly found the big screen turned on. Caricaturist, Xia Yan is in trouble again. That's really good. Every time Mr. Xia Yan appears, it's big news, it's sure to be a good watch. 0. Xia Yan. Long live Xia Yan. Xia. Seeing the big screen turn on without any official notification, most people think of Xia Yan first. After all, during this time, almost every live broadcast of the world was related to Xia Yan. Luo, who had just returned to Naval Headquarters, and Ace, Luffy and others who had just met, were all looking forward to the big screen. Cough cough. With a light cough, a very familiar figure appeared in front of people. People all over the world gasped for breath. This familiar face. Such a handsome face. This noble temperament. Not Xia Yan, who else could it be? Hello, I'm caricaturist Xia Yan. Today I'm going to draw a cartoon on a live broadcast. It's a feedback to the fans. Xia Yan said with a warm smile that she wanted to start the World Live broadcast, and picked up a pen. Shout, live drawing comics. Master Xia Yan, is this too boring? Hearing that Xia Yan was actually broadcasting this kind of thing, not Zhao Pirate 4 Emperors fighting Marine, many people lost interest immediately. But before they could leave, Xia Yan in the picture suddenly moved. Boom. Strange energies of various colors filled Xia Yan's body instantly. Even across the big screen, many people's hearts tightened and they felt the terrifying sense of oppression. This is the eyeshadow that Jiraiya used, 8 inner gates, it's 8 inner gates. It's definitely the tailed beast chakra, it's that cyan energy. I've seen it once before, and its power is terrifying, no worse than 8 inner gates. Seeing that Xia Yan actually turned on the amplification state in so many well-known comics in one breath, everyone who has watched Hokage is shocked and inexplicable. What exactly is Xia Yan going to do? Under the watchful eyes of hundreds of millions of people, Xia Yan did it. Snow, snow, snow. The writing speed is so fast that I can't see clearly, as if time has stopped. But the cartoon picture that appeared on the white paper at a terrifying speed clearly told everyone that time did not stop and that Xia Yan was drawing a cartoon. Wow, in an instant, one page is finished. Looking at the exquisite picture on that page of the comic, the whole world suddenly boiled, and hundreds of millions of people all widened their eyes in shock. Mrs. Soon. This is how a strong man draws a manga. Big. Chapter 189. The third stage goal of F.Z. complete, 3/5. World Live was a success. Under the terrifying increase of several states, Mo Yan completed all the rest of the content of FYZ, simply with the help of God. And audiences all over the world also enjoyed a gorgeous feast and deeply realized how terrifying the power of the cartoonist, Xia Yan. At this speed of painting, isn't it a slap to hit someone? Soon, the comics of FYZ were all drawn in one go. Under the reluctance of the audience, Xia Yan turned off the World Live broadcast and called Morgans. How do you feel? That's awesome. I adore you so much, Mr. Xia Yan. I sent someone. No, go and get the original comics. The voice of Morgans was so excited that it came from the other side of the phone bug, and the little suspicion just now had completely disappeared. Xia Yan smiled slightly, looking forward to the release of this comic. Because his third comic of May 10th is coming, Naval Headquarters. This is cartoonist Xia Yan, my idol. Luo's eyes were shining brightly at the closed big screen, and his eyes were full of longing for Xia Yan. Shout, I have no interest in him. I just want to get stronger and then go to defeat Shanks, beat all the pirates, and prove that I am an adult who can be on my own. Luffy stuck out his booger, rolled his eyes, and looked like a fool, but his dreams were not small. No matter how embarrassed the red hair is, he is still one of the 4 emperors of the pirates, and not everyone can bully him. Sabo didn't say a word, but seeing his still glowing eyes, he obviously admired Xia Yan quite a bit. As for Ace, he feels that Xia Yan is a family member, both admiring and wanting to be close. Being Marine is only temporary, I will definitely join Xia Yan's side in the future. Ace clenched his fists and made up his mind secretly. Sabaody Archipelago. Bathhouse. Hey, it's a beautiful sight, don't you think? Jiraiya grinned, raised her hand and patted the middle-aged man beside her. Well, I don't know anything, Mr. Jiraiya. The middle-aged man in purple robe smiled wryly. He is blind and can't see anything. Should he use observation hockey to peep? That's too cheap. A private training ground. Not fast enough, go on. Uchiha Itachi threw out dozens of kunai and said ruthlessly. Damn it, sooner or later mine will beat you completely. Sasuke gritted his teeth and dodged Uchiha Itachi's attack, but he missed it a little, and his brother often trained with him when he was a child. On the other side of the training ground, Naruto was looking at them with a bored expression. Sasuke is so weak now, I feel like I can beat him with a little finger. Advertisement. Naruto smiled smugly, with a smug look on his face. Tay. Didn't the old man lend you chakra, can you be so strong? The strong one is the old man, not you stinky b********, d, damn it. Tsunade of the Holy Land, Orochimaru of the Beast's Pirates, Gilgamesh, Saber, Gaara and others are also doing their own thing. When Xia Yan needs them, she only needs to call out from the bottom of her heart. And when Xia Yan doesn't need them, they will do things according to their own preferences and habits, just like ordinary people living in the world of pirates. The next day, the collection of KUIZ, which was driven out by the joint press release of the government and the World Economic News, was released. Considering that it is a large collection, the price of a single copy exceeds 10,000 berry, so only 80 million copies were printed in total. Both sides of the special code choose the same, that is, the 1/7 figure of the Sword of Oath of Victory. Wow. Saber's noble phantasm. Give me 10 copies. I want 20 copies. 5,000 copies. I bought it for the king. Our king said that we want people in the whole country to read the comics of Lord Xia Yan. Yes. Thanks to Lord Xia Yan for saving our king before, I am so grateful to him. People have been waiting all day long to get the news on Xia Yan's previous live broadcast of the world. Now that I saw the release of the manga series with the finale of F.Z., I immediately became very excited. In just 1 hour, nearly 70 million copies were sold. This appalling sales rate stunned Morgans, the president of the World Economic News. 70 million copies, 700 billion berry sales. At present, Mish, who has the highest bounty for Gilda in the world, is only more than 5 billion. Like Morgan said before, selling comics is way more profitable than selling war news, especially when Xia Yan is so prolific. I knew I would print tens of millions more. Counting the money frantically, Morgan secretly regretted it. He originally thought that if he would spend more than 10,000 berry to buy the comic book, many people would give up. It turned out to be selling better than usual. The facts in front of him made Morgans clearly realize that Xia Yan's comics are more attractive to people in this world. Hours later, Xia Yan remembered the system prompt sound. The number of ordinary fans and loyal fans of F.Z. has skyrocketed again. Among them, the number of ordinary fans has successfully exceeded 100 million, and the number of loyal fans has also exceeded 30 million in one go, and even characters with 50 million fans have appeared. Phase 3 goals achieved. New lottery, new comics, finally coming. Advertisement. Xia Yan did not rush to extract, but first looked at various data. I saw that the character with the most fans in F.Z. is Saber, with 51 million fans. Then Gilgamesh, 39 million. Conqueror King, 17 million. Emiya Kuritsugu, 12 million. Joan of Arc, 4 million. Okay. A strange color flashed in Xia Yan's eyes. Did he read it wrong? Joan of Arc, a character with only one face, has 4 million fans. This is really, it seems that the beauty of the moment is really attractive. Xia Yan chuckled and shook her head and started the lottery for 1 million followers. There are 3 characters who have reached 1 million popularity this time. Elijah. Emiya Shuru. Joan of Arc. Draw through Elia, a magic circuit. Through Emiya Shuru to draw 3.32, strengthen magic. Draw through Joan of Arc, Red Lotus Saint, Xia Yan. 2 useless bonuses, and yet another powerful move that can die with the enemy. What's the use of pulling this thing out? Complaining about this crap system in her heart, Xia Yan shook her head helplessly and turned her eyes to the data on the other side. Draw, rewards for the completion of the 3rd stage of the comic, F.Z. Xia Yan said lightly. In an instant, a roulette wheel appeared out of thin air. The noble phantasms that appeared in F.Z. are all displayed in the eyes of Xia Yan. The hands turn and stop quickly. The ear system prompt sounded again. Okay. Xia Yan opened her eyes in surprise, and there was a strong surprise in her eyes. Did you get such a good thing? This is definitely the most suitable noble phantasm for him? Chapter 190. New noble phantasm, new comics, new characters, 4/5. The explosion of popularity of FYZ is completely predictable. Seeing the ending from Chapter 6 in one breath is absolutely shocking. Saber's beautiful scene of opening the Sword of Victory in the manga shocked readers all over the world. Emiya Kuritsugu's ruthlessness and concept of justice and salvation are something people in the pirate world have never seen before. The heroic and death charge of the conquering king, the king's army, brings strong excitement to people. The entanglement and pain of King Arthur attracts the hearts of every reader. The moment Gilgamesh unfolded the stray sword, the entire pirate world was completely boiling. Although the deviant sword has been seen in the real world for a long time, this is the first time that most people have really seen the whole process of this noble phantasm unfolding. A noble phantasm that cuts the world apart in the true sense. Anyone who sees it will be shocked beyond measure. Awesome. F.Z. is awesome. Open black lens bracket cartoonist close black lens bracket Xia Yan is awesome. Tens of millions of readers around the world are cheering wildly for the end of FYZ. There are also many people who noticed the last Easter egg and realized that there should be a second part of FZ, and they were looking forward to it. In addition to the comics, a group of strong people who are paying attention to Xia Yan are also quickly analyzing. East Blue, Desert Island. The Redhead, Beckman and others each held a comic. Xia Yan seems to be in a hurry to finish FZ, the Redhead said suddenly. Beckman nodded and guessed. Obviously there aren't too many characters in FZ, and there is no use value. He is going to finish it in one breath, and then open a new comic. New comics? Isn't his strength and power even more terrifying? Hearing Beckman's guess, the Redhead couldn't help but be horrified. A Hokage and FZ are already so scary. If you add a new character, how scary. But, even if there are no new works, we can't afford to offend Xia Yan now. Beckman smiled helplessly. Red hair. Well, it's a bit of a fool to say that, but what Beckman is saying is true. For their Hokage underdogs, it doesn't seem that Mo Yan publishes one more comic or one less. Sabaody Archipelago. Xia Yan is researching the noble phantasm that she has drawn by completing the third stage objective of FZ, the King's Army of the Conqueror King. Advertisement. This treasure seems useless, but you must know that this is the world of pirates, and the noble phantasm will be assimilated according to the specific situation. For example, the knight he obtained before does not die with his hands. Its effect is much stronger than that in KFZ. The King's Army has also changed. Noble Phantasm, King's Army. Grade X effect. Expand the inherent enchantment, summon all your subordinates into the inherent enchantment, and fight for yourself. It's so scary. The original King's Army was just a heroic spirit who conquered the King's Army before his death. It seems that there are a lot of them, but they are useless. Gilgamesh can solve them all with a single shot of the stray sword. But Xia Yan's army of kings can directly summon these characters from Hokage and FYZ. This means that Xia Yan doesn't need to bring anyone with her in the future. When she wants to pull someone to fight, she can just open this noble phantasm and it's done. It is equivalent to carrying all the subordinates of the two worlds with you. Nice one. Xia Yan was very satisfied with the result of the lottery, and a smile appeared on her face. This is followed by summoning characters in a newly serialized manga. Draw comics first. Xia Yan looked forward to it. Open black lens bracket yes. After the draw is complete, the host will be eligible for the serialization of the manga. Open black lens bracket Shinigami close black lens bracket. As soon as the voice fell, Shinigami's comic content all appeared in Xia Yan's mind. Of course, like in FZ, it's all optimized by top artists. Shigami. After recalling the story of Shinigami in his mind, Xia Yan was quite satisfied. What does Shinigami say about the world view? You say how strong he really is. But he has a lot of very powerful means, and several very powerful characters. In short, if you can draw those top quality rewards, it will still be useful to increase your strength. If you can't draw those top prizes, that means summoning characters is more useful. At least in the Shinigami world, there are not too many powerful characters. Pull out a team leader who is a little level, and the strength should be higher than Marine Admiral. Advertisement. Summon FZ's last character. After finishing the serialization of Noble Phantasm in the new comics, Xia Yan finally set his sights on summoning characters, which can be regarded as a sideshow every time. Open black lens bracket Summoning completed. With the sound of the system prompt, a figure suddenly appeared in the corner of the Seven Waters on the Grand Line. What? Someone happened to see this familiar figure and couldn't help exclaiming. The King of Conqueror. It's the King of Conqueror in FZ. Eh? Is this king so famous in this world? Unexpectedly, he was recognized at a glance, and the Conqueror King couldn't help scratching his head, feeling a little proud. But then, the man's shout immediately attracted the attention of a large number of people. King of Conqueror? Where is it? The character from the Xia Yan manga has appeared again? Is it the heroic spirit Conqueror King? Let me see. With the harsh clamor, hundreds of people slammed the water around them. Because of the fact that it just ended, KFZ is now at its peak in popularity, and the King of Conqueror is one of the most popular characters, which naturally easily caused riots. That's too enthusiastic, isn't it? Frightened by the growing crowd of 510 around him, the Conqueror King subconsciously wanted to become a spiritual body, but he failed. It was only then that he noticed that he actually possessed a physical body, rather than being summoned in the form of a spiritual body. He has a body. The dream is so easy to complete. Ha 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 ha. Cool. The King of Conqueror laughed and pulled out his great sword. Under the shocked gaze of hundreds of onlookers, the originally clear sky was instantly covered with dark clouds. Click. The sound of lightning and thunder was incessant, and thunder and lightning with the thickness of the bowl poked out from the clouds, and in the blink of an eye, the entire sky was densely covered. Obviously, the strength of the Conqueror King has also become a lot stronger after the system has been upgraded. This is. Looking at the terrifying thunder that doesn't look like a natural disaster, Tom the Fishman and CP9 members in the Seven Waters City, as well as the Big Mom pirates who are sailing here on the sea in the distance, all have solemn expressions. This is the thunder and lightning released by the strong, not the natural weather. There are strong people who rushed to the Seven Waters before us. On the Big Mom pirate ship, Katakuri with a scarred face said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Charlotte Linlin's face suddenly became even more ugly. Damn it, I don't know which B******** D leaked the news of the ancient weapon. Obviously we are not the only forces eyeing the ancient weapon Pluton. If we want to get Pluton smoothly this time, I'm afraid it's not an easy thing. Chapter 191. CP9, Thunder 8 Trigrams Chidori Hammer, 5/5, plus more. P.S. There is an update today, it should be 2 chapters. The capital of Seven Waters? The King of Conqueror was flying in his car in midair, and Xia Yan recognized at a glance that it was the capital of Seven Waters in the original book. Thinking of what I am entrusted to him to do before, Xia Yan suddenly became interested. Just got the king's army, but you can try the effect of this noble phantasm. Moreover, according to Yim, it is not only the 5 elders who are eyeing the ancient weapon Pluton, but other forces as well. A conqueror king, although stronger than the Admiral 4 emperors, is still strong enough to block so many strong men. So Xia Yan set off immediately. This time is different from before, there is no summoning technique for space transfer, so he can only take the boat honestly. Although he can also turn on various boosting states and run directly from the sea, why run when there is a boat? It wasn't him who was worried anyway, City of Seven Waters. The thunder in the air dissipated. Only then did the people discover that the King of Conqueror was gone, and they immediately exclaimed and searched everywhere. In a small bar, the 3 CP9 agents, Kaku, Khalifa, and Bluno, gathered together with worried faces. What happened to that thunder just now? I don't know, but I always feel terrified, as if something is going to happen. Is Luigi back yet? No, I heard that it was a secret mission issued by the world government, but this time he is going to make a great contribution. Not knowing that Lu Chi had been killed by Xia Yan himself, when Khalifa and others mentioned Lu Chi's name, their unease instantly dissipated a lot. Because Lu Chi is the strongest among them, and also their backbone. What shall we do next? Bluno, disguised as the hotel owner, asked as he wiped his plate. Khalifa hesitated for a moment, then said in a deep voice, the longer the delay, the more likely accidents will happen. Let's start first to be strong. That's right, even if the target is not in the hands of the Murloc Tom, he must have handed it over to someone else. The long-nosed Kaku echoed with the sound, and immediately gathered up his energy. Advertisement, then go. Just grab Tom the Murloc and head to the Sabadi archipelago, don't give others time to react. Good. Haha, isn't it easy to win a shipbuilding Murloc with our CP9? I don't know if they are really confident, or they're just cheering themselves up. Khalifa, the CP9 members, opened the door and started to act. Boom. Kaku, who had just walked out of the door, bumped into a thick body. Who? Kaku groaned in pain, and was about to clean up the guy who was blocking his way. As a result, he just looked up and his body froze suddenly. He bumped into a rather tall, strong man. The man has a rough appearance, his head is different from that of human beings, he has a pair of horns, and there are tattoos like dragon scales on his body. This appearance falls in the eyes of Kaku and others who are CP9, and it is too familiar. Pirates 4 Emperors, Kaido of the Beasts. Why did the Emperor of the New World appear in the capital of Seven Waters? Was the terrifying thunderbolt made by him before? Ah, who do you think you are? You are so arrogant, you little guys are secret agents of the world government? Standing in front of the 3 of Khalifa, looking down at them condescendingly, Kaido sneered with disdain on his face. Run away! Khalifa shouted suddenly. What? Bluno and Kaku turned around and ran without hesitation, and even broke out at the fastest speed in their life. But seeing the actions of the 2, Kaido just smiled coldly. Want to run? Eat lousy a note open black lens bracket thunder 8 trigrams Chidori mallet close black lens bracket. With a loud shout, Kaido yanked his mace from his back and swung forward. The violent thunder attribute energy erupted on the surface of Kaido's body, exuding the energy of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, smashing towards Kaku and the 2 like a thunderbolt from the gods. Boom! The entire tavern was instantly smashed into pieces by the reckless thunder and lightning, and the cracks that were as dense as spider webs spread rapidly in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even spread to other houses within a 100-meter radius. What? Advertisement accompanied by fierce screams, Kaku and Bluno, who were at the center of the thunderbolt burst, were not able to survive even a second, and were electrocuted to death in this violent sea of thunder. Hi, Boss Kaido is really good at mastering the thunder attribute energy master. Not far away, Yan Calamity's eyes widened, shocked by the power of Kaido's blow. Jack the Drow nodded and echoed. Orochimaru does have some skills. Although it can't let us learn to use chakra, it can teach us the skills of using elemental energy. Quote. Not long ago, Orochimaru had been teaching the ninjutsu of the Beast's pirates, but failed. As it turns out, the folks in the pirate world can't get the chakra exclusive to Master Hokage. But even without chakra, the principles and morphological changes of ninjutsu are quite useful. For example, Four Emperors Kaido, captain of the Beast's pirates, is very good at learning the form changes of lightning-style ninjutsu. Kai is very good at the form changes of fire-style ninjutsu. Below. Choose it yourself, little girl. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. With the death of the long-nosed Kaku and the two, Khalifa's knees softened, knelt to the ground, and looked at Kaido in horror. Bar? Kaido just used the ability of Logia Thunderfruit? How can this be? Is this the strength of the Four Emperors? Can people in the real world learn ninjutsu like the ninjas in the manga? In Khalifa's shock, Kaido suddenly smashed his mace beside her. Boom. Kaido said coldly. Explain everything clearly, and then show Lousy the way, or Lousy smashes your head and finds it yourself. So horrible. Ninjutsu lightning style in Hokage. A replica of the Chidori blade that Uchiha Sasuke used? Boom. Khalifa's eyes suddenly stared at the boss, and she finally realized what was wrong. They have worked hard for more than 10 years, but they can't compare to a stick, Lidas, swung by others. No. Kaido is demon fruit power. It is impossible to eat another Logia fruit. He should have used lightning style just now. Chapter 192. Jack is defeated. Another enemy who controls lightning, 6 more. The fluctuation of this thunderbolt. High in the sky, the King of Conqueror sitting on the wheel of Kamui looked at the direction of the violent thunder and lightning, and his face was full of excitement. Fighting against the strong and conquering the strong is the most delicious treasure for him. Drive. Go down. Flying hoof thunder cow. The King of Conqueror shouted excitedly, and his flying hooves, thunder ox, stepped on the thunder, and flew towards the bottom at a high speed. Below. I understand, I tell you all, don't kill me. Khalifa suppressed her panic and told Kaido everything she knew. These include missions issued by CP9 and world government, as well as the secret and location of ancient weapon Pluton. HMPH, it seems that the news about ancient weapon Pluton I heard before is true. I don't know who spread the news. Hearing Khalifa's words, Kaido couldn't help snorting, but he was relieved. Fortunately, I didn't get deceived, otherwise, I came all the way from New World, and if the news was fake, it would be a shame. Well, can I go now? After explaining everything, Khalifa asked cautiously. Well, go away. Kaido waved his hand impatiently. Killing him would be a waste of energy for such a small character. Khalifa breathed a sigh of relief and turned around to escape quickly. At this time, only a loud roar was heard from 510 in the air, and along with the man's wild laughter, an ox cart bathed in thunder light descended from the sky. Cow? Thunder car? This is, Lord Kaido, be careful? Seeing the appearance of the suspected enemy, Kai felt a little familiar, but the impulsive Jack rushed up immediately. Roar. Jack roared in the form of a huge mammoth and rammed the Kamui wheel hard. Boom. The lightning burst, and the surrounding buildings were directly razed to the ground by the terrifying impact of the collision between the two. What? This power? Jack's pupils shrank, only to feel an extremely horrifying power gushing out from the ox cart. He couldn't hold it for even 3 seconds, and his huge mammoth body was knocked flying, knocking down at least dozens of houses along the way, and blood gushing from his nose and mouth. Drought. Jack the Drow, defeated. Khalifa, who had not had time to escape, stared blankly at Jack the Drow who was knocked out. His eyes were full of shock and disbelief. That's a monster with a bounty of 1 billion berry. Boom. The Kamui wheel fell to the ground, shattering the surrounding ground. Ha ha ha. Refreshing. It's so refreshing. I like a brave man like you. Do you want to come? CBDD. Under the command of this king and conquer the world with this king? The King of Conqueror stepped on the Kamui wheel and issued an invitation with a wanton laugh. Advertisement. Obviously he doesn't have Conqueror's haki, but he still has a sense of oppression, which is extremely amazing. It was only then that everyone present finally saw his face clearly. The moment he saw this face clearly, Chi's eyes couldn't help but wrinkle. No wonder I just saw Raiden's bullet cart and felt familiar, but it's really you, Conquer King Iskander. What? The King of Conqueror looked at Yan with a strange expression on his face. You know me too. No, and not only no, your boss is also a family with my boss. Yan looked a little weird, raised his finger and pointed to Kaido not far away. The King of Conqueror followed his fingers. I saw that Kaido's face was very ugly at this time, gloomy as if it could drip water. This is very normal. No matter who his subordinates are knocked out by someone inexplicably, he may not feel very happy, let alone Kaido is a high-ranking pirate king. However, Kaido is, after all, a strong man who was evaluated by Xia Yan as the Emperor of Wisdom, and it took only 2 or 3 seconds to pack up his emotions. Lousy. It's Kaido. It's the father-in-law of your Lord Mo Yan. You can ask him if you don't believe me. Kaido reminded the conqueror of his close relationship with Xia Yan, with a bold smile on his face. Well, the king knows. The King of Conqueror nodded and immediately contacted Xia Yan in his heart. He didn't lie to you, he is indeed my father-in-law, not an enemy. Xia Yan, who was on the way, answered the King of Conqueror's question casually. But he immediately added, but you have to be careful, you don't have to trust them 100%, understand? Clear. The King of Conqueror instantly understood the relationship between Xia Yan and Kaido. The two should be in the range of not being full of relatives and friends, but above allies. Boom. Jack, who was knocked into the distance, suddenly crawled out of the rubble. Damn. You be ******D. Jack shook his dizzy head and stared angrily at the King of Conquerors. What? Seeing the appearance of the Conqueror King, Jack couldn't help but stunned. Feeling a little familiar. Red hair, red cape, a sturdy man with a rough appearance, a thunder and lightning ox cart. I go. The King of Conqueror in F.Z. Are you a subordinate of Lord Xia Yan? Jack exclaimed, his face instantly pale. The anger dissipated in an instant, and the whole person subconsciously hid behind Kaido, daring to look at the King of Conqueror again. Kaido. There is also a reward of 1 billion big pirates, Jang, your unpromising look. He glared at Jack in disgust. Kaido looked sideways at the King of Conquerors. Is it clear? Advertisement. Well, you didn't lie to this king. The Conqueror nodded. Kaido grinned. What did your Lord Xia Yan say? Sir Xia Yan will be here soon, the Conqueror answered truthfully. What? Xia Yan actually came over. Kaido was startled and quickly asked, really, you didn't lie to me? The Conqueror nodded again. Kaido. This was something he didn't expect at all, and he thought he was the only one who got the news. If Xia Yan also got the news, then it would be a bad thing today. Will Xia Yan give the ancient weapon to herself? Kaido didn't think Xia Yan would be so kind and make wedding dresses for others. But, no way, now in this sea, Xia Yan and his ninjas and heroic spirits are the strongest beings, and neither marine nor pirates are their opponents. If Xia Yan is really interested in ancient weapon, he has to give it up. Because he can't afford to offend Xia Yan, however, thinking that he is Xia Yan's nominal father-in-law, Kaido breathed a sigh of relief. As such, even if Xia Yan doesn't give him Pluton, at least he has to play with him after he builds it, right? And the other Pirate 4 Emperors absolutely do not have this qualification. Thinking that his Whitebeard and the Redhead were treated well, Kaido suddenly felt very refreshed. Good. Kaido shouted loudly. Lousy will wait for Xia Yan to come and snatch the Pluton design together. Boom. A terrifying thunderbolt fell from the sky and slashed towards a certain position in the Seven Waters. The deafening roar interrupted Kaido's words, and the expression on his face instantly became extremely solemn. Not a natural disaster, it's a man-made ability. Feeling the familiar wave of lightning energy, Kaido's face was very ugly. This kind of power, obviously there are other powerhouses who have taken the lead. And this ability to control thunder, there are not many in the sea. Count 1, and the Conqueror King in front of you counts as 1. If you exclude the Logia Thunder Fruit ability that no one has heard of, there is only one result left. But wasn't that woman killed by King of Heroes Gilgamesh long ago? Chapter 193. The Army of the King Who Conquered the King, more 7 more. Naval Headquarters. Marshal Zephyr received an urgent call from the Seven Waters. What? Don't be in a hurry. Say it carefully. Zephyr stared at the phone bug in horror, and continued to soothe the other party. As a result, he heard very terrifying news. The Murloc Tom, who once built a ship for Roger, was captured. The man who took him was a tall, fat woman who could control lightning and drive skyfire. Isn't this the Pirate 4 Emperor's Charlotte Linlin? But that woman was killed by Gilgamesh a long time ago. Even Cake Island was destroyed, and the shattered space has not yet recovered. Could it be that she escaped with some devil fruit ability to save her life? Thinking of this possibility, Zephyr was even more horrified. Charlotte Linlin isn't dead. If you don't hurry up and take back all the territory she lost, why go to the Seven Waters to catch the fishman Tom? Build her a boat. Make a fuss, don't make it. So, is it a secret left by Roger? Zephyr's face changed suddenly, and he immediately picked up the phone bug. Notify Aokiji, Kizaru, Shadow, Momosagi immediately, and let them go to the Seven Waters as quickly as possible, find out what happened there, and report to me immediately. Yes. The person in charge of the connection who received the call agreed, and was extremely horrified. Without knowing what happened, 2 Admiral and 2 Prospective Admiral were dispatched directly. What a terrible thing happened. City of Seven Waters. Charlotte Linlin carries the unconscious Murloc Tom with one hand, followed by Katakuri and Smoothie who are running wildly. And not far behind them, rolling thunder flashes in the sky. A Hawkeye's extraordinary bullet cart and a huge dragon, looming in the violent thundercloud, followed closely behind them, exuding an amazing sense of oppression. Damn! How come that B********D Kaido is here? Did he also get news of the ancient weapon? Feeling the powerful breath behind her, Charlotte Linlin couldn't help but curse. The pirate group she had carefully cultivated for decades was destroyed by Gilgamesh. Ancient weapon was her only hope for re-emergence. This B*******D Kaido actually had to fight with herself. Simply not human. Behind them, Katakuri and Stigi looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Do you see who the people around Kaido are? Advertisement? Katakuri asked in a deep voice. Smoothie nodded hesitantly. It's a bit like the Conqueror King in Xia Yan's comics. Xia Yan does have a good relationship with Kaido. FK. This is troublesome, it seems likely that it is another heroic spirit. Hearing that Smoothie had the same guess as his own, Katakuri couldn't help showing a bitter smile on his face. It is estimated that it is close to 10, the man driving the bullet cart beside Kaido is Iskander, the conqueror in the FZ comics. Heroic spirit. Just thinking of these two words made Katakuri's body tremble violently. Not out of excitement or a desire to fight, but fear and fear. Katakuri remembers every detail of the day the Golden King descended on Cake Island. The scene where the opponent pulled out that deviation sword, the whole world was torn apart, was tormenting him day and night like a dream demon, making him fearful of heroic spirit. Even if Katakuri has actually read the comics, he knows that the King of Conqueror was defeated by Gilgamesh, and the opponent's strength is not as strong as Gilgamesh. But the fear of heroic spirits has been deeply rooted in my heart, and there is no escape. Roar. Behind, the dragon incarnated by Kaido suddenly roared. The monstrous heat spewed out of his bloody mouth, with an extremely terrifying heat, and sprayed it straight at Katakuri and the others. This is one of Kaido's favorite moves, and in the original, a single bite can destroy a mountain. Now it is even more terrifying to use it in the Seven Waters City, and in just an instant, the unknown number of houses along the way will be completely evaporated. Damn it, Kaido really doesn't hold back at all. Seeing the attack from Kaido behind him, Katakuri couldn't help being furious, and at the same time used a large piece of sticky cake for defense. This guy's speed has slowed down, there is a flaw. Seeing that Katakuri slowed down due to defense, the King of Conquerors was overjoyed, and the wheels of Kamui suddenly accelerated. In the battle between the strong, the slightest mistake will be caught and used. This is especially true when facing heroic spirits with rich combat experience. The Kamui wheel fell from the sky on the thunder and hit the Katakuri on the ground. Katakuri's face changed slightly, and he released a lot of sticky cakes again to try to stop the King of Conquerors. But these sticky cakes were completely torn apart without being able to survive even a second under the raging thunder and lightning around the King of Conqueror. Helpless, Katakuri could only give up the idea of running away, and fused the sticky cake in the trident with his arm, and slammed it towards the front. For flowers. Advertisement boom. The thorny rice cake fist collided with Kamui's wheel, and the violent thunder and lightning ripped through the air, and the terrifying impact shattered all the ground and houses within a 100-meter radius. Katakuri only felt that his arm was sore, and blood poured out of his mouth, and the whole person was knocked out by the huge force of Kamui's wheel. Pulling this Kamui wheel is the flying hoof thunderbull, a holy beast closely related to the supreme god Zeus. After the strengthening of the number of fans in the system, how can a mere human being be able to resist? Katakuri. Charlotte Linlin was furious when she saw that Katakuri was actually spitting blood from a blow. She only has this pair of children left now, if she dies again, won't she be completely alone? Thundercloud Zeus. Sun Prometheus. Charlotte Linlin screamed, and controlled the radar and Skyfire in her left and right hands, and was about to launch a crazy counterattack against the King of Conquerors. And at this moment, the King of Conqueror finally unfolded his noble phantasm. Maybe a few seconds. Speaking of which, if this is the inherent barrier in the comics, then conquer King Iskander's strongest noble phantasm, the King's army. I saw tens of thousands of soldiers standing behind the Conqueror King in the Sea of Sand, and every one of them exuded an astonishing strong aura. Roaring like crazy, the King of Conqueror raised the sword-shaped noble phantasm in his hand called Distant Ravenous Domination. Whether it's Charlotte Linlin or Katakuri and Kaido, they all recognize where this place is. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Come to the world of the Overlord, pirates, the army of the king. The inherent barrier that appeared in the KFZ manga. Although the picture in the comic is shocking enough, when he saw such a scene with his own eyes, he was still shocked and speechless. White light enveloped the world. Even strong players such as Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are unable to concentrate or use observation haki perception under this white light, and can only close their eyes while defending against the enemy's sneak attack. Feeling that the outside environment had returned to normal, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin and others slowly opened their eyes, but took a breath for the first time. The ruins of the surrounding houses have completely disappeared, replaced by an endless desert plain. Maybe 10 seconds. These tens of thousands of people are all powerful heroic spirits, great. Katakuri suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance as if he had suddenly remembered something, his eyes widened in shock. Chapter 194. King of Conquest plus Kaido vs Charlotte Linlin, 1/5. Heroic spirits are heroes whose legends and achievements are recognized by the will of the world, and who use fantasy as their bones to incarnate various noble phantasms. But there will be some exceptions. For example, the army of the King of Conqueror is not a noble phantasm exclusively for him, but the spiritual portrayal of tens of thousands of soldiers. This endless sea of sand is also the land that tens of thousands of them have stepped on. Although I have seen the appearance of the King's army in the comics, it is much more shocking to see it with my own eyes. Yan Ash was also shrouded in the range of the King's army, and his face was full of shock and horror. Jack was even more shocked and couldn't say anything. To create a world out of thin air and tens of thousands of heroic soldiers, the means of this heroic spirit is too amazing, it is just like the gods in the story. At this time, Charlotte Linlin suppressed her anger and said, King of Conqueror, Kaido, what do you two mean? Put down Murloc Tom, so we can have a good talk, Linlin. Kaido stared at the Murloc Tong who was put on his back by Charlotte Linlin, and shouted in a deep voice. He had already learned about the relationship between Tom and Ancient Weapon from Khalifa of CP9, so it was naturally impossible for Charlotte Linlin to take people away in May 10th. What did you say? Want to grab something from the old lady? Don't think about it. Charlotte Linlin's face darkened, and she refused Kaido without hesitation. Just kidding, this is an ancient weapon. It is the key to the re-emergence of the Big Mom pirates. How can I give it to someone else? Humph. It's useless to talk too much, it's more fun and simple to conquer and dominate. Seeing Charlotte Linlin ignorant of praise, the King of Conqueror is a little happy, because he can continue to fight. Holding up the distant ravage and domination, the King of Conqueror shouted. The enemy is ahead. Ravage them. Win the guy spin for the king. Roar. Come on. Kill. Tens of thousands of heroic soldiers let out a heart-piercing roar, and their terrifying momentum and murderous aura were overwhelmingly crushing toward Charlotte Linlin and others. Smoothie's face immediately turned extremely pale, and he only felt that he had suffered a shock far beyond Conqueror's Haki. Even Katakuri felt his breathing stagnate, especially seeing the large number of soldiers rushing towards them like a tide, and feeling the powerful breath on them. Charlotte Linlin was even more shocked. This is the king's army. Among the heroic soldiers, there are even a lot of strengths that are still above the master of the Conqueror King. It's just that they don't have noble phantasms, so they can't be compared with real heroic spirits. But even so, it's terrifying enough. After all, these are tens of thousands of heroic spirits. Stop them! Katakuri roared and threw a lot of sticky cakes out of his arms. Smoothie also pulled out the long sword around his waist and slashed forward fiercely. Boom! The impact of sticky cake and sword energy knocked dozens of heroic spirits flying. But in just 1 second, the heroic soldiers behind him immediately made up for it, and their footsteps did not stop for the slightest bit. Kill! The heroic spirit soldiers roared and continued to charge, pushing everything they passed along the way. Advertisement Katakuri's expressions changed slightly, and while releasing their own moves, they quickly retreated. And Charlotte Linlin has finally shot. Thundercloud Zeus, Sun Prometheus. Charlotte Linlin let out a low drink, and violent thunder and flames appeared in her hands. Heaven on fire. Thunder. Boom. Boom. Pile up. Dense flames and thunders descended from the sky, slamming towards the heroic spirit troops that were rushing towards them. In an instant, hundreds of heroic soldiers died on the spot and were smashed to pieces. But in the sky of thunderlight and the sea of fire, there was a figure driving an ox cart to break through the blockade of the thunder and fire, stepping on the thunderlight and rushing straight out. Charlotte Linlin's fist covered with lightning and flames collided with the King of Conquerors. Charlotte Linlin didn't move at all, but the King of Conqueror almost fell down. She just felt that the strength and physique of the huge woman in front of her were no weaker than that of a powerful heroic spirit. The King of Conqueror, who has only experienced 10 million fans, is no worse than Marine Admiral in strength, but in sheer strength, he is still no match for such a gifted monster as Charlotte Linlin. However, this time, Kaido shot. Roar. A giant dragon with violent thunder light flashing all over its body descended from the sky at an unbelievable speed. This is a lightning attribute skill that Kaido improved based on Orochimaru's lightning-style chakra mode. In this state, his strength, speed and defense will be greatly improved. Rhea armor. Kaido, surrounded by violent thunder and lightning, roared and slammed directly into Charlotte Linlin's body of steel. Instant snap. The violent thunder and lightning filled the entire space, and Katakuri and Smoothie were pale, and they only felt that they saw a god of thunder descend from the sky. Boom. Kaido slammed straight into Charlotte Linlin. Hey, Charlotte Linlin vomited blood and retreated, trying to distance herself from Kaido. But how did Kaido give her this chance? Lightning-style Thunder Dragon Chain. Kaido roared and transformed his form of lightning energy into a ferocious Thunder Dragon, then threw it at Charlotte Linlin. Click. Charlotte Linlin gets caught by Brontosaurus. Not good. Damn it. How did this be ***** D Kaido's use of thunder and lightning become so much stronger? Feeling the violent thunder and lightning on her body, Charlotte Linlin gritted her teeth and wanted to forcibly break free. Don't try to run. Leave the Murloc first. Kaido wouldn't give Charlotte Linlin a chance to escape. He laughed and pulled Charlotte Linlin back forcibly. Stop. Stop it, Kaido. Think about our past relationship. Seeing Kaido getting closer and closer, Charlotte Linlin finally had an emotion called panic on her face. If you don't hand over the ancient weapon, there will be no love between us. Kaido shouted coldly, his mace wrapped around lightning and smashed into Charlotte Linlin's head, knocking her hundreds of meters away like a ball. Advertisement, and in that direction, it was the Conqueror King who led an army of tens of thousands of heroic spirits. Crush her. The conquering king raised his arms and shouted, and the army behind him rushed up like a tsunami. Kill. The heroic soldiers attacked Charlotte Linlin like crazy. Some heroic spirits use their teeth to bite when their hands are broken, and kick with their feet when their teeth are broken. Even if the teeth, hands and feet are useless, Charlotte Linlin's face is bloodied before she dies, trying to block his sight. This iron-blooded scene fell in the eyes of Kai et al. If the strong men under the Beast's pirates have this quality, how could other imperial groups be their opponents? City of Seven Waters. Momosagi Vice Admiral, can you marry me? Go away. I know you like Xia Yan, but I'm no worse than him. Go away. How do you compare to him? 4 marine executives including Aokiji, Akainu, Momosagi, etc. were walking in the ruins of the Seven Waters city. T-Dolphin was still habitually proposing marriage. Momosagi was so impatient that he wanted to chop him to death with a sword. Chamai, shut up first. Xingshang snorted coldly and looked at the ruins in front of him solemnly. The neighborhood has been destroyed so badly, obviously there are strong people who have fought here. There are traces of sticky cakes, lightning, and flames, and it can be determined that there must be Charlotte Linlin, who has died in previous intelligence, and Katakuri. There are also traces of this mace. It should be 4 Emperors Kaido. Duan, why did Kaido appear in the Seven Waters City? Where did they go? Did they get what they wanted and left? Impossible. According to the surrounding civilians, these people have been beating, but they suddenly disappeared. Aokiji and several people checked the battle in the Seven Waters and quickly analyzed it. The final result is that there are at least 4 emperors fighting here. Just when the Marines were about to search carefully, a voice sounded from behind them. Kiss, I didn't expect Chopig to have such a smart brain. You guessed it right away. Who? This is too coincidental, but why did these 3.34 emperors secretly come to the Seven Waters? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Xingshang and Akainu looked at each other, vaguely seeming to understand something. Frost and magma all over the body were released directly, and Aokiji and the others suddenly looked back, and all of their pupils suddenly shrank. What, Xia Yan? Tell me your reason. These 2 guesses are not good results. One is the ability of Xia Yan and Kakashi, and the other is the new heroic spirit. Where have they gone? Sure enough, I only heard a few familiar words in the mouth of the T-Pig. Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamui. The conquering king's army just shown in the comics, the army of the king. Xingshang's body trembled slightly. We are talking about people, the Lord is coming. T-Dolphin suddenly exclaimed. Will there be Xia Yan or his subordinates also participating in the war? It was obviously not loud, but it was like thunder to everyone present. Hiss, Chapter 195. Kill T-Dolphin in seconds, broken inherent barrier, 2/5. Summer. Caricaturist, Xia Yan. Damn it, it's you. Seeing Xia Yan appearing behind them and others, Xingshang and Akainu were horrified, and immediately became vigilant. Only Momosagi looked surprised. Although it was not long since the last naval headquarters separation, she just missed Xia Yan very much, and she could only solve her worries through newspapers every day. Damn it, seeing Momosagi's gentle eyes towards Xia Yan, the T-Pig on the side felt extremely uncomfortable, like eating shit. At a young age, he became a high-level leader of one of the top forces, and he was also trained as the highest combat power of the next generation. It can almost be said that he has more than 10,000 people under one person, and has a promising future. But in such an excellent situation, the goddess he likes disdains him, and instead pays his sincerity to a criminal who stirs up the world. Who can bear this? T-Dolphin took a step forward and shouted loudly. Caricaturist, Xia Yan. Why did you appear in the Seven Waters? Did you cooperate with the 4 emperors? As soon as this statement came out, the whole audience was shocked. Xingshang and Akainu all looked at 21 Chama with admiration, thinking that this prospective admiral was really bold. But their expressions soon became odd again. If they remember correctly, when Xia Yan just came out of the underwater prison, the T-Dolphin was defeated and captured by Xia Yan, and finally was rescued by the 5 elders, right? So where on earth did you have the guts to challenge Xia Yan? Xia Yan didn't bother to take care of the little crap, and looked at Aokiji with a playful look. What are you Marines doing here? Let me guess, is it because of the 4 emperors Kaido and Charlotte Linlin? Okay. Aokiji was startled, his face suddenly serious. Sure enough, do you know? Of course I do. Fight for the ancient weapon Pluton. Xia Yan nodded with a chuckle, her words were not astonishing. Huh? What did you say? Aokiji and Akainu froze, staring at Xia Yan in disbelief, thinking they were hallucinating. Ancient weapon. Pluton. Well, it's ancient weapon, otherwise why do you think Kaido Charlotte Linlin is here? What? Is there any problem? She didn't think there was anything wrong with her words at all. Xia Yan looked innocent and pure. Aokiji, Akainu, et al. Of course there is a problem. And it's a big problem. That is the ancient weapon that claims to have the ability to destroy the world. How could you say it in such an understatement? Great, great. This must be reported to Marshal Zephyr immediately. The T-Dolphin was even more ecstatic, and immediately took out a phone bug to notify naval headquarters. Lay down. Advertisement. Xia Yan looked sideways at the T-Dolphin, her tone was calm and terrifying. Xia Yan. The ancient weapon matter is very important. You don't want to see it being used by wicked people, right? I must inform Marshal Zephyr to send more powerful reinforcements, so as to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Although he was afraid of Xia Yan, Xia still stuck his neck out and said what was on his mind. After he finished speaking, he was still a little proud. Xia Yan is the commander-in-chief of the world government, and Marine is a subordinate department of Xia Yan. Could it be that Xia Yan can still kill Marine? Thinking like this, he directly dialed the phone bug in his hand. Xia Yan's eyes froze, and she slowly raised her right hand, her pupils turning into a strange spiral of lavender. Hey! At this moment, the phone was connected, and the voice of the current Marshal Zephyr came from the opposite side. Marshal Zephyr. Seeing that he had successfully contacted Zephyr, T-Dolphin couldn't help but be overjoyed. T-Pig? You called it this time, did you find something? Hearing that the caller was from T-Vessel, who had just been sent out, Zephyr was overjoyed. These guys seem to be very reliable. Yes. T-Mai hurriedly nodded. Their target is ancient weapon Pluton. And not only Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, Xia Yan also. Boom. Before the T was finished, a sticky repulsion visible to the naked eye burst out from Xia Yan's raised palm. Shen Luo Tianzheng. The terrifying overwhelming force is generally rolling towards the T-Dolphin at high speed. The terrifying power, just a trace of aftermath, completely crushed everything along the way, including the earth and air. The T-Dolphin couldn't even react, and was completely hit by this repulsive force in an extremely panicked mood. Boom. The houses within a kilometer range behind the T-Dolphin were all pierced in an instant, leaving a kilometer-long empty tunnel. And Shamai himself didn't even shed a drop of blood, and there was no slag left after being bombarded. Even Akainu, Aokiji and others who were standing not far away did not have even the slightest bit of blood stained, they were dead clean. This. Qingshang and Akainu's eyes were dull and their minds went blank. Momoshagi stood there stupidly, and was shocked by the strength displayed by Xia Yan. The T-Dolphin is a quasi-admiral carefully cultivated by Marine and the world government, at least he can be ranked at the bottom of the sea in terms of strength. However, it is such a strong man who can dominate one side in New World, but Xia Yan solved it easily. How strong is Xia Yan now? Monument. The phone bug, which was deliberately let go by Xia Yan, lost the support of the T-Dolphin and fell to the ground. Advertisement, T-Mai. Why didn't you speak? What happened to the loud noise just now? T-Team, answer me. Zephyr seemed to realize something and kept calling the T's name. Universal pull. Xia Yan sucked in the palm of his hand and sucked the phone bug into his hand. Don't ask, he's dead, Xia Yan said lightly. What? This voice, you are. Hearing this familiar voice that he probably would never forget in his lifetime, Zephyr's pupils could not help shrinking. He wanted to say something else, but Xia Yan cut off the phone. Boom. Naval headquarters. Zephyr leaned limply in his office chair, his eyes glazed. Even if he didn't see it with his own eyes, he knew that the T-Dolphin should have died. At the same time, within the inherent barrier of the Conqueror King. Huh? Lord Xia Yan. Okay, I see. Xia Yan's voice suddenly sounded from the bottom of my heart. The conquering king who was ravaging and impacting Charlotte Linlin immediately stopped. Even if he hit Zhengying, he did not hesitate at all. Huh? King of Conqueror 510 has stopped. Could it be that his magic power is running out? But looking at King Conqueror's extremely excited appearance, it is clear that these two reasons are not right, but it is more like someone has given an order that cannot be disobeyed. When you get an advantage and stop, you may have no magic power, or you may not want to continue fighting. Click. Order? A familiar, sword inherent enchantment appeared outside. He sighed from the bottom of his heart, but Katakuri beside her looked even more solemn. Standing in front of Akainu and Aokiji, Xia Yan, who was in a liberated state with one hand, greeted Charlotte Linlin with a chuckle. With the appearance of this frightening power, the world within the inherent barrier began to collapse and shatter, as if a heavy hammer had hit a mirror. Seeing that the King of Conqueror actually stopped an advantage, the smoothie, who has been worrying about his mother, beamed with joy. Under the astonished gazes of Charlotte Linlin, Katakuri and others, the inherent barrier of the Conqueror King was shattered by this extremely familiar method. I didn't expect you to survive Gilgamesh's deviated sword. Don't worry, this time I will definitely take care of the management, and there will be no such low-level mistakes again. Noisy, how are you? Okay. Then, a familiar smiling face appeared, which made them laugh at the thought of staying in the inherent enchantment as happier. As the sword turned, a terrifying wind pressure erupted from it, tearing everything around it. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Heart-throbbed, Katakuri was about to speak to remind Charlotte Linlin when she saw a crack suddenly appear in the void. Chapter 196. Mother's Love. Men are really unreliable. 3/5. Xia Yan. Impossible. How could he be here? Damn it. Those heroic spirits and ninjas aren't coming too, are they? Is Gilgamesh here too? Seeing Xia Yan appear and hearing his familiar voice, Stiji immediately became extremely nervous. Katakuri swallowed subconsciously and his body trembled violently. He was really afraid of Xia Yan, because he knew how terrifying the opponent's strength was. Whether it was the world government, the four emperors, or the marines, they all suffered from his subordinates. And the other thing he fears the most is the deviated sword in Xia Yan's hand. It was Gilgamesh who destroyed Cake Island with this sword, and almost killed the Big Mom pirates. The two most feared things actually appeared together. Although Xia Yan and Gilgamesh used the deviant sword to smash Bullet to pieces, he already knew that Xia Yan also possessed this noble phantasm, but the live broadcast is not as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes. As long as Xia Yan liberates this noble phantasm, they will be cut into pieces just like the original Cake Island, and there will be no residue left. Mom, let's get out first. Without the slightest hesitation, Katakuri shouted loudly without even caring about face. If other people hear his words, I am afraid they will feel very incredible. A powerful pirate with a reward of 1 billion berry, the first reaction to see the enemy is to escape. However, in the eyes of Qingshang, Akainu and other marines, they felt that this was a matter of course. Just because that man is Xia Yan. If the enemy is a ninja or heroic spirit of unknown strength, maybe you can fight and bet your luck. But they saw that the enemy was Xia Yan, so if you didn't run away, do you want to wait to be beaten to death? But Charlotte Linlin ignored Katakuri. The former Pirate Four Emperors, who has now been dismissed, is staring at Xia Yan with a gloomy face, and her eyes are still spitting fire, which shows how amazing the anger in her heart is. Mom, calm down. Don't be impulsive. Seeing Charlotte Linlin's attitude, Katakuri suddenly became anxious. How could he not know what she was thinking? Sorry, Mom, and I just happened to pass by here, and have no intention of being hostile to you. Mr. Xia Yan, Scargle, come and help. Turning his head with a dry smile and apologizing to Mo Yan, Katakuri raised his hand to grab Charlotte Linlin, and wanted to join forces with Stiji to force her away. Advertisement, go away, ma'am. Charlotte Linlin suddenly roared and slapped her out. Snapped. Katakuri was slapped in the face. As if afraid of not hurting Katakuri, Charlotte Linlin even used armament hockey for this slap. The force was so great that Xia Yan could even hear a clear sound of bone shattering. What? Katakuri let out a shrill scream, and a large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth, nose, and ears. The whole person was slapped hundreds of meters away, and he was smashed to the ground, not knowing his life or death. Katakuri, Mom, are you crazy? What are you doing? Smoothie looked at Charlotte Linlin in shock, never expecting that she would take action on her only remaining biological son. Go away. You are also worthy of teaching the old lady. Charlotte Linlin seemed crazy when she heard Smoothie being disrespectful to herself, and she slapped her again. Boom. Crackling. Charlotte Linlin's palm is covered with violent thunder and hot flames, which shows how terrifying the power of this slap is. At least it's several times stronger than when I fanned Katakuri just now. In a hurry, the frightened Stiji could only cover his arms with armament hockey as armor to block in front of him. Boom. The thunder burst, and the sky-high fire completely devoured Smoothie. In the next second, a burning fireman flew out from the violent explosion and smashed into the ruins several hundred meters away. Obviously, the man on fire is Stiji. The whole place was silent. No one expected that Charlotte Linlin would suddenly take action on her only two remaining children. Momosagi looked at Charlotte Linlin in astonishment, and her brain forgot for a while. People say that tiger poison doesn't eat children. This woman is just her own child who wants to take her to escape. She doesn't want to. Why is she so cruel? HMPH, is this the love between pirates? It's ridiculous. Advertisement Akainu sneered and sneered, waking everyone up from the shock just now. Is it really a family rebellion? Aokiji took a deep look at the two Katakuri who didn't know their life or death in the distance, and when he looked at Charlotte Linlin again, there was already a little respect and admiration in his eyes. He actually guessed the plan of the former Pirate Four Emperors. No matter how the other person is on weekdays, at least this heart for the child is really touching. Are you done performing? Xia Yan took a deep look at the unconscious Katakuri with a playful smile on her face. Charlotte Linlin was not annoyed when she heard that she was like an actor in Xia Yan's mouth, but calmly asked, "The performance is over, are you still satisfied?" Satisfied, of course satisfied, it's a good show. Xia Yan nodded, feeling inexplicably emotional. To be honest, he really didn't expect Charlotte Linlin to take the initiative to protect his child, which completely subverted his impression of her. Go away, I'll spare your life. Xia Yan had a hard time sending out a kind heart. If Charlotte Linlin is willing to go out on his own, he can save this mother 3 lives. Anyway, the Big Mom Pirate Group is already equivalent to destroying the group, and it can't make any waves. But Charlotte, Linlin laughed. Ha 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 ha. Surrounding the old lady for life? She smiled very happily, as if crazy. After 10 seconds, Charlotte Linlin's laughter stopped abruptly. She looked sideways at Kaido and asked in a deep voice, "Kaido, do you want to help me?" Kaido turned his head to the side, didn't say a word, didn't even look at Charlotte Linlin. Humph. Men are really unreliable. After seeing Mo Yan coming, Kaido didn't even dare to speak to himself. Charlotte Linlin couldn't help but snorted. Then, violent thunder and fiery flames appeared in her hands. The vast conqueror's hockey soared into the sky. Charlotte Linlin roared at Mo Yan. "My mother is a pirate 4 emperors. Big Mom. You even said to spare my life? Even if your strength may be stronger than my mother, it is too arrogant." Open black lens bracket cartoonist Mo Yan. Chapter 197. The King's Army, by Xia Yan, 4/5, boom. Charlotte Linlin's conqueror's hockey is like heaven, shaking the earth violently. Rao is Marine's top combat power like Aokiji and Akainu, and he has to admit that in terms of individual strength, Marine is indeed inferior to Emperor. At least a Marine Admiral can never beat a 4 Emperors. But in the face of such terrifying momentum, Xia Yan laughed. To match the strength of Conqueror's hockey? Xia Yan's tone was soft, and a breath suddenly burst out from his body. Boom. The aura visible to the naked eye is like a sharp sword rushing straight into the sky, creating a hole in the clouds above the 10,000-meter altitude. The next second, Xia Yan's Conqueror's hockey collided with Charlotte Linlin's Conqueror's hockey. Boom. A terrifying airwave erupted from between the two of them, spreading rapidly in all directions, tearing apart the earth within a kilometer range in an instant. The purple-red thunder and lightning surged wildly in the void, as if to tear the world into pieces. Well, Charlotte Linlin groaned and took a few steps back, a sweet taste in her throat. Charlotte Linlin lost to Xia Yan in armament hockey clash. Looking at Xia Yan, who was standing still, Akainu and Qingshang couldn't help but be horrified. Of course they know that Xia Yan's strength is strong, this is an indisputable fact. But they didn't know that Xia Yan actually had such a strong conqueror's hockey. Is this guy almighty and doesn't have any weaknesses? Damn. Charlotte Linlin wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and was forced to realize the fact that Xia 510 was better than herself in every way, and she felt extremely aggrieved in her heart. Should you surrender? If you are willing to be my subordinate, there is no problem in sparing your life. Xia Yan smiled indifferently and sent out the invitation again. To be honest, he was still a little interested in the soul fruit. He even thinks that this is one of the top devil fruits in the pirate world, and it has great value for development. Impossible. Since the incident decades ago, the old lady has said that she will never be anyone's subordinate again. Charlotte Linlin sneered and refused again. I understand. Xia Yan nodded lightly. As the owner of Conqueror's Hockey, and a strong man standing on the top of the sea, it is very normal to have such a strong self-esteem. It's a pity. Such a good fruit, I don't know who will get it in the future. Xia Yan raised her hand slowly, her tone indifferent and calm. Then you can drown with your own ideals and dignity, Big Mom. The King's Army, advertisement mouth, with a low voice from Xia Yan, the noble phantasm is liberated. Just like the Conqueror King before, a white light curtain instantly enveloped the entire world. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin and others were all shocked when they heard the name of the noble phantasm that Xia Yan read. It's not surprising that Xia Yan has the army of the king. After all, Xia Yan even has a top-level noble phantasm like the Deviant's sword. The question is, if he wants to use the army of the king, why should he smash the army of the king who conquered the king before? Could it be that the army of the king of Xia Yan could be more powerful than the conqueror of the king? With this thought in mind, everyone was swallowed by this radiant light. After more than 10 seconds, as a ray of light appeared, they hurriedly opened their eyes. Charlotte Linlin stared blankly ahead. Kaido's tall body trembled even more. What kind of space ninjutsu is this? It can actually pull this immortal here. Shouting, inherent enchantment. I didn't expect Mo Yan to be able to do this kind of magic, but it brought a little surprise to this king. Lord Xia Yan. Are these people enemies? The sword of oath victory in my hand will surely bring you victory and glory. Sasuke, just stand behind you. You are not qualified to participate in this level of battle. A series of familiar voices rang in the ears of Kaido and others. In the endless sea of sand, there are two lines of extremely familiar figures. One is the heroic spirits headed by the King of Heroes Gilgamesh. One is the ninja headed by the column-open black lens bracket Jiraiya. All of them have appeared on this sea, with illustrious names, and they have been rewarded with billions or even billions of monsters. Hey, no, it's a joke. Jack the Drow and Kai were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out. They thought that the army of Xia Yan's king might be stronger than that of the conquering king. But I never thought it would be so strong. This is the army of the king. This is clearly the army of ninjas and heroes. Xia Yan's king's army is not at all to summon the army of heroes, but to summon Gilgamesh, Uchiha Itachi, Jiraiya, Saber and other strong, CBDD, tones. Who can beat this? Charlotte Linlin was also dumbfounded. Facing Xia Yan alone, she can comfort herself that the other person is just one person, so she doesn't need to be afraid at all. However, in the face of so many powerful people, even she felt confused and fearful. It is impossible to defeat these monsters by yourself. But, surrender. Slowly raising her hands, Charlotte Linlin roared and stretched her arms forward. Thundercloud Zeus, Sun Prometheus. Fire up the old lady. Boom. Pile up. Advertisement. The flames like Wang Yang's sea were wrapped in an overwhelming net of thunder, exuding a very destructive aura, and blasted straight towards Xia Yan and the others. Possibly aware that this was her last fight, or she might have been scared to push her full potential, Charlotte Linlin's blow was completely above her own peak. Therefore, Xia Yan also gave the highest standard of etiquette. Kill her. Xia Yan ordered softly. Yes. Everyone agreed in unison. The ninja began to seal, and the heroic spirit opened Shikai to release the real name of the noble phantasm. Fire-style Dion bomb technique, C2 Dragon, Kamui. Amaterasu, Triple Rashomon, Super Sandstorm Burial. Sword of Promised Victory, Kneel Down, Worship. The star of the world's deviation. Except for Lancer and Tsunade, who were not good at long-range attacks, who could only stare at the side, the attacks of the rest of the group fully unfolded in an instant. Click. Click. Before the dense attack could fall, Xia Yan's inherent barrier had already begun to twist and deform, shattering like a mirror, revealing a terrifying darkness. Charlotte Linlin is desperate. The blow she gave with all her strength, and she couldn't even hold it for a second, was completely shattered by the attack of this group of ninjas and heroic spirits. Then, these attacks condense into a huge mass of energy, shrink and expand, and finally explode. Boom. The deafening explosion directly pierced the eardrums of Jack the Drow and Yenjanyan, sending blood from their shocked mouths and noses. The huge impact swept across the earth, destroying at least dozens of kilometers in the blink of an eye, and Charlotte Linlin was also devoured by this explosion. Xia Yan's inherent barrier could no longer support it, and completely collapsed under the constant impact. If this big explosion happened in the Seven Waters City, not in Xia Yan's inherent barrier, I'm afraid it would blow up the entire Seven Waters City to the sky. As Xia Yan's inherent barrier collapsed, everyone present was devoured by a flash of light. After about 10 seconds, the surrounding environment finally returned to normal. Kaido and the others slowly opened their eyes, their faces filled with shock and panic. Xia Yan still stood there with a calm expression. The figures of the heroic spirits and ninjas have disappeared. Charlotte Linlin's figure disappeared completely. Under the attack that the world seemed to be destroyed just now, she didn't even have a trace of scum left. This is the terrifying power of the Army of the King, exclusive to Manga Artist, Xia Yan. Chapter 198. The Loose Admiral, Tom the Murloc, 5/5. Charlotte Linlin, dead. Hanging from his ears that were injured by the explosion just now and still spewing blood, Jack couldn't speak his shocking words smoothly. Yan nodded with a solemn expression. With so many heroic spirits and ninja attacks, if she doesn't die, then Charlotte Linlin can directly become the strongest in the new world. This joke is not funny at all. That is a pirate 4 emperors. Pirates 4 emperors are the strongest standing on the peak of this sea. To die so easily, even if he knew that Xia Yan and his heroic spirits were very strong, it was still somewhat unacceptable. Because, since Xia Yan can kill Charlotte Linlin in seconds with such a terrifying king's army, doesn't that mean he can easily kill Kaido-sama in the same way? Cough. It's amazing, Kid Xia Yan. Kaido coughed twice, looking at Xia Yan with fearful eyes. How could he not be aware of things that Jack can detect? It's just that he and Xia Yan are still in the honeymoon period, and if they want to come to the other party, they won't be idle and have nothing to do with each other. This is my noble phantasm, the army of the king. No matter where I and others are, as long as I deploy the noble phantasm, they will instantly enter the inherent barrier and help me fight. Seemingly knowing what Kaido wanted to ask, Xia Yan directly told Kaido the effect of the king's army. There's no need to hide this. At least Xia Yan doesn't think Kaido will be his opponent. This is very strong. I didn't expect you to have this kind of treasure. It's really amazing. Kaido scratched his head embarrassedly. He didn't know what to say. He couldn't help but praise Xia Yan. Xia Yan smiled slightly and turned her gaze to Tom the Murloc, who fell on the ground not far away. Take him. Xia Yan ordered softly. Yes, Lord Xia Yan. The King of Conqueror immediately carried Tom the Murloc into his bullock cart. At this time, Xia Yan remembered that Momosagi and other marines. Turning her head to look at them, Xia Yan asked casually, do you marines want to come together? Or do you just go back to the headquarters to return to your life and say I took the ancient weapon Pluton? What? Akainu and Aokiji snapped back to their senses. Advertisement the moment they saw Xia Yan, they both shivered subconsciously. Ancient weapon Pluton. It's no wonder that Charlotte Linlin, who escaped from the dead, sneaked to the Seven Waters from New World without even taking care of reclaiming the site. No wonder the 4 emperors Kaido is here. It stands to reason that, having received such important news, they should immediately follow Xia Yan, or notify Marshal Zephyr as soon as possible. But looking at Xia Yan's gentle smile, for some reason, Aokiji only felt the horror to the extreme. We're not going, Aokiji whispered. Yes? No? Let's hurry back to the headquarters and reply directly to the situation here. Akainu rarely agrees with Aokiji's idea. His eyes are downcast, he dare not look at Xia Yan, and he doesn't have the ruthlessness and madness of killing pirates on weekdays. Akainu and Aokiji were actually hit harder than Jack and the others. Because Marine discussed the weaknesses of Xia Yan and others before, the final conclusion is, heroic spirits and ninjas often act alone, or at most 2 people act together. So as long as they don't get together, generally nothing too terrible will happen. However, Xia Yan actually has such a noble phantasm that can force everyone together. This guy is too scary. On the contrary, Momosagi's attitude towards Xia Yan has not changed. No. To say that there are still some. Momosagi looked at Xia Yan with more admiration, as if he was looking forward to a perfect god. I'm going. Momosagi said with a serious face. Xia Yan, I missed you in the past few years, and now I have to make up for it, so I am going. Alright. Xia Yan chuckled softly and stretched out her palm towards Momosagi. Momosagi blushed, hurriedly straightened Jin Luo around her waist, and held hands with Xia Yan with a solemn face. The group walked towards an intact house in the distance. Seeing that Admiral, Marine's #1 beauty prospect, chose to join the enemy, without the slightest hesitation, both Xingqi and Akainu were speechless. For flowers, what should I do? Momosagi should have followed Xia Yan to see ancient weapon Pluton. Looking at Momosagi and Xia Yan's backs, Akainu sighed deeply. On a mission, Quasi-Admiral T. Dolphin died. Momosagi was also taken away by Xia Yan. I don't know if he will return to Marine. Advertisement. If it weren't for his age, he really had the urge to retire. What is this all about? There is no justice at all. Don't care. Let's go back to the headquarters directly, report the truth to Teacher Z. Aokiji thought very much. They couldn't beat Xia Yan even with their lives. It is estimated that if the army of kings is opened, they can be easily cleaned up like Charlotte Linlin. This is a fart. 0 in Aokiji's opinion. Marine might as well just merge with Xia Yan and let him be Marshal Marine. With Xia Yan as the Marine, isn't this era of great pirates permanently ending in minutes? In an empty house that did not collapse, the owner of the house took refuge. The Conqueror wakes up Tom the Murloc. Well, Tom groaned and looked around in confusion. Wake up. Do you know me? Seeing Tom's gaze fixed on his face, Xia Yan asked with a chuckle. Well, no, Roger's adopted son, I've been following you. Tom nodded, his tone a little emotional. Roger is a person he is optimistic about. After Mo Yan's identity was exposed after he escaped from prison, he naturally paid attention to Mo Yan and secretly worried about him. It turned out that Xia Yan grew up so fast and terrifying, and in the blink of an eye, she became the top figure in this sea. Why is he here? Isn't the horned man behind Xia Yan the Four Emperors Kaido? Why does such a big man appear by his side? A trace of doubt flashed in Tom's eyes, and then he finally remembered a little memory before he was knocked out. The person who starred him was another pirate Four Emperors, Charlotte Linlin. In an instant, Tom understood everything. He is not a fool. Two pirates, Four Emperors and Xia Yan, such a high-ranking person, came to find a small person like him. Other than for the ancient weapon Pluton, what else could he do? Chapter 199. Super Battleship Ancient Weapon Pluton. 6 more. Fishman Tom, shipbuilder. As a man who once built a ship for One Piece and had the design drawings of the ancient weapon Pluton, he knew that one day he would be targeted or even killed, and he was mentally prepared. But honestly, he was still intimidated by the lineup. Four Emperors Kaido of the Beasts, Charlotte Linlin, cartoonist Mo Yan. The reward of these three people adds up to more than 10 billion. Roger's bounty was not as high as them back then. As for strength, although Tom believes that Roger is absolutely invincible in the world, but thinking of all the big news that Xia Yan has made recently, and the name of Kaido, the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, he can't help but have doubts. After all, Roger is a legend of the previous era. Even if he is resurrected now, he may not be better than these people, right? May 10th. Murloc Tom suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Xia Yan strangely. Where's Charlotte Linlin? I remember she caught me. Died. Xia Yan said casually. Late, dead. Wait a minute, what did you say? Tom first nodded subconsciously, then raised his head suddenly, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. Died? Xia Yan says Charlotte Linlin is dead? Well, dead, I killed it myself. Facing Tom's shocked gaze, Xia Yan nodded slightly, her eyes calm and terrifying. Tom. Obviously he just fainted for a while. How do you feel that the world has undergone earth-shaking changes? So, a pirate Four Emperors kidnapped himself. Then he replied that in order to save him, he killed the pirate Four Emperors? Just kidding. Those are the only kings in this sea, with a bounty of more than 4 billion berry monsters. Why, you don't think the Four Emperors are strong, do you? Seeing Tom's frightened appearance, Xia Yan couldn't help feeling a little funny. Forehead. Tom said cautiously, isn't it strong? Strong, of course strong. Advertisement. Xia Yan first used a positive tone, and then changed the topic. But in the hands of the heroic spirits and ninjas under my command, they are nothing more than turkeys, not worth mentioning. Tom. Well, he forgot about Xia Yan's monsters. As far as the group of beings who are not weaker than Marine Admiral and the Four Emperors are taken out at random, killing Charlotte Linlin is indeed not difficult. In other words, you really saved me. Tom sighed deeply, feeling a little emotional in his heart. Roger's ship was his own masterpiece, and he was sentenced to death for this crime. But now, it was Roger's adopted son who saved him. Destiny is amazing too. Oops, Tom stood up suddenly. What are you going to do? I warn you not to move. Thinking Tom was going to do something or run away, Jack immediately stared at him vigilantly. Snapped. Kaido slapped Jack on the head, slapped him for a moment, and scolded. People are going to mess with you, kid. Why don't you rush forward during the battle? Get behind. Oh, I see, Boss Kaido. Jack looked aggrieved, but he didn't dare to be angry with Kaido, so he could only shake his head and walk into the corner to think about it. Cough. This is the beast. Seeing that Jack the Drow, the monster with a reward of 1 billion berry, was the same as his grandson in front of Kaido, Tom was shocked, and once again felt the horror of Xia Yan. Because since he woke up, Xia Yan has been sitting there while Kaido has been standing. The most important thing is that it was basically Xia Yan who spoke just now. It is obvious that the real leader between Mo Yan and Kaido is Xia Yan, not the strongest creature. Wait for me here, I'll be back soon, not to run away. Tom explained his actions to Mo Yan and others. Good. Xia Yan chuckled and said, building a ship for One Piece, preventing Pluton's drawings from falling into the hands of treacherous people, and at the cost of their lives, I naturally have no doubts about a loyal person like Master Tom. Advertisement. Tom's face turned red. He has never been praised so ruthlessly in his life, especially since the other party is a strong man standing on the top of the world. Even if Tom doesn't think he's vain, he can't help but feel a little flirtatious. Cartoonist, Xia Yan praised him. How many people in this world can be praised by a big man like Xia Yan, or a very high evaluation like loyalty? This life is worth it. Is Xia Yan credible? Credible. This can be seen from his usual behavior. Will Xia Yan use ancient weapon to do evil? No, the power of the deviant sword is enough to sever the world. The power of the ancient weapon Pluton is nothing more than destroying an island with one blow. Hero King Gilgamesh can easily do this. Xia Yan is my benefactor, Roger's adopted son, and has a very close relationship. The most important thing is that Xia Yan is strong, very strong. Only such a powerful man can make the world government and the pirate Four Emperors fearful and fearful. Otherwise this kind of thing will happen sooner or later. This time Xia Yan saves me, who will save me next time? After Tom went out from Xia Yan Kaido's side, he rambled along the way, as if to convince himself. It was not until he got the blueprint that he made up his mind. Although I don't know who leaked the news, but the ancient weapon blueprint has been exposed, and I can't keep it on my own. In this case, then 3.3 directly find someone who can hold it. Oops, the house where Xia Yan and others were before was pushed open from the outside, and Tom strode in. It's just different from before. Tom's complexion is obviously much better now. There was no more hesitation in his eyes. Give you. Tom quickly walked to Xia Yan and handed over the blueprint. What is this? Wouldn't it be what Lousy thought? Kaido stared at the drawing in Xia Yan's hand, already guessing what it was, and a trace of greed inevitably appeared in his eyes. That's right. Tom nodded and said in a deep voice with emotion. This is the design drawing of the ancient super battleship weapon, Pluton, the world's dream. Chapter 200. Fusion Fruit. The 4 emperors are dead. How important new comics are, 1/5. The blueprint of the ancient weapon Pluton that he longed for was actually right in front of his eyes, and he obtained it without much effort. Kaido only felt that the reality was a bit dreamy. Xia Yan looked at the Pluton drawing in her hand, but felt even more dreamy. Is this the super battleship everyone dreams of? I saw on the blueprint that it was indeed an extremely gorgeous battleship. Even if Xia Yan is not a military fan and has almost no understanding of ships, he can't help but be a little fascinated by it. Too beautiful, Xia Yan couldn't help admiring. I want to see too. Kaido couldn't wait to squeeze beside Xia Yan, shrinking his little giant body beside Xia Yan. Momoshiki squeezed to the other side of Xia Yan, curiously looking at the content on the drawing. Hi, is this the legendary ancient weapon Pluton that can destroy an island with one blow? Kaido's body trembled slightly, his eyes full of guyship and desire for what was in front of him. Dao Min's beautiful eyes widened. She never thought that one day she would be able to see the ancient weapon Pluton with her own eyes. On the other hand, Jack and Kai are very itchy. They also wanted to know what the ancient weapon was, but they didn't dare to go to Xia Yan and Momoshiki's side, so they could only stare at the 3 people's reactions. After seeing the appearance of the Pluton battleship, Xia Yan found that there was still a page for this thing, so she immediately turned the page. As a result, what caught his eye made him widen his eyes in astonishment. What's this? Kaido asked suspiciously, like a robot. Momoshiki hesitated to speak his mind. Xia Yan didn't speak, and to be honest he was also shocked. On the second page of the design drawings is another form of the Pluton battleship. This is a 5,000-meter high robotic giant. From its appearance, it can be seen that the Pluton battleship was disintegrated into it, and it is somewhat similar to the Gundam in the previous life. This kind of high-tech stuff appeared in the world of pirates, and it was created 800 years ago, which made Xia Yan a little unacceptable. Xia Yan couldn't help but complain. This thing is really a Pluton battleship. Why do I feel like a robot? How was it built in the first place? It is said that Pluton's inspiration was a person with the ability to combine fruit. Tom told all the legends he knew. Advertisement? Huh? Fusion fruit? Xia Yan looked at Tom with a confused expression. Okay. Tom nodded. It is said that the original Pluton battleship was specially created for those with the ability to combine fruit, because the two can be merged into one and burst out with power that can destroy the world. Mo Yan. Well, Tom's explanation is indeed very convincing. He killed Bullet with his own hands, and he had seen the fusion fruit. It was indeed terrifying, and his body could even merge with an island to become a giant thousands of meters high. The ancients created the Pluton battleship because of the fusion fruit, and it is indeed reasonable to integrate the Pluton battleship and the fusion fruit ability. It's a pity to say that. Xia Yan sighed in her heart. Bullet is dead, and no one knows when the new fusion fruit abilities will appear. Kaido's eyes are blood red. He really likes this Pluton battleship so much, it's a pity that he has already eaten devil fruit. Otherwise he will find a fusion fruit no matter how expensive it is. Of course, this idea only existed for a moment and was abandoned by Kaido. With Xia Yan there, even if he ate the fruit of fusion, it would be impossible for him to have the ancient weapon Pluton. It is impossible for Xia Yan to give him something as important as the ancient weapon. Give you. Xia Yan suddenly gave Kaido the blueprint for the Pluton battleship. What? Kaido raised his hand to take it subconsciously, his eyes stunned, and he stared blankly at Xia Yan. Xia Yan gave him the blueprint of the ancient weapon Pluton battleship? Is he dreaming? Or is Xia Yan crazy? I'm interested in this stuff, but only interested, and I'm not going to waste my time on it. Looking at Kaido's confused eyes, Mo Yan explained with a light smile. So, Kaido still didn't quite understand what Xia Yan said. Xia Yan chuckled softly. So, the ancient weapon Pluton will be handed over to you to build. I believe that with Wanakuna's national strength and technical talents, it should not be difficult to build a Pluton battleship, right? Boom. Kaido was struck by lightning, and the whole person was dumbfounded. Xia Yan actually gave him the ancient weapon, and it was as if he had lost a toy. His face was indifferent. Momoshiki also looked in disbelief. Advertisement. She thought about Xia Yan creating the ancient weapon herself, or destroying the blueprint, but she never thought that he would throw it to Kaido like a trash. Tom was even more horrified. Even Roger didn't say that he would throw the ancient weapon directly to others. This is a terrifying force that claims to be able to destroy the entire world. But looking at Xia Yan's indifferent smile, Tom completely understood that the gap between himself and Xia Yan was so terrifying. In his heart, he had to be careful about the ancient weapon, which he took seriously. For Mo Yan, it might just be an interesting toy. That's all. From Tom's, Momosagi finally returned to naval headquarters. Her education since childhood was to uphold justice and protect the people. After killing celestial dragons before, she made a big breakthrough in her ideological realm and strengthened her dream of being a marine. With Kaido's gratitude and constant reassurance, Xia Yan embarked on a journey back to the Subodhi archipelago. This time, instead of taking a boat, he took the bullock cart of the Conqueror King. It has to be said that, in the end, it is a cow dedicated to Zeus, and this speed is extraordinary. Meanwhile, both Akainu and Aokiji have returned to naval headquarters. Ancient weapon Pluton. Why didn't you make a phone call to ask for instructions on such an important thing? You just came back. By the way, if these two news are simply shocking people. Aokiji rolled his eyes and complained. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. After telling IM about the ancient weapon, Xia Yan rushed to the draft overnight and quickly completed the first volume of the Shinigami manga. I don't think it makes any sense to ask for instructions. Is Marine capable of fighting Xia Yan now? Well, according to the description of Xia Yan's King's Army by Qingshang Akainu, it is true that Marine is not Xia Yan's opponent even if he comes out in full force. He's too suffocated to be a marshal, isn't he? Even the fall of a top-level existence like the Pirate 4 Emperors is not as important in the eyes of the world as his release of a new comic. 1. The former Pirate 4 Emperor Charlotte Linlin was resurrected, fought with the Seven Water City and caricaturist, Xia Yan, the heroic spirit Conqueror King, destroyed half of the Seven Water City and died completely. The discussion degree of Xia Yan's new comics is much higher than that of the death of 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin, which makes all journalists in the news industry speechless. Blink all night. Two big news that shocked the whole world. 2. The first volume of Xia Yan's new manga, Shinigami, will be released soon. In the marshal's office, Zephyr looked at the two of Aokiji in shock. At the same time, the World Economic News and the government press release are on sale at the same time. Is this open black lens bracket cartoonist close black lens bracket Xia Yan? Thinking of this, Zephyr couldn't help feeling a little helpless. Chapter 201. Red Hair and Dragon, Want to Watch, Shinigami, 2/5. Charlotte Linlin came back to life, and then died? I remember when the Cake Island crumbled to pieces? It is estimated that it was Gilgamesh who used some special devil fruit to escape when he liberated the deviated sword. It is normal, but this time, her luck was not so good when she bumped into Lord Xia Yan. Leave her alone. Look here, caricaturist, Xia Yan's new comic. What? No wonder you're so eager to finish KFC. Is it a new comic? It's too dedicated. Just read it to me. Is it the next film of FZ? The child named Shuru adopted by Emiya Kuritsugu is the protagonist of the next film, right? No, it doesn't seem like the next part of KEYZ. The new manga is called Shinigami. Shinigami. Is this orange fur the protagonist? It looks quite handsome. I don't know how the story will turn out, but since it's cartoonist, Xia Yan, it should be fine, right? The news of the upcoming serialization of the new manga, Shinigami, completely overwhelmed the news of Charlotte Linlin's death, and almost all Xia Yan fans were reveling. Of course, a considerable number of people complained that Xia Yan has opened a new series, and the series after Hokage and FYZ will definitely be affected. But soon they were relieved. As for Xia Yan's appalling terrifying hand speed in the world live broadcast before, even if he serializes 10 comics at the same time, it is estimated that it will not affect his progress, so there is no need to worry at all. In fact, among the general public, the popularity of Xia Yan's new comics is indeed higher. But in certain groups, the news of Charlotte Linlin's actual death was even more shocking. Charlotte Linlin is really dead this time. On the deserted island of East Blue, the red-haired eyes were dull. In addition to Whitebeard, who is now dead and unknown, Charlotte Linlin should be the first Pirate 4 Emperors to be truly determined to be dead. At this moment, even if the relationship between the redhead and Charlotte Linlin is very ordinary, it can't help but give birth to a sense of desolation. Shanks. I brought people. Look, Beckman's voice suddenly came from a distance, with a deep sense of joy, as if something good had happened. The redhead looked up subconsciously, and saw a figure in a green robe appearing in front of him. Hello, Redhead Shanks. The man in the green robe smiled and stretched out his sole palm, revealing the bizarre tattoo hidden under the Kabuto cap. Monkey D. Dragon, the son of Garp, the father of the original protagonist Luffy, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. The redhead also stretched out his only hand, held the dragon's palm, and sighed. Subodhi Archipelago said goodbye. I didn't expect that we would have to cooperate when we meet again. Things in this world are so wonderful. Who would have thought that Xia Yan, a little-known person, came out of the underwater prison and became the world's top overlord? Looking at himself and the red-haired empty right arm, the smile on the dragon's face was a bit bitter. Their arms, one was cut off by Uchiha Itachi and the other was cut off by Xia Yan, and both of them were cut off in the battle at Subodhi Archipelago, so they were brothers and sisters. Advertisement: the two walked side by side toward the desert island, with Beckman following behind without a word. Soon, I came to a wooden house with a very good environment. Sit. The redhead said lightly, it's a nice view. Long sat beside the red hair, looked around, and praised from the heart. The red-haired brow wrinkled slightly. Let's talk about the business directly. If it was normal, I would have time to chat with you for a while, but now I'm really not in the mood. Good. Looking straight into the red-haired eyes, Long Chen asked in a deep voice, do you know about Charlotte Linlin's death in the Seven Waters? Knowledge. Hong Fei-yong picked up the newspaper in his hand, indicating that he had just read the news. Long nodded and asked again. Then do you know who was in the Seven Waters at that time, besides Red Hair and Charlotte Linlin? King of Conquest? Redhead asked, recalling the contents of the newspaper. No. You only see the appearance. Long mercilessly denied the red-haired words. Under the surprised gaze of the redhead, Long took out a handful of photos from his arms and threw them on the stone table. This is. The red-haired eyes narrowed. I saw that the top of this photo was Katakuri and Stg lying unconscious in the ruins. The newspapers reported that they were completely absent. Obviously either they were not photographed or the two of Katakuri were not high enough and were ignored directly. But no matter what the reason is, there is one thing. The intelligence system of the Revolutionary Army and the Dragon Master has great powers. However, Katakuri and Smoothie are just two bigger grasshoppers in the eyes of the redhead. Just this photo would not surprise him. Keep watching. Long smiled. Advertisement. The redhead hesitated and opened the photo. A familiar figure entered his line of sight. Xia Yan, Charlotte Linlin, King of Conquest, Yan, Jack, Kaido. Not just Charlotte Linlin in the Seven Waters, but Kaido too. Why? Is there anything in the Seven Waters? With such doubts in mind, the redhead opened the last photo. Boom. The monstrous conqueror's Hawkeye emerges from within the redhead, soaring into the sky. Mr. Tom? Did Xia Yan stole the ancient weapon? He got it. Then he took out another book from his arms, put it in front of the red hair, and asked softly. Xia Yan's Shinigami Volume 1-inch manga that hasn't been released yet. I got it from the government's press release, to see. R*****. The red-haired eyes narrowed. What? So what are you showing me this for? Redhead stared blankly at Tom the Murloc lying on the ground in a dizzy photo. A cold glow flashed in his eyes. Did Mr. Tom choose Xia Yan? Li does. Long shook his head. That's right, in terms of the current form on the sea, only Xia Yan can protect the ancient weapon Pluton. No, the red-haired face asked with a cold expression. I just want to prove to you the ability of me in the Revolutionary Army. After all, we will be close partners in the future. Quickly regaining his calm appearance before, the red-haired asked in a deep voice. A smug smile appeared on Long's face. Obviously he was very confident and satisfied with the intelligence system under his command. It's the ancient weapon Pluton. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. But before the red hair could breathe a sigh of relief, he immediately added, it was Tom who took the initiative to hand the ancient weapon to Xia Yan. Chapter 202. Something happened to Luo, 3/5. For Long's powerful intelligence system, the red hair is still very recognized. Compared to the idle four emperors who didn't even have their own forces, the Revolutionary Army was indeed a pretty good partner. But, Xia Yan's comics? Xia Yan has another group of newbies? The redhead complained helplessly, but he still raised his hand to take the Shinigami comic from Long's hand. The cover is a man and a woman. The male bridge hair is very handsome, a bit like a punk. The woman is petite and cute, but has a hint of boyishness. I have to say that even if the relationship with Xia Yan is not good, the redhead has to admit that the other party is really good at drawing comics. These two characters have a story to tell. Turn the page to read the main article. Long reminded. The redhead agreed, and opened the cartoon in his hand. Unlike ninjas and heroic spirits, Shinigami's new world unfolds before his eyes. To be honest, Shinigami's early plot can only be said to be quite satisfactory and ordinary. And Ichigo and Rukia and others are not very strong in the early stage. Therefore, in order to be attractive enough and to facilitate himself to get rewards, Xia Yan drew the plot of Byakuya Kuchiki's appearance to kill Ichigo in one breath this time. This is definitely one of the biggest hits of Shinigami's early game. Sure enough, even the redhead was shocked when he saw this scene. Because Ichigo's previous performance was obviously very good, he thought Ichigo was already a strong man. But I didn't expect that there are people outside people, there are days outside the sky, and the protagonist will be killed by others in seconds. Novel. Neither F.Z. nor Hokage have this kind of plot. The redhead continued to turn the page and saw that Rukia was taken away by Byakuya Kuchiki, and the plot came to an abrupt end. The strength of the enemy is so terrifying. Can Ichigo defeat the opponent and take back Rukia? Just how strong is Shinigami? From the little strength that Byakuya Kuchiki showed, it is impossible to judge at all. But since it has the word, God, it is estimated that it will definitely not be weak. Xia Yan will have another group of powerful characters. The redhead sighed deeply, inexplicably having the urge to join Xia Yan's command. Advertisement fighting against those monsters is simply killing yourself. How? Do you see anything? Seeing the redhead's listless appearance, Long asked bluntly. The next character to appear, 80% is Byakuya Kuchiki. Rukia and Ichigo's popularity is estimated to be good, but their strength is too weak, I am afraid they will not appear. He was still as lazy as before, but CBDD, redhead still spoke out all his conjectures. Byakuya Kuchiki. Indeed, he is the most likely. Long nodded thoughtfully, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. What are you thinking? Shocked by the dragon's eyes, the red-haired looked at him strangely. I'm thinking, are Xia Yan's men really 100% obedient to him? The dragon's tone was calm, but the words he said were quite crazy. The redhead was shocked and looked at him with a look of astonishment. Of course, have you heard of the betrayal of people under Xia Yan's command? They all listened to Xia Yan's words. I know, but I still think it's worth a shot. Long's face was very calm. Of course he understood that the possibility of his conjecture was very low. But he did think it was possible, because Gilgamesh, King of Conqueror, Jiraiya, Orochimaru and others show almost exactly the same characters as in the comics. This means that characters who are kind in the comics are just as kind in reality. In the same way, the evil characters are also evil in reality, but there is a Mo Yan as the master. But do these characters really obey Xia Yan completely? They are powerful figures in the comics, but in reality they have to obey Xia Yan, aren't they unwilling at all? Dragon is waiting for an opportunity, a chance for a powerful enough villain to emerge. Success or failure, it doesn't matter. He thinks it's worth a try, and that's enough. After a few days in the blink of an eye, news of the upcoming release of a new manga has not waned over time, but has intensified. Even every second of 24 hours someone called the World Economic News and asked them why the new manga, Shinigami, was not released. After one day, after much anticipation, the first volume of Shinigami was finally released from the World Economic News and the government's press release. The world is boiling. Advertisement, new stories, new characters, new abilities and settings, everything is new. Hundreds of millions of people have been driven into extreme madness over a comic. On Earth, this is unimaginable. Even for One Piece, which has the highest total circulation, the average volume of physical comics is only more than 4 million. In the world of pirates, Xia Yan's practice of gaining fans by gaining popularity through a large number of characters can be said to have been developed by him to ultimate. In just 1 hour, 80 million copies of Absent-Mindedness were sold out, reaching a situation in which demand was in short supply. Morgans and the government had already prepared the manuscript this time, and immediately arranged to work overtime and overtime. In one night, 40 million copies were printed, but they were all sold out within an hour. It's crazy, the whole world is crazy. Inside the office, Morgan's body trembled violently. Reprint. An additional 20 million copies, this month everyone's bonus is 10 times more. In an instant, a large crowd of cheers rang out from outside the office. Some employees who wanted to ask for leave and were dissatisfied with long overtime also cheered, exhausted, and even wanted to take the initiative to work overtime. Sabaody Archipelago. Something beyond our expectations did happen, and it's about you. Seeing Xia Yan's attitude, Zephyr breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Yan picked up the phone bug. Something happened to Dressrosa. He was not afraid of Xia Yan saying ugly things, but he was afraid that he would not care. Oh, come on, I'm listening. You Marines are really trashy? Hearing Zephyr say this, Xia Yan couldn't help but feel a little curious. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Xia Yan's face was bewildered, and she didn't understand why Zephyr called herself. And, Dressrosa? Huh, what's wrong with Dressrosa? It's none of my business. Xia Yan was preparing to receive the system data for the release of the first volume of Shinigami, but suddenly the sound of a phone bug rang in her ear. Xia Yan couldn't help complaining. Corazon has a bunch of information about Dressrosa, but it turned out that something happened. The voice of the current Marshal Zephyr came from the phone. Zephyr didn't care about Xia Yan's sarcastic attitude and tone. Hey. So Zephyr directly stated the current situation. That scumbag from Doflamingo has cooperated with Redfield. The two of them targeted Luo and attacked the Marine recruit ship, otherwise I wouldn't come to you. Chapter 203. Skyrocketing Ryotsu, New Draw, 4/5, Doflamingo and Redfield. Hearing these two familiar names, Xia Yan couldn't help being stunned. Doflamingo is a frequent contact with him. Before North Blue grabbed Op Fruit, Naval Headquarters Shichibukai meeting, the two met. So Xia Yan couldn't understand why this guy was crazy enough to shoot Luo. Doesn't he know that Luo is someone he likes? Or is he going crazy for his arm and ageless surgery? Want to take a gamble? As for the Red Earl of Redfield, he hadn't dealt with each other for a long time. The last time he met was when he escaped from the underwater prison. But Xia Yan can fully understand why Redfield shot Luo. Ageless surgery. It is no secret that Redfield's fanatical pursuit of youth is not a secret. In the game of pirates in the previous life, he even ate the devil fruit in the form of a ghost, a vampire. I just don't know if he has already obtained devil fruit after shooting Luo. Has Luo been caught? She seemed to think so much, but in fact it was only for a moment, Xia Yan asked casually. Naturally, there is no need to hide this kind of question, Zephyr nodded lightly, and said, well, he was indeed arrested. The girl Ian was also arrested, and the other recruits may all be killed. Fortunately, the guy Garp will train himself. Several of my own grandchildren, otherwise this time I will definitely fry the pot. Ain, why didn't she die? Xia Yan looked at the phone bug with various expressions with great interest, and I have to say that the phone bug is really fun. It seems that it is also because of the devil fruit ability. Ain's ability is the retrogressive fruit, which is quite powerful. After hesitating for a while, Zephyr told Xia Yan truthfully about Ain's abilities. To be honest, despite the fact that marine executives don't like to see Xia Yan very much. But Zephyr knew very well in his heart that Xia Yan was not a villain like Doflamingo, but a trusted powerhouse. Well, I see. Seeing that Zephyr didn't deceive himself, Xia Yan felt very satisfied. Zephyr didn't understand what Xia Yan meant, and asked suspiciously, "Then you agreed to help?" Of course. A cold light appeared in Xia Yan's eyes. I sent Luna to Marine, and hitting him would be a slap in the face. How could I not do it? So be it. Marine will send Kizaru out. Seeing that Xia Yan was willing to help, Zephyr could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, and at the same time asked curiously, "Who did you send over there?" "Secret." Xia Yan chuckled and hung up the phone bug. Zephyr. What needs to be kept secret? It is not a heroic spirit or a ninja. Is it possible that there are others? Marshal Zephyr. Xia Yan's new manga is on sale. Just as Zephyr was complaining about Xia Yan in his heart, Colonel Marine's shout suddenly sounded outside. Advertisement? What? Zephyr was taken aback. New comics? The Shinigami that the newspaper said earlier? Zephyr couldn't help guessing. Xia Yan's so-called secrecy. Could it be that the one he sent this time was not a heroic spirit, nor a ninja, but Shinigami? Sabadi Archipelago, in the bedroom of Xia Yan. Shortly after hanging up, Xia Yan heard a system prompt. Open black lens bracket ding. The release of this comic is under settlement, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket get 87 million new fans, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket get 13 million loyal fans, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket manga. Shinigami, popular character. There are 5 characters with more than 5 million fans. The host will get the chance to draw the ability. There are 3 characters whose popularity exceeds 5 million, and the host will get the chance to summon characters. The first stage goal, 50 million fans, have been reached. Get a chance to win a world lottery. Open black lens bracket. The second stage goal is officially opened. Close black lens bracket. As the prompt sounded, a new system panel also appeared. Manga. Shinigami. Fans. 87 million loyal fans. 13 million. Popular characters. Number of fans. Byakuya Kuchiki. 17 million. Kurosaki Ichigo. 8 million. Rukia. 7 million. The first stage goal. Fans reach 50 million. Achieved. The second stage goal has 100 million fans. 8,700 trillion. 30 million loyal fans. 13 million. 30 million. Not bad. It seems that Shinigami is also quite popular in the pirate world. Xia Yan was quite satisfied with the data that Shinigami released a volume. Character ability lottery, world lottery, character summoning, all. The old rule, first draw the character ability. When Xia Yan thought about it, the system prompt sounded immediately. Ding. Extracted through Ishida Yulong. Spirit. Extracted from Aburai Renji. One of Hado, Chong. Open black lens bracket drawing from Kurosaki Ichigo. Ryatsu close black lens bracket, for flowers. Through open black lens bracket Rukia draw to Ryatsu close black lens bracket open black lens bracket drawing from Byakuya Kuchiki. Hado number 99 swirling dragons of destruction. Advertisement with the continuous sound of prompts. Xia Yan only felt that her soul had been purified and improved. A vast Ryatsu fell from the sky. This is Kurosaki Ichigo's Ryatsu plus Rukia's Ryatsu plus Xia Yan's own Ryatsu. In fact, Xia Yan's own Ryatsu is the most terrifying, far more than Rukia and Kurosaki Ichigo combined. It's just that he only had the powerful Ryatsu before, but he didn't know how to use it. Click. Click. The walls of the bedroom were shattered with cracks, and they were still collapsing outwards at a speed visible to the naked eye. For a moment, the entire hotel trembled violently under Xia Yan's Ryatsu, as if an earthquake had occurred. Zero. What happened? Earthquake? An enemy attack? Jiraiya, Saber, Lackner and others rushed out of the hotel with dignified faces. This terrible pressure from the soul, even they can clearly feel it, and even the most basic activities have been affected. A long time. The pressure from the soul dissipates. Xia Yan stuck her head out from the broken window. Sorry, I was practicing a new move just now, and I accidentally released my energy out of control. Master Xia Yan, be careful, we were taken aback. Jiraiya and the others turned black. Fortunately, they thought it was an enemy attack, and they were preparing for a big battle. It was a loyal spearman like Lackner who spoke to Xia Yan immediately. Xia Yan, the Master Kun, became stronger, happier than himself. Throwing 10 million berry to Jiraiya and others to let them have a big meal, Xia Yan returned to his bedroom. It's time to move. Looking at the tattered walls around him that had been made by his Ryatsu, Xia Yan sighed softly, thinking in his heart. First perform the world lottery of the first stage goal of Shinigami, and then summon the characters. A familiar roulette wheel appeared in front of Xia Yan out of thin air. Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka. Kido Grandmaster Zanpakuto Yanling Pill. Zanpakuto Kyoka Suigetsu, Deficiency Blood Vessels, Big. Chapter 204, Soaring Strength, Ice Witch, Shinigami comes, 5/5. In the Shinigami world, Xia Yan does have a few things in particular that he wants. For example, Urankar's return to the blade and the second stage return to the blade, high-speed regeneration. Another example is Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka, Hiranmaru, Kyoka Suigetsu. As for Kido or something, Xia Yan is not very interested. If I had to say it, it was the black coffin that Aizen used to kill the captain, which was a little attractive to Xia Yan. Strength is secondary, as long as it's very cool. Thinking like this, the pointer on the roulette wheel gradually slowed down and stayed in one place. Open black lens bracket ding. Get virtual blood. Boom. Xia Yan's Ryotsu suddenly swelled, and the cracked wall instantly shattered. Ring. Without any hesitation, Xia Yan teleported directly and appeared outside the hotel in an instant. In the next second, the hotel completely collapsed and turned into a rubble. Fortunately, Jiraiya and others took the money that Xia Yan gave them to eat, otherwise if they stayed in the hotel, even if they were not injured, they would be very embarrassed. A virtual bloodline? Xia Yan muttered to herself and checked her body. There are no virtual holes, no Hollow's exoskeleton, or even the return blade weapons that are exclusive to the broken people. Is it because he is not a Rancor? Or is it because he's just become the lowest Jillian and needs to continue to devour evolution? Xia Yan is also not sure, these can only be tested slowly after finding time. Boom. The earth was easily torn apart by Xia Yan. He is in an open space, testing the changes in his body. Sure enough, the basic attributes such as strength, defense, and speed have been greatly improved. After opening the door of no casualties, the strength has increased several times more than before, and the increase is very terrifying. Earn big. It seems that the virtual blood is not as strong as Zanpakuto, but even Kyoka Suigetsu can't make him stronger several times in the state of Death Door. Next, there are abilities other than basic attributes. Steel Skin. Xia Yan slashed twice with the Kusanagi sword that turned into a noble phantasm, and only when she used all her strength could a bloodstain appear. But in less than a second, the bloodstain completely disappeared. Advertisement? A virtual high-speed regeneration? Looking at the smooth and clean arm, Xia Yan put on the noble phantasm, Black Saber Knight, with the characteristics of breaking everything, and slashed at his wrist. Click. Xia Yan's wrist fell and blood spurted wildly. Well, she cut off her own arm with her own hands. Xia Yan could not help groaning. To be honest, it still hurts a lot. But in just a few seconds, the pain was completely relieved, and the severed palm grew back, no different from before. Awesome. Apart from these two words, Xia Yan really doesn't know what evaluation to give. The characteristics of the virtual bloodline are also very useful. Especially in the final test of Sero, Xia Yan just condensed a small ball of Ryotsu at the fingertips, and then exploded a large pit with a diameter of several hundred meters. This made Xia Yan fully realize that although the strength of the Shinigami world is still hard to say, the virtual bloodline he drew is definitely no worse than any Zanpakuto. Even Ryujin Jaka, who claims to be able to evaporate the entire Soul Society. After testing the various powers and enhancements brought by the Void bloodline, Xia Yan finally summoned a new character this time. It is worth mentioning that although there are 3 new characters who have reached 5 million fans, Xia Yan only summoned 1. After all, this is the early stage of the plot. Those 2 people are really weak and pitiful. Can they be called mascots when they are summoned? If he was called like Sasuke at the beginning, he would have to send someone to rescue him. Trouble, it's better to recruit later. New World. A noble figure appeared out of thin air on the sea. Unlike Uchiha Itachi and other ninjas, he immediately stopped in the void after discovering the sea below, as if walking on the ground. This is the use of Ryotsu. Lord Xia Yan, a man named Byakuya Kuchiki, greeted Xia Yan respectfully from the bottom of his heart. As a nobleman, he was absolutely impeccable in etiquette. Xia Yan responded casually, and then said, "Your first task is very simple, figure out where you are, understand?" Understood. I must use the fastest speed to complete the task. Byakuya Kuchiki's tone and attitude were very respectful, but inside was unusually arrogant. This arrogance is not aimed at Xia Yan, but he is confident that he can easily complete all the tasks that Xia Yan explained without any mistakes. This is Byakuya Kuchiki, a powerful Shinigami who is meticulous, noble, and confident. Over the endless sea, Byakuya Kuchiki, dressed in Captain Howry, moved forward at an unbelievable speed. Advertisement: if there is anyone in this sea who can compete with him in speed, it is estimated that only Kizaru can be compared with him by relying on the glitter fruit. Huh? Finally saw someone. A few blurred shadows appeared in his sight. Byakuya Kuchiki was relieved. The speed of his feet suddenly increased, and he flew towards the target at a high speed. At the same time, one icebreaker is being besieged by 5 pirate ships. The hull of the icebreaker is full of signs of being blown up, tattered and tattered, as if it will sink into the sea at any time. On the icebreaker, the Witch of Ice, Whitebeard, glared at the pirate captain on the opposite side. "You damn bastards. A mere group of 200,000 to 30. On the pirate captain. "Have you cleaned it all up, peeved, daddy? Ha ha ha." Lousy died of laughter. Hearing the scolding of the Ice Witch, the 5 pirate captains seemed to have heard a very funny joke, and they all burst into laughter. While laughing, they also sarcastically said, "Do you think Lousy hasn't watched the live broadcast of the world? Hero King Gilgamesh's noble phantasms have stabbed the old man in the heart. Even if he is still alive, it is estimated that he can no longer let's fight." The Ice Witch was speechless. because she knew that these pirate captains were very right. Since Father Whitebeard was severely injured by Xia Yan, and the captains broke off their arms and took their father to escape, the Whitebeard pirates have become the biggest fat meat in the New World, and everyone wants to take a bite. During this period, the captains didn't come back, and the father didn't come back. Looking better, the father and the captain just abandoned their dozens of captains, and at this time they are hiding safely and recovering from their injuries. But if you think about it badly, the injured dad and the captains are probably dead outside. Thinking like this, the Ice Witch suddenly felt desolate. No one will come to rescue them. The Whitebeard pirates are completely over. She is desperate. Seeing the expression on the face of the Ice Witch 3.3, the 5 pirate captains immediately roared excitedly. Quick! Fire the cannon, continue to bomb. Wow! The piercing sword pressure suddenly slashed across the sea, interrupting the pirate captain's words, and instantly cutting a pirate ship in two along the way. After that, the sword pressure did not have any plans to calm down and continued to cut forward, leaving a deep trench at least 1,000 meters long on the sea in the blink of an eye. Smash the pirate ship with one sword. Slash the sea with a sword. Looking at the split sea and the fragmented pirate ship, the remaining 4 pirates all widened their eyes in horror, staring blankly at the white figure walking from the void, as if walking on the ground. Dead. Shinigami. One of the pirate captains seemed to remember something and shouted in horror to the person who came. I remember him. He is Shinigami Byakuya Kuchiki from the Shinigami manga. Chapter 205. The Terrible Shinigami, 6 more, P.S. The information of the pirate comics is a bit interesting. 9 Kaido broke the defense, the wound left by Odin. Kaido really has no B-level, and his colleagues also boasted that he is invincible in defense. Byakuya Kuchiki. Who is that? I remembered, the first volume of the Shinigami manga that just released, Byakuya Kuchiki is the character in it. The guy who killed the protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo in one move. No way? It's actually a subordinate of caricaturist Xia Yan? Damn. How could such a monster appear here? He actually helped the Ice Witch. Didn't Xia Yan have a bloody feud with the Whitebeard pirates? When the 4 pirate captains recognized Byakuya Kuchiki's identity, their faces changed drastically. This is the character in Xia Yan's comics. Look at Uchiha Itachi, Jiraiya, Saber, Gilgamesh, which one isn't a horror existence with a multi-billion bounty? Not to mention, Byakuya Kuchiki instantly killed the protagonist as soon as he appeared in the comics. At first glance, he knew that this treatment was not a supporting role. The other side. The Ice Witch did not expect that the character in Xia Yan's comic 21 would come to save her. Although they and Xia Yan are enemies, it doesn't seem very good to say that, but she is really inexplicably flattered. This is the character of Xia Yan's comics. Referring to Uchiha Itachi, Saber and others, Byakuya Kuchiki must also be a monster with a bounty of billions of berry in the future. What shall we do? A pirate captain asked in a low voice. Get out. Without any hesitation, the other captain gritted his teeth and said, we're just a group of small fish with a reward of 200 million to 300 million berry. How can we be an opponent of such a big man? Damn big man. As if stimulated by something, another pirate captain shouted fiercely, he hasn't shown much strength in the comics. How do you know he has the level of Uchiha Itachi and others? Just relying on that sword just now? Just kidding. But it's just a kilometer scale slash. Lousy can also output 2,300 meters. This. Several people looked at each other, inexplicably feeling that what they said made sense. In the manga, Byakuya Kuchiki is just a little faster and has not shown too much strength. What if he was actually just more talented in kendo? Several of them are demon fruit power, so how can they not be powerless to fight back? Have you negotiated? Standing in the air, Byakuya Kuchiki suddenly said, I just want to ask for directions, that's all, you don't need to be so nervous. You fart. Liar. A pirate captain couldn't help roaring. Why are you asking the way to attack us? Advertisement not only attacked, but also slashed a kilometer scale slash, which shocked them all. Oh, you said that sword press just now? Sorry, it wasn't intentional? I don't know if I'm really apologizing or deliberately mocking, but Byakuya Kuchiki's tone was flat and terrifying. I used the sword pressure to attract your attention, the ship was unlucky, and it happened to be in the way of the sword pressure cut. That's all on the path you've passed. The corners of the mouths of the pirate captains twitched, and they understood what kind of character Byakuya Kuchiki was. So lawless. So bad. Killing hundreds of thousands of people with one sword, using the ridiculous saying of, blocking the way. Go. A pirate captain suddenly roared, and his body suddenly turned into a ferocious iron-armored green bull. The other 3 pirate captains also developed their own abilities, namely 2 zones and 1 suspected paramecia. The 4 jumped up and rushed towards Byakuya Kuchiki from 4 different directions. The speed was so fast that the Ice Witch on the side changed slightly, thinking that if she were attacked by these 4 people at the same time, she would be seriously injured if she didn't die. But the face of this difficult siege, Byakuya Kuchiki not even had to move it. He did not even own Zanpakuto to pull out. I was scared silly it. Humph. Specious. Quickly kill him. See Byakuya Kuchiki stood motionless in the air, several pirate captain got a little carried away. They have even begun to imagine that he beheaded Byakuya Kuchiki. It was widely reported newspaper offering a reward of billions, surrounded by beautiful women around the strong brother, the overnight success of a better life. But the moment these thoughts produce in them, Byakuya Kuchiki finally shot. Like a real frightening Ryotsu rain fell from the sky and instantly enveloped the whole piece of the sea. 4 pirates Captain Byakuya Kuchiki are being rushed. This is a moment as if the sky is falling down, and then a heavy rolling them in the same. Boom. 4 pirate ship directly Ryotsu collapse fragmentation of pressure, a lot of screaming swallowed by the sea pirates, blink of an eye gone sound. 4 pirates captain is stiff limbs, let alone attacked, they even cannot move a finger, can only watch as his ride to the sea. But Byakuya not give them such a gentle way to die. Provocative Kuchiki clan patriarch dignity, simply Zuigai Wansi. Advertisement when punish. Fum Zanpakudo Senbon Sakura scabbard. You do not need Shikai, but does not require solution. Just a simple Ryotsu rolling, then gently hit a sword of terror across the kilometer pressure. Red blood speckled sky. Under the watchful eye of Ice Witch shock, the 4 pirates in her eyes is considered a master of the strong pressure of the sword touching moment. The body will be torn crushed, thoroughly dead. And that pressure is like a sword before, after the 4 pirates kill captain, still not the slightest intention to stop, but continue chopping off toward the sea. Wow. Along the way the air is completely torn. With the vibration deaf hair howling post of the sea again beheaded 1,000 meters out of a trench, a long time did not recover. Several hundreds of millions hanging 510 reward very powerful pirate captain with them under the command of at least several thousand pirates, it's that easy group off. Not at a level of fighting, simply unilateral rolling. Review. Byakuya Kuchiki falling from the sky. Ice Witch dull eyes looked at Byakuya Kuchiki's face, and even the other landed in front of their own, they do not have any reaction. Humph. See this woman seems to have been scared silly, Byakuya Lengang soon released their Ryotsu. As if the relentless general, Witch screamed ice directly to drop to the deck. Byakuya Kuchiki will not lianxiangshi you people, woman hands will not have the slightest mercy. Boom. Witch ice heavy body hit the deck in vivo blood crest. At the same time, because of severe pain, she finally returned to sobriety. No, do not kill me. Survival instinct at the moment to launch, Witch ice awkward shouted. You do not want to ask you I can be your guide new world I cooked you may want to contact others, I have this phone worm beg. Please do not kill me. Witch ice under the command of the pirates looked dumbfounded on captain, the captain they had never seen such horror awkward appearance. She's Whitebeard pirates under the command of one of 43 masters, Ice Witch Ah. This Byakuya Kuchiki, but Xia Yan cartoons just played a supporting role in a few pages of it, why have such a terrible power, ah. Chapter 206. Kiss, isn't this the 7 warlords of the sea? 1/5. Byakuya Kuchiki didn't kill the Ice Witch, it's not because of such ridiculous feelings as pity for Shangshiyu, but because he really needs to ask for directions. This is New World. Afraid that she would be too slow to make Byakuya Kuchiki dissatisfied, the Ice Witch said eagerly. I have a phone bug, and I can show you the way, and you can say anything you need. New World. I see. Byakuya nodded with satisfaction, and then asked Xia Yan in his heart. Master Xia Yan. I am in New World now, what should I do next? I want a phone bug. Xia Yan ordered casually. Byakuya Kuchiki did as he did, and the Ice Witch didn't hesitate to bring the phone bug over. Call. Contact the other side, I don't need to teach you? Xia Yan said a phone number and teased with a chuckle. Yes. Byakuya Kuchiki is a smart person, he quickly understood what Xia Yan said, took the phone call and dialed the number that Xia Yan said. Gollum, the Ice Witch watched carefully, not knowing who Byakuya Kuchiki was calling. After a few seconds, the phone worm finally connected. Hello? Who is it? A somewhat wretched middle-aged and elderly man's voice came from the opposite side of the phone bug. This is. Hearing this incomparably familiar characteristic voice, the Ice Witch trembled violently with fear as if struck by lightning. This voice was all too familiar to her, Marine Logia Admiral Kizaru. Compared to Byakuya Kuchiki who has no fame in this sea, for the Ice Witch, Kizaru's sense of oppression is actually stronger than Byakuya. After all, Kizaru is an enemy who can face off against Whitebeard, and although Byakuya is also very strong, he only killed a few pirates who offered a reward of hundreds of millions of berry, that's all. At the same time, Byakuya has chatted with Kizaru. I am Byakuya Kuchiki. Byakuya looked directly at the phone bug and said indifferently, it's also your partner on this mission. Kuchiki. Byakuya. Kizaru's pupils shrank slightly, and he didn't expect a character that he had only seen in the comics to appear so quickly. Just, not the same as Uchiha Itachi et al. Although Byakuya gained popularity by instantly killing the protagonist as soon as he appeared, but other than that, he hardly showed any ability, so it was impossible to judge the strength or weakness. Advertisement so, Kizaru asked directly. I take the liberty to ask, how is your strength? Not surprisingly, it should be better than you. Even though he didn't know Kizaru's strength yet, Byakuya's words were full of confidence. Ah. Is it better than me? Then I'm really looking forward to it. Kizaru's face was angry, and he was a little unhappy in his heart, but he was not angry. In the end, the two decided to meet in the waters off Dressrosa. Go to Dressrosa. Hang up the phone bug, Byakuya instructed the Ice Witch. That. Can I ask what you guys are doing at Dressrosa? Hearing Byakuya's target, the Ice Witch couldn't help but ask curiously. Kill. Byakuya speaks amazingly. Kill who? The Ice Witch is even more curious. Byakuya Kuchiki and Marine Admiral Kizaru of Shinigami. These two are going to kill one person? That person is too talented. Doflamingo. There was no need to hide it. Byakuya recalled the name of the target, and added casually. There is also a guy named Redfield. The Ice Witch stared at Byakuya, her eyes full of shock and wonder. To be honest, there is nothing wrong with killing Doflamingo, that is Shichibukai with a reward of more than 300 million, and she doesn't even look down on him. But Redfield? That's a 3.7 billion berry reward, and the strength is not weaker than any of the powerful pirates of the Four Emperors. Thinking that monsters like Byakuya and Kizaru were targeting even more terrifying legendary monsters, the Ice Witch couldn't help taking a deep breath. Since Charlotte Linlin, Whitebeard had accidents, and the redhead disappeared, New World has been chaotic enough, and all civilian life is in dire straits. If another legendary pirate dies at this time, it will simply add fuel to the fire. People like Xia Yan are just crazy people who do things recklessly. At the same time, Dressrosa in a luxurious manner. Lousy thinks that this kid Luo must be sent back. Doflamingo stared at Redfield with a gloomy face, his voice full of anger. Do you know what you are doing? You are trying to drag Lousy to death. Lousy will soon be the king here. Humph. Redfield snorted coldly and said, don't you want ageless surgery? Don't want to stay young forever? Advertisement, of course Lousy wants to. But it's not what you do. Doflamingo shouted fiercely. Do you know who is behind Luo? That's caricaturist, Xia Yan. Redfield didn't speak, but his face was a little gloomy. Cartoonist, Xia Yan, a name that is quite familiar to him. The two were once good teammates in the underwater prison. However, now that things are different, he is actually going to fight against that little guy, which is really cruel. Hey, sure enough, you're afraid of him, aren't you? Noticing Ryder's reaction to Field, Doflamingo sneered again and again. You and he ran out of the underwater prison together. I believe you know very well how terrifying strength Xia Yan is. If so, do you still want to provoke him? Humph. Will the old man be afraid of him? Redfield snorted, and even though he knew that Doflamingo was right, he still didn't waver. Because that's ageless surgery. Not long ago, Redfield ate the devil fruit in the form of a bat fruit, a phantom species, and a vampire, and regained his youth. Feeling the vigor and strength of his young body, he longed for immortality even more. Therefore, whether it is Xia Yan or the world government, in order to stay young forever, even if he is the enemy of the whole world, he will not hesitate to do anything. You. Okay. You're not going, are you? I'm going. Seeing Redfield's image of a dead pig not afraid of being scalded by boiling water, Doflamingo was completely disappointed, turned around and walked straight out. Can't stay here any longer. Sooner or later Xia Yan and his men will hit the keeper and destroy the entire Dressrosa. If he stayed any longer, he would have been killed with Redfield. Lead is on the way out of the manor. Thinking of the terrifying power of Xia Yan, the ninjas, and the heroic spirits, Doflamingo couldn't help shivering. Whoever likes to fight, Lousy will not fight against Xia Yan. Excuse me, is this Dressrosa? An indifferent voice suddenly sounded from behind Doflamingo, causing Doflamingo's scalp to go numb and his back instantly soaked with cold sweat. Who? How could someone appear behind him out of thin air without being noticed by him? Doflamingo turned his head stiffly, and two very familiar figures appeared in his eyes. One of them has a noble temperament, wearing a white feather weave, like an indifferent nobleman. The other had a wretched, wrinkled face and was wearing a yellow striped suit. Kiss, isn't this Mr. Seven Warlords of the Sea Doflamingo? Seeing Doflamingo turn around, Kizaru said with a playful smile. You actually shot at Marine and Manga Artist, Xia Yan at the same time. I really admire your courage and your courage. Chapter 207. Brother Ming's Sao Operation, 2/5. Kizaru, also, Byakuya Kuchiki. Cold sweat dripped from Doflamingo's forehead, staring blankly at the two figures standing in front of him. One is Marine Admiral. The other is Shinigami who just appeared in the new manga, Shinigami. Without any hesitation, Doflamingo raised his only left hand and surrendered decisively. I didn't participate in the kidnapping of Luo and that little girl. It was all done by Red Earl, Redfield. I'm about to leave here. Kizaru looked at him playfully and asked maliciously, really? Are you not deceiving us? Really? How dare I deceive you? Doflamingo's eyes trembled, for fear that the two people in front of him would not believe him. That's all for Kizaru. To be honest, he's not afraid of Marine. Xia Yan and his characters are the most terrifying. He still has a lot of things to do, and he doesn't want to die. Lord Xia Yan, what should I do with this person? Because of the identity of Doflamingo Celestial Dragons and Shichibukai, Kizaru didn't do it directly, but Byakuya Kuchiki asked Xia Yan in his heart. Star him first. Xia Yan said casually. If you are sure that he is innocent, then spare his life, if he lied. Then I'll let him die without a burial. Byakuya took over Xia Yan's words and spoke sternly. Well, good. Let's do it. Xia Yan is very satisfied with Byakuya Kuchiki's attitude. He likes this kind of subordinate who speaks less and acts decisively, which is very convenient. Lord Xia Yan, let me knock you out first. After finishing the inner conversation with Xia Yan, Byakuya pulled out Senbon Sakura and pointed at Doflamingo. Don't worry, I won't kill you for the time being. Wait, you mean, just stun me, don't kill me? Hearing Byakuya's words, Doflamingo's eyes lit up a little, and he quickly asked to confirm. Yeah, Lord Xia Yan said, as long as you didn't lie to him, then you don't need to die. Byakuya frowned slightly, a little impatient, but still repeated Xia Yan's original words. He does things so seriously and meticulously, that's really nice. With the assurance from Mo Yan and Byakuya, Doflamingo breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart, which had been hanging in midair, also landed smoothly. He also thought he was dead. It seems that Xia Yan is indeed a reasonable person, and will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. Advertisement: he doesn't need to die, he just needs to faint. Passed out. Easy. Doflamingo suddenly gritted his teeth, and his only left hand was covered with a layer of armament hockey, and he smashed his head hard. Boom. With a loud bang, Doflamingo nearly broke his neck. Under this tremendous force, he only felt that his mind was blank, and he rolled his eyes and lost consciousness. Boom. Doflamingo's face hit the ground hard, spattering with blood. Byakuya Kuchiki held Zanpakuto Senbon hand just now, and he didn't need to shoot anymore. Peeved, Kizaru, who was beside him, suddenly laughed. His laughing face was contorted, and he said loudly while laughing, "Doflamingo is too interesting, right? He actually knocked himself out or something, puff." Byakuya Kuchiki was also very speechless. He thought that he would have to use Hado at least to get rid of this guy named Doflamingo, but he didn't expect that the other party would be so decisive in order to save his life. "Let's go." Removing the embarrassment on his face, Byakuya Kuchiki said softly, "I can sense that there is a very powerful soul in front of me. I guess I need to use Shikai at least to solve him." Shikai? Kizaru remembers that the word seems to have appeared in the manga. Similar to ninjutsu and noble phantasm, this Shikai should be Shinigami's method, right? Not sure what it would be like. Dover, save the young master. Damn, it's Marine and Shinigami are just too much. Don't say it. Take the young master and leave Dressrosa quickly, there will definitely be a terrifying battle here. Seeing Byakuya and Kizaru leave, Torable, who had been hiding in the dark, waited for Don Quixote's cadre, CBDD, to rush out immediately, and wanted to take Doflamingo away by force. But before they could catch Doflamingo, an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly fell from the sky. Boom. Like swatting flies, all the officers of the Don Quixote pirates were slapped to the ground by this pressure. The strength was so great that even the ground was shattered, and several people were flying with flesh and blood. What's going on here? Advertisement. Feeling the majestic pressure and severe pain on his body, Torre Bowl and the others couldn't help widening their eyes in horror. Not to mention running away with Doflamingo, now they can't do something as simple as moving a finger. It's scary. Is this what Shinigami is capable of? Following behind Byakuya Kuchiki, Kizaru asked strangely. Yes. Byakuya cherishes words like gold, #B. Kizaru wanted to ask more, but the powerful aura in front of him was getting closer. Soon, a handsome young man in a blood-red suit appeared in front of Byakuya. Red Earl. You finally came to die. Seeing the appearance of the person who came, Kizaru's tone was still playful and mocking, but his heart immediately became nervous and vigilant. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. As a legendary pirate who can keep pace with monsters such as Whitebeard and Roger by one person, he has returned to the peak of his youth, and he does not know how terrifying his strength is. On the other hand, Byakuya, who didn't know Redfield at all, stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, "Are you Redfield? Did you capture Luo and Ain?" "It's the boss." With Redfield's pride, of course he would not hide his head and show his tail, and directly admitted it without hesitation. "That's good, it seems that I didn't perceive the wrong person." Byakuya nodded and said solemnly, "Hand over Luo and Ain, I will spare you not to die." Puff, Kizaru, who was beside him, sprayed it out directly and looked at Byakuya in astonishment. "Do you think you were Gilgamesh? You said that to Redfield?" Redfield was even more shocked, and then laughed. "Interesting. It's so funny. Are all the characters in Xia Yan's comics so personal?" Redfield felt that Byakuya was too arrogant from the bottom of his heart, and there was even a tear in the corner of his eyes. Afterwards, Redfield's smile suddenly faded, his eyes became cold, and he shouted angrily, "Stop joking, Shinigami. Don't say that Lousy came to look for a little-known guy like you, even if it's King of Heroes Gilgamesh came in person. The old man will not be afraid of him." "That's it, I understand your attitude. I have to say that it is admirable, but it is also extremely stupid." Persuading the enemy to surrender to no avail, Byakuya taunted the opponent softly, and then slowly pulled out the Zanpakuto named Senbon Sakura from his waist. "Before the war, you must say your last words." Putting Senbon Sakura on his chest, Byakuya's tone was calm and terrifying. "Lord Xia Yan wants me to kill you with one sword, so if you don't say your last words in advance, you will never have a chance." Chapter 208. Hundreds of billions of Sakura flower blades, 3/5. Last words? Both Kizaru and Redfield were stunned by Byakuya's words. Let people say their last words before the fight, and also emphasize that if you don't say it now, there will be no chance. Is this trying to kill Redfield in one move? Even though Kizaru knew very well that Byakuya, who was Shinigami, would never be weak, he still couldn't believe it. Because even at the beginning, King of Heroes Gilgamesh defeated Whitebeard, it took at least 2 to 3 moves. You must know that the strength of Red Earl, Redfield is no worse than that of Whitebeard, and he may even be stronger than Whitebeard when he is young. Could it be that Byakuya Kuchiki is far stronger than Gilgamesh? Hiss, Kizaru shuddered suddenly, looking at Byakuya's back, his eyes suddenly became more probing. It doesn't seem impossible. The Shinigami manga has just been serialized into the first volume of the manga, and the worldview, characters, ability settings and strength have not been developed at all. Therefore, people subconsciously think that the characters in the world of Shinigami will not be much stronger than F, Z, and Hokage. But what if something unexpected happens? With this thought in mind, Kizaru took a few steps back, for fear that he would be affected by the battle that came down. Opposite Byakuya, Redfield laughed angrily. It's really arrogant, maybe as you said, you may really have amazing strength that matches this arrogance. Redfield sneered, and a fierce cold flashed in his eyes. But for the sake of immortality, Laozi will never back down. I will solve you first. Laozi will go to Sabaody Archipelago to personally solve that kid Xia Yan, no future troubles. When the words fell, Redfield flipped his palm, and 10 bloody hearts appeared. These are all pirates' hearts. The weakest bounty has hundreds of millions, and the strongest bounty is even 600 million. Under Kizaru's astonished gaze, Redfield actually opened his mouth and ate all the hearts into his stomach. Bang! 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 A clearly audible heartbeat emerged from Redfield's chest, and the sound became faster and faster. Roar! Redfield let out an angry roar, and 2 huge steel-like bat wings suddenly grew out of his back, and sharp fangs grew out of his mouth, and his muscles became countless times tighter. Hum! The terrifying conqueror's haki is like Kamui, even the clouds in the 10,000-meter high sky retreat, revealing a cloudless sky. This change of haki in Redfield. Because of the devil fruit of the mythical beast species? Did the heart that Redfield eat belong to other strong pirates? Just kidding. It has become so much stronger? Feeling the exaggerated terrifying aura of Redfield, Kizaru's face changed drastically, and he was terrified. Advertisement: if he thought before that Byakuya Kuchiki might indeed kill Redfield in seconds, now he can't help but have some doubts. He even thought that Redfield had hope of fighting back. Ha ha ha. Power. Invincible power. I ate the invincible devil fruit. Feeling that he had become at least 10 times stronger, Redfield laughed, and his mental state was extremely excited. The reason why he is so arrogant, even the recently famous Xia Yan is not afraid of it, is because the Eudemon's vampire form has a special ability. Devouring the heart of a strong man can make him stronger in a short period of time. And there is no upper limit. Shinigami kid. Redfield looked at Byakuya Kuchiki playfully. Laozi now gives you the opportunity to say his last words, you should seize it. When the words fell, he gently used his right arm. Boom! The ground on the right side of Redfield instantly collapsed and shattered, turning into a rift with a diameter of several hundred meters. This. Without using haki and fruit abilities, just using his arm lightly, he can easily change the terrain within a range of hundreds of meters. Kizaru's body trembled suddenly, and a rare emotion called panic appeared in his eyes. Even Byakuya's eyes showed a dignified look. He realized that he really underestimated the powerhouses in this world. The effect of the flick of his hand just now was not much worse than that of the other Shinigami captains. But in the end it's just the power of the body. Shinigami is good at Ryotsu's domain, and Zanpakuto. Bankai. Without the slightest hesitation, Byakuya whispered, scatter, Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. Wow! Under the watchful eyes of Kizaru and Redfield, the Zanpakuto in Byakuya's hand fell vertically into the ripples in the ground. In the next second, thousands of incomparably gigantic blades emerged out of thin air from the company, and from a distance it seemed like a dense mountain of knives. What kind of move is this? Damn it, never let him do it. Seeing this unusually spectacular scene, Redfield's pupils could not help shrinking. The information in the Shinigami manga is poor, and he doesn't want to personally test how strong the Shinigami's moves are. With a slam on his feet, his strength exploded, for flowers. Boom! Advertisement: the ground within a range of several hundred meters was shattered by Redfield's foot. Under this reaction force, Redfield exploded with extremely amazing speed and attacked Byakuya Kuchiki directly. The speed is so fast that even the impact force generated by the high-speed movement will tear apart a canyon-like gap in the earth along the way, and even the space seems to be distorted and deformed. But in the face of such a terrifying attack, the expression on Byakuya Kuchiki's face did not change at all. The mighty Ryotsu descended from the sky and pressed down on Redfield as much as possible. What? From the perspective of Redfield himself, he only felt an overwhelming force hit him, as if the sky suddenly collapsed. This is Ryotsu at least 10 times more than normal by Byakuya Kuchiki. Boom! Zero. Redfield smashed his head to the ground, and even smashed a large pit with a diameter of 100 meters. In the pothole, he widened his eyes in astonishment, trying to forcibly break free, but found that the majestic pressure on his body did not drop but instead increased. He can hardly even move a finger. Is this resolved? On the other side, Kizaru looked at the clouds and fog, with a confused look on his face. That's what Shinigami Byakuya Kuchiki is capable of. What are those 1,000 blades for? Ornament. The moment this thought appeared in Kizaru's mind, the thousands of huge blades suddenly flew and scattered, as if they had turned into sakura flowers all over the sky. The beautiful pink sakura flowers are more and more dense, covering the entire Dressrosa in the blink of an eye. All the civilians in the kingdom looked up at the pale pink sky in astonishment, not understanding what was going on. What's this? Some civilians boldly stretched out their fingers to touch that patch of pink. What? Accompanied by the shrill screams and the blood of Cyclonus, the person who stretched out his hand fell to the ground with his palms folded. His palm was chopped up in an instant. These are all knives. Behind Byakuya Kuchiki, Kizaru, who sensed the surroundings with observation haki, roared loudly, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. Every sakura flower is a sharp blade that can easily cut the human body, and this sakura flower spreads all over the country, the whole sea, and even the whole sky, so much. This is solution belonging to Shinigami Byakuya Kuchiki. P.S. Shinigami World Bankai is really exaggerated, Shikai 1000 blades, and then the solution is hundreds of millions times bigger than Shikai. Chapter 209. Chop a country and tear space, 4/5. The flower-shaped blade of Sakura, which was densely packed like a tsunami, slashed towards Redfield, who was pinned to the ground by Ryotsu, unable to move. The houses, the earth, the birds and even the clouds in the sky at a height of 10,000 meters were all cut into pieces in an instant. This scene fell in the eyes of Kizaru and Redfield, and it was terrifying to the extreme. Even the ancient weapon, which claims to destroy an island with one blow, would not give them such a terrifying feeling of tingling their scalps. This was chopped up alive by hundreds of millions of tiny blades. Ah, don't come near me, Redfield howled desperately, but still couldn't break free from Byakuya's Ryotsu. He could only watch the pink sea of knives coming towards him. Click, click, in an instant, Redfield's left arm turned into debris. Following, May 10th, it was as if locusts were swarming, and his body decreased a little bit. First the arms, then the body, the thighs, and finally the head. Wow, hundreds of billions of pink blades dissipated in the air. Redfield's figure completely disappeared, and most of Dressrosa also disappeared. Even though Byakuya Kuchiki deliberately controlled not to let the blade attack civilians in this innocent country, the aftermath of the solution has still cut most of the country's territory into pieces. All the citizens of Dressrosa stared blankly at the empty sky, unable to say a word in shock. What was that just now? Why is our country inexplicably missing more than half of its territory? As Dressrosa, the undefeated hero, Cyrus was even more frightened. He couldn't even believe that this terrifying move was really used by humans like him. Cyrus, are the 4 emperors pirates fighting in our country? Or Doflamingo can't wait? What should we do? King Liku walked beside Cyrus, his body trembled violently, his eyes were full of confusion and fear. He didn't know it was just the aftermath of the battle, and thought it was Doflamingo or some pirate powerhouse that was attacking them. Don't be nervous, I'll go out and see. Cyrus didn't know what was going on, so he could only comfort King Liku in a deep voice, then picked up his sword and walked out. Byakuya Kuchiki took back Zanpakuto, stood in the void, and looked at the large island that had disappeared below. His eyes were a little surprised. He obviously felt that his solution had become so much stronger that he almost couldn't control it perfectly. Advertisement, grumble. In the distance, Kizaru, who was standing on a reef, swallowed and was dumbfounded. He couldn't even believe what he saw. One blow cuts most of the island into crumbs that are invisible to the naked eye. Even ancient weapons are at most this level, right? Kizaru couldn't help feeling ridiculous when he thought that Redfield might kill Byakuya Kuchiki before. Anti-kill. Non-existent. Now it seems that the strength of Shinigami and pirates are not in the same dimension at all, and the strength gap is like a moat. Lord Xia Yan. Byakuya Kuchiki contacted Xia Yan in his heart. The target has been killed. Shall I take Luo back to Marine next? Or take him to you? Let's leave it to Marine to train. I don't have time to take care of him. Xia Yan said softly. Speaking of which, is Redfield really dead? After all, vampires can usually be resurrected, right? Impossible. Hearing Xia Yan's words, Byakuya Kuchiki couldn't help feeling very strange. I cut him into pieces, it would be too much to be resurrected. Russell, Byakuya's words were interrupted, and a strange sound caught his attention. I saw a mass of debris appearing in the void, quickly condensing and forming. Under the surprised gazes of Kizaru and Byakuya, Redfield's figure reappeared. Ha ha. Flying in midair with the help of wings, Redfield gasped, staring at his hands in disbelief. He actually came back to life. Is this the ability of a vampire? Master Xia Yan actually guessed it? Byakuya's eyes froze. Seeing that he had already solved the problem and failed to kill the enemy with a single blow, he only felt that he had received an extremely strong insult. Front. Advertisement Zanpakuto, Senbon Sakura close black lens bracket unsheathed again. Byakuya swung his arm sharply, and a sword pressure that was enough to cut off everything, slashed towards Redfield. Facing such a terrifying sword pressure, Redfield quickly made a dodging action, raised his hand to block, and took out a few more hearts from nowhere and put it in his mouth. Addicted to, Redfield's arm was cut off by the sword, and blood gushed. But as those hearts entered the stomach, a brand new arm grew out of the broken wound in an instant, and the aura on his body expanded wildly, many times more terrifying than before. Damn, Shigami. D off lousy. Redfield roared angrily. The hearts of these pirates with a bounty of more than 1 billion were reserved by Lousy to deal with Xia Yan, and now they're used against you. You can be proud of yourself. When the words fell, he lightly used his arm as before. Boom. A fault with a diameter of thousands of meters appeared on the sea in an instant, and it seemed as if the sea had been cut open from a distance. Byakuya's pupils shrank suddenly. Is the strength increased by 3 to 5 times than before? This increase is comparable to the solution of some captains. Huh. The young body is so refreshing. Let's see if your kid will die. Redfield was also very satisfied with the effect he had caused, and flew towards Byakuya Kuchiki with a big laugh. Kuchiki Bai immediately became vigilant and was about to start the solution again. This time he will use his strongest move to 3.3 kill this filthy vampire. But the next second, the mutation regenerates. Click. A dark crack suddenly appeared in the void between Byakuya and Redfield. What? What the hell is this? Redfield was almost killed just now, but now he is cautiously vigilant. Without any hesitation at the moment, he quickly withdraws without hesitation. Byakuya Kuchiki was also taken aback. Virtual ability? Is this a black cavity, or a solution? Which continent appeared here? Click. Under the astonished gazes of Byakuya and Redfield, the space was torn apart like this, revealing a ferocious and deep black hole, and a palm as white as jade slowly stretched out from it. Chapter 210. Are you tired? Do you want to rest for a while before continuing? 5/5. In the shattered space, a palm as flawless as jade stretched out. I didn't expect that the magical beast devil fruit would have such a strong effect, no wonder it is rarer than Logia. A gentle voice sounded from the broken space, and a figure slowly walked out of it. As if what he was crossing was not the space, but the door of the banquet, he was extremely relaxed and freehand. Master Xia Yan. Why are you here? Byakuya Kuchiki couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Xia Yu's words. In particular, Xia Yan used false means to tear the space, which made him feel extremely horrified. Is the Xia Yan-sama whom he respects from the bottom of his heart a false one? Xia Yan was about to speak, but was forcibly interrupted by Redfield. Xia Yan. How dare you appear in front of Lousy? Redfield glared at Xia Yan with gritted teeth, his tone was very bad. Well, it's me. Looking from Byakuya to Redfield, Xia Yan asked strangely, why is this tone? Do you hate me? Redfield hesitated, then shook his head. He really doesn't hate Xia Yan, it's just that Byakuya Kuchiki is a character in Xia Yan's comics, so he's a little angry. But Redfield also knew that this was Xia Yan who he took the initiative to provoke for the sake of the surgery. No wonder people took action against him. That's it. That's good, after all, you were one of my first friends in this world. If you hate me, I'm actually a little sad. As if relieved, Xia Yan asked casually, is that kid Luo okay? It's okay. That little girl is still alive. Redfield didn't hide Xia Yan's plans at all, and said truthfully, I still expect him to perform surgery on me without aging. That girl's ability can also resist aging. How could I be willing to kill them? That's good, you kneel down and beg for mercy, looking at the past love, I can spare you not to die. A gentle smile appeared on Xia Yan's face, but her voice was piercingly cold. Insanity. Seeing that Xia Yan was even more arrogant than himself, Redfield was immediately annoyed. Advertisement if it was him before, he might still be in awe of the strength that Xia Yan showed in the World Live broadcast before. But after swallowing the hearts of the big pirates with a bounty of over 1 billion berry, his current strength has skyrocketed several times again. Not to mention Xia Yan, even Byakuya Kuchiki who almost instantly killed him before is not necessarily his opponent. Now he can even cut a 1,000-meter-long trench in the sea with just a slight wave of his hand. Can Xia Yan do it? The batwings danced wildly, and Redfield rushed straight to Xia Yan from the air, bursting with amazing speed. His palm turned into a knife, wrapped in a layer of armament hockey and slashed at Xia Yan fiercely. I'll collect the body for you, Xia Yan kid, Redfield roared recklessly, and the monstrous hockey oscillated in all directions with him at the center, causing the sea to surge violently. Where the hand knife passed, the air burst inch by inch, and even the space seemed to be distorted. This power, not far away, the pale-faced Kizaru quickly retreated. He felt that even if he got a little closer, he would be hurt by the aftermath of Redfield's attack. Ki Byakuya, who had not even opened Shikai, had to avoid his edge for a while, and he sensed a fatal crisis. And Xia Yan stood under this overwhelming aura, facing this appalling impact, but she didn't even blink. He even yawned lazily, not like he was on a tense battlefield. Xia Yan kid is scared stupid. Redfield didn't understand what Xia Yan was doing, and felt uneasy. But at this time he was about to attack Xia Yan, unable to retreat, the arrow was on the string and had to be fired. And just at this critical moment, Xia Yan suddenly raised her left hand. Boom! Redfield's hand knife slammed heavily on Xia Yan's left arm, making a deafening roar. The surrounding air burst instantly, and the terrifying impact ripped apart a deep trench several kilometers long from the sea beneath Xia Yan's feet. From Kizaru's point of view, it was as if the entire sea had been split in half, and the power of Redfield's blow was terrifyingly exaggerated. But what is even more exaggerated is that Xia Yan's raised arm suffered such a terrifying blow, not only did it not move, there was not even a trace of redness. How can this be? Advertisement looking at Xia Yan's uninjured arm, Redfield's eyes were full of horror. He couldn't believe his eyes, and even thought he was hallucinating. Even the sea below was cut off by his blow. Xia Yan's attack should be stronger, how could he not be injured? Xia Yan doesn't even use armament hockey to enhance defense. How can the physical strength of human beings be exaggerated to such a degree? Illusory beast vampire form? It's quite a powerful ability indeed. At this time, Xia Yan finally spoke again. His voice was obviously very calm, but when it fell into Redfield's ears, it was like a thunderbolt, which shocked him. Impossible. You are just an ordinary human being, obviously you are useless even armament hockey, how can you have this level of defense? Roaring in disbelief, Redfield attacked Xia Yan again like crazy. Bang! 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 The speed of 527's punch was as fast as a shooting star, and Kizaru not far away could not even see clearly. The strength of each punch was even more terrifying, and just the aftermath caused a large tsunami, and caused a violent earthquake in Dressrosa, where half of the remaining half of the country remained in the distance. Kizaru and Byakuya Kuchiki were forced to retreat again under the violent blow of Leadfield's punch, opening the distance between them and Xia Yan. A long time. Not knowing how many punches he threw, Redfield was finally exhausted, panting out of breath. Are you tired? Xia Yan still had no scars on her body, and asked with a chuckle, would you like to rest for a while before continuing? D. Thinking that Xia Yan was humiliating himself with words, Redfield stretched out his claws in anger and stabbed Xia Yan in the eyes. Xia Yan's eyes froze, blood-colored steam appeared on the surface of her body, and her palm grabbed Redfield's wrist like lightning, twisting it slightly. Click. Redfield's wrist snapped. What? Redfield screamed terribly, and his heart was even more horrified. How can this be? After eating the hearts of so many strong people, with his physical strength, even if Whitebeard slammed him with shock fruit, he would not be injured, and the bone hardness is even more than the supreme knife. How could Xia Yan casually take it? You can easily twist it off when you pinch it. Chapter 211. Wang Shu's Flash. 6 more, terrible. How strong is this guy Xia Yan? Seeing that Xia Yan didn't even exert any force, she just pinched Redfield's wrist, and Kizaru just felt it was unbelievable. Power is a thing, just make a comparison and it is very clear. Eagle Eye, the world's #1 swordsman, used all his strength, and could probably cut out 2 to 3 kilometers of sword energy. However, after devouring the hearts of several powerhouses with a bounty of over 1 billion, Redfield was able to form a kilometer-scale fault on the sea with just a flick of his wrist. After that, he swung out a fist, and only the aftermath split the sea into a trench of several kilometers, as if the sea was cut in half. Relying only on physical strength, he can wield an attack that surpasses that of the world's #1 swordsman. It is conceivable how terrifying the physical strength of Redfield is under the increase of the Eudemon's vampire form. And this also reflects how amazing the power of Xia Yan, who snapped Redfield's wrist at will. If Xia Yan knew what Kizaru was thinking, she would definitely smile proudly. The virtual bloodline greatly enhances the basic strength of the body, coupled with the fact that there is no injury 8-gate death gate. It is so terrifying, so unreasonable. In the center of the battlefield, in the air, Xia Yan grabbed Redfield's broken wrist with one hand, a smile on the corner of her mouth. You're actually quite powerful, Earl Red. Listening to Redfield's mournful wailing, Xia Yan praised the other party from the bottom of her heart. Unfortunately, Redfield completely picked the wrong opponent and provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. In Xia Yan's view, Redfield's physical strength and strength are actually quite amazing. However, even if Xia Yan used the Kusanagi sword transformed into the noble phantasm, knights don't die with unarmed hands, to slash his wrist with all his strength, under the action of the steel skin, he could only cut a small bloody opening. You must know that the Kusanagi sword transformed into a noble phantasm is EX rank, which is at the same rank as Gilgamesh's opposing noble phantasm. Coupled with the fact that Redfield used a fist, the lethality alone was far lower than that of a sword. That's why his physical strength was strengthened so much by the vampire fruit, but he still couldn't break Xia Yan's defense. To sum up, there are 2 main points. 1. The lethality of the fist is too low to break the defense. 2. The frequency of inflicting damage is too low, not as fast as Xia Yan's high-speed regeneration. And now, Redfield is finally tired, and Xia Yan has finally tested how strong his physical defense is. Advertisement: the counterattack begins. Xia Yan didn't make a move, she broke Redfield's wrist as soon as she made a move. Damn. For a long time, thinking that Xia Yan's compliment was actually a mockery, Redfield glared at Xia Yan with gnashing teeth, and slashed at Xia Yan with his other hand wrapped around armament hockey. Xia Yan reacted instantly, grabbing and twisting. Click. Redfield's other wrist was also twisted by Xia Yan. What? Redfield screamed, twisted his waist muscles with both arms broken, and whipped his right leg towards Xia Yan's head like lightning. But Xia Yan did not dodge or evade, and directly took the blow with her body. Boom. The air on Xia Yan's side was kicked out, and the cloud layer thousands of meters away from the oblique side was kicked out of a big hole. However, under the boost of steel skin and dead gate, Xia Yan's body remained unmoved and did not receive the slightest damage. That's why I said, you completely picked the wrong opponent. You might even be able to defeat Whitebeard and Kaido in this state, but you chose me as the enemy. Xia Yan sighed slightly and raised her finger to aim at Redfield. Mouth, blood-red energy emerged from Xia Yan's fingertips and condensed into a tiny energy ball in an instant. But this energy ball the size of a chocolate bean exudes a frightening terrifying pressure and extremely terrifying energy fluctuations. What's this move? Is it a condensed version of Tailed Beast Bomb? Seeing the blood-red energy ball appearing on Xia Yan's fingertips, Kizaru, who was watching from a distance, asked curiously. Although I don't know what a Tailed Beast Bomb is, it should be Sero. Feeling the familiar energy aura on the blood-colored energy ball, Byakuya Kuchiki's expression changed. No, the form is Sero, but this energy fluctuation is much stronger than Sero. Byakuya's voice fell. The blood-red energy ball that was crazily compressed by Xia Yan's fingertips flew straight towards Redfield. This is. Looking at the blood-red energy ball that was getting closer and closer to him, Redfield's face changed drastically. Advertisement: even if he doesn't know what this energy body is at all, he knows that he has to avoid it, otherwise who knows if something terrible will happen. However, Redfield was immediately surprised to find that he couldn't move. No, it's not that it can't move, it's being pulled. His body is being pulled by space. The energy ball emitted by Xia Yan easily distorted the surrounding space. I see. Seeing this bizarre scene, Byakuya Kuchiki completely forgot the proper attitude of a nobleman, and couldn't help but exclaimed. This is not an ordinary Sero, but a flash of Wangshu. In the original Shinigami, this is a move only used by a group of Manos Grande. Because of its amazing power, it can even distort space, so it is forbidden to use it in the Void Knight Palace. And now Xia Yan is using this trick. Its name is Wangshu's Flash. Under Redfield's shocked and terrified gaze, he could only watch the blood-red energy ball getting closer and closer to him, but he couldn't escape because of the distortion of space, and even defense was an extravagant hope. The next second, Ryotsu, who was compressed into ultimate, exploded. Boom! The deafening roar stimulated the eardrums of everyone present, a terrifying explosion swept the world, and Redfield was completely swallowed up in an instant. In Kizaru's, Li Liaojiao's perspective, both the sky and the sea trembled violently under this explosion. Dressrosa, which had been shattered in half, sank as a whole, and an island was actually lowered hundreds of meters above sea level by this terrifying impact. Everyone in the kingdom fell unsteadily and fell to the ground, looking at the sky like the end of the world with horror on their faces. The sea at the foot of Xia Yan was blasted out of a waterhole, revealing the empty seabed below 10,000 meters, which has not recovered for a long time. While the seawater that was blasted to the sky by the explosion fell from the sky and enveloped the entire Dressrosa, like a storm that enveloped the entire country. This is, looking at the sky without a cloud and the strangely appearing downpour, and thinking of the sakura flower and the terrifying explosion that swept the entire country just now, Luo and Iyin, who were locked in the luxurious manner, couldn't help but move in their hearts. Is the person who saved them finally here? Chapter 212. Evolution, Zanpakuto? 1/5? Very scary in the pouring rain, Kizaru, the Marine Admiral, didn't even have time to take care of his wet body. He looked at Xia Yan's back with dull eyes, his mind went blank, he was so shocked that he couldn't even say a word. Wangshu's Flash. Could it be that in Shinigami, the virtuals who were beaten by the protagonist were hiding a move that had not yet been drawn? This power is too terrifying. Kizaru didn't know whether the blow just now was stronger or weaker than Ancient Weapon. After all, he had never seen Ancient Weapon. But if you want to come to the so-called power to destroy the world of Ancient Weapon, I am afraid it is nothing more than that. After all, he just saw with his own eyes that the power of Xia Yan's blow even distorted the surrounding space. Can Ancient Weapon warp space? Suppressing the shock in his heart, Kizaru walked up to Xia Yan in 3 or 2 steps, and asked cautiously, Chief Master Xia Yan, is Redfield really dead? Xia Yan ignored him. It's not that he looks down on Kizaru, it's that his current state is not suitable for distraction. Kizaru didn't know Ryotsu at all, but Byakuya Kuchiki, who was Shinigami, immediately noticed that Xia Yan's state was not right, and immediately walked over to hold Kizaru in the void. Lord Xia Yan seems to be breaking through. Byakuya's tone was full of surprise, and he said in a deep voice, go and rescue Luo and the others first, I'm here to protect Lord Xia Yan. Good. Kizaru changed his old 527 appearance and agreed to Byakuya's orders. At the same time, he was secretly horrified, looking at Xia Yan with awe and fear in his eyes. Byakuya says Xia Yan is breaking out. The other party is Xia Yan's subordinate, and he is also a cold person. Obviously, he will not lie and deceive himself when he has nothing to do. But can Xia Yan actually become stronger? And getting stronger is so easy, killing someone to break through? Taking a peek at Xia Yan floating in the air like a god, Kizaru's thoughts flowed. I always felt that if I was in charge of Marine, it would be much better than Teacher Zephyr in charge of Marine. In Kiyaburu's view, whether it is the former Marshal Sora or the current Marshal Zephyr, or Sengoku, who almost became Marine Marshal before, seems to be no better than Xia Yan in leading Marine to glory. Xia Yan feels very comfortable now. After killing Redfield, a cloud of pure soul energy emerges and is absorbed by him. Xia Yan knew that this should be Shu's talent, advertisement. As long as you absorb enough energy and break through the bottleneck, you can upgrade and become stronger. With his current bloodline, he is probably upgraded from Jillian to Ajukas. Don't underestimate this, CBDD, level difference. It seems that the strength improvement of several times is not much, but you must know that Xia Yan can open the door without injury and death. Under the blessing of the dead door, the increase of several times is equivalent to the increase of strength by dozens of times on the original basis. The increase is superimposed, it is so terrifying. Redfield's soul energy was consumed by Xia Yan. Xia Yan only felt a throbbing pain in his heart, and then a majestic energy rushed into his body like an overwhelming sea, rushing into his body frantically. Well, Xia Yan groaned comfortably and slowly opened her eyes. Lord Xia Yan. Kuchiki Beizai, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed up immediately, his eyes were very complicated. Congratulations, I think you should have evolved to a higher stage. Hey, you guessed right. Xia Yan nodded lightly, her mind moved. Click. The skull armor mask covering half of the face appeared on Xia Yan's face. The shape was not ugly, but it was unusually noble and strange, inexplicably kind of handsome. Ajukas, or Arankar, this is how Xia Yan is now on the virtual bloodline. In this state, Xia Yan's Ryotsu got an amazing pump. Probably increased by 5 times. It's amazing. Although the low-level virtual is far inferior to Shinigami, the high-level virtual is generally stronger than the same level of Shinigami. It is indeed a kind of talent. Feeling Xia Yan's terrifying Ryotsu that made him tremble, Byakuya Kuchiki couldn't help sighing. At the same time, he asked curiously, speaking of which, since there is an emptiness in human form, does it have Zanpakuto? Hearing Byakuya mention Zanpakuto, Xia Yan's face was a little weird. He does have Zanpakuto, but this Zanpakuto is not new. With a thought, a broken black knife appeared in Xia Yan's hand. If Hawkeye and Saber were present, they would have recognized that this was the black sword that belonged to Hawkeye before, and later became Xia Yan's noble phantasm because of knights do not die with their bare hands. Xia Yan also used this thing to kill violent coon bears, and by the way, split the entire naval headquarters. And now, after Xia Yan became the Arankar of Ajukas, a new Zanpakuto was not generated, but the noble phantasm Black Blade Knight directly became his Zanpakuto, which is very strange. Advertisement, I don't know how the function has changed from before. Xia Yan murmured in a low voice. He could feel that he should be able to return to the blade now. It's a pity that there are no enemies around, otherwise you can test it out. At this time, in the distance, Kizaru flew over with 2 figures in one hand. As soon as he approached, Kizaru was shivered by Xia Yan's Ryotsu watch, and a flash of shock and disbelief flashed in his eyes. Breakthrough so soon? And this breath is at least 5 times stronger than when he left. This is too exaggerated. Rao is a person with a mentality like Kizaru who can do whatever he wants. At this moment, he can't help but feel a little jealous of Xia Yan, and it feels like he has obtained all the grace of the Creator. Are celestial dragons descendants of the Creator? Scare. But feeling the aura of Xia Yan, Doflamingo instantly suppressed all his anger and dissatisfaction. That's what makes it all the more terrifying. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Luo and Yin, who were being held by Kizaru, both widened their eyes. Pirates. You guys have gone too far this time. A country that was originally good was almost destroyed so easily? Although from the sakura flowers and the terrifying explosion that had spread all over the country before, they knew that this battle must be very tragic. Xia Yan is the true descendant of the Creator. Otherwise, why did God give him such terrifying aptitude and ability? The other side. Another ship is approaching at high speed in the sea. He couldn't afford to offend Xia Yan, he didn't want to die. At this time, on the deck, the hero of the kingdom, Cyrus looked at the crippled country and the sea that had not yet recovered. His eyes were full of anger, and he shouted angrily. Almost all the cadres under his command died in the previous sakura flowers and explosions, only he and a few people barely escaped, and he was extremely unhappy. Luo even knew very well that this must be the aftermath of Xia Yan's battle with the enemy, not that he deliberately destroyed the country. But seeing with their own eyes the seabed below, which has not been restored to its original state, and Dressrosa, where only 1/3 of the original area is left not far away, they're still a little unbelievable. Chapter 213. Overcome. 2 princesses, 2/5. Cyrus' shout startled everyone present. Hearing his swearing, Doflamingo couldn't help but stare at each other with the eyes of the warriors. Kizaru smacked his tongue secretly, not expecting someone to kill him like that. Byakuya Kuchiki glared at Cyrus angrily, thinking that the other party had humiliated someone he respected. Luo and Yin even broke away from the previous extreme shock, and stared at Cyrus with a look of resentment. Xia Yan is the hero who saved them both, it's their benefactor. On the other hand, Xia Yan didn't seem to be angry at all. Feel sorry. Xia Yan landed on the kingdom's warship and apologized gently. We made Dressrosa like this in order to save people and other pirates. It is indeed our fault. Can you accept my compensation? Impossible. You are delusional. Without the slightest hesitation, Cyrus roared angrily. You have destroyed our country. I don't know how many people you have killed. Do you want to spend some money to settle everything? You arrogant guys are the most hateful. Spray, courage is commendable. Seeing Cyrus' angry look that didn't seem to be fake, Kizaru couldn't help shaking his head. This man is so stupid and straight, he doesn't know how to work around. A big man like Xia Yan is willing to take the initiative to compensate you. If you don't hurry up and hug your thighs, you dare to accuse others. Do you really think that a strong person of this level has no temper? Sure enough, seeing that Cyrus didn't know how to lift up, Xia Yan's face sank, his smile narrowed, and he asked casually, then how do you want to solve it? Follow me back to Dressrosa, to be tried by the law. Thinking that Xia Yan had backed down, Cyrus was suddenly relieved and began to take an inch. Peeved. Kizaru burst out laughing. What did he see? Ordinary people with very average strength in a small kingdom, asking the king on this sea to accept the so-called legal trial? This is too funny. Xia Yan also smiled, but he was P***D. In the original book, he also thought that Cyrus was a very admirable man, but now it seems that the other party is really able to provoke people's anger. Even a man as good as him can't hold back. I have already said that I am willing to compensate you for your losses, but you still refuse to forgive me. Do you still want my life to fail? Hurry up. Don't play tricks, pirates. Advertisement. Not knowing whether he recognized Xia Yan as a caricaturist, Cyrus drew out his long sword and pointed at Xia Yan, urging him continuously. Seeing this scene, Kizaru knew that this guy was dead. Pointing the sword at Xia Yan is quite a serious provocation, almost equivalent to declaring war. Sure enough, Xia Yan's eyes instantly became bone-chilling cold. Since you drew your sword to me, it means that you already have the consciousness of being killed, right, swordsman? Shut up! Cyrus roared and slashed straight at Xia Yan with the long sword in his hand. I have to say that as the hero of the kingdom, Cyrus, his swordsmanship and strength are quite good. He who can defeat Diamante in the original book is estimated to have the level of 100 million bounty pirates. However, facing his slash, Xia Yan did not respond. Are you frightened by Lord Cyrus? Seeing that Xia Yan was motionless, the soldiers on the Cyrus ship thought maliciously. But the next second, the crisp metal collision made them all shocked and widened their eyes. I saw that Xia Yan did not dodge or evade, and was directly chopped by Cyrus on the bare neck. However, the terrifying power that was enough to open mountains and crack rocks was not even qualified to leave a white mark on Xia Yan's neck. How is this possible? Looking at his aching arm and Xia Yan, who was not injured in the slightest, Cyrus' mind was blank, and he even forgot to think. Hey, Kizaru couldn't help but laugh again. Redfield's hand knife that split the ocean in half failed to leave a single scar on Xia Yan. With the power of Cyrus, Mo Yan stood there motionless and let him chop for 100 years. It is estimated that he would not break one layered skin. Impossible. I am the kingdom's hero, who has 3,000 won battles. How can the gap be so big? Cyrus, who always thought that he should be a strong one in this sea, could not accept the fact in front of him, and continued to attack Xia Yan with his sword like crazy. However, Xia Yan was just like Kizaru thought. Xia Yan just stood there and let him cut. He couldn't do any damage to Xia Yan. How is this possible? Lord Cyrus is so embarrassed. Looking at Cyrus, who looked like a madman, the soldiers only felt that they were dreaming. Otherwise, how could they have seen the most embarrassed scene of the strongest warrior in the kingdom? And just after Cyrus swung hundreds of swords, Xia Yan finally moved. Snapped. Under Cyrus' astonished gaze, Xia Yan stretched out a finger and poked his forehead lightly. Ask for flowers. Cyrus. What is this guy doing? Want to play by himself? Advertisement, is he an urchin? You guy. Thinking that Xia Yan was humiliating himself again through this bizarre method, Cyrus gritted his teeth and continued to attack. But he heard Xia Yan speak softly. You are already dead. What? Not knowing what Xia Yan wanted to do with such strange words, Cyrus raised his hand and wanted to continue to attack. But he was horrified to find that he couldn't move. What happened? The severe pain suddenly appeared in the brain, and Cyrus only felt that his brain was shaking violently, just like a bouncy ball played by a child, and his skull was the wall that exerted force on the bouncy ball. Peefed. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, and Cyrus' brain was directly shocked, and he completely lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Sir Cyrus is dead? The gentle voice of the man startled the Princess Scarlet's sisters. Cyrus is dead? By whom? Although he didn't have any favorable impression of Cyrus, when he heard the news, Scarlet was still stunned. After all, he was Dressrosa's strongest warrior. Cartoonist Xia Yan. Big, okay. It's me. What? Ring. Xia Yan's figure disappeared instantly. In the attic of Dressrosa's palace, Violet's eyes widened in surprise. After he killed Cyrus, my staring fruit couldn't see him anymore. It just disappeared out of thin air like a teleportation. Violet was about to say Xia Yan's name, but a voice suddenly sounded from behind her, interrupting her. The man who killed him was a very powerful man, he was. How is this possible? They are really just dreaming. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Hero of the kingdom, Dressrosa's strongest warrior, was just stabbed to death with a finger? Xia Yan didn't bother to pay attention to these ordinary soldiers, just as observation Hawkeye caught a figure secretly peeping here. The two suddenly turned to look in the direction from which the voice came, and their eyes widened in horror. It took a long time for the soldiers to realize what a terrible thing happened just now. Chapter 214 to 100 billion, King Liku's thoughts, 3/5. The moment they saw Xia Yan, the two Scarlet sisters were dumbfounded. Especially Violet, whose delicate body began to tremble violently. She just saw the whole process of Xia Yan's shot, including Redfield's death, through the staring fruit. Because of this, she is now extremely afraid of Xia Yan. It's okay that Xia Yan doesn't appear in front of her. When the demon really showed up, she almost got scared to pee. In the end, Scarlet, who seemed weak, held Violet soothingly. Then, Scarlet bowed to Xia Yan humbly. Hello, Mr. Cartoonist. I'm Princess Scarlet of Dressrosa. This is my sister Violet. She was disrespectful to you just now. I hope you can remember the villain and don't blame her. Xia Yan didn't say anything, just looked at the two women in front of her playfully. In the original book, one of the two was Cyrus's wife, and later gave birth to Rebecca, who was caught in a miserable fate. The other is closely related to Dover, May 27th, Lumingo, and became the killer in the Don Quixote family. Now, the fate of both of them seems to be quite different from the original. Knowing that Cyrus had been killed by himself, Scarlet didn't react. Apparently they had not yet contacted. Butterfly effect. Although she knew that she had a great influence on the world, it was really interesting to see that the plot had changed so much without her deliberate intervention. On the other side, Scarlet, who had been drooping his head, was in a state of impatience. She seemed to be able to communicate with Xia Yan at will, but it was only an action she made to protect her sister. In fact, she was terrified. After all, Xia Yan is not only a world-renowned top cartoonist, but also a monster-level powerhouse with a bounty of more than 5 billion berry. Destroying a country is as easy as eating and drinking for this terrible man, right? Snapped. A palm suddenly patted Scarlet's head and gently stroked it. Eh? Scarlet looked up and looked at Xia Yan in surprise. Take me to meet your father, King Riku. With a charming and gentle smile on his face, Mo Yan said softly. After all, it was our mistake that ruined Dressrosa like this. Apology and compensation are necessary. Ah, this. Okay, I'll take you there, your side please. She never thought that Xia Yan's attitude after being silent for a long time would be so kind, and Scarlet couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. While guiding Xia Yan, Scarlet secretly looked at Xia Yan's profile. Such a young man is the most terrifying criminal in this sea, and even forced the world government to give him the title of Commander-in-Chief of the Army? Advertisement. He looks quite handsome and has an unusually kind personality. Scarlet even thought that Xia Yan was the gentlest man she had ever seen in her life. No, the second gentleness, the first gentleness is indeed the father. In such cranky thoughts, Scarlet sent Violet away and then brought Xia Yan to King Liku. Master Xia Yan. King Liku was very respectful to Xia Yan. He once had a relationship with Xia Yan in naval headquarters, plus Xia Yan's terrifying strength, he naturally dared not take Joe in front of Xia Yan. On the side, seeing that such a powerful father and king respected Xia Yan so much, Scarlet couldn't help but be more curious about Xia Yan. What kind of man is this? King Liku. Not knowing that Scarlet had become interested in himself, Xia Yan smiled gently at King Liku. My subordinates and I were fighting the enemy and accidentally affected Dressrosa, causing considerable damage and casualties. I hope I can accept my apologies. No, I understand. Xia Yan is always killing pirates. The pirates should be blamed for the damage and casualties. How can I blame you? Liku King's back was completely soaked in cold sweat, and he picked Xia Yan out of the matter in a few words, and put all the faults on Redfield. After all, Redfield was dead. And Xia Yan is the world government's army chief, and a monster with a bounty of more than 5 billion. Even Dressrosa can't afford to offend Xia Yan's finger even if she does her best. Xia Yan didn't expect King Liku to be so good at it. To tell the truth, he likes this kind of smart people very much. If Cyrus is also such a smart person, he doesn't even have to die, and maybe he will be able to live a better life different from the original pirates. Unfortunately, not everyone is as smart as King Riku. Thinking like this, Xia Yan's eyes slowly turned into Mangekyo Sharingan. What? King Liku was taken aback, and even his whole body trembled. Give you. Not caring about King Liku's violent reaction, Xia Yan took out a withdrawal voucher from the Kamui space and handed it to him. For me? Seeing that Xia Yan wasn't about to attack him, King Liku breathed a sigh of relief, and turned to look at the voucher in Xia Yan's hand in surprise. After a little hesitation, King Liku raised his hand and took it. He believes that a big man like Xia Yan will not be idle and have nothing to do to play a small role like himself. Advertisement. What's more, if Xia Yan wants to do something, even Dressrosa can't stop it, no matter how vigilant he is. It doesn't make any sense. Princess Scarlet also looked at her father curiously, wanting to see what Xia Yan gave. When he opened the voucher and glanced at it, King Liku couldn't help but gasp. I saw a number written on the voucher that was enough to make the whole world go crazy. 100,017. King Liku raised his hand and rubbed his eyes, making sure that he had read it correctly. What is the concept of 100 billion berry? The world's strongest Whitebeard, who had the highest bounty before, was in the early 50s. Now the highest bounty, King of Heroes Gilgamesh, 5.63 billion. Before Doflamingo asked him for 10 billion, Dressrosa couldn't come up with it, unless all the nationals' money was gathered together, they could barely make it. It can be said that the 100 billion thrown by Xia Yan is equivalent to 10 times the sum of all the royal family plus civilian property of Dressrosa. How terrifying this number is for King Liku. Naturally, it is unnecessary to repeat it. How about it? Throwing out 100 billion is as easy as buying a pack of snacks, Xia Yan asked with a chuckle. Are you satisfied? Full, satisfied, very satisfied, King Liku nodded quickly. Although his face was still a little tangled and regretful, he still said solemnly, then from now on, my daughter Scarlet will be handed over to you for 3.3, Chief Master Xia Yan. Huh? What did you say? Xia Yan looked at King Liku with a bewildered expression. Princess Scarlet's eyes widened and her mouth opened slightly, thinking she had auditory hallucinations. Xia Yan's face was bewildered. What did King Liku say just now? Did he ever talk about marrying a princess? Wait, father? Finally realizing what King Liku had just said, Scarlet's pretty face instantly flushed red, and he hurriedly said, they didn't talk about this topic at all, right? What kind of mess are you thinking about? Didn't you say it? Oops, that might be a misunderstanding by the king, sorry. King Liku laughed and laughed, but glared at his daughter in disgust. Such an excellent man has come to the door by himself. Is it easy for you, father? I don't know if I can pick it up for you. The dead girl is really not worried about her lifelong affairs. Chapter 215. The Princess's Determination, the Guardian God of the Kingdom, Brother Ming, 4/5. King Riku was by no means a competent king, but he was a very good father. The reason why he took the initiative to bring up Scarlet and Xia Yan was also for his daughter. What happened to Dressrosa this time made him physically and mentally exhausted, and made him clearly realize that only strength is the most important thing in the pirate world. Is he a majestic king? With one word from Doflamingo, he had to run around for 10 billion, and even almost begged the civilians all over the country to help him raise money. When a big pirate comes to Dressrosa, he must give the other party the most luxurious house to live in, or the other party can destroy the country at will. This is the terror and deterrence of big pirates. Not to mention those commoners, even his king can only pretend to be a grandson in front of them. However, a big man like Xia Yan casually threw him 100 billion. Even looking at his casual attitude, it's like throwing a newspaper. Thinking of Xia Yan killing the pirate 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin, King Liku made a decision. He wants to get his daughter involved with Xia Yan. Even if Xia Yan doesn't care about Dressrosa, as long as the other party is willing to protect her daughter, it is enough. Inside the royal palace of Dressrosa, Scarlet stood in the corner with a flushed face, and from time to time he secretly looked at Xia Yan from the corner of his eyes. Xia Yan frowned slightly and looked at King Liku. How about it, do you want to agree? King Liku asked with a chuckle. My daughter is beautiful, smart, and has a good personality. The most important thing is that if you marry her, you can become Dressrosa's sole heir. Peeved. Dressrosa's heir. Xia Yan almost spit out a mouthful of old blood, and said very speechlessly, the sum of all the money from the civilians and the royal family in your entire country is probably not as much as what I made by selling 2 comics. What am I doing here? This. King Liku raised his hand and touched his head, very embarrassed. Of course he knew that Xia Yan didn't mean to humiliate himself on purpose, but a cruel fact. Dressrosa was just like a beggar in front of Xia Yan, poor and pitiful. Letting the richest man in the world inherit a beggar's family business is simply a big joke. Okay, the money is lost, I apologize, I'll go first, King Liku. Seeing that King Liku lowered his head and stopped talking, Xia Yan suddenly lost the thought of continuing to talk, turned around and walked straight out. Outside the door, Byakuya Kuchiki and Doflamingo stood on either side like door gods. Lord Xia Yan. Advertisement. Byakuya came to Xia Yan respectfully. What about Luo? Xia Yan asked casually after looking around and didn't find Kizaru and others. Brought back to Marine by Kizaru. The Byakuya ticket reported, he said he would definitely help you when he succeeded in his studies in the future, and said he was looking forward to you, not Marine. Ah. Xia Yan nodded with a chuckle, but he didn't expect that boy Luo would repay his gratitude. At this time, Doflamingo also came up. He seemed to want to ask something, but he opened his mouth and closed it immediately, falling into hesitation and hesitation. Xia Yan didn't bother to care what he hesitated, and just tore open the space and left. Wait a moment. A coquettish voice suddenly sounded from behind. Xia Yan turned her head slightly, and found that it was the little girl Scarlet who was shouting, and she actually chased after her from the palace. What's wrong? For beauty, Xia Yan is still a little patient. Unlike Doflamingo, a pink-haired flamingo, a beauty will make people feel happy just by looking at it. Why? Princess Scarlet's mood was not very good at this time. She was staring at Xia Yan with tears in the corners of her eyes. What? Xia Yan looked at her with a bewildered expression. Why? What are you talking about? I mean, why did you reject your father? This kind of words seemed a little too difficult for a pure girl to speak, but despite her blushing, Scarlet asked in a deep voice, am I not good enough? Yes, you are not good enough. Not wanting to entangle with an ordinary girl, Xia Yan responded casually. There are a few close-knit women around me, including the Pirate Empress and Marine Quasi-Admiral. Do you think you can compare with them? I'm not belittling you, but to let you recognize the fact that we are not destined to be from the same world. After speaking, the speed of the feet suddenly increased. Before Scarlet could react at all, his figure had completely disappeared from the woman's eyes. What? Is that really the reason? Seeing Xia Yan running as fast as a mouse meets a cat, Scarlet pouted in dissatisfaction. In fact, she was just very curious about Xia Yan and had a good impression of her. The reason why she chased after her was because she felt that the girl's self-esteem was hit. Advertisement. But Xia Yan's last words really hurt her. It's not destined to be a person from the world. I'm only in my early 20s, why do you seem to have seen my whole life? HMPH, can you still predict the future? Not knowing that she was a poor princess who died young in the original book, Scarlet inexplicably ignited his fighting spirit, turned and rushed back to the palace, shouting loudly. Father, I want to be a marine. I want that guy Xia Yan to impress me. Boy interested in Dressrosa. After leaving the palace grounds, Doflamingo finally plucked up the courage to ask Xia Yan about his attitude. Okay. Xia Yan nodded casually, but her voice was undeniably serious. You are free in New World, Kaido will protect you anyway, but if you shoot at Dressrosa. The broken black knife came out of its scabbard and waved it gently to the side. Boom. A kilometer-diameter fault instantly appeared on the sea, like a sword splitting the sea in half. Hey, I get it. 527. Frightened by the effect of Xia Yan's casual blow, Doflamingo's Adam's apple throbbed, and he patted his chest in horror and assured. Master Xia Yan, don't worry. Whoever dares to shoot at Dressrosa today, he just hit me Doflamingo in the face. I am Dressrosa's patron saint from today. Mo Yan responded lightly, with a smile in his eyes. I have to say, this is quite interesting. Under his active or unintentional intervention, Luffy, Ace, Sabo, Luo and other great pirates and revolutionary troops in the original work all became Marines. Scarlet did not die prematurely, and Doflamingo would no longer control Dressrosa, but was about to become the main force to protect the country. At times like this, Xia Yan can clearly feel that he has indeed influenced many people, and that he has dyed his own color on many people. What? Xia Yan raised her hand to tear the space in front of her. Back to Sabayati land. It seems that there are only two important things left. 1. Release a new volume of Hokage comics. This time there should be one or two very important characters appearing. 2. Wait quietly for Kaido to create the ancient weapon Pluton, and then experience the power that claims to be able to destroy the world. How exaggerated is it? I hope no more accidents will happen. There have been quite a lot of broken things recently, so troublesome. Recalling a bunch of scenes that happened recently, Xia Yan sighed softly and said to herself. Chapter 216. Whitebeard, I want ancient weapon, Poseidon, 5/5. The day after Xia Yan left Dressrosa, the new issue of the World Economic News is on sale. People buy as usual, only to be attracted by several headlines at a glance. Open black lens bracket Shinigami Byakuya Kuchiki descends, the death sakura flower that covers the whole world, cuts a country apart. Open black lens bracket tear space. From Sabayati Archipelago to New World Dressrosa, is the reward of 5.1 billion berry too low for Xia Yan? Open black lens bracket open hollow corner bracket red Earl Redfield died in the hands of Xia Yan, and he cut the sea with one blow. Why is he still no match for Xia Yan? Due to the battle, Dressrosa suffered heavy losses. Xia Yan spent hundreds of billions, the role model of the Sea Man. Almost all of the news headlines were related to Xia Yan, or Xia Yan's comics, and the whole world was dumbfounded. Shinigami Byakuya Kuchiki is here. The manga has just been released, so fast. Hey, what a terrifying move. Is this Shinigami? Just the aftermath of a battle can shatter a country. I remember this guy, Mr. Xia Yan, as friends, but it's really embarrassing to have come to this point. What a bounty. Lord Xia Yan's 5.1 billion bounty was before. Since he became the commander-in-chief of the entire army, this bounty has been invalidated, and there will be no new bounty. Mr. Xia Yan is so rich. 100 billion is like garbage in his hands. Now the world's highest bounty, King of Heroes, is only 5.5 billion. Seeing this piece of news about Xia Yan in the newspaper, hundreds of millions of people around the world immediately began to discuss it frantically. Discuss whether Shinigami is stronger than ninjas and heroic spirits. Discussing Xia Yan's strength, is it possible to hang up the pirate 4 emperors and fight? Late. No, it's the 3 emperors of pirates. Charlotte Linlin was killed by Xia Yan before. At the same time, more people are still secretly shocked. It's only been a few days, and Xia Yan has done so many things again. Should I say that he really deserves to be the most troublesome person in the world? Grand Line, an ordinary merchant ship. No one would have thought that the leader of the Revolutionary Army Long and the 4 emperors with red hair were sitting on it. Letterfield is also dead. Long time. Advertisement. Looking at the World Economic News in his hand, the redhead couldn't help sighing. Who will die next? Is it me, or Whitebeard? It won't be me anyway. Long sat on the side and smiled lightly. I still have a lot of business to complete. It would be a big loss if I die so early. The red hair stared deeply at the dragon. You still want to fight against Xia Yan until now. It's not that I want to oppose him. In fact, I don't hate him, even if he cut off one of my arms. Using his empty right arm, a look of helplessness appeared on the dragon's face. It's really because he blocked my goal. It would be great if he was willing to cooperate with me. The redhead was speechless. As for Mo Yan's fearless character that day, expecting him to cooperate with the Revolutionary Army is probably only a dream, right? However, where did the dragon's self-confidence come from? Especially after reading the contents of this newspaper and clearly feeling the terrifying strength of Xia Yan and Shinigami, the man in front of him still does not seem to be in despair. Can you tell me? The redhead couldn't help but ask this question. He was really curious. Temporarily. Secret. Long smiled and said. Anyway, I went to New World this time to get something like that. I think if I use that to deal with Xia Yan, maybe I can really complete the Jedi comeback. The entrance to New World. The Fishman Island. This is what Master Xia Yan split out to save the Fishman Island. Standing beside Marco, the Fishman soldier introduced enthusiastically. I saw the terrifying golden light from the moment I decided to respect Mo Yan in my entire life. He is the god of the Fishman Island. Oh, yes, he does deserve respect. Marco dealt with it casually, but sighed deeply in his heart. Even though he and Xia Yan have a bloody feud, he has to admit that the other is a very attractive powerhouse. Look, his father has protected the Fishman Island for so many years, but Xia Yan just came here and completely replaced Whitebeard's status and fame here. Inside the Dragon Palace, Neptune sat uncomfortably across from Whitebeard. Advertisement. On the one hand, he felt ashamed of Whitebeard, on the other hand, he felt that he had done nothing wrong. Xia Yan is more capable, and Xia Yan is more able to protect the Fishman Island. Of course, he must firmly let Xia Yan become the patron saint of the Fishman Island. Although it is not a good thing to say, Neptune believes that the name Whitebeard is outdated. After all, this man who used to be known as the strongest man in the world has been defeated by King of Heroes Gilgamesh and choreographer Xia Yan in the live broadcast of the world one after another. Neptune, how have I treated you in the Fishman Island in the past? After a long silence, Whitebeard finally spoke, his voice a little hoarse and low. Whitebeard's mood was obviously much gloomier than before, and the words he blurted out were like thunderous patrols in Neptune's ears. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Reborn parents. The weight is really heavy. Li Lizao, although he thought that Whitebeard was a bit outdated before, the other party was the strongest in the world. Neptune was a gracious man, and Whitebeard was very kind to him in the Fishman Island, which he would never forget. Without the slightest hesitation, Neptune replied respectfully. Even now that Whitebeard is defeated by Mo Yan and others, he is still a big man standing on the top of the sea. Taking a deep breath, Neptune said with a serious expression, if I can help, I won't let it go. If that's the case, it's naturally great. To be honest, Neptune felt very refreshed that such a big man would come to ask for help from a small character like him, and he even had a feeling of smugness. Neptune looked bewildered. He never imagined that one day he would hear Whitebeard asking him for help. After repeating these words, Whitebeard suddenly grinned. The old man has a favor and needs your help now, are you willing to help? I want the ancient weapon Poseidon guarded by the Fishman Island. But this state only lasted for a second or two. Please speak. What? If you hadn't sheltered us back then, the Fishman Island would have been completely destroyed by countless pirates. Even if you were the reborn parent of the Fishman Island, there would be no problem. Chapter 217. Kneel down. The Emperor's Choice, 6 more. Neptune was taken aback by Whitebeard's words. The last time he felt such a violent shock was when Shirahoshi's ancient weapon identity was discovered by Xia Yan. He never imagined that Whitebeard, who had been protecting the Fishman Island before, also wanted to fight the ancient weapon. Cough cough. After coughing twice, Neptune asked with a blank face, can I ask, where did you get the news? Hula lala, of course. Whitebeard looked up to the sky and laughed, with a little nostalgia and guilt in his eyes. That guy Roger told me before he died. Roger. Neptune was stunned for a moment, and then his pupils suddenly shrank, as the Pirate King Roger. That's the guy. Whitebeard sighed deeply and his eyes became very sad. Before Roger died that year, he had drunk with him and told him a lot of the world's secrets. Among them was the news that ancient weapon Poseidon was guarded by the Fishman Island. The reason for Whitebeard's guilt is very simple. He patted his chest with Roger and promised that he would never fight ancient weapon, and he has always strictly abided by the oath. However, now, he has slapped himself in the face severely, to pursue the ancient weapon. But, no way. Whitebeard wouldn't have made such a decision if he hadn't reached the point of exhaustion. In the entire Whitebeard pirates, less than 10 people survived. Although he hasn't returned to the New World yet, Whitebeard estimates that since his accident, the dozens of captains under 527's command may have also fled and betrayed. Or being killed by other pirates, I am afraid it will also suffer heavy losses. Therefore, he needs strength to help him return to the New World. He needs strength to help him protect his sons. He needs strength to avenge the man who made the Whitebeard pirates what they are. Looking at the past affection, please help me. Looking at Neptune expectantly, Whitebeard said again, I'm not afraid of your jokes. Uranus is in the hands of the world government. Pluton should have been acquired by Mo Yan, and now I can only pin my hopes on Poseidon. Neptune. Lord Xia Yan actually got the ancient weapon Pluton. Speaking of which, Whitebeard probably didn't know that Poseidon was a mermaid princess. If he knew that ancient weapon Poseidon also had a marriage contract with Xia Yan, he didn't know what his expression would be. Inexplicably, there was a sense of expectation that he wanted to see such a scene, but Neptune immediately shook his head. Sorry. I can't promise you. Really not. Whitebeard frowned and asked again. Of course not. Neptune said in a deep voice. I'm not hiding from you. Poseidon has indeed awakened, but I believe you also know how important the ancient weapon Poseidon is to the Fishman Island. As the Fishman Emperor, what do I say? It is impossible to entrust such an important existence to you. Whitebeard didn't speak, but his face instantly darkened a lot. Advertisement. Neptune immediately closed his mouth. To be honest, he was really afraid that Whitebeard would get angry and shoot at him. Even if he went to the Fishman Island together, he probably wouldn't be the strongest enemy in the former world. However, Whitebeard is a king after all. Even if the mountains and rivers are exhausted, he will not be reduced to bullying a weak person. Well, Whitebeard stood up suddenly. Neptune shivered in fright. Are you really going to do it? If I knew it earlier, I would have contacted Master Xia Yan in advance, and now I can't ask for help. Boom. Under Neptune's shocked gaze, Whitebeard suddenly bent his knees, and his tall and sturdy body knelt straight in front of him. Boom. Neptune's brain exploded. You, Whitebeard, what are you doing? Because of the shock, Neptune's voice was completely distorted. He stared blankly at Whitebeard kneeling in front of him, his mind blank. This was once the strongest man in the world. One person could stop 1,000,000 troops, and he was the king of the New World. Such a high-ranking and noble man, now actually knelt down in front of him, a murloc. To be honest, it's vain, but it's also too dreamy. Neptune bit his tongue subconsciously, and found that the pain was very real, and even the bite was bleeding, and he was sure that he was not really dreaming. Please. I really need the power of ancient weapon. The kindness of the Fishman Island lousy will remember for a lifetime and will definitely repay you. Seemingly aware that Neptune was beginning to shake, Whitebeard pleaded again, more respectfully. But Neptune was keenly aware that Whitebeard's body was shaking slightly. Obviously, for this strong man who once stood on the top of the world, it was quite uncomfortable to kneel down to a weak man whose strength status was far inferior to him. Not to mention that Whitebeard was once the patron saint of the Fishmen Island, the gap in identity is not too big. CBDD. For a split second, Neptune almost wanted to agree to Whitebeard directly. Because the former king looked really pitiful and sad at this time. But in the end, reason completely triumphed over sensibility. Sorry. Neptune closed his eyes and sighed. I absolutely cannot give you ancient weapon Poseidon. Quote. What's the reason? At least there is a reason that can convince me to give up. See Emperor. Whitebeard's eyes showed a look of exhaustion and disappointment, but he continued to ask. He couldn't understand why Neptune had been shaken just now, but he still rejected him. Because ancient weapon Poseidon is not a mere weapon. She hasn't grown up yet. Not intending to hide Whitebeard's secret, Neptune opened his eyes and looked at Whitebeard, and said lightly, speaking of which, you have actually seen her. What did you say? Advertisement. Whitebeard's pupils shrank sharply. She, not grown up yet, has he seen? There are very few people around Neptune who perfectly meet these criteria, and it just so happens that Whitebeard really knows one. Mermaid Princess, Shirahoshi, is that the girl? Never thought that ancient weapon Poseidon might be a young girl, Whitebeard couldn't help asking. Yes, Neptune still did not hide Whitebeard, and said in a deep voice, Shirahoshi is still young, she can't even control Poseidon's power, I will not give her to anyone. Absolutely not. I understand. Whitebeard felt a lot of loneliness in an instant, but this result was what he had expected. I just didn't expect that Poseidon's identity would be so special. No wonder Neptune was shaken, but he was still reluctant to give Poseidon to him. He asked himself, if his young son was an ancient weapon, Whitebeard would not give him to others to use. Whitebeard sighed and shouted to the outside. Little ones, back to New World. Yes, Daddy. Knowing what Neptune was asking, Princess Uozhihua nodded and said, Whitebeard is still very faithful and won't do anything against his conscience. If Whitebeard couldn't see this scene, he probably couldn't help but slap Neptune to death, right? The already gloomy atmosphere became even heavier, and Blackbeard Teach was even thinking about whether he should betray the Whitebeard pirates ahead of time. Have they gone? Hello, is that Mr. Xia Yan? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I want to send ancient weapon Poseidon, that girl Shirahoshi, to you. Gone. When Princess Otoji walked into Ryugu Castle, Neptune asked in a deep voice. Didn't you agree not to give the ancient weapon to anyone? Neptune clenched his teeth, thinking that he told Whitebeard just now that he would not give Shirahoshi to anyone, he couldn't help blushing. To be honest, it was still very embarrassing to punch himself in the face, but he still called Xia Yan without hesitation. Of course I know, but I'm not afraid of 10,000, but 10,000. Xia Yan didn't ask for it, so you took the initiative to deliver it to others. Ha ha ha, it's okay, I believe in you very much, and I don't trust anyone to take care of Shirahoshi except you. Marco and the others saw that Whitebeard came out empty-handed, and knew that the negotiation should have failed. Okay. Then I'll send an escort fleet, you just need to wait. Lousy and you want, you look embarrassed. Chapter 218. The carp leaps from the dragon gate, the chicken becomes the phoenix 1/5. The Fishmen Island moves very fast. About a few hours after Neptune called Xia Yan, they delivered Shirahoshi. The person in charge of the escort was Jinbei, who had just become 7 warlords of the sea not long ago. Lord Xia Yan. Standing below the deck, Jinbei looked at Xia Yan respectfully. Our princess will ask you, please take good care of her. No problem. Xia Yan nodded with a chuckle. Princess, please come down. With the assurance of a big man like Xia Yan, Jinbei naturally trusted him, and immediately turned his head and shouted behind him. Xia Yan also looked slightly sideways and followed Jinbei's line of sight, just looking at the young little mermaid princess. Come down. Xia Yan smiled and stretched out her palm. I'll take you to a good place that is absolutely safe. Out of double concern for the mermaid princess and ancient weapon, Jinbei finally went to Sabayati Archipelago with Xia Yan. Even if he actually trusted Xia Yan, he knew that even if a big man like Xia Yan wanted to do something, a small role like himself couldn't stop him, but he still followed. This is how he takes things seriously. However, Jinbei never expected that Xia Yan would bring them directly to the entrance of world government. Xia, Lord Yan, do we really want to go in? Trembling slightly, Jinbei asked cautiously. There are celestial dragons and 5 elders in here, so you just bring the ancient weapon Poseidon in, isn't it good? Don't worry Jinbei, it's alright. Fully understanding Jinbei's concern, Xia Yan lightly smiled and comforted. The boss of the world government is my person, so there will never be any accident here. By the way, do you want to meet her? Jinbei didn't speak, his wide eyes were full of astonishment. World government boss is Xia Yan's person. What does it mean? Isn't the boss of world government the 5 elders? Could the 5 elders belong to Xia Yan? No. In the previous World Live, Mo Yan beat the 5 elders with 8 inner gates. Full of doubts, Jinbei followed behind Xia Yan honestly. He somehow felt that he might know a rather terrifying truth today, and this truth would even make the whole world tremble. Sanctuary Mary Joanne. For the first time, Jinbei saw what a lofty position Xia Yan, the army chief, has in the world government. Along the way, whether it was a world government official or a marine general, the first reaction to seeing Xia Yan was to bow and salute, almost like a conditioned reflex. Xia Yan didn't bother to pay attention to them, and glanced around Shirahoshi in her spare time. To be honest, the current Shirahoshi can only be said to be cute, stupid and far less beautiful than Hancock, the pirate queen who has grown. Advertisement. But it doesn't matter, it's good to be cute. Anyway, Xia Yan has no idea about mermaids. After all, he is not a pervert. Arrive. Xia Yan suddenly stopped. Jinbei looked up subconsciously and found that it was a quaint palace, and there was nothing strange about it. Jinbei was about to ask if there was anything here, but when he saw that Xia Yan had already walked in with Shirahoshi, he could only helplessly follow quickly. However, the deeper he went, the more strange Jinbei felt. The world government still has such a desolate place, there is not even a guard, what is Xia Yan doing here? With a curious mind, an empty hall finally appeared in front of Jinbei's eyes. There was a fairly high throne in the center of the hall, and 3 familiar figures knelt under the throne. This is, Seeing the faces of the people kneeling on the ground, Jinbei's pupils shrank suddenly. 5 elders. The one kneeling on the ground is the 5 elders, the supreme ruler of the world government. Who are they bowing down to? Does this throne belong to Xia Yan? The 5 elders actually want to bow down to Xia Yan. So Xia Yan said that the boss of the world government is his person. Thinking like this, Jinbei looked up subconsciously, and at a glance, he saw the noble woman lying on her side on the void throne, as if radiating light. In an instant, Jinbei was dumbfounded. Wasn't the one sitting on the throne Xia Yan, the 5 elders kneeling reverently, or someone else? Let me introduce it to you. Xia Yan's voice sounded at the right time, with a bit of indulgence and pride. This is the real ruler of the world government, I am, and she is also the controller of ancient weapon Uranus, and my woman. Boom. Jinbei felt like he was struck by lightning, and there was a roar in his head. He only felt that his worldview had been cleaned and reshaped. The real ruler of the world government is not the 5 elders, but a woman. This woman is also the master of another ancient weapon, and also has an intimate relationship with Xia Yan between men and women. Jinbei realizes that if this news is released, the whole world may go into a frenzy. It turns out that they don't know the truth about the world they live in at all. At this time, Yimu spoke. His tone was very light and resentful. What are you bringing this fish for? Advertisement. Ask for flowers. Shirahoshi's face froze, and his mouth opened immediately. What is this fish called? This woman's mouth is too poisonous. PFF'd. Xia Yan was amused by Yimu's resentful tone. She pulled the sullen Shirahoshi over, and said softly, let me introduce you first, this child is ancient weapon Poseidon. What? Ancient weapon, Poseidon? The 5 elders with swords looked at Xia Yan and Shirahoshi in shock, but they never thought that the other party would bring ancient weapon Poseidon to the Holy Land Marijoya. Then they couldn't help but be ecstatic. Poseidon plus Uranus, doesn't this mean that the world government wants to control 2 ancient weapons? I am also very different, subconsciously asking, what did you bring Poseidon here for? Whitebeard Poseidon. After Neptune refused, he was still worried, so he sent it to me. After telling I am about what happened on the Fishman Island, Xia Yan raised her hand and patted the little mermaid beside her who was bewildered. Ah, the other 2 5 elders immediately echoed, and did not forget to compliment Xia Yan and pat his A. What they meant was to control the ancient weapon Poseidon in their own hands and become a force controlled by the world government, that is, the so-called Tool Man. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I am looked at Shirahoshi thoughtfully. Several 5 elders were all dumbfounded. Although I knew that the mermaid princess was the ancient weapon Poseidon, it was the first time they met. What the hell are you directly making people the princess of the world government? That's right. This mermaid princess jumped directly over the dragon gate, and the chick turned into a phoenix. Ancient weapons are so important. Master Xia Yan has really made a great contribution this time. Thinking that I was thinking about what to do with Shirahoshi, the 5 elders with the sword immediately stood up and said their thoughts. Good. Jinbei, who had been in shock from the beginning, almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, widening his eyes in astonishment. Puff. Under the surprised gazes of several 5 elders, Yimu made a final decision. From today onwards, the mermaid princess Shirahoshi will be canonized as the world government's eldest princess, and this matter will be sent to the whole world, and all the world government member countries will be notified. From today onwards, whoever dares to disrespect the eldest princess Shirahoshi is disrespectful to the world government. He couldn't believe his ears, and even thought he had hallucinations. Lord Yimu, I suggest keeping the ancient weapon Poseidon in the world government forever. With our 2 ancient weapons as masters, who in this world can shake the rule of the world government? Squirt. So small, she doesn't look as good looking as her.